Chapter 1. The Three-Eyed Temple, a Dream of Celestial Beings. Tang Zhen, you claimed you could protect her. You asserted that the secret realm was akin to a prison. You promised her freedom. Is this the outcome you desired? How can you still stand before me with any semblance of shame? The master of the Ziyun Xian Palace thundered, his voice echoing like a tempest. This venerable elder, steadfast and principled, had eyes aflame with fury, remnants of the recent battle still lingering, each word resonating like a clap of thunder. Tang Zhen, you conspired with the disciples of several major sects to scheme against the righteous paths, leading to the depletion of our sect and the infiltration of demonic forces. This is a flagrant violation of the heavens. Now that you have been rendered powerless by the demon lord, it is all but retribution for your own misdeeds. As for your so-called friends, they too shall face punishment within their respective sects, intoned the elder of the law enforcement hall. His tone as frigid as the winter's chill. He concluded with a chilling remark. The talents of your generation are too formidable, and your ambitions too lofty. A new badge for the Qingyun ranking is not necessarily a detriment to the righteous paths. The once great prodigy, now brought to ruin. I beseech you, master, to spare my senior brother. We, your disciples, are willing to descend the mountain and eliminate the demons, to seek justice for my senior brother and second senior sister. The third disciple implored, bowing deeply with his fellow disciples. Tang Zhen knelt in a daze within the hall, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. You have not only ruined the righteous path's century-long legacy, you have also caused the death of Hong Ji. Arrogant, foolish, absurd. You're responsible for the death of Nanhong Ji. His heart felt as if it were being torn asunder, racked with anguish. At last he cried out, jolting upright. The echoes of memory faded, replaced by the chorus of birdsong. The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the shabby temple through the gaping hole in the roof. Casting everything in a golden sheen, it was already midday. Here we go again. Here we go again. I've told you, sleeping during the day invites nightmares. The old beggar remarked, observing Tang Zhen, drenched in cold sweat and still shaken. Old Guai is just spouting nonsense. He makes a ruckus in his sleep at night too. I reckon he's just a coward, another beggar quipped, as they picked at each other's lice. Tang Zhen turned his gaze to the disheveled scene within the temple, finally extricating himself from that haunting memory. He was no longer the unparalleled young genius. Tang Zhen, he was now the pitiful little beggar, three-eyed. He earned the name Three-Eyed because of the distinct black oval mark adorning his forehead, perfectly shaped as if imprinted by a finger. From a distance, it resembled a third eye, hence the moniker. Tang Zhen slowly calmed his tumultuous thoughts, softly calling out in his mind, system. As expected, he was met only with a hissing static, reminiscent of an old television devoid of signal. Every day, he attempted to summon his system, the last vestige of hope to alter his fate, yet despair loomed as the terrifying demon lord had not only stripped him of his powers, but also obliterated the system from another world. Three-eyed, do enlighten us about your dream. One of the beggars elbowed him playfully. Tang Zhen drew forth a withered peach wood branch from beneath him, scratching his back and yawning. I can't quite remember. Tonight, we'll grant you an extra scoop of porridge. Do share. The beggar continued to jest. Only then did Tang Zhen smile, clearing his throat. Well, listen closely. I dreamt of a celestial palace, 1,000 miles of azure, with purple clouds swirling in the sky. I also dreamt of a grand hall that stood undefeated for millennia, radiating with the light of Buddha. In the library, only a few young acolytes were present, while a sage read aloud, attended by a multitude of beasts. There flowed a great river for hundreds of miles, alongside a towering mountain suspended in midair, with countless swords standing at the cliff's edge. The beggars gathered around him, nodding and swaying, occasionally laughing or appearing dazed. They may not comprehend the meaning, but they sensed the beauty in his description. As Tang Zhen's tone grew fervent, they clapped, and when he waved his branch, they cheered likely just a raucous display. In truth, his eloquent words paled in comparison to the tales spun by storytellers in tea houses. Yet to hear such words in this dilapidated temple was a delight, far preferable to recounting their own woeful histories, which only led to lamentations about the injustices of life, the cruelty of the wealthy, and the negligence of parents, before returning to the same grievances. Time for the porridge distribution. Move, move. If you're late, you won't eat. Starve, you bunch of wretches. Old Guai kicked through the crowd. The beggars scattered, linking arms as they hurried outside the temple. Tang Zhen paused his flow of words, securing the peachwood branch at his waist, rising to assist old Guai. This old beggar, having been sold by his parents due to a congenital disability in his right foot, had endured a life of hardship. Thankfully, he managed to scrape by, becoming well acquainted with the city and earning the respect of beggars and townsfolk alike. Even the constables sought him out for information. It was he who had rescued the unconscious Tang Jun from the temple's entrance during a snowstorm, ultimately bringing him to this city of Beiyang. At first glance, old Guai believed Tang Jun to be a reflection of himself, abandoned by parents due to the birthmark on his forehead, and thus treated him with special care. Child, do not lose heart. Our fate is a penance bestowed by the heavens. In the next life, you shall be wealthy and noble, eating lamb entrails every day. Delightful, old Guai assured Tang Jun, his aged face crinkling into a smile that was both unseemly and endearing. Indeed, in the next life, I shall be wealthy and noble, feasting on lamb entrails every day. Tang Jun replied with a smile, understanding that this was the finest food old Guai had ever tasted, likely the happiest life he could envision. Time for porridge. Form a line, hold your bowls properly, no filthy hands on the noble's clothes, and leave immediately after receiving it. If you dirty the noble's attire, your lives won't suffice for compensation. Boomed a tall guard from a wealthy household, brandishing a club, herding a few timid beggars into a line like cattle. Tang Jun, benefiting from old Guai's stature, did not have to queue, instead waiting in the shade of a tree. Old Guai, your portion. A robust man clad in a black brocade robe, a long knife at his waist, approached the shade and handed an old wooden box to old Guai. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Old Guai bowed deeply, his wrinkled face bursting with joy as he opened the box, revealing a bowl of steaming rice porridge and 3 fluffy white buns, with a glimpse of a blue-green salted duck egg nestled in the corner, its golden yolk faintly visible. The guard nodded, saying little more before turning to leave, casting a lingering glance at the young beggar beside old Guai. The boy's forehead bore a perfectly shaped black mark, as if pressed by a finger, inviting a second look. Though he appeared as lifeless as the other beggars, lacking any spark, he stood tall, his tattered clothing seemingly inconsequential. There was something peculiarly captivating about him. Perhaps he is mad, mused Guard Zhao, shaking his head as he departed. Why are you so oblivious? If you had seized the opportunity to kneel and bow, uttering a few words to Lord Zhao, it wouldn't have cost you a thing. Do you know who he is? Old Guai, seeing Zhao walk away, turned back to Tang Jun with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Tang Jun merely smiled and asked, "Who is he?" Old Guai, his face filled with reverence, replied, "The captain of the city Lord's Guards. Rumor has it he is a master at the Qi refinement stage, one of the most prominent figures in Beiyang City. Who would have thought I would one day cross paths with such a person?" Listening to old Guai's ramblings, Tang Jun simply smiled. In truth, the wealthy were merely giving out porridge for the sake of their reputation. Acknowledging old Guai, the leader of beggars, would make the distribution scene appear lively and further their family's noble name, a win-win situation. If you could earn his favor, it would be remarkable. Although that birthmark on your face is unappealing, those who practice martial arts do not judge by appearances. Old Guai nudged Tang Jun. Go, take this, and say it's a token of respect for Lord Zhao. To become familiar, old Guai rummaged through his belongings and pressed something into Tang Jun's hand. Tang Jun looked down to find a silver ingot the size of a small stone. Unfortunately, it was not official silver, its quality rather poor, still warm from old Guai's grasp, likely a treasured possession he had saved over the years. Where did you get this? Tang Jun asked, somewhat astonished. Mind your own business. Just go. Talking to such a person will lead to more silver in the future. Go. Old Guai glanced at the silver with a twinge of regret, and then shoved Tang Jun forward. Tang Jun did not budge, but instead chuckled, shoving the silver back into old Guai's hand. No, you keep it. This silver could save your life. Offering it, as mere tea money, is not worth it. You brat, why are you so disobedient? Old Guai sighed, exasperated, yet ultimately pocketed the silver with care. He understood that this small amount meant little to Lord Zhao, but it was all he had. It was a pity that three-eyed, strong, and eloquent was wasting his potential mingling with this group of beggars in a crumbling temple, waiting for death. Child, judging by your appearance, you must know how to read and have studied a bit. Why are you so devoid of ambition? Do you not wish to rise above and avenge those who look down upon you? Avenge? Tang Jun reached up to touch the black mark on his forehead, smiling as he replied. No, my purpose in life is merely to await death. The old beggar, with his parched lips, lamented, when I was your age, I dreamt every day of immense wealth and glory, yearning to return home and humiliate the parents who sold me off like a dog. I wish for the world to never again refer to me as a filthy beggar. But in the end, a beggar remains a beggar, such is fate, he added, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Indeed, certain things are simply unchangeable. What cannot be done, cannot be done. Tang Jun mused, gently stroking the withered branch at his waist, his thoughts drifting far away. At that moment, the beggars gathered in a queue suddenly became agitated, gasping in unison. The two turned to see a resplendent vermilion carriage approaching from the other end of the street, drawn by a robust white horse, its intricately carved carriage declaring the nobility of its occupant. Soon, the carriage halted beside the porridge stall, and a young maid with bright eyes and pearly teeth gracefully dismounted. Her crimson skirt swirled around her, unable to contain her lightness of being. She glanced curiously around before turning to assist a young lady in white from the carriage. The lady in white was breathtakingly beautiful, her every smile and frown exuding a purity that evoked no sense of impropriety, her serene elegance instilling warmth in the hearts of those who beheld her. This is the only daughter of the city lord. I believe her name is Yao Anreo, known for her kindness. It is said she oversees this porridge distribution truly. She is a celestial being. Her face is as smooth and pristine as a duck egg. The old beggar remarked, straining to catch a glimpse. No one responded beside him, and upon turning back, he found Tang Jun gazing blankly in that direction, his expression one of profound stupor. "Huh, this lad." The old beggar shook his head, recalling how he had just spoken of living merely to await death. Yet here he was, rendered speechless by the sight of a beautiful girl. Truly, he was still a youth at heart. Chapter 2. The maid bestows silver. The old beggar urges forward. Tang Jun stared vacantly at the scene, the girl shimmering in the midday sun, her brow and eyes reminiscent of another, and in a moment of disorientation, he envisioned a girl smiling at him beneath a peach tree. A profound sorrow pierced his heart, rendering him incapable of vocalizing his pain. Only 2 lines of tears marked his dusty face. "Behave yourselves. If you frighten my lady, you will regret it." Zhao, the guard, stood protectively beside Yao Anreo, his imposing figure and piercing gaze keeping the lowly beggars in check. "Miss, take care. My lord has said that if anything goes awry, you shall not be permitted to venture out again," the young maid whispered while assisting. "I am aware you are becoming increasingly like a matron of the household," Yao Anreo replied gently, her tone calm. Her smile was faint yet sincere, as she greeted each beggar who accepted a bowl of porridge, resembling a benevolent deity from a temple. Regrettably, most of the beggars kept their heads down, too fearful to meet her gaze, their appearances indistinguishable, their faces covered in grime, their hair matted. While they evoked pity, the sheer number of them made it difficult to project compassion upon any single soul. "Uncle Zhao, do you think there might be any beggars here with extraordinary backgrounds, perhaps fallen nobility?" inquired the maid named Hunger, her curiosity piqued by her recent obsession with romantic novels featuring such plots. Zhao, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "I fear I must disappoint you. Miss Hunger, these individuals share the same plight. Ask 10 of them, and you will hear no more than 2 unique stories. They are merely refugees and disaster victims." "Ah," Hunger nodded, a hint of disappointment in her eyes, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Once the porridge was distributed, the beggars quickly dispersed, and the attendants and guards hastily tidied up before departing, both parties having come together for a fleeting encounter that would never be revisited. Tang Jun gazed forlornly as the carriage departed the street, his not-so-distant memories gradually fading into obscurity. He slumped against the wall, feeling utterly drained. "Child, are you grieving?" the old beggar inquired, unsure of what sorrow might have befallen him, but suspecting it was related to a woman. Lacking the words to offer true comfort, he merely ruffled Tang Jun's unkempt hair with his gnarled hand. "Hey, what troubles you?" a bright female voice suddenly chimed. Tang Jun looked up to find the young maid, Hunger, her expression somewhat fierce, her hair styled in 2 round buns, her elegant skirt adorned with blooming kapok flowers. She tilted her head, regarding Tang Jun with an inexplicable air of reproach. "Little fairy, what brings you here?" The old beggar was the first to react, hastily bowing in greeting. The young maid's eyes narrowed, clearly pleased by the title of Little Fairy. "My lady says that for one so young and without ailment, to appear in such a state, shedding tears, how can you call yourself a man?" she declared, hands on hips, feigning authority as she addressed Tang Jun. Realizing that his earlier moment of reflection had been misconstrued, Tang Jun wiped his tear-stained cheeks with the back of his hand. Unfortunately, the accumulated dust only smeared his face further, though his voice regained its calmness. "I apologize, I merely recalled some past memories that stir my sorrow." In truth, it was merely the resemblance to her from his memories that had momentarily overwhelmed him now. With his emotions settled, he felt no lingering effect. The young maid was taken aback by the eloquence of the young beggar's words. She casually tossed a small piece of silver into his embrace. My lady says if you are a man, use this silver to buy yourself some clothing and seek work at the docks by Tianbei Bridge. Just mention the name Xiao Hong'er. This silver is merely a loan you may repay her once you earn some money. If you choose to squander it and live idly, then consider it a charity indulge in a feast, and there is no need for further explanation. Tang Jun was momentarily stunned. Why were so many people offering him silver today? Just as he opened his mouth to decline, the old beggar intervened, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Tang Jun's head, silencing his protest. Bowing deeply, he expressed gratitude. Do not worry, miss. This lad shall report to the docks tomorrow. No, today. He shall not disappoint your kindness. The young maid nodded, satisfied, and departed. Tang Jun rubbed the back of his head, wincing at the pain. The old man was surprisingly strong. I do not need this, he muttered softly. Ever since he had committed that grave mistake and left the Ziyunxian palace, he had wandered aimlessly toward the endless sea, yet separated by vast continents. How could he, devoid of cultivation, ever reach his destination? He merely kept his head down, his robe in tatters, until he collapsed in a daze on some street. It was a journey of self-abandonment. He had shed his past, his youthful spirit, his friends and lovers, and his lofty ambitions, leaving behind a shell filled with suffering, unable to find a reason worth striving for. At times, he envied the old beggar for having desires. He longed for the taste of lamb offal, but he had nothing. He was bereft of everything. The one he loved was dead. The one he hated was too elevated, and the places he wished to go were too distant. Had it not been for the withered peach branch she had left him, he feared he might have already succumbed to despair. Be silent, you fool, the old beggar cursed, swinging the wooden stick in his hand and striking Tang Jun's back with force. Alas, what are you doing? It hurts. Stop. Tang Jun was taken aback. He had never before endured such a brutal reality. The wooden stick struck him with a resounding thud, and he shielded his head, unable to retaliate, resorting instead to rolling and crawling in circles on the ground, occasionally fretting that the old beggar might fall himself. You despicable brat. I offered you a chance. You failed to cherish it. This is the heavens attempting to save you. The old beggar, gritting his teeth in fury, shouted, Stop right there. Don't be angry. Oh, I shall live my own life, enduring hardship now for a better future. Tang Jun, observing the old man's labored breathing, genuinely feared he might collapse from the strain. The beggar seized Tang Jun's collar, baring his teeth in a menacing snarl. The foul odor emanating from his mouth wafting onto Tang Jun's face. Life. How do you intend to live? Will you spend your life in misery like I have? Do you truly believe that suffering in this life guarantees a better one in the next? Do you buy into such nonsensical drivel? This was the first time Tang Jun had witnessed the beggar in such a state. Despite being scolded and beaten, he had always refrained from lamenting, merely speaking of enjoying a peaceful future. Survive. Live like a human being. Even when others strike and insult you, you must continue to live. The old beggar struck Tang Jun with his withered hands, the blows lacking force, yet the bony protrusions caused Tang Jun discomfort. He felt a mixture of helplessness and gratitude. All right, I'll go. I will comply. Given your age, perhaps you should not be so agitated. That's more like it. Once you emerge from this plight, I too shall bask in your glory. The old beggar's demeanor shifted rapidly, transforming back into that shameless old vagabond once he achieved his aim. Tang Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Lord's convoy was present, and Zhao, the guard, furrowed his brows while surveying the surroundings. He finally tapped on the carriage window. Miss, is Miss Hong'er inside? A voice from within, belonging to Yao and Reo, replied. No, she has gone to deliver something. To the beggars? Zhao's brow slightly knitted in concern. Yes, the young lady has a kind heart, but for these destitute folks, small acts of kindness bear little significance. Great benevolence may even breed enmity. I will exercise discretion. Uncle Zhao need not worry, as long as the young lady has her own measures in mind. Zhao chose not to elaborate further. The young lady had always been resolute, and his role was merely to offer reminders. Inside the carriage, Yao Anreo was wiping her hands with a handkerchief, her thoughts drifting back to the elderly and the young beggar she had seen from afar at the porridge stall. The old man had a limp, leaning on a pitch-black wooden cane, while the young one bore a peculiar dark mark on his forehead, resembling a vertical pupil, and seemed far more dignified than the other beggars. He had a withered branch tucked at his waist and stood there in the distance, watching her with tears in his eyes. Yao Anreo sensed that his gaze was not one of infatuation, but rather filled with sorrow. She was quite certain she did not know him. Perhaps he was someone with a story to tell. Since Hong'er was intrigued, offering him a chance at redemption seemed harmless, provided he was a sensible individual. Otherwise. Chapter 3, The pastries are soft, and the stew-fragrant Tianbei Bridge stands as the emblematic structure of Beiyang City. Due to the presence of the wharf, it also serves as the largest marketplace in Beiyang City, bustling with pedestrians, taverns, tea stalls, street performers, and laborers of all kinds. At this moment, in the height of summer, the cacophony of insects and the clamor of voices mingled together, creating a dizzying din. Tang Jin strolled along the shaded roadside, the shouts of the dockworkers echoing in the distance. He leisurely perused the stalls along the way, eventually arriving at a small stand tucked in the far corner of the street. A peasant woman was there, selling scraps of fabric she had sewn with her own hands, accompanied by her son. How much for a complete outfit? Tang Jun squatted down, casually sifting through the rough burlap, which, although coarse against the skin, was remarkably sturdy. The woman looked up, noticing a little beggar before her, and frowned. Pants are 15 won, the top 20 won, straw sandals 5 won, and cloth shoes 15 won. The entire outfit comes with leg straps as a bonus. 15 won for cloth shoes? Tang Jun pondered the market price old Guai had mentioned, feeling it was somewhat steep. Do not be deceived by the price. These soles are made from the hide of the cow I raised myself. Just this pair, the woman exclaimed, pulling a pair of cloth shoes from her basket to display the yellow-brown soles. And look at mine, chimed in the little boy, proudly showing off his tiny shoes, no larger than the palm of a hand, which also had leather soles. Yet the woman herself wore straw sandals, suggesting she had not been willing to make a pair for herself, but had used leftover materials to craft a pair for her son. Very well. I will take a complete outfit of top, pants, and cloth shoes. Tang Jun casually handed over a small piece of silver. This was from old Guai, having exchanged the finer silver belonging to Hong Er for it, as the price difference between good and bad silver was quite substantial. The woman's eyes brightened as she accepted the silver piece, tapping it with her fingers. Although the quality was not the best, the weight was certainly sufficient. Young man, this quality will fetch at most 61. Tang Jun nodded slightly, his response somewhat lower than what the old man had suggested, yet he remained indifferent. The woman, beaming with joy, took out 10 coins, counted them meticulously, and had her son count them as well before finally placing them into Tang Jin's hands. Tang Jin picked up his clothes and found a secluded corner along the river, shedding his garments. He gradually waded into the water, which, at the height of summer noon, caressed his body with a gentle warmth, as if purifying his very soul. He vigorously scrubbed away the accumulated mud and used his old clothes as a towel to dry himself. After donning a new outfit, albeit ill-fitting, the sleeves and hems slightly too long, and the pant legs a tad loose, he nevertheless appeared rejuvenated in his fresh attire. Tang Jin bent down to gaze at the reflection on the lake's surface, where a youth appeared both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar. He was neither the renowned cultivator atop the Qingyun ranking nor the beggar from the city god temple. He was merely an ordinary mortal. Upon arriving at the dock area, he effortlessly found the steward beneath the most comfortable pavilion and reported the name of Xiao Hong Er, expressing his desire to seek employment. Without lifting his head, the middle-aged man inquired, "Name?" "Three-eyed. Can you use a brush?" "Yes," Tang Jin nodded. The man casually gestured towards a nearby worker unloading goods, instructing him to tally the count, marking a horizontal line for each item unloaded on their badge. "Be meticulous. Payment is settled daily, 2 coins per day. And you must be available at all times. Understood?" With that, Tang Jin received a brush and black ink, marking the beginning of his formal duties. The sunlight at the dock was particularly harsh, and standing amidst a throng of laborers made the experience even more grueling. Nevertheless, this was the most leisurely job at the dock. He merely needed to verify the quantity of items the workers carried and draw lines on the provided badges. Compared to the sweat-drenched porters, this was indeed a prime position, and Tang Jin was aware that his fortune stemmed from the maid named Xiao Hong Er. Strangely, the afternoon passed swiftly, the sun dipping in the west as the dock gradually grew quieter. "Time's up. Work's done," bellowed the steward. As the crowd jostled to queue for payment beneath the pavilion, a cacophony of laughter, curses, and complaints erupting, creating a lively scene. Tang Jun was not in a hurry. He leisurely seated himself beside the dock, observing the sun as it descended in the west. The reflection of the crimson sunset in the lake stretched out like a delicate, quivering path. He had witnessed countless breathtaking spectacles, hundreds of celestial beings soaring on swords, unparalleled fairies dancing gracefully, golden dragons swimming beneath the sea, and white cranes soaring among the clouds. Yet, it was this modest city's evening glow that now evoked a sense of reality within him, rendering all previous wonders as mere dreams. "Hey, what are you doing?" A melodious female voice chimed in. Tang Jin looked up, and a maid dressed in a horse-faced skirt stood behind him with her hands on her hips, her expression one of discontent. "Miss Hong Er, what are you doing here?" Tang Jun was taken aback, as he felt an uncanny familiarity with this scene, as if it had transpired not long ago. "I am the one asking you. Were you not supposed to be working at the dock? Why are you sitting here in a daze?" The young maid questioned him angrily. Tang Jin pointed to the workers standing in line, stating that he was waiting to collect his wages. Hong Er was taken aback. She had initially assumed that this fellow was merely shirking from the laborious work at the docks, but she realized she had misjudged him. "Then you should strive a bit harder." Tang Jin merely smiled and casually inquired, "What brings the young lady here? And where's your esteemed mistress?" "My mistress is, of course, at the residence. I ventured out to procure some pastries and happened to pass by the dock. So I thought I would take the opportunity to oversee the work on behalf of my mistress." Hong Er, hands on her hips, spoke with a hint of pride in her tone when mentioning her lady. Tang Jun nodded, choosing not to speak further, and turned his gaze back to the scenery. After a while, he glanced over his shoulder and asked, Miss Hong-er, do you have something to say? The young lady remained silent behind him, but was currently indulging in a pastry, showing no intention of departing. Oh, I was waiting for you, she replied, her mouth full of lotus root powder that scattered about as she spoke. Quickly, she covered her mouth with her hand, resembling a mischievous rabbit caught in the act. Why are you waiting for me? Tang Jun scratched his head, as he was not well acquainted with Hong-er, and any notions of gratitude were entirely one-sided. Hong-er did not respond, but shyly glanced at the sky, which had begun to darken, with only a warm orange hue lingering on the distant horizon. Tang Jun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He rose, brushed off his trousers, and declared, Come. I shall escort you back to the Lord's mansion now that you have received your payment. Are you still afraid of the dark at your age? He added. Hong-er promptly nodded in agreement. She had ventured out just at the right moment, as her usual trips to the pastry shop coincided with the onset of twilight. However, her curiosity had led her to seek out the young beggar she had encountered during the day, causing a slight delay as the night swiftly approached. The two of them collected their money from the steward, receiving 2 coins more than expected, totaling 4 coins, clearly a gesture of goodwill towards Hong-er. Your attire is quite commendable. It's a marked improvement from the first time I laid eyes on you, Hong-er remarked, munching on a lotus root cake while conversing with Tang Jun. Indeed, it is quite fine, Tang Jun replied casually, walking on the opposite side of the road. Is that mark on your forehead a birthmark? She inquired. Yes, it is, he responded. Does it hurt when touched? She pressed on. No, it does not, he answered. Is it true that you can only respond with yes? She teased. Yes, he replied. Beiyang City was not extensive, and the Lord's mansion was nearby. After navigating a few streets, they soon spotted the grand entrance, where several attendants stood holding lanterns at the gate. All right, I have arrived, Hong-er announced as she turned around. Tang Jun halted his steps early, nodding in farewell. Here, this is a reward. You must strive to work hard in the future. Hong-er pulled a piece of lotus root cake from the box and placed it into Tang Jun's hand, then waved her hand and dashed toward the Lord's mansion. Tang Jun turned around only after encountering the servants, tucking the lotus root powder cake into her bosom. She heard the chatter of the servants behind her. Sister Hong-er, why have you returned so late today? The young lady has been worried. Haha, I went to visit a friend. The lotus root powder cake from the Ma family shop is so fragrant. Sister Hong-er, do share a piece with me. Go away. The rest of this belongs to the young lady. The voices gradually faded until they became inaudible. Tang Jun made his way towards the dilapidated temple, stopping by a butcher's shop that was about to close, where he spent 12 coins to purchase a bucket of unprocessed sheep entrails. As he returned to the temple, blood dripped along the way. That night, the temple was filled with joyful revelry. Half a vat of sheep entrails simmered in water, emitting an aroma so robust that even the wild dogs outside could detect it, barking incessantly throughout the night. The old beggar was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear as he dipped cold steamed buns into the sheep's soup, exclaiming that it was worth dying for. In the end, Tang Jun offered the lotus root cake to the old beggar, but after indulging in the rich and gamey entrails, the beggar could no longer discern the delicate sweetness of the lotus root. He chewed a few times without distinguishing any particular flavor and simply nodded, remarking, It's soft. Indeed, just as soft as a warm bun. Tang Jun chuckled. If he were to inform the old rascal that this pastry could be worth merely a penny, the old fellow would undoubtedly choke and need to regurgitate it, just to savor its flavor anew. Chapter 4. The twine breaks only at its thinnest point. Misfortune seeks out the afflicted. Breakfast consisted of last night's leftover sheep offal soup accompanied by vegetable leaves. This pot of soup, akin to a dilapidated temple, would last for at least 2 more days before it would be discarded upon spoiling. As dawn broke, Tang Jun hurried to the Tianbei Bridge dock, where he found the area already teeming with people. Several cargo ships had just docked, and dozens of bare-chested men were tugging at the ropes, their shouts resonating through the air with great fervor. Tang Jun signed in at the administration office, received his ink and brush, and then joined the bustling crowd. Perhaps it was a matter of timing. Today was significantly busier than yesterday. The cacophony sometimes left Tang Jun feeling somewhat disoriented. Amidst the chaos, mistakes were inevitable, and the overseer would seize upon any slip-up with a barrage of scolding, often escalating to physical reprimands. It was exhausting. During the lunch break, Tang Jun collected his meal and sought refuge on a sun-shaded earthen slope to rest, feeling utterly fatigued. He had never experienced such weariness even after a year of cultivation. The effort required to shovel food into his mouth brought an overwhelming sense of bliss. Indeed, human nature is often perverse. Tang Jun mused upon his own state, recalling how the elixirs and spiritual fruits he once found bland now tasted exquisite compared to the coarse rice and tender meat he savored. Hey, what are you doing? Tang Jun turned around, and as expected, it was the girl with her hands on her hips. Hong-er had donned a new attire today, a light blue long dress adorned with the pattern of the kapok flower. Her hair was styled high, secured with a delicate silver hairpin that jingled softly with each step she took, her pretty face radiating a blend of pride and joy. Tang Jun raised his lunchbox, indicating it was time to eat. Hurry up. This afternoon, I must purchase some fabric and paper for the young lady, and I cannot manage it alone. Come lend a hand. Hong-er glanced at the dishes within the box, wrinkled her brow, and stuck out her tongue, the sight of those glistening, greasy morsels was truly unappetizing to her. What about the dock? She exclaimed, thumping her chest with bravado. I'll speak to the manager. Thus, on the second day of Tang Jun's work, he was granted a paid leave. He trailed behind Hong-er like a young servant, scurrying through the city. While she claimed to be shopping for fabric and paper, she instead inquired about prices at every shop she passed, grain stores, liquor shops, and jewelry boutiques. For each price she learned, she meticulously noted it down in a little book, occasionally revealing a contemplative expression. Tang Jun was not curious. He merely fulfilled his duties as a servant, silently carrying the purchased items. When dinner time arrived, the young girl found a modest eatery and ordered a plate of peanuts, a dish of cabbage with meat, and 2 bowls of white rice for Tang Jun, while she sat beside him, massaging her sore calves. Hey, little beggar, are you not curious why I inquired about prices from house to house? Ouch, my legs hurt. She extended her legs straight until her delicate ankles peeked out from beneath her skirt, only to swiftly retract them. Tang Jun immersed himself in his meal, muttering indistinctly. Not curious. Hong-er, seemingly oblivious to his indifference, leaned in excitedly and whispered, let me tell you, this is a task assigned by my mistress. She wishes to ascertain the living conditions of the townsfolk through these prices. In the future, Beiyang City will surely belong to my mistress. Tang Jun continued to eat without distraction. By the way, why do they call you three-eyed? Hong-er inquired, propping her chin on her hand. Watching him eat with a hint of boredom, Tang Jun couldn't help but roll her eyes, using the other end of her chopsticks to poke her forehead. Is it not clear yet? No. I understand that this birthmark resembles 3 eyes, but what I mean is, what were you originally named? Surely you couldn't have been named 3 Eyes the moment you were born, Hong-er inquired. Tang Jun was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the morsel in his mouth, uncertain how to respond to the inquiry. It had been an eternity since he had uttered the name Tang Jun, due to a sense of shame or fear. Could it truly be called 3-eyed? Hong-er observed his discomfort and mused about the irresponsibility of his parents. No, Tang Jun tilted his head and suddenly chuckled. My surname is Tang, and my name is Goen, Tang Goen, eh? But that sounds less appealing than 3-eyed. How could anyone be named Dogen? Nothing ever succeeds. In this lifetime, I seek only peace. With that, Tang Jun lowered his head and resumed his meal, choosing not to engage further. As the workday came to a close at the dock, Tang Jun returned with a multitude of packages alongside Hong-er. And despite having been absent for a considerable time, he surprisingly received 2 coins more than his peers. Tang Jun inwardly acknowledged his lack of fortitude. Feeling a modicum of happiness, the two strolled once more along the path to the Lord's mansion, with Hong-er walking in the center, while Tang Jun carried a bundle of items on the opposite side. Is that the same withered branch from yesterday? Hong-er inquired, pointing to his waist. Indeed, Tang Jun nodded. And what about the one from the day before? Yes. Do you carry it for self-defense? No, it is merely a keepsake. A keepsake of what? A departed friend. Oh. As they parted outside the Lord's mansion, Hong-er, laden with packages, made her way toward the brightly lit estate, while Tang Jun, empty-handed, wandered under the moonlight toward the dilapidated temple. His steps seemed lighter than the day before. His life had suddenly turned a new page, as if he had traversed realms once more. Yet this time, he found himself in a world devoid of celestial arts, transformed into an ordinary mortal striving to live earnestly. Each day, he reported to work punctually, diligently laboring, occasionally seizing the chance to purchase leftover livestock from a butcher to bring back to the temple for the old beggar and the destitute. Hong-er would often visit him, sometimes to procure items for her young mistress, other times to inquire about the prices of various goods in the city. During these visits, she would treat Tang Jun to a meal, occasionally nibbling alongside him, though most often she merely sat by, watching him eat. The two gradually grew more familiar. While she predominantly shared anecdotes from the estate, he listened in silence, yet familiarity blossomed between them. Eventually, the young girl noticed that Tang Jun earned a few extra coins whenever she was present, prompting her to frequently appear at the docks at the end of his workday, insisting he escort her back to the mansion. The path from the docks to the Lord's estate seemed to narrow with each passing day, while the journey itself stretched longer. Tang Jun gradually transformed into an ordinary person, following a monotonous routine that diminished even his calls to the system. It seemed as though the future would unfold in an unchanging manner, and he was uncertain whether he was truly happy. However, he no longer endured the same anguish as before. Even though he still found himself tormented by nightmares in the night, he could navigate the daylight with relative ease. Little beggar, have you ever contemplated the future? Hong-er inquired one day. What future? Tang Jun replied, eyes closed, resting on the wooden planks by the riverbank. I mean, what would you do if one day you no longer worked at the docks? Tang Jun remained with her eyes closed, pondering why she had ceased working at the docks. I was merely speculating. What if, hypothetically, there existed a more lucrative and less laborious job that did not require her to toil under the sun each day? Would you accept it? It could enable one to amass a substantial fortune, perhaps even to secure a bride in the future, inquired Hong-er. Why would I take it? I'm not foolish, Tang Jun lazily replied. Oh. Honger's voice danced with excitement. By the time Tang Jun opened her eyes, Honger had already departed, leaving only a faint trace of her delicate fragrance in the air. Since then, Tang Jun had not encountered Honger for quite some time. Honger ceased her visits to the docks, no longer appearing to inquire about the city's prices. Nor had she graced the beloved Ma Ji pastry shop that her family cherished. Tang Jun found himself momentarily disoriented, merely struggling to adapt. Until one fateful evening, an old beggar approached him and said, I have heard that Missing from the city lord's mansion has stirred the ire of the demons. They are man-eaters. Several of her personal maids have perished. He warned Tang Jun to remain cautious and avoid getting too close to those within the city lord's mansion. The latter part of the beggar's words faded into the background, leaving Tang Jun with a hollow sensation in his heart, akin to the feeling of drowning. The image of that young girl, hands on her hips, flashed in his mind, and the birthmark on his forehead grew unbearably hot. It seemed as though the demon's sovereign had reappeared before him, the despair of helplessness coursing through his entire being. Was it possible that his fate, marked by the color red, was in opposition to his destiny? Or was there a powerful entity toying with his life as if it were a mere spectacle? Were all the tribulations he faced merely the manifestations of his own sins? I am no longer arrogant or conceited. I have come to realize that I am not the protagonist of this tale. I have resigned myself to my fate. Why can I not be spared? The hemp rope phrase at its thinnest point, and misfortune seeks out those who are already burdened by suffering. Chapter 5. A Glimpse Back in Dreams, Part 1. That night, Tang Jun was afflicted with a high fever that refused to abate. He lay in a state of unconsciousness, at times rigid as a plank, and at others trembling like a drifting weed. He dreamt once more, this time with a vividness surpassing all previous experiences. As the events of 2 years ago unfolded before him, the western Nyoha continent is renowned for its perilous peaks and vast lakes, where the terrain's steep gradients and the convergence of rivers give rise to a plethora of clouds. It is said that amidst the billowing sea of clouds lies an endless expanse of violet mist, and should a mortal be fortunate enough to behold it, through 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, they may receive the blessings of an immortal, granting them longevity. However, in the realm of cultivation, it is more widely known by another name, the Supreme Palace of the Purple Cloud. Within this celestial palace exists a self-contained world, where 800 miles of mountains and rivers remain pristine. At the deepest recesses of this world, concealed by intricate formations, lies a hidden cave. This is the most profound and secretive part of the Purple Cloud Palace, and within it resides its greatest secret. Tang Jun, do you not realize what you are doing? You cannot save her. You will only bring harm to yourself. Please, Elder, bear with me. I will be swift. Tang Jun calmly bowed to the Elder of the Enforcement Hall, who was suppressed on the ground by magic, seemingly oblivious to the furious, fiery gaze directed at him. To ambush someone by exploiting another's trust is indeed a despicable and infuriating act. He fully comprehended the Elder's wrath, yet felt no trace of remorse. At this juncture, he permitted himself to employ any means necessary to vanquish anyone who stood in his way, including this venerable Elder, respected within the sect. You have trespassed into forbidden grounds. You have betrayed your master and ancestors. You have defied the sage. You collude with demonic factions. Your crimes are utterly unforgivable. Do you not comprehend the consequences? The Elder of the Enforcement Hall thundered, unable to fathom why the most gifted disciple of the sect would make such a choice. Tang Jun offered no explanation. He did not even cast a glance at the Elder lying on the ground. With an air of tranquility, he turned and strode towards the cave, as dark as ink. He was pressed for time, for someone awaited him. The Elder stood in momentary astonishment, watching his silent retreat, as his expression shifted from anger to a profound silence. It was futile. The cave entrance was ensnared within the purple cloud heavenly gate formation devised by 3 sages. Even the demon sovereign would be powerless against it. No matter how extraordinary your talents might be, there existed no possibility of breaching it. Tang truly stands as the most exceptional young cultivator within the sect and indeed across the realm, a prodigy who has wrought countless miracles. Now, he has orchestrated this astonishing grand scheme using merely his golden core cultivation, manipulating several saints. Such intellect and audacity are genuinely formidable. However, as he approaches this final step, all those cunning plots have become futile. Tang Jun was confronted with pure power, the will of the sage. Pausing in silence, he stood at the cave's entrance. The cavern was shrouded in darkness and stillness, devoid of any obstructions or traces of formations, yet he found himself unable to advance any further. An invisible force weighed upon him like an immense ocean, rendering even the slightest movement of his legs impossible. The Elder observed his desolate figure, his voice laced with coldness. After all the effort expended, it seemed he was merely a step away from success, yet one must realize that this was not a matter of a single step, but rather a chasm akin to an endless sea. Do you truly believe that a few young individuals could alter the course of the world? Tang Jun remained silent, oblivious to the Elder's mockery, as he was engaged in a conversation within his mind. System, are you there? I wish to break the formation. Detecting. Ziyun Heavenly Gate Formation, Strength, Saint-level Perfection, points required to break the formation, 2,000 magic points. Such an exorbitant cost? Tang Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. It was the first time she had encountered the system proposing such a lofty price. Have you received a kickback? The system fell silent. Indeed, Tang is indeed a time traveler, a quintessential representative of traditional time travelers. He has traversed through time for 2 decades. His unique advantage is a system known as magic replication, which boasts an exceedingly simple functionality, reminiscent of the rudimentary concepts found in web literature from a decade ago. Yet, it is precisely due to its straightforward mechanics that its power is remarkably intuitive. Any magical technique that appears before Tang will be recorded by the system, subsequently transforming into his own spells. One might liken it to a Sharingan that does not consume chakra. Furthermore, each recorded technique rewards him with spell points, which can be exchanged for original spells. He can request anything he desires, and as long as he possesses sufficient points, the system can conjure it up effortlessly. Thus, at the tender age of 5, he was taken to the Xiun Immortal Palace by a passing Taoist and became the direct disciple of the sect leader. He then embarked on a journey filled with fortuitous encounters, seizing treasures, crossing borders to vanquish foes, and displaying his prowess in various ways, which I shall not elaborate upon here. Now, Tang has ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, holding the title of the foremost in the Qingyun ranking, a leading figure among the youth and other illustrious accolades. One could say he leads a life of unpretentious adventure as a time traveler. Reflecting on this, Tang silently smiled. He had successfully accrued over 12,000 spell points through years of diligent resource management. Even after expending 2,000 points, he still possesses over 10,000 for his own use, a safeguard for his life. Ding. The system's voice resonated. A surge of magical information flooded his mind, causing Tang's eyes to gleam with anticipation. He extended his hand towards the pitch-black cavern, his expression solemn. A green light flickered upon his fingertips, and in the next moment, a wind suddenly stirred from the ground. The breeze was neither hurried nor scattered, but it swirled towards the cavern's entrance. The Xiun Heavenly Gate array, obstructed by a sea of clouds, creates a celestial passage that renders movement arduous. As the gentle wind caresses his face, it disperses the clouds, clearing the heavens and the earth. The invisible mists are swept away by the refreshing breeze, unveiling the path ahead. Tang Jun strode resolutely into the cave. The elder of the law enforcement hall gaped, his mouth agape to such an extent that one could directly glimpse his throat. It was not difficult to envision a cry of astonishment lodged within, unable to be uttered or swallowed. Tang Jun felt neither the darkness nor the confinement of the cave. Instead, he was greeted by an exceptionally bright light that compelled him to squint. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself amidst a vast sea of clouds, seemingly stretching to the ends of the earth, with the sun hanging at the horizon, driving away all shadows from this realm. He stood upon a solitary cliff, beneath which lay dense, impenetrable mist, the cliff itself jutting out in a way that evoked a sense of solitude. The cave was, in fact, the entrance to a miniature world, often referred to as a celestial grotto or perhaps a prison. Atop the cliff stood a modest little building, beside which grew a towering peach tree, its leaves a vibrant green, shimmering like a colossal emerald under the sun. Beneath the tree, there was a stone table and a rocking chair. A young girl, around 15 or 16, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed in the rocking chair, tranquil and steadfast like the peach tree, utterly still. Her flowing white dress cascaded down, and her long black hair was casually styled, held in place by a simple peachwood branch serving as a hairpin. Her face, as exquisite as jade, captivated onlookers with its serenity and tenderness. No one could have anticipated that the most potent formation of the Xiun Immortal Palace concealed such a deeply hidden secret in the form of a youthful and beautiful girl. Yet, it was evident to all that she was far more than merely a young and lovely maiden. Tang Jun did not dwell on those thoughts. He merely perceived that the girl had blossomed into a striking beauty. Once a mere clay figurine in her youth, she had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a serene presence, so enchanting that he found it difficult to meet her gaze. "Hey, wake up. I've come to fetch you." Her tightly shut eyes fluttered, and her long lashes trembled, causing the rocking chair to sway gently. Nan Hongji opened her eyes to see a young man striding along the narrow mountain path. His azure robe dusted with particles of earth, strands of hair playfully cascading over his ears, yet his smile remained unabashedly carefree. One could only speculate how many troubles he had stirred to arrive at this juncture, and how many more he would need to create to lead her away. Suddenly, Nan Hongji yearned to utter some eloquent words, reminiscent of the heroines in romantic tales, perhaps something like "You were late," or "Let us fight our way out," befitting the arrival of a gallant hero. Yet, in the end, she merely sounded like a disheartened woman as she softly inquired, "Where else can I go?" The moment the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. Her senior brother had traversed great hardships to rescue her, and all she could muster were such dispirited words, appearing rather ungrateful. It was akin to a hero braving a perilous lair to rescue a heroine forcibly wed to a demon, only for her to timidly respond, "If I do not marry him, whom else could I marry?" One must ponder, what hero could withstand such discouragement? Yet, she truly had little choice. Even as the sole daughter of the Lord of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace, the childhood companion of the Seeking the Law True Monarch, Tang Jun, and a renowned figure on the Qingyun ranking, standing 6th among the righteous, this confined little realm was the only place that could harbor her. It was, indeed, her destined prison. Chapter 6. Looking Back in a Dream, Part 2. Tang Jun furrowed his brow slightly, his mood soured, or rather. Ever since he learned of the saint's method of dealing with Nan Hongji, he had remained profoundly angered. He was incensed by the saint's callousness, his master's indifference. The righteousness of the path's impotence, the injustice of the world, and Nan Hongji's lack of ambition. Upon witnessing her self-pitying demeanor once more, Tang Jun's frown deepened. Thus, his tone grew somewhat frosty. Oh, is it truly pleasant here? It is indeed wonderful, Nan Hongji replied, lifting her gaze and smiling. The dappled sunlight cascaded upon her face, illuminating her with radiant beauty. Every day here is bathed in brilliant sunshine, with verdant grasses, charming little buildings, and she paused momentarily, gesturing towards the grand tree behind her, and look at this peach tree. It is so magnificent. I have eagerly anticipated the arrival of spring when it blooms with peach blossoms. The sight must be utterly breathtaking. As she spoke, her eyes crinkled with laughter. Yet inadvertently a tear slipped down her cheek. The girl hastily wiped it away, only to release more. Tears are akin to a string of pearls. The moment the thread snaps, they are destined to scatter upon the ground. But alas, here there is no spring. How could one endure 100 years without spring? In the small world of the cave, the great Tao is incomplete. Some caves lack the distinction of day and night, while others are devoid of sun, moon, and stars. And here, there is no change. The saints, burdened with guilt, have employed grand measures to eternally confine this place in a perfect yet monotonous day, where the clouds, trees, and light remain unaltered, forever devoid of rain and wind. Tang Jun gazed at the weeping Nan Hongji, her tears cascading like rain. Suddenly, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, though he could not discern whether it stemmed from the duel of wits or the girl's sorrow that stirred his irritation. In silence, he extended his hand, gently pulling the tear-streaked Nan Hongji from the rocking chair. He then settled himself into the chair with a languid grace, leaning back to elicit a series of creaks from the wood. Nan Hongji stared at him in a daze, momentarily forgetting her tears, puzzled by her senior brother's actions. Tang Jun casually beckoned to her, and Nan Hongji obediently approached. At that moment, Tang Jun reclined leisurely on the rocking chair, while Nan Hongji stood beside him, her head slightly bowed. She watched his face sway with the motion of the chair, now near, now far, as if at any moment he might rise to kiss her. Two choices, he declared. Either we stay here together for 100 years, or we leave this place together. The sect is no longer an option, after all. I can't defeat our master, but we can wander the world side by side. Nan Hongji stood frozen, stunned. She never imagined that the hero from the tales would suddenly press his sword to the heroine's neck and solemnly declare, two choices. Either we both marry the demon lord, or you marry me. The choice is yours. What other choice could there be? Truth be told, Nan Hongji had always been exceedingly obedient, raised under strict discipline. She was the epitome of a traditional, well-mannered girl. Even in the very moment before her sealing, she had bowed respectfully to the elders and listened dutifully to the admonishments of her father and the sages, as if it were not her own fate being sealed away. Yet precisely because she was so obedient, she had always followed Tang Jun's words without question. In Tang Jun's impression, she always appeared as a little clay monkey. Yet she overlooked the fact that her transformation into such a creature was often a result of Tang Jun sending her to catch frogs and chase mountain chickens. That clumsy little girl, even when she stumbled, would not utter a complaint. She simply ran earnestly according to Tang Jun's instructions. Nan Hongji slightly leaned forward, her voice remaining soft, tinged with a hint of mischief, yet also a touch of timidity. So, where shall we go? Tang Jun's rocking chair gradually slowed, and he feigned nonchalance as he remarked, did I not say? To roam the world at will. Naturally, one goes wherever the heart desires. I wish to visit the endless sea. I have heard it is home to the world's most resplendent peach blossoms. South Red Branch spoke, her bright and gentle eyes seemingly reflecting the figure of Tang Jun. Very well. Tang Jun's words were left unfinished. The rocking chair came to a halt, and his lips were silenced. With his eyes wide open, he could only see the peach tree leaves overhead, shading half the sky, and felt the sweetness of the day enveloping him. Admittedly, it was somewhat embarrassing. As a time traveler, he was acquainted with numerous fairies and witches. Yet he had remained virtuous, or perhaps one might say devoid of romantic audacity. This was, after all, his inaugural kiss in this realm. A moment where Klitsch narratives began to intertwine with the struggles of scrutiny. How delightful. A mountain breeze swept by, seemingly rewarding the youthful couple for their brave, yet clumsy decision to defy tradition. The wind caressed the leaves, and sunlight began to dance. As he savored the sweetness lingering on his lips, he suddenly sensed something amiss, yet could not discern what it was. In truth, Tang Jun had never been concerned about being hunted by the righteous or the malevolent forces. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of his role as the protagonist. Throughout his journey of cultivation, he had courted many calamities, having slain the disciples of demon lords and vanquished the offspring of saints, yet he had never truly encountered peril. Even those around him had remained unscathed. Thus, he found this crisis rather trite. The heroine captured, the hero gallantly rescuing her, escaping the confines of her prison, sword in hand. Of course, the concluding kiss was somewhat unexpected, sweet upon their lips, with the wind playing its serendipitous role, bringing joy to the moment. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his body gradually stiffened. No, something was indeed amiss. What was wrong? Why was there a breeze? How could there be wind? This little sanctuary should be confined to the most splendid of days, devoid of storms. With only the eternal rise and fall of the sun and the boundless sea of clouds, Tang Jin gradually straightened his posture on the rocking chair, his grip on the armrest tightening. At this moment, Nan Hongji's eyes were filled with a dreamy haze, her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush. As she felt she had accomplished the bravest act of her life, her thoughts wavered, and she was somewhat dazed as he gently pulled her behind him. In a place devoid of wind, the sudden breeze signified the arrival of someone in an otherwise deserted locale, like Tang Jin. Another had entered the purple cloud heaven gate array, propelled by a gust of wind. This secluded world, which had remained silent for a century, now welcomed two visitors. Though their intentions were entirely divergent. On the mountain path where Tang Jin had previously stood, a middle-aged man appeared, clad in a scholar's robe as dark as ink. His countenance bore a hint of melancholy, with his eyebrows drooping slightly and a faint, bitter smile gracing his lips, resembling a disheartened scholar. Tang Jin fell into silence as he met his gaze, feeling the breeze beside him, his heart filled with astonishment. Was that the gentle wind? It was the original spell he had just conjured using the system. How could it be possible for anyone in this world to possess such ability? The downcast scholar sighed softly, his voice tinged with loneliness and shame. Young friend Tang, please do not hold it against me. It was my fault for clandestinely learning the arcane arts, but it was also out of necessity. Upon hearing this, Tang Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had just learned the technique of Qi Feng San from the system. How could the other party have learned it as well? Could it be that this scholar possesses a system too? Otherwise, it would be impossible to master a technique so swiftly. Not to mention the proficiency required to dispel the sacred grade Ziyun Tianmin formation. Who could it be? A chill crept into Tang Jin's heart. The disheveled scholar slightly bowed and introduced himself. I am Qi Yuan, courtesy named Bei Shan. Once a failed scholar, I later pursued the path of cultivation and achieved modest success. Tang Jin pondered deeply, yet could not recall any mention of Qi Yuan or Qi Bei Shan within the cultivation world. His hand trembled slightly, not of his own volition, but rather from the Nan Hongji he held quivering in his grasp. A faintly cool feminine voice, delicate as if wary of rousing slumbering demons, whispered from behind him. Only 3 words, human demon sovereign. The world fell into silence. The stillness lingered for an extended moment before Tang Jin slowly rose from his rocking chair, offering a solemn bow toward Qi Yuan on the mountain path. This junior was unaware of the human demon sovereign's esteemed presence. My lack of welcome is inexcusable. Qi Yuan shook his head slowly, his expression tinged with bitterness. To arrive unannounced is the act of a thief. The purpose of my visit is even more unspeakable. I beg your forgiveness. At these words, a chill seeped into Tang Jin's veins, threatening to freeze his very blood. What unspeakable act could this entail? Theft? Plunder? Defilement? Or perhaps, murder? Among the 12 demon sovereigns, whose infamy rivaled the 10 righteous sages, the human demon sovereign ranked second, placing him indisputably among the top 5 most formidable beings in the world. Yet he was also the most enigmatic of the sovereigns, with the fewest recorded deeds and rarest sightings. He claimed no sect, no disciples, no followers. The most widely circulated legend spoke of his mastery over all known arts, making him, before Tang Jin's emergence, the swiftest and most prolific scholar of arcane techniques the world had ever known. Tang Jin had once been compared to others, with some even predicting that he would one day confront his destined rival, for it was foretold that he would rise to greatness. At that time, Tang Jin, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, regarded his opponent merely as a minor character in a light-hearted narrative, someone who might eventually emerge as a chapter's small antagonist. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter this very rival today. No wonder he could effortlessly grasp the principles upon catching a glimpse of Qi Feng San. After all, his opponent was a native adept, capable of mastering the laws without any systematic guidance. Senior, with such humility, I trust that the so-called vile deeds are not directed at us, the 2 juniors? Tang Jin smiled, fully aware that he could not contend with his adversary at present. Thus, he sought to buy time, believing that the twist of the narrative would soon unfold. Qi Yuan's brows furrowed deeper. The faint smile that once lingered on his lips had vanished, replaced by a genuine bitterness. He parted his lips and softly chanted, "Light accompanies the maiden's birth." A single glass lantern, with 12 facets, each bearing a human form. His gaze then turned sorrowfully towards Nan Hongji, his expression a complex tapestry of curiosity, inquiry, and above all, regret. Regret for what? Regret that this young soul faced the specter of death so soon. Chapter 7. Looking back in dreams. 3. Tang Jin took a step to the side, obstructing the gaze of the other party. Yet his complexion had already turned ghastly pale, while Nan Hongji trembled incessantly. This first signified that the demon lord had become aware of everything. It was not merely a lyrical passage, but a decree of fate. A destiny bestowed upon Nan Hongji by the Fate Pavilion. It spoke of her being born as a righteous entity, radiating brilliance. Accompanying her was a nascent magical artifact, a glass lamp, adorned with 12 facets, each depicting a silhouette of a person. As for the identities of these figures, the Fate Pavilion dared not disclose. However, those who had beheld the lamp knew all too well. One of the figures bore a striking resemblance to the sorrowful scholar before her, Qi Yuan. This was the answer. The lamp illustrated the 12 demon lords. A year prior, Nan Hongji had awakened the accompanying spiritual treasure, the 12-faceted glass lamp, which was initially a cause for celebration. Yet, who could have foreseen that this artifact was intricately intertwined with the fates of the 12 demon lords? Upon discovering this phenomenon, the master of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace, Nan Hongji's father and Tangjin Mentor, convened several sages for deliberation. Some posited that this foretold her future role in leading the righteous path to vanquish the demon lords, a harbinger of good fortune. Others contended that it signified her eventual ascent to the leadership of the demonic path, an ominous portent. No one could fathom the causal intricacies involving the 12 supreme figures of the demonic realm, thus the final consensus was to conceal Nan Hongji. This would not only shield her from the demon lord's pursuit, but also mitigate the possibility of her succumbing to demonic cultivation. A century hence, when her powers had matured and her mastery over the spiritual artifact was assured, a decision could then be made. It seemed a most prudent solution. These ancient beings, having lived for centuries, often retreating for decades at a time, were indifferent to such matters. Yet Nan Hongji was merely 16. To be sealed away for a century? To converse only with a tree? How could a young girl endure such isolation? Even if she did survive, would she emerge as the same vibrant maiden? Tangjin vehemently disagreed. Why should a mere young girl bear the consequences when you, the righteous, are unable to withstand the forces of darkness? How dare you? As a father, seek to ruin your daughter's youth with a single utterance. He had devoted an entire year to meticulous planning, rallying his closest comrades to orchestrate a grand scheme that would divert the attention of his master and other saints. He spared no effort, employing every tactic at his disposal to reach this place, determined to rescue his girl. However, he was mistaken. He had not anticipated that this secret, known only to the saints and a select few, had already been uncovered by the demonic lords. Thus, his noble endeavor to save her transformed into the perfect opportunity for the demons to strike. It was evident that the dark forces harbored far less scruple towards Nan Hongji than their righteous counterparts. Being depicted on the companion spirit treasure of others would undoubtedly leave one restless and tormented. Tangjin fell silent for a moment before raising his head and inquiring stiffly. May I ask, how does the demon lord come to know of this matter? Qi Yuan slightly lowered his gaze, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. The so-called saints of the righteous path each possess their own perspectives on certain matters. For instance, is it preferable for the world to be at peace or to be in chaos? How many lives must be sacrificed for a single lamp and a girl? Even if the demonic path were to be eradicated in the future, how many lives would that cost? Tangjin fell into silence once more. Clearly, some saints believed that the accompanying spiritual treasures of the Southern Red Branch, regardless of their nature, would inevitably incite turmoil and suffering across the realm in the future. Consequently, they reached an accord with the demonic forces, intending to trade the life of Southern Red Branch for peace in the world. Although Tangjin had his suspicions regarding which saint it might be, pursuing this line of inquiry now seemed futile. Unraveling the current crisis was of paramount importance. The assassination plot against Southern Red Branch had already taken shape, and the number of individuals capable of rescuing her from the hands of the demon sovereign was exceedingly limited. There was no time for contemplation. Tangjin trembled slightly, for the first time. He sensed that the narrative of the novel was diverging from the conventional style of light literature, which was not a favorable development for the protagonist. At that moment, Nan Hongji, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with anxiety, her face still as pale as before, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Is it possible for me not to die? She articulated slowly, the absurdity of her question evident. Her desire for survival rendered the inquiry somewhat ludicrous. However, the three individuals present refrained from laughter, for when life and death are at stake, even the most absurd queries must be pursued. Before Qi Yuan could respond, Nan Hongji gestured, and a peculiar glass lamp, radiating an extraordinary spectrum of light, materialized in her hand, its glow subtly intertwined with the principles of the universe. Her gaze was clear, harmonizing beautifully with the luminescence of the lamp, making her even more captivating. For instance, I could give you the lamp. Qi Yuan remained silent, his expression darkening further. He nodded before shaking his head. My young friend, I may choose not to slay you, but this spiritual treasure is the very lifeblood of the demonic sect. Only by destroying it can the sect find peace. Should this innate spiritual treasure be obliterated, your soul shall dissipate, leaving behind a soulless, unfeeling shell, a fate worse than death. Nan Hongji remained impassive, her fingers gripping the glass lamp turning slightly pale. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Tangjin took a deep breath and resolved to take a bold leap. In that case, I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior. Tang's true essence surged, his sleeves billowing as he proclaimed, how could a genius of the highest caliber surrender so easily? Do not think that just because you are the demon lord, I shall not test my mettle against you, even if you are the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, Tang was not without his own confidence. Experience had taught him that as a traveler from another realm, self-assurance and courage were paramount. At the zenith of one's momentum, the narrative would inevitably reach a pivotal moment, bringing forth a sense of exhilaration. He was fully prepared to embrace the climax of the story. Qi Yuan did not react with anger to Tang's words. Rather, his troubled gaze brightened somewhat, his tone revealing a hint of admiration. Excellent. Even a small beast fights for survival, and how could a person in such dire straits not strive with all their might? Qi Yuan scrutinized Tang intently and remarked, I'm aware of your reputation, the foremost on the Azure Cloud ranking, the true monarch of seeking the law, recognized as the preeminent master of techniques among all Golden Core practitioners. Your judgment reads, all techniques serve your purpose, and the myriad paths resonate in harmony. Although I am but a scholar, I have also dabbled in the arts of sorcery throughout my life. To date, meeting a young friend such as yourself ignites a curiosity within me. Why not engage in a debate of our respective techniques? Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity, and his once sorrowful and ordinary visage began to radiate with vitality. Tang Zhen's heart swelled with joy as he inquired, how shall we debate? Qi Yuan pondered momentarily, aware of the pressing time, and proposed a wager. I shall stand 20 paces from you, and you may exert your utmost effort. I vow not to counter with force, if you can hinder me for 100 breaths. I shall depart today. What say you? Tang Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A turning point had arrived. So that was it. This is a classic scenario where the protagonist is presented with constraints that compel them to confront formidable adversaries, ultimately astonishing them. In the end, the opponent may even recognize the protagonist's talent, leading to a bond of mutual respect and camaraderie. How delightful. Tang Zhen bowed deeply, humbly requesting guidance from his esteemed elder. As his words faded, he abruptly bit down on his tongue, a crimson spray of blood erupting forth as he formed a mystical gesture with his hands. A decade of nurturing energy culminated in this singular moment of transformation. Delicate strands of blood twisted in the air, spontaneously igniting into a resplendent five-clawed fire dragon. Its fierce eyes fixed upon Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan maintained a serene demeanor, his scholar's robe billowing wildly in the blistering wind. As the colossal head of the fire dragon surged towards him, radiating intense heat. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the wind swept through his robe, causing the fire dragon to falter. A mournful cry escaped as it disintegrated into several drops of blood, which promptly sizzled upon contact with the ground, creating small scorched holes. No matter how proficient one becomes in the art of nurturing energy, it remains a mere trivial technique. Qi Yuan remarked with a furrowed brow before taking a step forward. Tang Zhen was not surprised. One might say that this scenario was entirely within his expectations. His second spell had silently activated, and as Qi Yuan took his first step, he suddenly found himself stepping into nothingness. The gentle mountain path betrayed him as he sank into his own shadow, which transformed into an abyss of inky darkness, ensnaring him tightly. The radiance of the Buddha shone brightly, yet the shadow of the Buddha did not dissipate. Who would have thought that the concealed teachings of Buddhism could be so paradoxical? It was no wonder they faced ostracism from the major sects of Buddhism, but alas, it was still a minor art. Qi Yuan shook his head in mild dissatisfaction. With a casual gesture, he retrieved the shadow, folding it a few times before placing it into his sleeve. Under the brilliant sunlight, the advancing scholar appeared ghostly, vanishing without a trace. Tang Zhen remained undaunted. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, glaring fiercely, and bellowed, "Reveal." From the distant clouds, it seemed as if someone echoed, "Reveal." In the vastness between heaven and earth, another voice joined in, "Reveal." The sound of that furious exclamation grew ever louder, resonating throughout the entire realm. The Buddhist sect's dragon elephant arhat sound, created by the abbot of Bema Temple to ward off mosquitoes at night, relies heavily on intent. The practitioner must be enraged yet restrained. When the forces of heaven and earth unite, those who comprehend it grasp it instantly, while those who do not, no matter how hard they try, cannot learn it. A century ago, I fortuitously spent a night at Bema Temple. Qi Yuan finally nodded. Then, he softly addressed the cosmos. Disperse. At once, the world fell silent, leaving only the chirping of insects. This technique, born from the compassion and subtlety of the Buddhist tradition, was originally intended solely for repelling mosquitoes. Over time, it has evolved and transformed, ultimately not serving as a means to harm or confront. As Qi Yuan stepped forward, he offered his reflections. Tang's magic was akin to fine dust falling into a deep pool, stirring not a ripple. His gaze sharpened. His opponent's actions were far too casual. Having traversed 10 steps in mere moments, time was of the essence. Thus, he strode purposefully towards Qi Yuan, a long sword inexplicably in hand. The blade shimmered like amethyst clouds, its length elegant and its aura resplendent. Qi Yuan lifted his gaze, seemingly intrigued. The purple cloud sword? The foremost blade of the purple cloud immortal palace is actually in your possession? Tang Zhen remained silent, his steps unyielding, the essence of his sword soaring towards the heavens. While Qi Yuan too did not falter. With each 10 paces, a life was extinguished. The legendary technique of Li Jianxian proclaimed that within 10 steps, even a sage could be slain. Yet, you are not a swordsman. Surely, a single step must be your utmost limit? A smile crept upon Qi Yuan's lips. In close proximity, the long sword shivered. Ding! Qi Yuan shook his head in disappointment. This sword technique emphasizes the will to kill. A strike must not only convince the opponent, but also oneself. Your heart harbors only the desire to obstruct me, fueled by resentment rather than the intent to kill. You do not truly believe this sword can slay me, and moreover, your blade is overly long, rendering it ineffective. With that, he deftly pushed aside the sword that was pressed against his chest, as if brushing away a speck of dust. At this moment, they were already 18 steps apart. and Qi Yuan stood directly before Tang Jun, with Nan Hongji just behind him. Chapter 8. Looking Back in Dreams, Part 4. You possess a plethora of techniques, and you wield them adeptly, yet they lack your personal insight. Authentic, yet not astonishing. It seems you cannot transcend the great path. Qi Yuan shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips, his brows drooping once more, his face etched with regret, as though he were imparting wisdom to a younger generation. He was oblivious to the fact that Tang Jun's techniques were primarily imparted by the system, and his proficiency had naturally escalated, rendering personal comprehension unnecessary. Tang Jun remained silent, his gaze tranquil as he lowered his head, fixating intently on Qi Yuan's toes. He possessed countless magical techniques, yet the four most formidable, the most enigmatic of the mysterious arts, the most righteous of the Tao, and the most pronounced in intent to kill, had all been countered one by one. However, he still had the system. From the moment he resolved to gamble everything, he unhesitatingly allocated all his points to the system, demanding but one thing, the ability to thwart the Demon Lord's spells. Now, the system had completed its calculations, and the 10,000 points worth of magic had been credited. Thus, he bent down and traced a line with his finger in front of Qi Yuan's raised foot, leaving a crooked mark on the earth, reminiscent of a child at play. As Qi Yuan's foot descended, he instinctively uttered a soft "ah." His drooping brows perked up, and his troubled visage transformed into one of suspicion. This foot could not land, not due to physical resistance, but because the celestial order contained no future wherein he could take that step. Without the image of crossing the line, crossing was impossible, an effect leading to a cause. This was the essence of the great Tao. No crossing was permitted. Tang Jun raised his head, a look of relaxation gracing his features as he wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. The system was always timely, splendid. In moments of peril, he suddenly comprehended, guided by his heart to attain this method, further enhanced by heavenly validation. Deep within, he was certain that no one could surpass this line, and the celestial order acknowledged this. Qi Yuan's voice boomed, revealing his excitement, and he did not conceal his admiration. This was a grand technique. Given time, it would surely become a manifestation of the great Tao. Tang Jun smiled and nodded, preparing to bow in respect once his opponent conceded. Alas, Tang Jun's smile froze. Your arrival was too sudden, still lacking in careful refinement. Qi Yuan crouched down, attentively examining that line. Tang Jun harbored a foreboding sense of unease. The antagonist ought not to remain calm after the protagonist has exhausted every effort. You should be astonished. You should express admiration. You should not utter words of regret. Tang Jun lowered his head and observed Qi Yuan, who was seriously wiping the ground with his hand. Just like the line Tang Jun had previously drawn, it seemed trivial. With a mere sweep, the line vanished. Ultimately, this line was merely a mark made carelessly on the earth, lacking any special significance. It was not the line that obstructed Qi Yuan, but rather the belief within Tang Jun's magic, recognized by the heavenly principle, that declared no one can cross this line. The line was simply a line. Crossing it was forbidden, yet it was rendered meaningless. After covering 20 paces, Qi Yuan stood before Nan Hongji, extending his hand and demanding, "Miss Nan, the lamp." He was claiming her life. Before Nan Hongji could react, Tang Jun fiercely swung his sword at Qi Yuan, his expression dark and eyes filled with shock and fury. What had gone wrong? The system's most powerful trump card had been deployed, yet the turning point in the narrative remained elusive. Why? You have done your utmost. Qi Yuan gazed with pity at the young boy's face, his sleeves fluttering as an invisible force restrained Tang Jun's body. Surely, there must be a turning point. Where could it be? Run. Hongji, flee. Tang Jun bellowed, get away. If you can escape the Ziyun Heavenly Gate formation, you might encounter an expert. At the very least, there are many elders within. There must be a way. Nan Hongji remained still, watching the boy's feet ensnared in the earth and the sorrowful demon lord. Suddenly, she smiled, a look of acceptance crossing her face as she handed over the 12 demon lords' painted glass lamp. Do I still have time to leave a final message? 20 breaths. Qi Yuan replied, taking the colorful lamp, which then vanished into thin air. With the pressure suddenly lifted, Tang Jun's voice quivered, yet his tone remained resolute. There is still a way. There is. Indeed, you always find a way. Nan Hongji smiled as she wiped the sweat from Tang Jun's face. But the pearl necklace had snapped once more. Qi Yuan, Demon Lord, return the lamp. We can negotiate. I am willing to join the demonic path. Given time, I can recreate the heavenly powers. I can teach you. Tang Jun yelled desperately, yet no one responded. It was as if the Demon Lord had never been present, and all that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. With concern, Nan Hongji asked Tang Jun, does it hurt? There must be a way, surely, he replied, his eyes wide and dazed, convinced he still had a hidden card. The moment for the protagonist's twist must be approaching. He needed to be prepared. Nan Hongji nodded with a smile, obedient and reminiscent of her childhood, as if Tang Jun's words were the ultimate truth, never doubted. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, she removed a peach tree branch that had secured her hair and let it cascade down in disarray, her tear-filled eyes resembling blooming flowers. She tucked the withered branch into Tang Jun's belt, instructing, here. It resonates with my great path. Take it with you to explore the endless sea for me. Miss Nan, your father has arrived. We have no time left. Qi Yuan's voice echoed as everything approached its conclusion. Senior, Please destroy the lamp. Do not kill me. I fear pain. Nanhongji meticulously adjusted her collar, preparing her appearance for her final moments. In the face of death, she appeared far more composed than Tangjin. Reminiscent of her poise when confronting the seal, Qi Yuan solemnly nodded, releasing the 12 demon lords' painted glass lamp. No. Tangjin lunged towards the glass lamp, his entire being surging with magical energy. He had not yet surrendered. He was still pleading with the system. Nanhongji paid no heed to the companion's spirit treasure plummeting to the ground or to Tangjin flying away. Instead, she slowly reclined on the rocking chair, gazing up at the verdant leaves that obscured half the sky. Tangjin failed to grasp the lamp. Something shattered, transforming into countless sparks of light that swiftly dissolved in the sunlight. Within those beams of light was the grand pathway of the southern red branch, which, at that moment, erupted, awakening the ancient tree. Green leaves fell, and clusters of peach blossoms and shades of rosy pink and delicate white suddenly burst forth, adorning the tree with a fresh visage. The southern red branch gazed upward at this scene, raising her chin with a touch of pride. Indeed, it was splendid beyond compare. Tangjin trembled as he turned around. The girl who had just kissed him lay with her eyes closed, peacefully sleeping in the rocking chair, never to awaken again. The gentle sway of the chair seemed to bid farewell. Tangjin stood frozen in place, suddenly engulfed in a haze of confusion, too stunned even to feel sorrow. He had always believed himself to be the chosen one, the protagonist destined for greatness, mastering the path of cultivation with ease, wielding unparalleled magical prowess. He had his childhood sweetheart, close friends, and formidable rivals. Though he had faced numerous trials, everything had always unfolded in his favor. He was certain that, despite any crises that might threaten his beloved, he would undoubtedly succeed in rescuing them, for that was the essence of a true hero. He had committed no wrongs. Qi Yuan gazed at the bewildered Tangjin with profound compassion. Young friend Tang, he began, I hold great esteem for talented youth. Today, you have showcased your self-created spell, which brings me immense joy. In return, allow me to present to you the most esteemed technique of my life. With that, he extended his hand and gently tapped Tangjin's forehead. This spell, known as Inescapable, embodies the notion of where I stand. There is no law, no heaven. Tangjin stood dazed, unyielding to evade, feeling a gentle touch upon his forehead. In that moment, he felt as if he were melting away like ice and snow. Yet he remained rooted to the spot. What dissipated within him was his true essence, his cultivation, his consciousness. His pupils constricted sharply as a fragmented voice echoed in his mind. System detection, intrusion. Level 1 warning. Hiss. He felt as though he had been struck fiercely on the forehead, collapsing to his knees, and thus fell unconscious, rigid as a statue. Qi Yuan did not glance back at him. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the peach tree resplendent with blossoms, undeniably exquisite. Then he vanished from the cliff's edge, leaving behind the sleeping Nanhongji swaying in a lounge chair and the unconscious Tangjin sprawled on the ground. The secret realm shattered with a thunderous roar. Purple mist billowed from the east, and a clap of thunder resonated through the air. Demon Lord, return my daughter's life. Immediately, an enormous head materialized in the sky. Laughter echoing. Ha ha ha. It has succeeded. Well done, Qi Laogui. The distant sound of a sword rang out as endless seas of clouds fragmented. The head shrieked and fled, and then several bizarre phenomena flickered past, seemingly in pursuit of one another, or perhaps merely to witness the conclusion atop Peach Blossom Cliff. Uncertain was whose scheme had come to fruition, and whose designs had crumbled into nothingness. That night, the 9 continents trembled beneath the starry expanse. Countless phenomena emerged. Sword light spanned across a continent, plummeting into the North Sea, golden light intertwined with blood clouds above the firmament. And the cold breath of dragons solidified the mirror-like surface of the lake for miles. Rolling purple clouds encircled the western Bolhaijo. Beneath the heavens, the chaos of battle blurred the lines between foe and ally, as dynasties, sects, and noble families unleashed their most formidable, leading to countless casualties for various motives, be they aligned or divergent. This was a grand conflict involving numerous saints and revered ones from both righteous and demonic factions, marking the most tumultuous night the 9 continents had witnessed in millennia. Yet, inexplicably, calm eventually returned. The anticipated upheaval lasting a century or a millennium never transpired. Even more astonishing was the outcome of this battle. No saints or demon lords perished, nor did any top sects face annihilation. It concluded merely with the demon lord gravely injured and retreating, Nanhongji deceased, and Tangjin's path dissolving into silence. However, some matters inevitably shifted. The atmosphere between the righteous and demonic factions grew increasingly tense, and the 9 continents descended into crisis, rendering it impossible to trace back to who had made the initial move. In an unnoticed corner, a destitute and lifeless youth departed from the Cloud Palace, descending into the mortal realm. Chapter 9. The beggar climbs the wall into the mansion. Expert at the banquet, the small, dilapidated temple was filled with agonizing breaths, occasionally punctuated by the mournful groans akin to those of a gravely ill patient. The old beggar sat beside Tangjin, persistently placing warm towels upon his forehead, while the beggars wrapped him in every scrap of bedding they possessed. Yet, he continued to tremble, enduring until the dawn's first crow, awakening from a nightmare. Tangjin opened his eyes in a daze, the fever finally abated. The old beggar, before the headless idol in the crumbling temple, muttered prayers for the Buddha's blessings. Tang, leaning weakly against the wall, chuckled and jested, the Bodhisattva cannot safeguard me. Besides, this dilapidated temple does not enshrine the Bodhisattva, but the city god. The old beggar paid him no heed, dismissing him as someone who had lost his wits. Tang Jin understood that it was the memory stirred by hunger that had allowed the inner demons to invade his being, fortunately, lacking any cultivation. The turmoil of these demons merely tormented his mind, rather than disrupting his spiritual energy. This night of feverish delirium led him to profound realizations, such as the fragility of mortals. There is no need for reasons, nor for centuries of scheming or battles with demonic lords, quietly. Those he held dear could perish in silence, unbeknownst to him. Perhaps one day, the old beggar would also vanish in some forgotten corner, for he was already over 70. A venerable age among the destitute. Coming to terms with this truth marked the beginning of his transformation into a true mortal. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. He knew he could not reach the endless sea, yet he chose to descend the mountain. He understood he could not resurrect hunger. But he resolved to visit the city lord's mansion. The little girl was gone, yet her departure should not linger in silence. He decided to make a commotion. As a way to repay the kindness of those who had dined with him over the years, Tang Jin relinquished all the coins in his possession to the old beggar. Departing the temple with only the withered peachwood branch in hand, his silhouette straightened, and for a fleeting moment, he resembled a youthful immortal. Traversing the world with an air of naturalness and ease, the branch transformed in his grasp, taking on the essence of a celestial sword, adept at vanquishing malevolent spirits. It became clear that his understanding of life and death marked a profound enlightenment. The gates of the Lord's mansion stood firmly shut, and within, an eerie silence prevailed. Starkly contrasting with the bustling vibrancy of yesteryears, now imbued with an aura of desolation and decay. Tang Jin harbored no intentions of directly knocking on the door for a visit. He was acutely aware that his origins would be met with disbelief. Even if he mentioned hunger, in such a perilous moment, no one would heed the words of a beggar like him, and he might even be mistaken for a rogue, deserving of a beating. He circled the outer wall of the Lord's residence and sought refuge in a willow tree leaning against the wall, using both hands and feet to ascend. The act of scaling the wall proved unexpectedly effortless, drawing no attention, though he ultimately stumbled and fell in a rather undignified manner. Although his fever had subsided by the previous night, his body still required time to recuperate, leaving him with little strength at present. As he steadied himself against the wall, he found himself in a secluded corner of a small courtyard, where a few corridors encircled a pond, and several artificial hills formed a natural barrier, creating an empty yet serene ambience filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Once assured of his solitude, Tang Jin sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting incantations to calm his mind. He turned his focus inward, a common practice among Taoist practitioners for initial meditation. Though he was incapable of true cultivation, he utilized this method to stabilize his mental state and perceive the changes within his body. The mark left by the demon sovereign had erased all traces of true essence within him. His sea of consciousness, true essence, and Tao body had all dissipated, leaving only a faint residual noise from the system. However, his body and soul exhibited no abnormalities. The dantian, meridians, and acupoints he had once cultivated remained intact, though devoid of any true essence to fill them. In a sense, he still possessed the physique of a golden core cultivator, merely lacking true essence. It was precisely this condition that enabled him to journey from Ziyun Immortal Palace to Beiyang City without succumbing to hunger or the cold. Tang Jin felt a twinge of regret for not having practiced any physical cultivation techniques in the past. Had he done so, he might have attained at least a semblance of a martial arts master's prowess, and at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about falling while attempting to scale a wall. Fortunately, one of the few remaining functions of his body proved somewhat useful at this moment. The semi-immortal physique he possessed instinctively sensed any demonic or malevolent energy in the vicinity, akin to a stone rolling into water. This innate ability resembled an animal's instinct for danger and was independent of his true essence. Yet, as he delved inwardly, he only felt a slight discomfort in his lower abdomen, likely due to hunger from skipping breakfast, with no other abnormalities detected. Had he concealed himself too well? Or was he merely in the wrong location? Furrowing his brow, Tang Jin pondered the absence of any demonic presence. The city lord's mansion was vast, and he could not afford to roam freely. If apprehended by the guards, he would likely be mistaken for a demon and executed without the chance to explain. As he contemplated, he suddenly noticed a row of bamboo poles on a nearby corridor, where a line of grayish-white servant garments hung out to dry, swaying gently in the breeze like the spirits of the Rond. Meanwhile, Guard Zhao scrutinized the esteemed individuals seated within the hall, feeling an itch in his hands, yearning to strike down these unworthy scoundrels. In our village, I am known as Wang the Semi-Immortal. Most adept at vanquishing demons, I have treated ailments, conducted burials, officiated marriages, and even assisted with childbirth in the neighboring villages without fail. The elderly figure dressed in a patched yellow robe, while munching on food, patted the city lord's shoulder with soiled hands. A pair of young twins perched on their chairs, clutching roasted chickens, did not even raise their heads as they interjected. Do not listen to this old man's bluster. We encountered a monk in the mountains during our youth, who imparted a set of divine skills to us. Fear not, City Lord, no demon can withstand our combined might. Among the remaining guests were individuals boasting peculiar characteristics, such as the six-fingered deity and a sage with a prominent bulge on his forehead, each claiming extraordinary abilities and miraculous opportunities. Aside from their mannerisms at the table, they certainly resembled a gathering of masters. Indeed, I am grateful for your presence, esteemed immortals. City Lord Yao, in the prime of his life, with a steadfast visage, forced a smile amidst furrowed brows, addressing the assembly. If you can save my daughter, I shall bestow upon you a reward that will surely satisfy. The attendees readily agreed. But Guard Zhao, with a somber countenance, approached the city lord and whispered, Master, these destitute individuals are clearly not true cultivators. Most are likely impostors masquerading as immortals to swindle us of food and drink. Have we not seen enough of this sort in recent days? The city lord waved his hand, rubbing his temples in acknowledgement. I understand. However, the genuine cultivators of Beiyang City have all gone to Chaoyang City for the prince's ceremonial gathering and will not return for another fortnight. While many of these individuals may be of little use, who knows? There might be one or two among them with genuine abilities to assist in Rao. Having presided over Beiyang City for many years, the city lord, though not omniscient, was well aware of who among his domain possessed real talent and who was merely a charlatan. With the capable ones having departed and his daughter's condition critical, he felt compelled to summon these pretenders in hopes of discovering a hidden gem among them, a desperate measure akin to treating a dead horse as a living one. Nevertheless, this city lord's mansion is not a charitable establishment. Should any of them be confirmed as frauds, do not hesitate to take action. At this point, the city lord exhibited a hint of authority, for the mansion had been unsettled recently, and the guards needed to bolster their vigilance. Capture any suspicious individuals without concern for methods, interrogate those who can be questioned, and dispatch those who cannot. Yes, Guard Zhao clasped his fists and withdrew. Chapter 10. Seeking fragrance and breaking windows. Tang Zhan, clad in the attire of a servant, lowered his head and silently navigated through a series of archways. The few servants he encountered paid him no heed, each absorbed in their own hurried tasks, the atmosphere within the estate oppressively heavy, rendering one hesitant to lift their gaze. He quickly discerned the direction he needed to take. It sufficed to wander towards the less frequented areas, for naturally, those places beset by malevolent spirits would be shunned by all. Following this line of thought, he discovered a courtyard adorned with a two-story pavilion. Surrounded by a grove of agarwood trees, which were currently in bloom, Tang Zhan gently inhaled the fragrant air, realizing he had indeed arrived at the right location. No wonder the scent was so pervasive. It resembled the fragrance often associated with Honor. Regrettably, he had never inquired about it before, and now that he understood, it felt a tad too late. Upon reaching the main entrance of the courtyard, he noted the plaque above the archway inscribed with the words Anxiang Garden. The door was tightly shut but not locked. Tang Zhan pushed the door open and unexpectedly collided with several armed guards. Who would have thought the sentinels were not stationed outside but rather inside? The guards frowned upon seeing Tang Zhan's entrance. What brings you to the Anxiang Pavilion? There are no orders from the master permitting anyone to enter. Tang Zhan hurriedly bowed, crafting a smile infused with remorse. I apologize. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. With that, he turned to leave. Having already discerned the layout, there was no necessity for a brazen intrusion. Scaling the wall once more would suffice. Wait. One of them suddenly called out, What is your name? I do not recall seeing you in the residence. He scrutinized the boy with a birthmark on his forehead, feeling that such a distinctive appearance should have left an impression on him. Tang Zhan paused slightly, lowering his head as he turned to respond. I am but a new servant who has recently entered the manor. Oh? A few individuals displayed expressions of skepticism. Given the current circumstances, how could the manor possibly be recruiting newcomers? They slowly approached, subtly positioning themselves to encircle Tang Zhan. Then tell me, which steward brought you in? The leader had already placed a hand upon the hilt of his sword, and the atmosphere at the entrance of the small courtyard grew tense and silent. Tang Zhan lowered his head, his voice respectful, saying, We are all working for the household. Why must you make things difficult for your own kin? I am merely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Upon uttering these words, a tense atmosphere enveloped the area as several guards unsheathed their swords. And the chill at the entrance of the courtyard intensified. Tang Zhan recognized that this matter could no longer be resolved amicably. She felt a twinge of regret for allowing the memories of her daughters, Xiang and Hong, to stir her emotions, leading her recklessly into the garden and into such a predicament. What are you doing? Do you dare draw your sword in Anxiang Pavilion? Is the number of dead in the mansion not sufficient for you? At this critical moment, a delicate voice rang out. Tang Zhan raised his head and beheld a young girl clad in a horse-faced skirt, standing on the steps of the small building with her hands on her hips, still bearing the familiar demeanor of a debt collector. Yet, she appeared somewhat thinner, her complexion paler. Nevertheless, she was alive. To be alive is a blessing, indeed. It is the greatest fortune of all. Tang Zhan's determination to face death and the fury that accompanied his gamble suddenly dissipated, transforming into a relaxed smile that had been held in tension for half a day. The young immortal reverted to an ordinary person at the dock, and Tang Zhan became Tangoan once more. Miss Honger, this individual seems to be impersonating someone from the manor and attempting to enter the courtyard. We are concerned he may be a nefarious character, reported the guard. Who? Goen. What do you mean by impersonating someone from the manor? I summoned him. He is my newly appointed servant. Honger initially stared at Tang Zhan in surprise, then, with an unflinching demeanor, began to weave her fabrication. Afterward, she pointed at Tang Zhan and, with an air of indifference, commanded, What are you still doing at the door? Hurry inside. Tangjin bowed and replied, "Yes, Miss Hong'er." However, the guards intended to intervene, but Hong'er coldly turned her face away, now that the young lady is unconscious. "It seems that the Anxiang Garden is no longer under my jurisdiction. Naturally, it is up to Sister Hong'er to decide." The guards lowered their heads and clasped their hands, refraining from further comments. Tangjin followed Hong'er as she navigated around the small building, arriving at the secluded courtyard. Neither spoke, the only sound being the rhythmic thudding of their footsteps on the wooden floor. "Wait here," Hong'er instructed, not glancing back as she slipped into the adjacent room. Leaving Tangjin alone on the porch, he paid no mind to her abrupt departure. His spirits were buoyant. For Hong'er's survival was the most delightful news he had received since his own cultivation had waned. Before long, the door creaked open a crack, revealing Hong'er's half-illuminated face, her expression grave as she scrutinized Tangjin. "How did you gain entry into the estate?" she inquired, her demeanor still cold despite the distance. Tangjin merely smiled. "I climbed over the wall." "Where did you acquire that attire?" Hong'er frowned. Having scaled the wall, the clothes were naturally taken. Tangjin shrugged nonchalantly. Hong'er's irritation grew as she observed his carefree attitude. "Do you understand how perilous this is? The atmosphere within the estate is tense. A significant incident has occurred. If you were caught, you could face execution. Several have already lost their lives. This is not a dock, nor is it your dilapidated temple. Recklessness can lead to a demise you cannot even fathom." With that, she extended a hand through the narrow opening of the door, clutching an exquisite little red embroidered pouch. "Here, take this." Tangjin was momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" he inquired. "Take it." Hong'er quickly leaned forward, forcefully thrusting the embroidered pouch into his embrace. The item felt weighty in his hands, clinking as he shook it. Could it be silver? He estimated there were at least 17 or 18 small silver ingots. Before he could voice his question, Hong'er retreated, the gap of the door shrinking even further. "Hurry. Don't come to the city lord's mansion anymore. That line of work is no longer suitable for you. Wait until later. If the time is right, I will seek you out again. Do not squander the silver. And absolutely do not gamble, nor should you distribute it among your beggar friends." The young girl chattered incessantly. Tangjin found himself somewhat perplexed. "Could you not come out to speak? Why are you hiding behind the door?" After a moment of silence, Hong'er responded, her reluctance not stemming from the usual reservations between men and women, but rather from her desire to minimize her entanglements with Tangjin. With demons wreaking havoc in the courtyard, contagion was a real threat. Those afflicted were doomed to perish. "I have been infected too. You must leave quickly. Do not come near the Lord's residence again. If, by chance, the demons are vanquished one day, I will seek you out at the docks. You must work diligently and save some money." With that, Hong'er firmly shut the door, retreating behind it, her voice muffled. She felt increasingly like a nagging caretaker, incessantly admonishing those around her, yet what choice did she have? With death looming, it would be unbearable to keep her thoughts unvoiced. Surely, if it is so dangerous, one could simply leave? Tangjin remained outside. "Miss, are you still there? I'm your maid." "Naturally. I wish to share in your fate." Hong'er clenched her fist, having steeled herself for the days to come. After a lengthy silence, the absence of sound outside suggested that Dogen had departed. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of candles, after the recent upheavals. She had grown less fearful of the dark. Huddled on the floor, hugging her knees, Hong'er felt a twinge of fear regarding death. Fortunately, the little fortune had already been given to Tangjin. If he were prudent, he could purchase a modest home near the city's edge, close to the docks, alleviating the burden of his daily commute to work. "I must be losing my mind," she murmured quietly. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the window beside her was forcefully flung open, the latch flying far away. The long-awaited sunlight flooded her room, illuminating her face. Hong'er was momentarily stunned. Such a violent intrusion could only signify a burglary, could it not? An impolite figure leaned in through the window, showing no sign of apology, scratching his head and awkwardly chuckling. "So, do you believe me when I say I can exterminate demons?" Chapter 11. The Demon Slayer and a Young Girl's Secrets. Tang felt truly vexed, particularly upon hearing Hong'er's resigned tone. It was as if he glimpsed his own dismal reflection. One pitiful soul in this vast world was sufficient. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to be targeted by all the esteemed and revered figures across the land. What significant troubles could a mere maid encounter? At most, it would be a minor disturbance caused by a mischievous spirit. Why adopt such a woeful demeanor? As long as you continue to breathe, I shall not permit you to perish so easily. Tangjin tossed the small embroidered pouch back into Hong'er's hands. Unable to fathom why they all insisted on bestowing silver upon him, he cleared his throat, striving to adopt a more solemn demeanor in hopes of enhancing the credibility of his forthcoming words. "In truth, I was once a cultivator of a prominent sect, rather formidable, I might add. However, after encountering an unforeseen calamity, a powerful demon lord stripped me of my entire cultivation, leaving me despondent and ultimately leading me to abandon my sect, becoming a beggar in Bayong City." Strangely, as he recounted this tale, it felt as though he were narrating someone else's story, entirely detached from his own, rendering it quite implausible. He gestured towards the mark on his forehead, which was not a birthmark, but rather a seal left by that formidable demon lord. A powerful spell indeed. This only seemed to amplify the absurdity. Hong Er, regaining her composure, had not yet felt anger over the shattered window of her chamber. Instead, finding amusement in his earnest deception, she approached the window, tenderly reaching out to touch the mark on Tang Zhen's forehead, playfully prodding it with her finger, declaring it not unattractive at all. However, do refrain from fabricating such tales to deceive me. I am no child. Tang Zhen sighed in resignation. Knowing well that this would be the outcome, many lives had been lost. Hong Er gestured towards the desolate courtyard, once bustling with life. Now reduced to just herself and the young lady, she hoped that Tang Zhen would comprehend the perilous nature of their situation. The chaos wrought by malevolent beings could not be thwarted by mere youthful bravado. Trust me, I can save you and your lady. Although my powers have been diminished by the Dark Overlord, I remain one of the most experienced individuals in combating these fiends. Tang Zhen repressed his smile. Realizing he could not prove anything and could only persist in asserting his expertise, Hong Er furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of irritation. She thought him overly boastful. Merely a Navi beggar who knew nothing at all. Tang Zhen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. How could he trust someone who was merely an ignorant maid? The two exchanged glances through the window, neither able to persuade the other, resulting in a thick silence, one waiting for the other to relent and depart, while the other insisted on remaining. The tense atmosphere was finally shattered when Tang Zhen spoke. Even if you do not believe me, you should allow me to try. After all, it concerns the life of your dearest mistress. If something were to happen to her due to your refusal to heed my words, would that not weigh heavily on your conscience? His words felt distant and unappealing. With a resounding slap, Hong Er hurled a pouch of silver at Tang Zhen's face. Your mistress would not perish even if you did. Look at yourself. All frail and sickly. Do you truly think that bravado can resolve this issue? I have no interest in your plight. With that, Hong Er forcefully shut the window. The small courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Tang Zhen touched the bruised area around his eye, feeling a sense of helplessness. He realized that his earlier words had been ill-considered. First, the matter of exorcising demons had unconsciously drawn him into reflections of his former self, leading him to believe that when undertaking serious endeavors, it was his responsibility to command others. Secondly, the tone in which Hong Er had recounted the aftermath evoked his most painful memories, leaving his emotions in disarray and tinged with resentment. With a sigh, he bent down to retrieve the embroidered pouch and settled cross-legged at the entrance of Hong Er's room. He remained there for a considerable time, and as afternoon approached, the door creaked open, revealing Hong Er. She glanced down at Tang Zhen, offering a cold hum before hastily walking away, disregarding him entirely. Tang Zhen opened his mouth, only to form a bitter smile. He had been attempting to sense the demonic aura with his body, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the fiend, which would also serve as proof for Hong Er. However, after sitting in silence for half a day, he felt nothing but hunger within his belly, devoid of any other sensations. At this moment, he found himself unable to provide any substantial evidence to further explain to Hong Er. It shouldn't be like this. If a demon were indeed sharing the same courtyard, there ought to be some reaction. How could it be that he gleaned nothing? Could it be that the peculiar occurrences at the Lord's mansion were the result of human manipulation or some bizarre illness? As he pondered this, Hong Er, clad in a red gown, returned, her expression frosty as she regarded him, her voice indifferent. Come here. Oh. Tang Zhen hastily rose, dragging his numb legs to follow her. They circled around two small buildings and arrived at a pavilion. Hong Er seated herself upon a stone chair. Before her a stone table adorned with 7 or 8 cold dishes, alongside a small bowl of rice. With a cold expression, she directed her gaze elsewhere and commanded, eat. Though infuriated by Tang Zhen's prior words, she had heard the rumbling of his stomach within the house and, consumed by concern for his well-being, she could not help but prepare these dishes. Now that the meal was ready, she began to feel aggrieved, continuously reminding herself, once he finishes eating, I shall send him away. The girl's mood shifted rapidly, unwittingly weaving a web of her own making. Tang Zhen walked to the other side and sat down. He did not hasten to calm his own troubled heart, but instead turned his gaze towards Hong Er. Finish your meal quickly and leave. I have many matters to attend to, and no time to indulge your bravado. Hong Er remained as cold as ever. Tang Zhen did not respond. He merely gazed at her earnestly, his expression serene and his eyes devoid of emotion. No one will believe your story. Hong Er remarked as she turned to look at him intently. Tang Zhen remained silent. After a while, Hong Er finally let out a sigh, expressing her resignation as she said, Let us eat first. Tang Zhen smiled, picking up his chopsticks to begin sifting through the dishes. Hong Er gazed at him, the frost upon her face melting away. It truly would be the end. Tang Zhen nodded, swallowing the morsel in his mouth, and remarked, If you truly find it hard to believe, consider me simply a friend who revels in bravado. Regardless, it would be unwise to leave you to confront the demons alone. Having another soul to share the perils of life and death would surely alleviate the solitude, would it not? Hong Er's face flushed crimson in an instant, rendering her momentarily speechless. The narrative from the tale coursed through her mind. Sacrificial love, shared hardships, life and death promises. These phrases floated before her, making her feel slightly breathless in the warmth of the courtyard. Then let us stay together. If you are fearful, you may always reconsider and depart at any moment. Hong Er's voice trembled slightly. Tang Zhen was taken aback. He wondered why the girl had suddenly changed her mind. He had anticipated a lengthy persuasion, observing his dazed expression. Hong Er spoke with a hint of irritation. I hope that the so-called demon lord who has sealed your cultivation is more formidable than the monsters in the manor. It should be somewhat stronger, right? Tang Jin found it difficult to respond. Comparing the top 5 demon lords of the realm to the beasts here felt inappropriate. The meal concluded swiftly and rather tastelessly. Hong arose and inquired, Master Exorcist, what remarkable techniques do you possess for banishing demons? First, we must examine the patient. Tang Jin replied, disregarding her teasing tone. Noticing his serious demeanor, Hongo hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Very well, if you feel afraid, do not hesitate to say so. We can still turn back. She led Tang Jin to the second floor of the small building. From this vantage point, they could glimpse the entire scenery of Anqiang Garden through the corridor windows. 2 small stools were placed by the window, and Tang Jin imagined that at midnight, 2 young ladies might sit there, enjoying pastries while discussing the affairs of their youth. They would likely mention the Ma family's pastry shop and the exquisite poetry composed by one. Perhaps they would even speak of him. A young lad known for his penchant for idleness at the docks. Turning back, Honger admonished him seriously, once we enter the room where the young lady is recuperating. Do not touch anything, otherwise I shall not spare you. Tang Jin nodded as Honger pushed open a door, beckoning him gently. The room within was suffused with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. It was merely a modest 2-chamber dwelling, with a white screen separating the warm room from the inner chamber. Behind the screen, one could faintly discern a figure peacefully asleep upon the bed. The young lady had fallen into a deep coma 2 weeks prior, and at first, everyone believed she was merely unwell. However, even the finest physicians in the city were unable to discern the cause of her condition. Honger's voice was low and somber. Tang Jin surveyed the arrangement of the room, frowning as he listened. Just a few days later, a maidservant attending to the young lady suddenly fell into an eternal slumber, and by the time she was discovered, she had already breathed her last. Is she dead? Tang Jin inquired. Indeed, came the reply. The coroner stated she died of fright, terrified in her dreams. Subsequently, the Anqiang Garden was plagued by an unrelenting series of deaths. Several young servants and maidens perished in quick succession from fear, culminating in the demise of the physician in the guest room. Consequently, the master dispatched guards to seal off the garden. Honga recounted the events in meticulous detail, seemingly hoping to dissuade Tang Jin from pursuing the matter further. Tang Jin carefully contemplated, the half-immortal body remaining silent. She then inquired, could it not be poisoning? Dying in a dream could very well be the result of human machinations. Initially, the master believed it was merely a case of someone playing tricks, but later, I witnessed it with my own eyes. As she spoke, Honga clutched Tang Jin's sleeve, her own fear palpable. Not long ago, she had been a girl too frightened to walk alone at night. It is difficult to fathom the immense resolve she mustered to endure in this haunted place until now. Tang Jin was momentarily taken aback, questioning what he had witnessed. I saw that demon, Honga replied, her voice trembling. A few nights ago, I heard the young lady calling for me in the dead of night, so I opened the door to investigate. Just then, I caught sight of her shadow on the screen, appearing to sit up. I thought she had recovered and hurried over, but to my dismay, the young lady was still lying behind the screen. Yet the shadow on the screen remained seated. In Chapter 12, though the dream demon is weak, I am helpless, at times, cowardly and reckless. Honga finally broke down, her voice quivering. Am I destined to perish as well, Doggin? She clutched Tang Jin's sleeve, trembling incessantly. You shall not die, nor will your young lady, Tang Jin stated firmly. I will check behind the screen. Yes, I shall accompany you. Honga nodded in agreement. The inner room was sparsely decorated, with the wooden bed holding nothing but a mattress and a multitude of yellow talismans haphazardly affixed everywhere. A mere glance from Tang Jin confirmed that they were all worthless scraps of paper, the kind that would fade even when used for menial tasks. Meanwhile, the girl named Yao Enreo lay quietly on the bed, her breathing shallow and complexion pale, clearly a victim of severe illness. Tang Jin calmed his mind, silently reciting a sutra as he slowly approached the edge of the bed. Just as he was about to take 2 more steps, a sudden chill coursed along his arm. He lowered his head and clearly observed the fine hairs on his arm rising slowly. At last, something had elicited a response from his semi-divine body. Tang Jin spoke little, settling cross-legged by the bedside, closing his eyes to nurture his spirit while attuning to the demonic aura emanating from the unconscious girl before him. Hong Er, huddled closely behind Tang Jin, crouched in a small, cat-like ball, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. After a moment, Tang Jin slowly opened his eyes, his expression complex. And after several attempts to articulate his thoughts, he merely exhaled a long sigh. What is it? Hong Er inquired cautiously, her faith in Tang Jin growing. For his meditative posture was remarkably fluid. Indeed, there exists a demon. Tang Jin hesitantly acknowledged his own conjecture, carefully choosing his words. However, it is rather feeble. No wonder I could barely sense its presence even at a distance of 2 meters. Tang Jin found himself in a state of bemusement. After all his mental preparations and relentless deconstruction of his past, he had resolved to confront demons, only to find the adversary so lacking in potency. Having aspired since childhood to ascend the mountain and battle tigers, he now confronted a mere tabby cat on the roof. A nightmare. Merely a remnant soul that did not even qualify as a demon. Rubbing his head, he explained, the term demon is but a vague designation in the mortal realm. In the world of cultivation, there are precise definitions, Ya refers to beasts that cultivate themselves, choosing their paths of good or evil, while Emo denotes artificially created souls devoid of reason, which must be eradicated upon discovery. The most significant threat to humanity comes from Emo Shio, the practitioners of demonic arts. Their techniques and artifacts are steeped in malevolence, endangering both others and themselves, and if they lose control, they may transform into demons. As for nightmares, they do not belong to any of these three categories. As long as they do not manifest on a large scale, even vigorous mortals need not fear them. Hong'er nodded, her understanding still somewhat nebulous. Such fragmented souls are challenging to cultivate and often originate from desolate graves, returning only at dawn. It seems there is a being intent on harming your young lady, seeking to usurp her body. The shadow you observed rising behind the screen the previous night was likely the spirit of your young lady being forced from her corporeal form. Tang Jin deduced while stroking his chin. Ah, does that mean my lady is, already? Hong'er froze in fear, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. No. It was merely a transient departure. She has returned to her slumber. Tang Jin hastily clarified. But the nightmare is exceedingly weak. Although it possesses some peculiar traits, your young lady's will is resolute and her body healthy. From the looks of it, she can endure for some time, Tang Jin pondered. Otherwise, this nightmare would not have resorted to slaying those maids and servants. It merely took advantage of their terror induced by tales of demons, subsequently seizing the opportunity to frighten them to death in their dreams, aiming to undermine your young lady's spirit. Fortunately, your will has remained steadfast, preventing you from succumbing to fear, Tang Jin remarked, observing Hong'er's tearful visage with a sense of relief. Yet, given her current state, he realized she was perilously close to breaking down, her loyalty to her young lady being the sole tether. Had he delayed his arrival even a few days longer, she might have frightened herself to death. Then, is there hope for my lady? Hong'er asked anxiously. Well, Tang Jin clicked his tongue, his expression betraying his inner conflict. Did you not just assert that this nightmare is weak? Hong'er exclaimed in desperation. Tang Jin gestured for her not to rush, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Although he had identified the nightmare, he had yet to conceive a solution. Were he to possess any level of cultivation, even at the entry-level realm, he could effortlessly dispel this lingering soul. However, in his current state, with only the physical embodiment of a demigod yet devoid of true essence, even if he managed to inscribe a sacred, Tier 3 talisman for vanquishing demons, it would be no more effective than the counterfeit talismans affixed to the headboard, akin to mere scraps of paper. The only glimmer of hope lay in the possibility that this nightmare, troubled in its mind, might attempt to seize Tang Jin's body, inadvertently leading to its own demise. Yet, one must ponder, even in the diminutive North Yang City, could there truly be not a single cultivator present? Was there no Taoist temple established by the court in this locale? Surely, if the lord of the manor sought an authentic talisman, it could expel the nightmare. Even if it required a bit of silver, a modest sum, there is no shame in that, Tang Jin pondered. Having previously believed that the peculiarities and challenges posed by the demons in the lord's manor were due to a lack of experience among the cultivators in the city. Yet, how could a mere nightmare compel a city lord to such desperation? The lord has already sought assistance. However, the cultivators stationed in Chaoyang City to the north are currently engaged in a grand ceremony for the crown prince, drawing half the cultivators from the entire state there. The few cultivators we had in North Yang City departed for Chaoyang a month ago and will not return for at least another fortnight, Hong'er explained. Chaoyang City is a moderately sized settlement on the frontier of the dynasty, surrounded by the four smaller cities of North Yang, West Yang, South Yang, and East Yang. This region represents a minor state within the entirety of the southern Zhan continent, which itself is of average size compared to the other 8 continents. This illustrates the small stature of North Yang City and elucidates the scarcity of cultivators within its confines. Yet, Tang Jin could not fathom how a mere lingering soul could traverse freely within the Lord's manor while he remained utterly powerless. What difference was there from a living person being suffocated by a mere trickle of urine? But what could he do if he refused to accept this reality? Instances of people succumbing to such trivialities were not unheard of. The inability to deter a revered master from advancing a mere 10 steps is no different from being unable to subdue a nightmare. Some matters cannot be resolved merely by youthful bravado. Doggin, I implore you, you must save the young lady, Hong'er pleaded, shaking Tang Jin's arm fervently. Tang Jin's brows were furrowed tightly, a visage reminiscent of the time he stood beneath the peach blossom tree facing Qi Yuan. Since he was unable to save Nan Hongji back then, it seemed he would similarly be powerless to rescue Yao and Reo now. In the distance, he seemed to hear the voice of the demon lord echoing. You have done your utmost. You have strived, yet it bears no fruit. Tang Jin lowered his head and chuckled softly. After years of cultivation, he had never experienced any emotional turmoil, yet now, as a mere mortal, he found himself beset by inner demons. I have a rather unorthodox method, which is quite challenging and may not yield favorable results. Ignoring the incessant clamor of the demonic voice within, he acknowledged that his only advantage compared to the past was that he had little left to lose. I need the support of the city lord. Very well, Hong'er replied without hesitation. The young lady often remarked that she was timid and soft-hearted, predicting a troubled future once married. However, she also claimed her greatest virtue was her decisiveness. She never hesitated when making significant decisions, sometimes appearing quite reckless. Thus, her future husband could expect no ease. At this moment, Hong Er found herself in agreement with the young lady's assertions. While the two were deliberating their strategy, they suddenly heard a commotion outside the courtyard, a cacophony of voices. Oh no, the master is coming. Hong Er's expression changed dramatically. Should the master discover a strange man in the young lady's quarters, both she and Dog would face dire consequences. Chapter 13. The Malevolent Nature of Extraordinary Beings. Especially mortals outside Anxiong Garden, City Lord Yao led a group of well-fed extraordinary beings, with guard Zhao closely following. I must trouble you all shortly. City Lord Yao forced a smile, bowing to the crowd, who responded with various forms of acknowledgement. Upon opening the courtyard door, several guards stepped forward to pay their respects. The foremost among them quickly approached the city lord, whispering, My lord, a young lad dressed like a servant arrived this morning. He does not appear to be from the manor. We grew suspicious and intended to question him, but Miss Hong Er appeared and brought him inside. He is yet to come out. The city lord furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand. Hong Er has grown up alongside in Rao. If there are laborious tasks in the courtyard that she cannot manage, she should simply ask for assistance next time. The guards nodded in agreement. This conversation was spoken softly. Yet the old man who referred to himself as Wang Banjian had keen ears and caught the gist of it. Emboldened by drink, he chuckled and teased. Could it be that the little maid, seeing her master in a stupor, has summoned her young lover for a clandestine meeting? Ha. Hearing this, the guards glared in anger. And City Lord Yao's displeasure was evident. However, prioritizing the matter at hand, he suppressed his fury and instructed the guards. Bring that young lad out and inquire thoroughly about the situation. Yes, they replied. He then turned to Wang Banjian, saying, Master, please refrain from such remarks. That maid is a close servant to my daughter, raised under my watchful eye. It would not be an exaggeration to say I regard her as my own. A young lady's virtue is not to be trifled with. Wang Banjian, noticing the seriousness in his tone, chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. The group continued deeper into Anxiong Garden, rounding a pavilion when they suddenly spotted two figures. The foremost figure knelt in the stone path, her red dress resembling a pool of blood, captivating the onlookers. Behind her stood another person, hands clasped and eyes lowered, appearing as a wooden statue, oblivious to the world. What a striking young lady! Wang Banjian couldn't help but exclaim. The one kneeling on the path was none other than Hong Er. City Lord Yao paused, sensing something unusual. Since Hong Er had developed a sense of propriety, she had not knelt before him for many years, except during ancestral worship. What could have prompted such a display of reverence? He sensed she had something significant to convey. He subtly gestured to the extraordinary beings, indicating, This is my daughter's maid. She likely has a small matter to discuss with me. Please proceed without me. I will join you shortly. Guard Zhao was about to lead the group onward when the inebriated Wang Banjian interjected, squinting with a grin. Why the rush to exorcise demons? Let us take a moment to see what the young lady desires. Perhaps we can lend a bit of our extraordinary skills. Indeed. Let us see. The other extraordinary beings, akin to idle villagers, were unwilling to miss out on the spectacle and readily agreed, linking arms and moving toward the scene. City Lord Yao's expression darkened further. Yet he remained silent, advancing with them. At that moment, he scrutinized the individual standing behind Hong Er. At first glance, the youth appeared to be an ordinary servant. But upon closer inspection, there were peculiarities, such as a withered twig tucked at his waist and a conspicuous black birthmark on his forehead. He stood too rigidly. Hong Er, why are you not attending to the young lady? If you have matters to discuss with me, why not send someone to convey it? City Lord Yao inquired. Hong Er straightened, meeting his gaze. Master, I have urgent news. I have found someone who can rescue the young lady. Oh? The city lord maintained an impassive demeanor. Haha. You are quite right. The one who can save your lady resides among us. Wang Banjian guffawed heartily. The elderly woman with a pronounced bump on her head, who called herself the Immortal, chimed in. Wang Banjian, do you not see? The little maid is not referring to us. She is likely pointing to the young lad behind her. Though she spoke lightly, there was no mirth in her expression. This gathering of extraordinary beings was driven by greed. They were competitors by nature. Yet, when anyone else sought to intrude, they quickly banded together to exclude them. The city lord again turned his gaze to Tang Jin standing behind Hong Er, scrutinizing the striking black mark on his forehead. Instinctively, he sensed that the young man belonged to the same category as immortal Wang Banjian and Heavenly Cripple, using physical ailments as a guise for their extraordinary claims. A murderous intent stirred within him. If one came seeking riches, that was acceptable, but to infiltrate his daughter's quarters and deceive Hong Er was a grave transgression. Are you referring to the person behind you? The city lord inquired, fixing his cold stare upon Hong Er. Yes, she affirmed with a nod. Then who are you? The city lord's gaze turned icy as he directed his question at Tang Jin. Tangoan, Tang Jin replied, merely clasping his hands in greeting. Not performing the customary Taoist salute. Are you one of my household's people? Tang Jin shook his head. Then why are you wearing the attire of a servant from my household? The city lord's tone was somber, his gaze flickering. Tang Jin fell into silence before responding. I borrowed it for a moment. Suddenly, Wang Banjian erupted into a peculiar cackle, exclaiming, I fear, young brother, that you did not inquire but rather appropriated. Let me enlighten you. This is what one might call theft. Tang Jin remained silent. Lord Yao's voice grew even more somber as he continued to inquire. If you are not one of my household, how did you gain entry into my residence? I scaled the wall, came the reply. To scale a wall is the act of a thief. Zhao, the guard, interjected suddenly, resting his hand on his sword and casting a frigid gaze upon Tang Xin. At that moment, he recognized the black mark on the man's forehead. It was indeed the same small beggar who had been beside the old beggar at the Broken City God Temple. How audacious! A mere beggar daring to deceive the lord of the city. Young sir, though your actions are lamentable, I shall grant you the opportunity to speak. Out of consideration for Honger, I hope you will cherish this chance. The lord's tone became exceedingly calm, yet his expression grew colder. Tang Xin maintained a calm demeanor as he meticulously recounted the tale he had shared with Honger to the gathered assembly, detailing his encounter with the dark sorcerer, his semi-divine form, and his speculations regarding the nightmares. Once he concluded his narrative, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard, which was eventually broken by laughter that gradually spread. As the extraordinary individuals erupted into hearty guffaws, Wang Banqian, chuckling, stroked his sparse beard, exclaiming that this tale surpassed even those told at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. In my lifetime, I have vanquished countless demons, yet I have never heard of such nightmares. Ha ha ha. And a semi-divine form? Absurd beyond measure. My belly aches from laughter. This sentiment resonated with the others in the courtyard. However, Lord Yao's brow furrowed deeply, barely suppressing a murderous intent. Yet, upon glancing at the kneeling and silent Honger, he seemed to restrain his anger as he addressed her. Honger, our household is in a time of turmoil. I understand your concern for the young lady, but do not allow your anxiety to ensnare you in the trap of malevolent individuals. Return to your quarters. He then commanded. Old Zhao, apprehend this madman. Once I have dealt with the matters at hand, I shall address him accordingly. Zhao, the guardian, drew his blade and advanced towards Tang Xin. Master, Honger, her complexion pale yet resolute, slowly reached for the silver bell pinned in her hair. Tang Xin interjected, interrupting her words and actions. I can prove that what I say is true. A hush fell over the courtyard, as the youth's gaze remained calm and resolute. The city lord stared intently at Tang Xin. Young man, you are still in your youth. You must learn to hold reverence for your own life. Do not sacrifice your existence for fleeting desires of wealth and glory. Acknowledge your mistakes now, and I shall show mercy for your youth, sparing only your 2 legs and granting you a chance to live. I can prove my words right now, Tang Xin replied, maintaining his composure, which emanated strength. Chapter 14. The flower rain unwittingly evokes old tears, an old friend reluctant to recall another. Then please, proceed. With a wave of his hand, Lord Yao, now consumed by rage, found it intolerable to be continuously deceived by these extraordinary individuals, feigning ignorance. Now, a brash young lad, whose name he had never even heard, dared to act insolently before him. Did the boy truly believe he would not dare to kill? Do not attempt any trivial tricks from the underbelly of the martial world. If you do, do not blame us for exposing you and claiming we sought your demise. Wang Banqian menaced from the side. The peculiar individuals present here primarily relied on their various arts for a livelihood. Should Tang Xin attempt to conjure any talismans or employ techniques such as palm thunder, they would see through it immediately. Tang Xin paid no heed to those around him. He quietly approached the flower bed by the stone path, bending down to begin his earnest excavation. With each careful scoop of earth, he seemed utterly absorbed, as though engaged in the most significant task in the world, until he had unearthed a pit 2 fists deep. The onlookers regarded him with curiosity, and Honger, uncertain of his intentions, felt a twinge of anxiety. Tang Xin cautiously withdrew the withered branch from his waist, each movement reminiscent of an aging elder. Occasionally gazing at the branch with a fleeting sense of distraction, which was rather amusing, he planted the withered branch into the soil as if sowing rice, its dark, lifeless form blending inconspicuously into the flower bed. Afterwards, Tang Xin stood up, staring blankly at the spot, indistinguishable from the surrounding onlookers. And then, Wang Banqian could not help but inquire. Tang Xin remained silent, prompting everyone to wait together as the withered branch stood quietly, merely an ordinary twig. After a while, Wang Banqian could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "What a mischievous young rascal! Are you jesting with us? Daring to feign the supernatural with a mere dried branch? If I let you off lightly today, wouldn't he that disgrace the entire assembly of immortals present?" The city lord's expression darkened as he exchanged a glance with his guard Zhao. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, he strode into the courtyard alongside the others. Today, it is my household's lax discipline that has brought laughter upon you esteemed immortals. The city lord's voice resonated deeply. Ah, it must also be the young lady's indulgence that has led to this. Do not blame the city lord. The crowd echoed in agreement. As the commotion settled, dusk descended, and a cool evening breeze swept through the hall, rustling the branches and leaves, suggesting a profusion of fallen foliage. It seemed to resonate with the autumn chill and solitude enveloping the city lord's residence. Yet, in this summer season, where could fallen leaves come from? Lowering his gaze, City Lord Yao caught sight of a small pink petal rolling past his boot, akin to an evading sprite. Turning back, he was met with a deluge of pink blossoms cascading toward him, as if a torrential downpour had doused him head to toe. Unbeknownst to him, a peach tree in full bloom had taken root in the courtyard, its expansive canopy overshadowing half the small yard. The delicate pink and white hues veiling the sky and illuminating everyone's faces with the remnants of sunlight. Beneath the blooming peach tree stood a young man, his face awash with tears. The pink and white petals fell upon Tang Jun like a long overdue rain. Her words echoed in his mind. Here. It resonates with my great path. Take it with you to gaze upon the endless sea. It was utterly unreasonable. Despite being utterly consumed, she still came to demand her due, urging him to fulfill their promise, to journey with her to the endless sea. It was as if she sensed his reluctance and emerged from his memories. Her words echoing amidst the flowering branches. Go to the endless sea. Go to the endless sea. Tang Jun was, in truth, uncertain whether this tree would sprout. Perhaps the withered branch was merely a lifeless remnant. Yet, it was subsequently revealed that it was not a mere dead twig, but rather a manifestation of her grand path. Tang Jun felt a twinge of resentment towards her. When one suddenly realizes that a person who has departed has left indelible marks upon one as being. And when the once vivid memories are abruptly reassembled, tears flow uncontrollably. The clearer and more tangible the past, the more irreparable it becomes, rendering even self-deception that it was merely a dream ineffective. He found himself unsteady, swaying momentarily before collapsing onto the ground. Hong Er gasped, rushing to his side in an attempt to assist him, yet she was unable to lift him. The young man emitted a muffled sob. Consequently, Hong Er too felt a wave of sorrow. The breathtaking spectacle of blooming peach blossoms appeared beautiful, yet it made her feel that the weeping Tang Jun was now a distant figure, further removed than during their first encounter when he was a destitute beggar and she was merely a servant girl of a wealthy family. Aside from the two youths, the others in the garden harbored various thoughts. A few extraordinary individuals wore expressions of shock and distress, tinged with a hint of fear. Lord Yao gazed upon the enormous peach tree and the two kneeling figures beneath it, releasing a long, slow breath. He understood that his daughter was finally safe. Suddenly, Wang Banzian shouted, "What kind of trickery is this? I shall undoubtedly expose you, you little thief." At that moment, his aged, grotesque face flushed crimson. Not solely from the effects of alcohol, but from a mix of astonishment, rage, and humiliation. He cast off his tattered robe and strode towards the peach tree. Lord Yao waved his hand slightly, prompting Guard Zhao to lower his gaze. With a swift sound, a silver flash cut through the courtyard, causing everyone to shut their eyes. A fountain of blood erupted, hissing and splattering, only to be swiftly concealed by the delicate pink petals. Wang Banzian turned in astonishment, only to find Guard Zhao, hand resting on his sword as hilt, silently observing him. He instinctively reached for his throat, only to encounter a slick, sticky sensation. With a thud, the corpse fell to the ground, gradually becoming shrouded by the petals. Was this not a fitting burial? Esteemed friends, we have distinguished guests to attend to in the manor, and the master may not have the leisure to accompany you any further. Would it be agreeable to follow Zhao to the estate? Guard Zhao turned to the pallid faces of the extraordinary individuals and spoke softly. They gazed at Wang Banzian's lifeless body, too fearful to utter a word, and swiftly departed, almost breaking into a run. Lord Yao did not cast a glance in their direction. Instead, he raised his eyes towards the grand peach tree, murmuring, "Whither would meet spring? What a grand sorcery! I wonder how it compares to the master of Yunhua Temple in the city." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, candles began to flicker throughout the manor, and only then did Tang Jun begin to regain his composure. "Are you all right?" Hong Er's voice was soft, tinged with unease but predominantly filled with concern. "I am fine," he replied, wiping his tears. "Let us not tarry. Saving lives is paramount." He rose to his feet, standing on tiptoe to break off a branch from the peach tree. As Tang Jun snapped the twig, the vitality of the entire peach tree began to wane, the blossoms falling away, and soon only a lifeless branch remained. Tang Jun inserted the peachwood branch into his waist and approached the eagerly awaiting city Lord Yao. The Celestial Master's extraordinary abilities astonished him. Previously, it was my own short-sightedness that failed to recognize the greatness before me. I earnestly beseech the Celestial Master not to hold it against me. The city lord respectfully clasped his hands in salute towards the young man. Tang Jun waved his hand dismissively and, with a gentle tone, delved straight into the matter at hand. "Lord Yao, you flatter me. I am not a Celestial Master but merely a mortal with a modicum of knowledge regarding demons and monsters. Thus, my methods for rescuing Miss Yao and Reo may be somewhat unconventional, and I hope the Lord's residents can understand and support my approach. All matters within the residence are subject to the Celestial Master's command." Lord Yao's eyes glinted with appreciation. 200 taels of silver, all reduced to the size of small pebbles. Tang Jun did not hesitate. "I shall prepare 600 taels." Lord Yao responded. 300 taels will be arranged as per the Master's request, and the remaining 300 will be exchanged for silver notes at the bank for your convenience. In addition to the funds, I require personnel." Tang Jun pondered for a moment, having just emerged from his memories, his mind slightly sluggish. "I need 10 guards skilled in swordsmanship, resolute and in the prime of their lives." "Very well," Lord Yao nodded. "Most importantly, I require 20 gamblers. Preferably those who have squandered their fortunes in casinos, willing to risk their lives for the sake of money." Lord Yao's brows furrowed slightly, yet he nodded in agreement. "No problem. Lastly, I need a black dog, its tail severed, deprived of food and water, and subjected to relentless torment to instill fear. Once all preparations are complete, I shall immediately rid the young lady of her affliction." Lord Yao nodded and turned to head outside to arrange the necessary details. Tang Jun turned his gaze toward the east. The sun was setting in the west, casting a dark hue across the eastern sky. and he sensed a foreboding feeling creeping over him. Chapter 15. The Master's Thoughts, the Disciple's Actions in the Realm of the Nine Provinces. There existed 14 preeminent orthodox sects, collectively known as the 6 Academies of Confucianism, 5 Mountains of Taoism, 2 Temples of Buddhism, and 1 Capital of the Human Emperor. Among them, the Ziyun Immortal Palace was revered as the pinnacle of these sects, boasting a lineage of immense fortune, with a disciple count reaching 100,000. Over 1,000 spirit refiners, hundreds of golden elixir practitioners, 20 celestial immortals, 6 quasi-saints, and 2 saints. No one could rival its grandeur. The palace master, Saint Zihua Nanjili, had 6 direct disciples, 5 of whom had made their names on the Qingyan rankings, establishing a reputation for both master and apprentice. However, Zhou Dongdong was the sole disciple who had never graced the Qingyan rankings. This could not be entirely blamed on the ranking officials of the Tianming Pavilion. For Zhou Dongdong had never ventured beyond the Ziyun Immortal Palace nor engaged in combat. At merely 9 years of age, he was still shorter than his own sword, barely beyond the stage of playing with mud. Nevertheless, Zhou Dongdong firmly believed that he would soon rise to fame and become a burgeoning star of the orthodox path. Today marked the day he would descend from Ziyun Peak to embark on his journey into the world. He had already prepared his moniker, the Invincible Ziyun Sword. Though his current height necessitated he disassemble the sword each time he drew it, which was somewhat embarrassing. Yet, he brushed aside such trivialities. Recalling his elder brother's words, as long as you possess sufficient strength, others will naturally excuse your awkwardness. This is your first descent. The protective talisman I grant you must not leave your side. The dignified elder sat atop the grand hall, surrounded by countless rays of light, rendering his visage indistinguishable. Yes, master, I shall not tarnish the name of the Ziyun Immortal Palace. Zhou Dongdong's face was serious. His chubby cheeks and the expression of a small adult rendered him quite endearing. Do you know the purpose of this journey? The master had yet to disclose it. Little Dongdong excitedly licked his lips, bending forward to accept his first mission of exorcising demons and upholding justice. Last night, a Taoist emerged from the southwest, bearing a peach symbol. It is likely the breath of the great Tao belonging to our sect, and should be the remnant of my disciple Hongji. The elder spoke with a calm tone. Zhou Dongdong's eyes widened in surprise. The elder brother and second sister had become the greatest taboos on Ziyun Peak over the years. No one dared to speak of them, let alone forget. Why had the master suddenly brought them up? It was widely known that Tangjin, the former top of the Qingyan rankings, had schemed to forcefully invade the secret realm of the Ziyun Immortal Palace and had clashed with the demon lord at Taohua Cliff in a 5-method confrontation, ultimately suffering a regrettable defeat that not only claimed the life of Saint Zihua's daughter, Nan Hongji, but also left him severely injured, vanishing without a trace. This incident involved several talented individuals from that year's Qingyan rankings, leading to an abrupt update of the rankings, with several renowned names disappearing, creating a vacuum among the orthodox elite, a calamity dubbed the Taohua Cliff Incident. However, those from Ziyun Peak were privy to more profound truths. For instance, Sister Hongji had not entirely perished, her spirit had merely been scattered. Before her demise, she had entrusted a fragment of her great Tao to Tangjin. Furthermore, Tangjin had been rendered powerless and subsequently left the Ziyun Immortal Palace, descending into the mortal realm. The elder seemed oblivious to Zhou Dongdong's expression. Continuing, to prevent the Taoist breath from being misappropriated by malevolent forces, tarnishing Hongji's reputation, you are to wield your sword and journey south to reclaim it. Zhou Dongdong's little head felt as though it had been struck hard. Outsiders were unaware. But he understood that the Taoist breath was undoubtedly the relic left to the elder brother by Sister Hongji. How could he possibly retrieve it? He could not help but recall the terrifying night 2 years prior when, at the tender age of 5, he had hidden outside the hall. Listening to the master's furious roars drown out the thunder, the fourth sister had descended the mountain with reddened eyes and sword in hand. While the other brothers knelt outside the hall, pleading for leniency, the elders surrounded the grand hall, their expressions varied, engaged in ceaseless debate. Meanwhile, the elder brother knelt alone within the hall, swaying precariously, silent amidst the reprimands and inquiries, as though he had already succumbed to despair. After that night, he had never seen the elder brother or second sister again, as if only 4 disciples remained on Ziyun Peak, and no one dared to mention the incident. Yet, he knew everyone remembered. For the once lazy third brother had suddenly taken to diligent practice, while the non-confrontational fourth sister had begun challenging others to duels. And she had yet to return. The amiable fifth brother often sighed in secret at night. A lingering malice had enveloped Ziyun Peak for 2 years, refusing to dissipate. Zhou Dongdong trembled as he bowed, knowing he had to voice his concerns. Master, if I encounter the elder brother, what should I do? The elder, seated above, slightly lowered his head, gazing at the anxious little disciple, and spoke with indifference. You have never had an elder brother. Anyone who obstructs your retrieval of the Taoist breath shall be met with your sword. Go. Zhou Dongdong lifted his head, ready to speak further. But the grand hall had long since emptied. The elder had already departed. It appeared the master was still angry at the elder brother. Yet, that incident was clearly not the elder brother's fault. How could a game involving all the esteemed and holy figures of the world be swayed by one gold elixir practitioner? Filled with questions, Zhou Dongdong exited the grand hall, gazing southwest, his heart hoping for a journey fraught with demons and obstacles. preferably a delay of a year and a half. The longer he could postpone, the better. If he could merely pretend not to see them. After all, no matter what, the master would never truly harm him. Zhou Dongdong clenched his small fists, encouraging himself. Why does the little disciple look so troubled? A gentle voice resonated in his ears. Have you not awaited this opportunity to descend and gain renown for a long time? Is the task assigned by the master too simple? Zhou Dongdong's face brightened, and he turned to call out, Fifth brother, save me. Deep within the fifth brother's abode, the two sat across from one another. Zhou Dongdong animatedly recounted the events that had transpired in the grand hall, his little face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Now, I can only find ways to buy time. I fear I may end up like the fourth sister, never to return to Ziyun Peak. The little fellow pouted, clearly harboring some resentment toward the master. The gentle youth reached out to lightly flick his forehead. What are you saying? Your fourth sister is merely out training. How can you say she will never return? Zhou Dongdong covered his forehead, pouting with a face full of worry, showing no inclination to share a jest with the fifth brother. Do not blame the master. You have misunderstood his intentions. The fifth brother chuckled, offering comfort. I have not. The master explicitly stated that anyone who obstructs me must be confronted with my sword. Does that not mean I must strike down my own elder brother? Zhou Dongdong protested. The gentle youth shook his head with a smile, pointing at the sword hanging by Zhou Dongdong's waist, which was a tad too long. Silly disciple, have you forgotten that this sword is called the Ziyun sword? Its previous master was your elder brother. Zhou Dongdong was taken aback. This sword is one of the most renowned swords of Ziyun Peak, wielded by successive masters. It had always been in the hands of the elder brother, but following the Taohua Cliff incident, the elder brother abandoned everything and left the Ziyun Immortal Palace. This sword was left behind on Ziyun Peak. Later, when I learned swordsmanship, I begged the third brother for a formidable sword, and he simply tossed it to me. No one in the world can wield this sword to harm the elder brother, if you question whether it can strike him. You might not even be able to hold it any longer. The fifth brother's smile faded as he spoke seriously. The master has sent you for a reason. Since the elder brother left the mountain without a trace, he has never utilized the remnant of the second sister's great Tao. If he is suddenly employing it now, it is likely he is facing some dire predicament. Then I must hurry. Zhou Dongdong suddenly rose to his feet, contemplating the vulnerability of his senior brother, who lacked cultivation. What if he were to be bullied? It occurred to him that master chose you precisely because the Ziyun sword excels in long-range sword flight. Thus, there should be no delay, one must set forth promptly. The fifth senior brother nodded in agreement. Zhou Dongdong turned to leave the cave but paused, pondering whether he should seek out the senior brother and the threat of the Great Way from Sister Hongxi. The fifth senior brother remained silent for a moment before looking up and stating, At that time, we shall heed the senior brother's wishes. Zhou Dongdong nodded emphatically and departed. His small face taut, yet no longer etched with worry, but rather with resolve. The disciples of Ziyun Peak possess an unwavering will, as long as their thoughts are clear. There is no need for hesitation. Upon hearing the sound of swords piercing the air outside the cave, the gentle youth's expression gradually turned serious. His previous conversation with the junior brother was partly sincere and partly feigned. He was uncertain of Master Ash's true thoughts. But it was evident that the senior brother faced some dilemma. Moreover, the challenges confronting the senior brother were not something the junior brother could easily resolve. Fortunately, there were plenty of capable individuals on Ziyun Peak. He summoned a sheet of white paper and began to compose a letter, addressing it to the sister who had always been averse to conflict. Chapter 16. Drawing from Past Aspirations, Depicting Ancient Principles. Tang Jin sat in a daze by the window of the second floor, gazing at the night sky, his fingers gently rubbing a withered branch at his waist. Lost in thought, the Lord's residence was under complete lockdown, with servants and guards bustling about, torches in hand, creating a lively scene of comings and goings. The most fervent activity was outside Anxiang Garden, where the clamor of voices mingled with the barking of dogs, the wails of suddenly apprehended gamblers, and the guards brandishing their swords while muttering incantations. In stark contrast, Anxiang Garden itself bore an air of desolation. Only a few solitary lanterns hanging beneath the eaves of the second floor, casting an ethereal glow on Tang Jin's face, rendering him almost ghostly. Woof, woof. A dog barked from below, prompting Tang Jin to lean out and observe. He saw Honger, the maid, struggling to drag a large black dog up the stairs, though it seemed the dog was dragging her about instead. The dog was robust, its dark, droopy face resembling a mass of fur, with saliva dripping rhythmically onto the ground with every movement. Doggin, come help me, Honger exclaimed, squatting on the ground, still being pulled along by the stubborn creature. Why are you pulling it? Just let it go, Tang Jin inquired curiously. But Honger hesitated, ultimately loosening her grip on the leash. The dog bolted away, diving into the bushes, frightened out of its wits. With only one entrance and exit to Anxiang Garden, it would find no escape. Tang Jin watched as it vanished into the underbrush. I thought you might need it, she said, standing up and smoothing her crumpled skirt. I have no use for it. It's meant for someone else, Tang Jin replied, withdrawing to resume his reverie. Honger ascended to the second floor and approached him, asking, Doggin, this time do you feel confident? Oh, what makes you say that? Tang Jin lifted his gaze. If you weren't confident, why would you be sitting here in a daze? She retorted, pouting. Because there is nothing else to do, Tang Jin responded with feigned bravado, shrugging his shoulders. Honger was unconvinced, sensing he was merely jesting, and she turned to tend to her mistress. In truth, his day stemmed solely from the lack of other pursuits. After all, this was his first encounter where he did not rely on cultivation and spiritual energy to subdue demons. Everything felt like navigating uncharted waters, and he could only respond to whatever arose. Nevertheless, he would not voice such concerns to avoid alarming Honger. As the moon ascended higher, casting a brighter glow, the small courtyard was bathed in pale light, and guard Zhao arrived to inform him that all preparations were complete. Tang Jin arrived at the door of Yao and Rao's room, where he could faintly hear intermittent voices from within. It was the soft murmurs of Honger, expressing her reassurances. Do not fear. I shall always be by your side. Goen is quite formidable. Just how formidable, I am uncertain. Goen is the one who dispensed porridge, the one who has been watching you weep. Mississippi. Tang Jin pushed open the door and, through the screen, beheld the little maid squatting beside her mistress's bed, resembling a little kitten, incessantly mewing, seemingly unaware of the abundance of words she had to share. Tang Jin spoke. I did not witness your young lady's tears. Honger was startled by his sudden remark, and, clutching her chest, retorted, both the young lady and I saw it. Your demeanor at that moment resembled that of those scholars who encounter the young lady for the first time, utterly foolish and enchanted. Tang Jin found it somewhat unbearable to continue listening, and thus he earnestly clarified, I did not behold your young lady weeping. Rather, my gaze was fixed upon your tears. The words resonated clearly, striking a poignant chord. Even Tang Jin, typically slow to grasp nuance, recognized the impropriety of his statement as soon as it left his lips. Maintaining an impassive expression, he continued, the reason for my tears is that your features bear a resemblance to a dearly departed acquaintance of mine. Honger bowed her head in silence, lost in her own thoughts. The room descended once more into an enveloping quiet. It is about to commence. Please wait for me outside the garden. I assure you, I shall return your young lady to you in good health. Tang Jin endeavored to steady his voice, rendering it calm. Ah, Honger murmured, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, before rising to exit. As she stepped through the door, she paused to gaze intently at Tang Jin's face once more. Tang Jin revealed a faint smile. At the stroke of midnight, the gates of the Anxiang Garden and the Lord's mansion were securely locked, bound with iron chains, rendering it inaccessible from both inside and outside. The Lord, Honger, and guard Zhao stood vigil outside the Anxiang Garden, prepared for any eventuality, while within the garden remained only an unskilled immortal, a young lady in a state of unconsciousness, and a tailless, frightened black dog. Tang Jin approached the bedside of Yao and Rao, meticulously observing the young girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, currently in a state of unconsciousness. A subtle tranquility radiated from her delicate features, akin to a pristine white lotus. Unbidden, he recalled the murmurs of Honger from earlier. Dismissing any notions of her lack of beauty, he reached a definitive and subjective conclusion. Gently, he lifted the covers draped over Yao and Rao, revealing her fair skin beneath an elegant white nightgown. He carefully positioned her hands atop her abdomen, safeguarding her energy center, and then placed the inkstone filled with freshly ground ink beside her pillow. Having completed these preparatory tasks, he assumed a solemn demeanor, closed his eyes, and focused his energy, deftly forming a Taoist incantation that he had not practiced for some time. He began to recite the enlightenment verses of the founder of the Ziyun Shinzo. From the nascent Ziyun peak, the path of Tao manifests without self, boundless freedom in the void, a restless yearning for past lives. As he intoned these words, he gradually sank into a serene state, a resurgence of both spirit and temperament awakening within him. The purpose of this verse was primarily to dispel mental barriers and sustain his cultivation, yet Tang Jin employed it to reminisce about bygone times. Upon concluding his recitation, he suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a radiant light, reminiscent of the celestial aura he once possessed. Drawing a peachwood branch from his waist, he dipped its broken end into the ink and, with deliberate intent, marked a line down the center of the unconscious Yao and Rao's forehead, continuing until he reached the base of her spine. The ink flowed across her white gown, as though intending to cleave her in twain. This line, though crooked and uneven due to the irregularity of the branch's broken surface, remained a line nonetheless. Tang Jin gazed at the ink marks and softly uttered, one must not cross the line. In the Anxiang Garden, it seemed as though a breeze had arrived. However, the trees remained still, the leaves unruffled, and the surface of the lake undisturbed. This wind merely swept in the moonlight through the window, transforming the wet ink lines into an insurmountable barrier for all. It was akin to the line that once obstructed the demon lord. Tang Jin's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. The recently revived spirit and courage dissipated, leaving him once again as the ordinary mortal known as Goen. Ah, how fleeting is the self-deception of man. The celestial powers do not consider the quantity of true essence nor the height of cultivation. They merely regard the realm of one's heart and will. Just moments ago, he had borrowed a fragment of his former mindset and wielded the profound principles of the southern red branch as his quill, allowing him to barely unleash a mere fraction of the power of a grand spell he had exchanged for 1,000 points atop the Peach Blossom Cliff. At this moment, Yao and Rao suddenly emanated a wisp of white smoke, from which a pale specter seemed to be extricated, emitting a series of inaudible shrieks and wails akin to a child's lament, chilling the room. It was the nightmare, tethered to Yao and Rao by Tang Jin's line. Thus, she became a mere vessel, While she herself was free from the constraints of the line, the nightmare within her was not, unable to exist on both sides. Forced to choose one. To seize a body is akin to pouring tea. As long as the cup is held upright, it naturally spills forth. At this moment, the nightmare struggled, completely unaware of why it had been expelled so suddenly, clawing in vain to return, only to be thwarted each time it ventured halfway. Ha ha ha. Success. Tang Jin laughed heartily from the ground. However, with his laughter, blood trickled from his 7 orifices, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. A semi-divine body devoid of cultivation could scarcely withstand the might of such celestial arts, even though he was the creator of this technique. Nonetheless, he felt elated. As if he had finally kept the demon lord at bay, a mere 10 steps away. The white nightmare could not return to Yao Anreo's body and attempted to lunge at Tang Jin. Yet, he neither flinched nor evaded but instead opened his arms wide. Regrettably. As the nightmare drew near, it hesitated, seemingly intimidated by Tang Jin's presence. Ultimately, after circling the room twice, it drifted toward the night sky outside. What a pity. Tang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. This nightmare, possessing a coherent consciousness, was aware enough to avoid self-destruction against Tang Jin. However, he had a backup plan. He bellowed, "Make your move." Chapter 17. The magic of immortality falls short of the raised inkstone. What girl does not care? Outside Anxiang Garden. The city lord and others stood in solemn silence, the atmosphere heavy and quiet. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from within the garden, "Make your move." With a flourish of his sleeve, the city lord signaled, and Zhao, the guard, swiftly drew his long sword, bellowing fiercely. "Begin." 10 skilled swordsmen, previously positioned around Anxiang Garden, simultaneously assumed their stances, drawing their swords and commencing the practice of their respective techniques. Their moves were simple and lacked novelty, clearly the skills of common folk. Yet, they recited a shared verse. Zhao's guest dons the huing, Wu's hook shines like frost and snow. Silver saddle gleams on the white horse, swift as a shooting star. 10 steps to slay a man, not a trace left for 1,000 miles. When matters are settled, I brush aside my garments, deep hiding my name and form. Initially, their recitation was discordant, with some faltering in pitch, but as these warriors gradually focused on their forms, the chorus of 10 resonated in unison, embodying a spirit reminiscent of clashing weapons. The heroic song is a poem left by the sword immortal of the Leaf family at the moment of enlightenment. For he attained sanctity through the way of the sword, declaring, "Among all the sword wielders in the world, those who chant my sword shall vanquish foes without regret." The multitude of sword wielders is vast, yet the essence of this sword has long dissipated, save for those with exceptional innate talent and temperament, who might grasp a fragment of the sword saint's power to slay adversaries. The warriors recruited by the city lord were certainly not endowed with exceptional talent. But what Tang Jin sought was not the sword saint's prowess, but rather the murderous intent captured within the verse. For a lingering soul would not dare confront such sanguinary energy. Indeed, as the white specter approached the wall, intending to pass through, it was halted by the whooshing sounds of swords and the impassioned verses from outside. Even when it attempted to change direction, it found itself trapped, unbeknownst to it. Transformed into a cage beast, Tang Jin listened to the commotion outside the courtyard. Up to this point, his plans had progressed rather smoothly, however. The most critical step was just beginning. Outside the Anxiang Garden, Lord Yao, with his hands clasped in his sleeves, slowly turned his head, casting a cold gaze upon the 20 or so gamblers who knelt behind him. These individuals had just been captured near the casino, and their frail and emaciated forms now appeared as timid as frightened birds, huddled together, resembling nothing more than a group of small monkeys. "I am the Lord of Bayong City," he declared, his tone devoid of warmth. "Every word I utter henceforth pertains to your lives, fortunes, and future prospects." With an indifferent gesture, he signaled for a few guards to approach, carrying several chests. The Lord casually opened one, and a blinding light emerged, revealing it to be filled to the brim with silver coins, which shone with an almost soul-stirring brilliance in the flickering firelight. The gamblers, captivated, could not tear their eyes away from the glimmering treasure, swallowing hard in anticipation. "Do you desire this?" Lord Yao observed their expressions, nodding in satisfaction. The gamblers, too fearful to speak, bowed their heads in unison. "I ask you again, do you wish for it?" he reiterated. One trembling gambler finally managed to stammer, "I am a dog." "Speak louder." Lord Yu bellowed. "I am a dog." The chorus of gamblers responded in unison. "Excellent." Lord Yao's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "Now, for every loud proclamation of 'I am a dog,' I shall reward you with a silver coin." Honger, accompanied by 20 young maidens, approached the kneeling gamblers. The gamblers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily confused by the Lord's peculiar request. "Shout it out," Honger urged, shaking a handful of silver coins enticingly. One man hesitantly glanced at the Lord, noting his lack of reaction, and cautiously declared, "I am a dog." Honger frowned, hands on her hips. "Your voice is too soft." Startled, the man repeated, "I am a dog." Louder, Honger demanded once more. With a strained voice, he finally shouted, "I am a dog," and immediately shrank back, fearing retribution. Honger did not strike him. "Extend your hand," she commanded. The man cautiously obeyed, and before the assembled crowd, she placed a silver coin into his palm. Grinning broadly at the coin, he immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss." No more bowing. Continue shouting. The more you shout, the more coins you shall receive. Honger kicked the nearby chest, causing the silver to clatter like a death knell. Yes, I am a dog. I am a dog, the gambler bellowed, his voice growing more fervent with each utterance. As the coins piled high, he struggled to hold them with one hand, then with both. Finally resorting to cradling them in his tattered clothing, each coin accumulating like a mountain, bearing the weight of his very existence. His eyes reddened with desire. The prospect of wealth consuming him. The other gamblers, unwilling to be outdone, joined in the fray, their shouts escalating into a frenzied cacophony of barking. Lord Ya surveyed the chaotic scene, perceiving that these individuals had devolved beyond humanity. Their singular focus on the silver coins transformed their expressions into those of ravenous fiends. Within Anxiang Garden, the nightmare too heard the haunting cries of "I am a dog," echoing with desperation. Uncertain of the events transpiring, it floated aimlessly. Yearning to escape the confines of Anxiang Garden and seek a host. Prolonged existence in such a state was detrimental to its remnants, even with a semblance of intelligence. A fragment of a soul is susceptible to overwhelming forces. Tang Jin quietly reflected on his scheme. The insatiable greed of the gamblers represented the utmost malevolence. Easily severing their emotions, the 20 gamblers, consumed by avarice, would embrace their transformation into dogs without a flicker of hesitation. The momentum had already been established. You are indeed trapped beasts, whether by declaration or truth. With that, he turned his gaze toward the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, a large, tailless black dog stood there, drooling. Its eyes vacant yet seemingly yearning to articulate human speech. After seizing so many bodies, I suppose it is fitting that you end up inhabiting a dog. Tang Jin grinned at the creature. With a sudden lunge, the black dog leapt into the room, intent on causing harm. Tang Jin neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he deftly inserted the peachwood branch into his mouth, vigorously agitating the cut end against his throat until he tasted a metallic sweetness, at which point he withdrew it. His throat now torn. With traces of blood pooling in his mouth, he summoned his inner strength and, with a fierce glare at the oncoming vicious dog, bellowed, "Reveal." The resonant sound of the Buddha. The dragon and elephant are hit. It was once remarked by the revered demon Lord Qi Yuan that this sound was originally devised to repel mosquitoes. Those who learned it could master it effortlessly, regardless of their cultivation. Conversely, those who could not grasp it would remain unable, even with cultivation. However, for an unrefined mortal, the sound could indeed only serve to shoo away insects. Thus, Tang Jin had pierced the throat of his semi-divine form with the branch of the Great Tao, hoping to unleash a truly lethal dragon and elephant arhat sound. Unfortunately, the outcome fell short of his expectations. The black dog, splattered with his blood, emitted a mournful whine, as if it had been kicked, retreating a few steps before crashing against the wall. Yet, this was not fatal. The nightmare still lingered within the black dog's body. Tang Jin silently lamented his misfortune. His preceding plans had progressed exceptionally well. He had successfully crafted a scene reminiscent of a cornered beast's desperate struggle. Yet, how could he falter at the final, decisive moment? The essence of encircling a solitary soul nighthawk with mere mortal strength lay in preventing it from seizing a human host. Thus, within the confines of Anxiang Garden, only he, possessing a semi-divine body, and Yao and Ryo, who had drawn the lines, were present. No one else could intervene. He had initially believed that compelling the nightmare into the body of a tailless, broken-spirited black dog would ensure his success. But he had underestimated the size and ferocity of the beast that Lord Ya had procured. To defeat it would be akin to a cornered animal fighting for its life. To falter would mean a lamb entering a tiger's den. At this moment, when he attempted to speak, his throat was already hoarse. With only the remnants of his semi-divine strength, his utterance of the dragon-elephant arhat sound was nothing short of a stroke of luck, leaving him with no energy to call out again. Just as at Taohua Cliff years ago, he found himself out of options. The black dog swiftly rose, appearing unscathed, baring its teeth as it slowly approached. Tang Jin swallowed the blood and sputum, realizing that he had no choice but to confront the enemy directly. In the confines of the small room, with his back against the bed curtain, there was no avenue for retreat. The standoff between him and the black dog persisted for an agonizingly long time. With a howl, the black dog lunged ferociously. Tang Jin attempted to strike it, only to be knocked down by the vicious beast. A searing pain shot through his left arm as the dog's teeth sank into his flesh. With his other hand, he desperately gripped the dog's upper jaw, striving to rise, but the creature was too heavy and cumbersome, pinning him into the corner by the bed, rendering him powerless. The black dog continued to gnaw, seemingly intent on tearing apart his forearm, blood mingling with the dog's saliva, creating a sticky pool on the ground. The struggle between man and beast resembled the raw essence of primal hunting as they rolled on the floor, emitting unintelligible growls. Unfortunately, Tang Jin, weakened by prolonged illness and lacking experience, found himself at a disadvantage, merely resisting in desperation. Just as he was in dire straits, a commotion erupted above him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, followed by a series of successive thuds, bang, 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 the black dog, which had been dominating Tang Jin, whimpered and, losing its strength, retreated a few steps, shaking its head and bolting toward the exit. Finally liberated, Tang Jin gasped for breath. Shaken by the near brush with death at the jaws of the dog, he turned to discover what had caused the creature to flee. There sat a girl in a white dress, cross-legged on the bed, her hand raised high, clutching an inkstone. Both were panting, their eyes locked in a dazed silence. The stillness between them was laden with unspoken words. Yao and Rao's silence stemmed from the gruesome sight of Tang Zhen's bloodied arm, which continued to ooze crimson. Leaving her at a loss for words, it felt inappropriate to utter a mundane phrase like, "Are you all right?" Tang Zhen, on the other hand, remained silent because Yao and Rao's face bore the marks of his earlier artwork, a chaotic ink line smeared across her visage, extending down to her neck and nightgown. The once dignified and elegant girl now appeared oddly charming in her disarray, especially as she held the inkstone aloft, reminiscent of a fierce mythical figure. He stifled a laugh, though it was a struggle as the pain in his arm compelled him to grimace. Ultimately, Yao and Rao broke the silence, her words instantly extinguishing his amusement. With a serious tone, she inquired, "Am I really not pretty?" The hand still raised with the inkstone. Tang Zhen felt that a negative response could very well lead to his head meeting the same fate as that of the dog. Chapter 18. Father and Daughter, Words Unspoken. Man and beast, a fruitless struggle. What the hell? Tang Zhen had not felt such embarrassment in a long time. To his dismay, Yao and Rao had overheard his offhand remark about Hong, stating, "She isn't all that good-looking." At the time, he had merely been speaking to himself. Indeed, Miss Yu was exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps he should have simply set the inkstone aside? Tang Zhen could only endure the moment, using the pain from his injury to mask the embarrassment on his face. Yao and Rao seemed to have just recalled the inkstone she was holding, hastily lowering her arm. However, the young lady had always conducted herself with decorum. Now seated on the bed, there was no place to set the inkstone down. Ultimately, she pretended to be indifferent, cradling her hands in her lap. "Master Tang, it was not my intention to overhear your assessment of me," Yao and Rao explained earnestly. "Though I have been disturbed by that malevolent creature and found it difficult to awaken, my mind has remained relatively clear most of the time, allowing me to hear the conversations of others. Moreover, Hong speaks of you daily, and since I have been in a state akin to death, I have been compelled to listen to much. Given our sisterly bond, I cannot help but feel concerned if she is troubled, which is why I dared to inquire." As she spoke, Yao and Rao's gaze flickered, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to her. Tang Zhen felt somewhat speechless. After lying unconscious for half a month, her first thoughts were about the gossip concerning her close friend. "Miss Yao, my relationship with Hong is merely that of friends. You are overthinking it." Tang Zhen coughed up a mouthful of blood, forcing herself to stand. This was not the time for intimate conversations. Moreover, there was a more pressing matter at hand. If this nightmare were to escape from the black dog, capturing it again would be exceedingly difficult, and its return for vengeance would spell great calamity. Yao and Rao's expression grew serious as she descended from the bed, instinctively reaching out to steady the swaying Tang Zhen. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" At this moment, the nightmare remained trapped within the black dog. Killing the dog would mean vanquishing the nightmare. However, that creature was robust, and my Buddhist chant would be challenging to execute in one decisive strike. Given my current state, I could manage to use the chant only once more. Thus, we may have no choice but to engage in close combat, whether with our teeth or hands. In any case, after tonight, only the living, be it human or canine, would remain in Anxiang Garden. Tang Zhen, after speaking, raised his gaze towards Yao and Rao. He understood that it was rather unreasonable to expect a sheltered young lady, who had never even slaughtered a chicken, to confront a ferocious beast. Yet, she had no alternative. If he were to perish, her fate would be sealed as well. However, would the dog not evade us? If it merely retreated into the thicket? In such an expansive courtyard, we might never locate it. Contrary to his expectations, Yao and Rao did not turn pale. Instead, she furrowed her brow in contemplation and earnestly inquired. "This young lady was somewhat extraordinary. It would not evade us, having assumed the form of a dog, coupled with its impaired intellect. Its murderous intent towards me would be unmistakable, and it would seize any opportunity to attack." Yao and Rao nodded thoughtfully. The estate comprised two courtyards, the front adorned with numerous trees and shrubs, where the vile creature was likely concealing itself, while the rear housed a storeroom for tools. Since it would be unwise to engage the dog in direct combat, let us first seek out suitable weapons. Tang Zhen felt a surge of frustration within. Realizing that in devising the plan, he had succumbed to habitual thinking, failing to adopt the perspective of an ordinary person. His thoughts had been entirely consumed with how to combat the nightmare, neglecting the matter of killing the dog. Had he requested a blade and a crossbow from Guard Zhao in advance, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Yet, was Miss Yao adapting a tad too swiftly? Yao and Rao, supporting him, remarked, "Though I am but a young lady, I have often assisted my family in slaughtering chickens during festivals, so I possess a modicum of courage. You need not worry for me." Indeed, that is quite commendable, exceedingly so. Thus, they reached a mutual understanding, accepting their fates of either slaying the dog or being slain by it. They cautiously descended the stairs. The garden enveloped in an eerie silence, shadows of trees swaying under the moonlight, concealing perhaps a pair of predatory eyes lurking in the darkness. Outside the garden, the shouts continued, but the voices of the gamblers had grown hoarse. Although their spirits remained relatively high, human vocal cords are ultimately finite, and with time, they might find themselves unable to utter a sound. At that point, the nightmare could attempt to extricate itself from the body of the black dog. Yao and Rao led Tang Zhen to the storeroom, which contained nothing but the odds and ends tidied by the servants. Lacking proper weaponry, Tangjin selected a large pair of shears meant for trimming shrubs, concealing it within his sleeve. In contrast, Yao and Rao bore a hefty bundle of fishing nets on her back, a small spade tucked at her waist, and in her other hand, she carried an inkstone. Presenting herself as a valiant general. Alas, her white nightgown bore extensive stains of ink, blood, and dirt, rendered unrecognizable by wear. If given the chance, strike with deadly intent. Tangjin thought as he arrived in the front courtyard, gazing intently at the foreboding thicket of shrubs and stones. Yao and Rao nodded vigorously at this moment. The pallor of her complexion had taken on a slight flush, as if stirred by a sense of excitement. Suddenly, a bark echoed through the air. Tangjin abruptly turned, hearing that the other party was concealed within the shadows of the nearby trees. Yet, the moon hung high, casting a veil of darkness over that area. Tangjin and Yao and Rao exchanged a glance. With utmost caution, Tangjin edged closer, his fingers tightening around the scissors concealed within his sleeve. Regardless of whether the dog approached from the front or the side, he was resolute in his ability to eviscerate it before it could sink its teeth into his throat. As he reached the shadow beneath the tree, he found no trace of the black dog, just as doubt began to creep in. Yao and Rao's voice rang out behind him, "Be careful." Yet it was too late. A malevolent gust of wind bore down upon him from above. And there was no time to turn around. Could it be that this nightmare possessed the cunning to ambush him from the tree? Tangjin was swiftly overpowered and brought down to the ground by the beast. The vicious hound seized his back without hesitation and lunged forward, sinking its teeth into his neck from behind. Tangjin had no choice but to abandon the scissors and protect the back of his head with his hands. The dog's fangs sank into his flesh, causing excruciating pain. Yao and Rao, witnessing Tangjin being seized and bitten, did not cry out in alarm. Instead, she swiftly cast aside the fishing net, ensnaring both Tangjin, who lay on the ground, and the black dog, which clung to his back. With one hand wielding a small shovel and the other holding an inkstone, she relentlessly struck the dog's back. Though her strength was limited, she could not inflict immediate harm on the dog's robust frame. Thus, she resorted to a nearly vindictive tactic, prodding at the dog's severed tail. The wound, still in the process of healing, was reopened, and dark crimson blood surged forth in small rivulets. The injured black dog howled in pain and turned to lunge at her. However, the constraints of the fishing net severely hindered its movement. Yao and Rao merely stepped back, remaining outside the net and maintaining the upper hand. She incessantly jabbed at the dog's nose with the small shovel, relishing in the satisfaction of revenge, and ultimately could not restrain a few gleeful chuckles. It was sheer madness. Seizing the opportunity while the black dog was momentarily distracted, Tangjin gritted his teeth and crawled forward, using both hands and feet. Though his progress was awkward, it proved effective. The black dog, now thoroughly enraged, charged towards Yao and Rao. Yet its frantic movements only caused the fine strands of the net to scrape against the bushes and stones. The dog's paws and teeth became increasingly entangled in the fishing net, entrapping itself in a web of its own making. Tangjin finally extricated himself from the fishing net. Observing the black dog relentlessly pursuing Yao and Rao, he seized the opportunity to launch himself, using his back as leverage. The situation had reversed. Now it was he who had the upper hand over the black hound from behind. The struggle between man and beast ensued across the net, culminating in Tangjin tightly gripping the dog's neck with his relatively intact right arm. The black dog, in a furious attempt to retaliate, twisted its head to bite him, while Yao and Rao rushed forward, forcefully shoving an inkstone into the dog's mouth, effectively clamping its jaws shut. With her other hand, she relentlessly struck the dog's face with a small spade, the flapping skin producing a sound akin to a wet slap, as indistinguishable droplets of saliva and blood splattered onto her white skirt. "Hold it down," she shouted, continuing her fierce assault. Tangjin gritted his teeth and exerted his strength without responding. At that moment, voices could be heard from outside the wall. "Enrao, is that you speaking? Have you awoken?" It turned out that the guards outside the garden had heard the barking of the dog and the cries of Yao and Rao, prompting the arrival of Lord Yao. "Father, it is I," Yao and Rao replied gently while simultaneously using a small spade to jab at the eye of the black dog, causing it to howl and thrash about violently, nearly escaping Tangjin's grasp. "Enrao, are you all right? I am coming in to get you. Are you okay? Why is there a dog barking?" The Lord, hearing the increasingly ferocious barks from within, was filled with deep concern. Tangjin gritted his teeth and hoarsely exclaimed, "You cannot open the door. You must not enter. Everything must continue unabated, or else it will seize another's body. Do not come in. I am fine." Yao and Rao calmly replied, then resumed his efforts with a small shovel, targeting the other eye of the black dog. The creature yelped in agony, yet still possessed some strength. Meanwhile, Tangjin, already exhausted and injured, felt the world around him blurring into a flurry of snowflakes as he lost more blood. The grip he had around the black dog's neck had lost all sensation, relying solely on his body weight to maintain control. The shouts of the gamblers outside had dwindled to a mere whisper, with only a few managing to voice their concerns. It was now a pivotal moment. Teetering on the brink of life and death, Tangjin clenched a peachwood branch between his teeth and suddenly bit down fiercely on the black dog's ear, as if whispering the most intimate secrets between lovers. With a venomous hiss, he spat out a single word: "Reveal." The black dog whimpered in response, convulsing in agony. Meanwhile, Yao and Rao aimed a small spade at the dog's eye socket, pressing her entire weight down upon it. the blood splattering onto her face, obscuring the black ink line on her body. There was no time for hesitation. In this life and death struggle, it was a matter of survival. On the other side of the wall, the city lord clenched his fists, his entire being trembling slightly. Hunger also quivered. Yet she continued to hurl silver coins at the gamblers, compelling them to shout louder. Ultimately, only a brief whimper broke the silence, akin to the end of a nightmare, leaving the garden devoid of sound. The city lord pressed against the garden wall, daring not to utter a word, fearing no one would respond and dreading the worst outcome. Fortunately, years of experience had taught him the importance of patience. He recalled Tang Jin's advice to wait until dawn to open the garden gate, regardless of what transpired. All he could do now was wait. Turning to the gamblers, whose faces were flushed and voices hoarse, the city lord declared, exchange for golden melon seeds. For every word shouted, a seed shall be given. Thus, the hoarse cries echoed intermittently throughout the night, persisting until the first rays of sunlight pierced through Bayong City. Chapter 19. Bitterness and sweetness. As dawn broke, golden red light ascended from the mountains, slicing through the night like a blade, simultaneously unveiling the fate of those who had anxiously awaited the outcome in Anqiang Garden. The heavy chains fell to the ground, and people outside surged inward. The first to enter was the guard Zhao, his sword drawn, vanishing like a gust of wind into the depths of Anqiang Garden. His movements too swift for ordinary mortals to perceive. Hong'a followed closely behind, though not as fast as Zhao. Her familiarity with the surroundings allowed her to navigate swiftly through the flower beds and rocks, rushing towards the area of the fiercest conflict from the previous night. Finally, Yao Chuzhu and a cohort of guards and servants followed, the attendants wielding weapons and remaining vigilant. Yao Chuzhu did not run. His face was serious and his gaze composed, striding purposefully along the stone path, instilling a sense of calm among those behind him. However, unbeknownst to them, his hands were clenched into fists within his sleeves, trembling slightly. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air. It was Hong'a's voice. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. Even having prepared for the worst, he felt his throat dry and parched. As he turned around the final corner, the sight before him left everyone aghast. The once elegant and cozy courtyard had transformed into a scene from hell, with 3 lifeless bodies lying intertwined in a pool of coagulated blood. The acrid stench of blood seemed to narrate the ferocity of the battle that had unfolded there the night prior. The black dog lay at the bottom, entangled in a fishing net in black fur, leaving strange patterns on the green stone tiles. Tang Jin was sprawled atop the black dog, one arm wrapped around its head, his own head lowered as if to whisper something or perhaps to tear at the dog's throat. Yao and Reo was collapsed over both the dog and Tang Jin, her upper body pressing down on their heads, her hands clasped at her abdomen, clearly still exerting force to thrust something into either the dog or Tang Jin's body in those final moments. Guard Zhao approached the grim tableau, maintaining utmost vigilance as he gently touched the neck of the outermost figure, Yao and Reo, with his fingertips before suddenly raising his head and shouting, "Call for the doctor." Upon hearing this, the city lord finally snapped back to reality amidst a shock, waving his hands and rushing forward, as calling for the doctor signified that there was still hope. Chaos ensued as everyone began to scramble, untangling the fishing net, seeking stretchers, and calling for the doctor, creating a frenzy of activity. The only casualty of this fierce battle was the black dog, its eyes gouged out, particularly the left eye, where a small spade had penetrated the socket nearly to the brainstem, and its left ear lay in tatters, indistinguishable from the congealed mixture of brain matter and blood that oozed across the ground. Tang Jin was gravely injured, his left arm bore deep gashes, nearly exposing the bone beneath, while countless bruises and bite marks marred other parts of his body. More critically, his throat suffered severe damage from his repeated attempts to use the dragon elephant R-hut sound with a dry branch, blood oozing from it in thin streams. At this moment, he was on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. Any delay could mean that even the King of Hell would be unable to save him. In stark contrast, Yao and Reo bore no visible injuries. The stains of ink and blood, along with the dust, merely gave her an appearance of disarray, without truly affecting her in any significant way. Yet, her complexion, even in unconsciousness, was scarcely better than Tang Jin's. It is worth noting that she had lain in bed for a full fortnight, fiercely battling against the nightmare that sought to possess her, her spirit taut with tension. Under normal circumstances, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness the instant the nightmare was expelled. After all, a typical person would have perished from lack of sleep long before 2 weeks had passed. Nevertheless, she managed to sit up and raise the ink stone with great effort. No one knew the extent of her exhaustion, nor did they realize that while supporting Tang Jin, she was also leaning on him to steady herself. No one comprehended the sheer force of will that had driven her to fight so fiercely against the vicious hound throughout the night until she finally lost consciousness. Perhaps Tang Jin had a fleeting opportunity to grasp the gravity of the situation, but in the face of urgency, he had no time to ponder. The current circumstances were far better than Yao City Lord had anticipated. He could finally calm his mind and arrange for the aftermath. He instructed in a deep voice, "Burn the dog's carcass to ashes, make sure it is thoroughly incinerated. Immediately search Anqiang Garden. Any living creature, be it a mouse or shrimp, must be burned. Maintain vigilance throughout the estate. No outsiders are to be summoned within. Any individual exhibiting strange behavior or suddenly fainting should be immediately restrained and contained. Everything would be addressed once the immortal master and the young lady awakened." While the city lord's residence was sealed, Peculiar tales of that night began to circulate throughout Bayong City. The stories originated from a group of gamblers who returned to the gambling den with a considerable fortune, only to find many of them had lost their voices, becoming nearly mute. Most had once basked in glory at the casino for a year or two, only to fall into disgrace, disability, or death. The accounts they shared were more enduring than their own lives. However, such matters were of little relevance now. The second-floor building of Anxiong Garden was reduced to ashes, or rather, the entirety of Anxiong Garden had been leveled. The servants dug deep into the earth, even pulling out earthworms to incinerate them to ash, leaving the land barren. Hong'er felt a pang of regret. She and the young lady had grown up there, and it held nearly all their childhood memories. Pray tell, what was the original purpose of the inkstone? Yao and Reo inquired as she observed Hong'er embroidering. She had been asleep for a full 2 weeks, and although she awoke with a pallid complexion and dim eyes, she appeared significantly improved compared to before, allowing her to engage in conversation with Hong'er to pass the tedious time of recuperation. My lady, you have just regained your strength. The physician advised you against overthinking, lest you harm your vital essence. Hong'er focused intently on her needlework, seemingly uninterested in her mistress's peculiar question. What are you embroidering? Yao and Reo asked with curiosity. Nothing of significance, merely a trinket, Hong'er replied. Yet Yao and Reo pressed on. Is that a purse? The pattern resembles a crane beneath a pine tree? Who do you intend to gift it to? Hong'er remained silent. If it is for Mr. Tang, why not embroider butterflies or mandarin ducks? Gifts of affection ought to possess meaningful symbolism. Yao and Reo became even more animated, attempting to discern Hong'er's thoughts. I was merely a friend of the dog. Now that he has saved you, my lady, he is considered my benefactor, Hong'er replied, her tone steady and devoid of any visible change. Oh, that is well. Yao and Reo arched an elegant brow, a flash of mischief glimmering in her otherwise dull eyes. Even in her fallen state, she was still a cultivator, according to her reasoning. What could be termed as a semi-immortal body might very well afford a lifespan different from ours, and thus, when it comes to matters of the heart, one could afford to be less scrupulous. At this point, Yao and Reo's expression shifted slightly as she recalled the mention of old acquaintances by that man. I am aware, Hong'er responded, maintaining her placid demeanor as if discussing a stranger. Good, Hong'er. Yao and Reo gently embraced her shoulders. Father has decided to adopt you as his goddaughter. You are now the second young lady of the city lord's residence, my sister. You are worthy of any person in this city, but him alone is not suitable. He is not in the city, he is in the heavens. Yao and Reo gestured toward the sky. Hong'er followed her finger to gaze at the ceiling before bowing her head and murmuring, what concern is he of mine, whether in heaven or on earth? Seeing Hong'er unresponsive only piqued Yao and Reo's curiosity further, and she continued in a hushed tone, most importantly, if he truly is a formidable cultivator, then you might consider becoming a concubine. Perhaps you could enjoy longevity, and in time, the entire city lord's residence would ascend alongside you. Yet, he has fallen from grace, no longer possessing the prowess he once had, while his past enemies remain in the heavens. A single nightmare has turned the city lord's residence upside down. What if his past comes back seeking vengeance? What will you do? What will I do? Yao and Reo lamented, reflecting that one need not fear poverty or wealth, but rather the peril of having once been wealthy and now being impoverished. My lady, you're becoming increasingly peculiar, always lost in such thoughts, Hong'er gently remarked. The two fell into silence, for the adversaries Yao and Reo spoke of might not be true foes. Hong'er understood the implications her mistress was trying to convey. The old acquaintance. If that old acquaintance had feelings for Tangoan, how would Hong'er position herself? If the old acquaintance was still alive and consumed with jealousy, what then? Could Tangoan protect her? Moreover, matters of the heart often disregard the order of arrival, yet they also emphasize it. Yao and Reo, feeling vexed, raked her fingers through her hair, her serene and exquisite appearance clashing with her agitated actions, as though she were exerting force against a mass of cotton. She jabbed Hong'er playfully, as if to vent her frustration. Hong'er leaned slightly against Yao and Reo, her long black hair cascading down, intertwining the scent of medicinal herbs and youthful fragrance. With a hint of resignation and fatigue, she murmured, My lady, isn't it exhausting to think so much? Yao and Reo lowered her head slightly, her expression growing calm, laced with a touch of sympathy as she replied, Child, aren't you weary from harboring so many thoughts? At that moment, a sudden shout from outside the door interrupted them. Eldest miss, second miss, the immortal master has awakened. The Lord calls for both of you. Hong'er gently set down her embroidery, standing to leave. Just before exiting, she turned and said, I am well. Yao and Reo watched the girl's departing figure, her eyes narrowing slightly, feeling a sense of disdain for the treachery that had taken advantage of her unconsciousness to steal her mate away. Tangjin lay on the bed, feeling akin to a zongzi, his body swathed in bandages, confined to a single position as he gazed up at the ceiling. Several familiar faces peered into his line of sight. Master! Master! You are awake! Exclaimed Yu Chuzhu, his square face illuminating with a rare expression of joy. Hong'er's tear-streaked visage was a poignant sight, had it not been for Yao and Reo providing her with a handkerchief. The tears and snot would likely have cascaded onto Tang's face. Mr. Tang, I have yet to express my profound gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Please allow me to pay my respects, Yao and Reo declared, her demeanor notably composed, speaking with measured grace. Regrettably, Tangjin could not turn his head, and thus, he could not discern whether she actually bowed. Yet, recalling the image of her holding the inkstone, he inexplicably sensed a strange detachment in the girl's tone. He parted his lips to respond, but no sound emerged, his throat in excruciating pain. Master, do not rush to speak. Your throat requires ample rest. The city lord hastily advised, echoing the physician's counsel to take the medicine diligently. Hong-er promptly brought over the medicine, gently blowing on a spoonful to cool it. Master is still gravely injured. We shall take our leave for now. Once you have regained your strength, we will return. The city lord and Yao and Reo said as they departed, leaving only Hong-er to assist with his medicine. Tangjin found himself unable to refuse. The girl persisted. Ladling spoonful after spoonful, consuming not just one bowl but several 4 or 5 bowls of herbal medicine were ingested. The bitterness rendered his tongue numb, and he vowed never to taste medicine again in this lifetime. The doctor's words echoed ominously. 3 times a day, and with a week's perseverance, you shall recover. Hong-er's pronouncement felt devilish. Incompetent physician. Tangjin silently berated in his heart, pressing his lips together in silent protest, hoping Hong-er would comprehend his sentiments. Observing the pallor of Tangjin's anguished face, Hong-er recalled the taste of the cooling herbal soup she had once tried and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Indeed, it was bitter, yet the adage rang true. Bitter medicine is beneficial for ailments. Tangjin remained resolutely silent, firmly refusing to eat. Her recovery ability, being of a semi-divine physique, should be superior to that of an ordinary person. She could recover without medication. Good dog. Open your mouth, Hong-er coaxed. As if soothing a child, Tangjin resolutely refused to yield, firmly pressing his lips together and closing his eyes. Disregarding Hong-er's persistent entreaties as though he were fast asleep. After a few attempts to persuade him, Hong-er fell silent, and the room descended into tranquility. The enveloping darkness of closed eyes began to induce a sense of drowsiness, and the weariness of Tangjin's spirit surged forth. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he suddenly felt a gentle warmth alight upon his lips. With a certain unfamiliarity, it parted his lips, and a wave of sweetness penetrated deep into his being, causing his tongue, once bitter and parched, to quiver with delight. The taste surged directly to his mind, eliciting an involuntary moan from Tangjin as a piece of rock candy melted entirely in his mouth. As the warmth gradually withdrew, it left behind delicate threads, unknowingly taking with it the remnants of bitterness. Chapter 20. Fragments of stories. Moments of warmth. Tangjin opened his eyes to find Hong-er hovering closely above him, her eyes shimmering with a watery hue. Upon noticing him awake, she appeared slightly flustered, swallowing hard before softly advising, "You should rest now. Take your medicine tonight." With that, she extended her hand to obscure his vision, taking advantage of his immobility to forcibly close his eyes. Enveloped in darkness for an indeterminate time, Tangjin succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. When he awoke again, Hong-er had vanished. The room was illuminated by candlelight, and a young maid, a stranger to him, approached with a bowl of medicine. He was compelled to drink it all before she departed with the medicine jar, extinguishing the candle and returning the room to silence. Later, the creaking of the door heralded the arrival of someone who tiptoed in. This time, she first covered Tangjin's eyes, denying him any chance to see. After placing a piece of rock candy on his tongue, she even teasingly flicked her tongue to signify her complete triumph before leaving. Throughout the encounter, Tangjin was either blinded or unable to see anything, akin to a puppet being manipulated. The sole remnant of sweetness lingered in his mouth. As night fell, a fire was ignited in the dilapidated temple, where beggars poured the remnants of discarded vegetables and stale food they had scavenged during the day into a pot, stirring it with charred sticks. This was their dinner. I wonder where the one with 3 eyes has gone. Someone sighed quietly, a sentiment quickly echoed by those around. At such times, they all recalled the boy with the sheep's offal in hand. Those days had been the happiest for the beggars. Every 7 or 8 days, Tangjin would return with meat, making them feel as though they were living like officials, indulging in meat soup daily. He hasn't passed away, has he? Someone scratched their head as snow fell into the pot. Perhaps he has. I heard that a corpse was spotted drifting in the river a few days ago. Could it be that boy with 3 eyes? Wasn't he working at the docks? Another offered a clue. A heavy silence fell over them, tinged with sorrow for the lost offal. The old beggar refrained from joining the discussion. He remembered Tangjin's peculiar expression when he left, as if he had transformed into someone else, youthful and vibrant, as if he were no longer a mere beggar, but a little immortal. How could such a being perish so easily? Is it here? A voice sounded from outside the temple. The beggars looked up in confusion as several figures strode in, the flickering light casting painful reflections off their sheathed blades. The beggars recoiled in trepidation. What brings officials to this decrepit temple at night? Only the old beggar recognized the leader among them and stepped forth respectfully, saying, "Master Zhao, I am the old beggar. What brings you here at such an hour? If you seek me, you need only say so." Zhao the guard shook his head. "I am not here for you." He stepped aside, revealing a girl in a flowing white dress standing straight behind him, her features strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a goddess statue in the temple. Is this the city god temple? She assessed the beggars before moving toward the pot of boiling gruel, only to recoil from the unpleasant odor. "Miss you." The old beggar squinted through the firelight, confirming that this was indeed the daughter of the city lord. "Greetings." Yao and Reo smiled and nodded at him. "I sincerely apologize for troubling everyone at this late hour." "Not at all. If you have any instructions, miss, please let me know. The old beggar responded with utmost respect. There is an important announcement for everyone. This old city god temple is to be renovated. At her words, the beggars erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The old beggar's heart sank, and he stammered, Miss, this temple has long been our refuge. Why must it be renovated? Would that not leave us homeless? There is no need for concern, she reassured them, to prevent the gathering of refugees here from disturbing the peace within the city. The city lord's decree states that all refugees in this temple may serve as laborers for the renovation, as long as they work diligently during this period. The city lord's estate will provide for their meals and living expenses, offering a daily wage of 1 coin. Upon completion, they will receive citizenship in Bayong City and no longer be considered refugees. Yao Anreo smiled at the beggars, the moonlight streaming through the temple's roof, illuminating her like a radiant goddess. The beggars bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, goddess. The old beggar's face brightened, though it soon dimmed again, at 70. His body was frail, and he could barely walk, making it impossible for him to work. He would not benefit from this opportunity to change his fate. If only that boy with 3 eyes were still here. With citizenship in Bayong City, he could marry and start a family. As he pondered these thoughts, Yao Anreo took a couple of steps closer and said, Old man, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you alone. The docks in the city are in need of a tea master, offering a daily wage of 4 coins, 3 meals, free tea, and accommodation in the dock shelter. What do you think? But I do not know how to brew tea. The old beggar struggled to comprehend. Boiling water is all that's required. Much like the gruel you prepare, Yao Anreo hesitated. The old beggar could hardly fathom the fortune that had come his way. He nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked up. May I ask, Miss, do you know of a boy named San Yen? Rest assured, old man, in time, he may come to explain everything to you personally, Yao Anreo replied with a gentle smile. The old beggar nodded fervently, grateful merely to be alive. Illness can strike like a mountain, yet depart like threads unraveling. After a week of bitter medicine, Tang Jin finally shed most of his bandages, his throat gradually regaining the ability to speak. Each day he could sit in a wheelchair, pushed outside by Hong Er to bask in the sun. His swift recovery was largely due to Hong Er's meticulous care. She took on most of the responsibilities, including but not limited to bathing him, changing bandages, preparing herbal remedies, and feeding him, even offering him sweets. In truth, the city lord's estate had many maids and servants, and it was unusual for Hong Er, an unmarried young lady, to take on such tasks. However, she insisted on doing so, not out of a desire to care for others or to impress Tang Jin, but for a rather selfish and peculiar reason. She simply relished the sight of Tang Jin being utterly still and at her mercy. It brought her a sense of fulfillment, as if he were not celestial, but rather right beside her. She had heard Yao Anreo's words, he is not in the city, but in the heavens, and thus worried that this fellow might suddenly ascend once more. This concern led to that day when she unexpectedly fed him sugar, unlike her mistress. She did not overthink or plan, she simply acted on impulse. She was always quick to make decisions, executing them without hesitation. Chapter 21. Disarrayed Threads of Fate. A pitiful puzzle solved. The dilapidated temple underwent renovations, spearheaded by the city lord's estate, with nearby refugees being registered and granted citizenship. Those who wished could remain as laborers for the temple's refurbishment, earning a daily wage and 3 meals. The old beggar, known as Old Guai, now worked at the docks as a tea master, his job consisting of brewing tea and soaking up the sun. Hong Er chattered about recent happenings in the city. Isn't that just like me? Tang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Hong Er pondered for a moment and realized it was indeed true. Tang Jin spent his days simply soaking up the sun. Thank you for your efforts in this matter. After sharing a laugh, Tang Jin spoke earnestly, noting that the city lord's manor had clearly put considerable thought into their actions. Should they suddenly bestow a sum of money upon the beggars? It would be futile to expect them to remain. Indeed, it could potentially cause them more harm, as exemplified by the 20 gamblers. This entire affair was orchestrated solely by the young lady, who had been preoccupied with these matters of late and seldom returned to the manor. I shall express my gratitude to her personally, he declared. Yao Anreo certainly possesses remarkable skills, whether it be in repaying kindness or dealing with adversaries. By the way, the master of the house will host a banquet tomorrow to celebrate your and the young lady's recovery, Hong Er remarked, gently brushing the fallen leaves from his head with a natural grace. Indeed, he replied. The following day, the gates of the city lord's manor swung open wide. As notable figures from Bayong City arrived in their carriages, they came both to congratulate the city lord's daughter on her liberation from the clutches of the demon and to meet the legendary sage who had devised the cunning plan to vanquish it. Gifts piled high, names were called in succession, and the opera troupe intensified their performance, filling the air with music that would not cease for half a day. Tang Jin took nearly half an hour, with the assistance of Hong Er, to don a respectable robe, utterly exhausted. Hong Er gently helped him into a chair and began to comb his hair, making him feel akin to a wealthy young lady preparing for marriage. So many prominent figures are coming soon. Aren't you anxious, Doggin? Hong Er softly inquired as she noticed Tang Jin yawning in boredom. How significant can it be? Can it surpass those I have encountered? Tang Jin responded with his eyes closed, taking a moment to rejuvenate, not to mention the formidable demon lord he had faced. His own master, a leader of the righteous path, was notoriously fond of making grand displays. Hong Er pouted and said, "Oh, the city's overseer and the head of the family are the most distinguished individuals I have ever met. Shouldn't you refer to him as foster father? I forgot. Besides, the most notable figure you have encountered should be me, right? For before you stands the top of the Qingyan ranking, the heart demon of all demon cultivators, the eldest disciple of the Purple Cloud Sage, the vanguard of prodigious cultivators, and a guest elder of the Jiuzhou Conference. Known as the true monarch seeking the Dharma, the foremost golden core cultivator in the realm." Tang Jin shook his head as he recited his own title. Now able to reflect on those past years from an outsider's perspective, bragging, with a tongue that often falters, Hong Er hardly believes his fanciful tales. Ever since his recovery, he has become notably more loquacious, as if some inner turmoil had been resolved. Previously, he wore an air of indifference, rarely smiling, revealing himself as a man with untold stories. Yet now, he resembles an ordinary youth, whether as dog-in or three-eyed, or as an elder or a young man. Hong Er finds herself fond of him. As the time for the banquet approached, the prominent figures of the city had already taken their seats, exchanging greetings among familiar faces. The small town of Beiyang could hardly accommodate any lingering grievances of the martial world. Master Tang has arrived, called out from outside, prompting everyone to rise and step forward in anticipation of witnessing the master-esque grandeur. However, they were met with the sight of a young man, enveloped in the fragrance of herbs, seated slowly in a wheelchair. A dark birthmark adorned his forehead, resembling a third eye. Aside from this peculiarity, his features could be deemed handsome, yet those versed in martial arts could discern the severe injuries and depletion of his essence. Even Hong Er and Yaowen, who pushed the wheelchair, appeared to be in far better spirits than he. The gathered crowd had long outgrown the age of judging by appearances. They paused only briefly before approaching with respectful gestures, showering him with polite compliments. Tang Jin is known for his amiable demeanor, offering compliments to everyone he encounters, a skill in which he possesses considerable expertise. Previously, he exchanged pleasantries only with celestial sages, erudite scholars, and noble princesses. It is indeed impressive that a young master like him can vanquish demons at such a tender age. Regrettably, all the cultivators in Beiyang City have journeyed to Chaoyang City for the Dharma Assembly. Had they remained, they could have engaged in enlightening discussions with the young master, mutually benefiting from each other's insights. For now, it seems we mere mortals shall have to indulge in idle chatter with you. Haha, among us. A martial official clad in armor is particularly loquacious and possesses a booming voice. Indeed, it is quite a pity. While savoring the shrimp peeled by Hong Er, Tang Jin nodded thoughtfully. However, I have heard they will be returning soon. Yes, indeed. According to the scheduled date, in just 1 week, Beiyang City shall no longer be so defenseless. Moreover, within our city lies a Taoist temple named Yunhua Temple, presided over by a master of profound Taoist arts. A person of integrity who, like the young master, bears an extraordinary countenance. I am certain that the two of you will become close companions, supporting one another in your pursuits, remarked City Lord Yao with a smile. What sort of extraordinary countenance? Tang Jin, having heard of this temple master, inquired with curiosity. After exchanging pleasantries with the various elders, Yao and Reo elaborated, the master is known as Yunhua Taoist. He bears a mark resembling a red cloud upon his face, which he can transform into a fiery cloud to incinerate demons during exorcisms, a truly formidable ability. It must be a celestial embryo, Tang Jin nodded, acknowledging that this is indeed a common method among righteous cultivators. However, why would one choose to manifest a celestial embryo on the face? Concealing it on the arm or back would be more advantageous, both for surprise and aesthetics. Those surrounding him spoke highly of Yunhua Taoist, revealing that he enjoys immense prestige within the city, likely regarded as the foremost figure in Beiyang City, on par with the City Lord's status. Mr. Tang, what do you mean by celestial embryo that you mentioned earlier? Yao and Reo seemed intrigued and leaned closer to Tang Jin, whispering her question. Tang Jin casually replied, transforming spirit into immortality, consuming immortals within oneself, nurturing with the essence of the Tao, and utilizing it for spiritual cultivation is akin to how mortals nurture a fetus. Thus it is called an immortal fetus. Yao and Reo listened intently, nodding in a state of partial comprehension. But how does one transform spirit into immortality? How does one consume immortals? She inquired further. Do you wish to nurture an immortal fetus? Tang Jin chuckled. That requires foundational cultivation, through day and night contemplation of spiritual entities, such as floating dust, clouds, or toads. Once the divine thought aligns with the spiritual entity, one can then consume it, transforming it into the patterns upon one's body, thus creating the immortal fetus. Oh, can any spiritual entity suffice? She asked. The entity must possess at least some spirit. For instance, that Taoist of cloud and fire, I suspect his immortal fetus was a glimpse of a spiritually infused fire cloud he witnessed atop a celestial mountain. Tang Jin spoke with authority, for such knowledge was common within the realm of cultivation. It sounds exceedingly difficult, Yao and Reo observed, unconsciously twirling her hair. It is not particularly challenging. Typically, those at the foundational level will attempt to nurture an immortal fetus. It can be both offensive and defensive, providing comprehensive capabilities in combat. Some spiritual entities even possess unique effects, such as enabling flight, altering fate, or detoxification. It is one of the most practical spells for foundational cultivators. Yet most practitioners abandon the immortal fetus after reaching that level, as nurturing it demands a great deal of Dao thought, which invariably hinders their cultivation. Tang Jin took a bite of the dish that Hong Er had fed him, adding, "Of course, I have never nurtured an immortal fetus myself. I merely possess a superficial understanding. And what I have said may not be entirely accurate." He refrained from explaining why he had never attempted it. For he could not reveal to Yao and Ryo that he had only spent a month in foundational anticipation, and before he knew it, he had broken through. During that month, he had been preoccupied with daily quarrels with Nan Hongji, leaving him no time to study the concept of an immortal fetus. Yao and Ryo fell silent, deep in thought. The banquet concluded in a pleasant atmosphere, and Tang Jin's belly swelled from the food that Hong Er had lavished upon him. The girl's mind was filled with thoughts about eating well and staying healthy. After a hearty meal, Tang Jin, feeling drowsy, retired early, slipping into a deep slumber. Free from nightmares for the first time in a long while, likely because he believed he had finally kept the demon lord at bay. Chapter 22. The heart of a young girl is ever uncertain. Misfortune is self-invited. One cannot help but admire Yao and Ryo's remarkable ability to recuperate. Having endured such a severe illness, she reappeared in Beiyang City within just a few days. She was actively involved in matters such as the restoration of the city god temple, the registration of refugees, and the crackdown on deceitful practitioners, appearing more vibrant than ever. Coupled with her inherent resemblance to a Buddhist figure, her insistence on performing good deeds after encountering demons further endeared her to the citizens, who revered her greatly. Had she not been so young, they might have erected a statue in her honor. People claimed that having undergone the trials of life and death, the Yu family's young lady had attained enlightenment. Only Hong Er was aware that her mistress must have some ulterior motives. But she was too occupied with caring for Tang Jin to inquire further. Thus, when she opened her door to find Yao and Ryo sitting pensively by the window, she was not particularly surprised. In the dim light, Yao and Ryo appeared somewhat ethereal. "You've returned? Serving as the second young lady yet still attending to others daily, don't you find it exhausting? Even before you were wed, you act like a maid. Fearing you might end up pushing someone else back after marriage?" The words were abrupt and left one at a loss for a response, particularly coming from such a beautiful girl with a blank expression. Even if prepared, Hong Er was momentarily stunned by these harsh words, her face shifting from red to pale. A mixture of anger and embarrassment, and she could only stammer out, "What madness is this?" She turned to leave. "Go ahead. After all I've done for you over these past days." Yao and Ryo retorted, unfazed, her demeanor echoing that of Hong Er on a typical day. Yet her serene visage now appeared rather infuriating. Hong Er turned back. She understood Yao and Ryo well. Most of the time, she was composed, benevolent, and even possessed a hint of Buddhist virtue, but occasionally she displayed a strange and unpleasant temperament, often indicating that something had disrupted her emotional equilibrium, causing her to lash out. "Were you not busy with the restoration of the city god temple these days?" Hong Er inquired softly. "Why would I need to be involved in the renovation of a dilapidated temple? I neither understand construction nor can I lift bricks." Yao and Ryo raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in her expression. She produced a simple wooden box and an old book from her sleeve, placing them gently on the table. The wooden box was plain, and the book was worn with age, clearly artifacts of the past. She beckoned Hong Er closer, pulling her into her lap and carefully opening the box's lid. A warm red light emanated forth, shifting between form and formlessness, resembling clouds. "What is this?" Hong Er asked, bewildered. Yao and Ryo leaned closer, her lips nearly brushing Hong Er's ear as she whispered, "It comes from the most concealed compartment beneath the bed in the Cloud Fire Temple's Master's chamber." Hong Er was utterly stunned. The Fire Cloud Temple, the Master. The concealed compartment? Connecting it to the conversation Tang Jin and Yao and Ryo had during the banquet regarding the immortal fetus and spiritual entities, a terrifying realization dawned upon her. One she dared not voice. "Haha. Surprised, are you?" Yao and Ryo suddenly closed the box, hugging Hong Er and laughing with abandon. Her joy so intense it seemed tears might spring forth. This gentle and beautiful girl appeared almost mad. And I have stolen 2 boxes. Haha. 2 boxes. Hong Er abruptly broke free from her embrace. Unable to contain her fear any longer, she exclaimed, "Yao and Ryo, have you lost your mind? This could endanger everyone in the manor. Fear not. The master is not present. This matter will absolutely not go awry. I have spent an entire week planning this, and everything is now neatly in order." Yao and Ryo stood, gently smoothing Hong Er's disheveled hair. The implication of her words was even more alarming. Yao and Ryo had only recently regained consciousness, yet she had accomplished so much. All the efforts to restore the city god temple and aid the refugees were merely a facade for this scheme. "This matter is known only to you and me." Yao and Ryo pinched Hong Er's cheek playfully. Why would you do this?" Tears welled in Hong Er's eyes as she struggled to understand. Yao and Ryo had only just escaped the clutches of danger. Why was she so hastily plunging into another peril, dragging everyone along with her? "Why? Did I not say it was for you?" Yao and Ryo thrust the box and the Book of Tao teachings into Hong Er's hands. "If you do not become an immortal, you shall never attain what you desire. It is the most pitiable thing in the world to hope for the pity of others. My sister shall never be reduced to pushing another back, regardless of the circumstances. At this point, Yao Enreo's gaze turned fierce as she reclined back into her chair, nonchalantly stating, "Let me tell you, Yao Hong'er, this is your best opportunity in life. No, your only opportunity. That book contains the methods of cultivation. In the red light, I initially thought it was some kind of elixir, but today I learned it is the spiritual entity used to nurture an immortal fetus. Once you reach foundational cultivation, you can nurture it into an immortal fetus, and at that time, you will be worthy of that little beggar. Far better than being a mortal whose life and death are dictated by others. Choose for yourself. If you refuse, I shall cultivate it myself. It cannot be returned anyway." Upon finishing his words, Yao Enreo ceased to regard Hong'er, silently turning to gaze out the window, once again adopting that sorrowful and hazy demeanor. Hong'er, holding the Taoist scripture fire action decision, reflected upon Yao Enreo's words, letting out a resigned sigh. She approached the bedside, concealing both the scripture and its box within the small cabinet by her bed. Yao Enreo embraced Hong'er tightly, her face transforming into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Indeed. You are a wonderful sister. Let us together ascend as immortals." Hong'er offered no reply, merely resting her head gently against Yao Enreo's chest. Feeling the relentless throbbing of her heart, Yao Enreo was anxious and fearful, worried about the unfolding events, the potential harm to her family, and above all, the possibility of Hong'er not accompanying her. Yet, her judgment of Hong'er was not misplaced. The girl possessed an exceedingly resolute character, often relying on her intuitive feelings when making significant decisions. Deep down, Hong'er harbored a small sense of unwillingness, yearning to ascend to the heavens as well. At that moment, Tangjin remained blissfully unaware of the magnitude of Yao Enreo and Hong'er's affair. Even if he were to learn of it, it would not matter. It was merely a matter of cultivation, not demonic possession. He continued to bask in the sun each day, allowing Hong'er to push him in circles around the city lord's manor, living a life akin to that of an elderly person. It was only when the protective wooden boards were removed that he began his rehabilitation training, relying on the rosewood tiger-headed cane gifted by the city lord. "Little immortal master, how's my swordsmanship?" Zhao the Guardian, accompanied by the guards, was practicing martial arts when he happened to see Tangjin, who was gingerly making his way with the cane, and asked with a smile. The people of the city lord's manor now held Tangjin in great esteem, treating him as one of their own. Zhao the Guardian, naturally, was highly skilled in martial arts. Tangjin smiled in response, "Ha ha ha. Yet it pales in comparison to that of the little immortal master." Tangjin shook his head, stating that your martial skills far surpass those of most ordinary cultivators. Martial prowess is one thing, while magical abilities are another. We, as cultivators, seek enlightenment through meditation and understanding, whereas you warriors hone your physical forms. Our pursuits differ, and naturally, the outcomes are distinct. For instance, I possess some understanding of sword principles, yet I am incapable of wielding a sword. Even if I could command a flying sword to behead an opponent, I would be unable to use it to slay a vicious dog. Ha ha ha. Henceforth, let such matters of dispatching dogs with a sword be left to this rough fellow. Zhao Hui laughed heartily. Tangjin smiled and took a step back. For the words he had spoken were merely reflections of his recent realizations. The experience of vanquishing the demon had been utterly grotesque, rolling on the ground, gnawing at the dog's ears, truly no different from a dog itself. Tangjin was struck by the realization of his own fragility. It was no wonder, given his past prodigious talent in the arcane arts, that he could command the winds and rains with a mere gesture, often intimidating his adversaries before they even approached him. Upon further contemplation, he pondered how a peer of his caliber would fare if they lost their cultivation and encountered that black dog, the mad sword-wielding girl and her companions. For instance, were all geniuses with their blades, capable of piercing stone with nothing more than a branch devoid of true essence. The group of bald monks, though not particularly known for their fighting prowess, possessed imposing physiques, and many disciples of the Buddhist sect practiced martial arts derived from their spells, undoubtedly possessing some degree of combat skill. Even formidable beasts would find it challenging to approach them, let alone a vicious dog. As for the remaining scholars, their foppish demeanor suggested they were likely at a similar level to his own. After all, one does not expect a scholar to wield a sword or a spear. With this thought, Tangjin felt a bit reassured. At least he was not among the most inept. Chapter 23. Red asked, and Tangjin spoke of the law. For a patient, the Lord's mansion felt overly expansive. Strolling amidst the pavilions and towers felt akin to an eternal quest for an exit. Fortunately, Tangjin had ample time, meandering at a leisurely pace. In an unhurried manner, he stumbled upon two intriguing occurrences. The first was upon reaching the front courtyard, where he fortuitously spotted the boisterous martial general from the recent banquet. Clad in armor, the man strode through the main hall with a stern expression, muttering to himself, "Where do all these river drifters come from? Endless. Do they truly think the soldiers of Beiyang City are mere pushovers? By heaven, let me discover which ruffian is causing trouble, and I shall break his legs." Although his words were muttered, his booming voice rendered them unmistakable to Tangjin. The docks within Beiyang City represented the most affluent and pivotal area, rife with gangs of independent operators. Instances of murder and body disposal were not uncommon. And with the townsfolk often seeking respite from the summer heat, accidents in the water were frequent, leading to many river drifters being recovered from the shores each year. Tangjin was quite curious as to why the warrior would be angered by such a matter. However, as they were not well acquainted, and the warrior departed in haste. Tang Jin had not the opportunity to voice his inquiry before the individual vanished from sight. The second occurrence took place as Tang Jin meandered back to his quarters. Beneath a quaint pavilion, he espied Hong Er. Through a small arched doorway, the young girl was seated upon a stone bench, engrossed in her reading. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows around her. She sat upright and radiant, her legs crossed and neck elongated, exuding a certain grace reminiscent of a Taoist crane. Tang Jin felt a surge of curiosity as he pondered why the young girl had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Not long ago, she had been a sprightly child, adorned in a traditional horseface skirt, walking with a playful swagger. Yet now, she seemed to have matured unexpectedly. Hong Er, as if sensing his gaze, turned her head back, her tranquil expression meeting Tang Jin's eyes. He was once again struck with a sense of bewilderment. Their similar features now appeared even more alike. Your health is still fragile. Do not overexert yourself, she chided gently. Setting her book aside with the nurturing tone of an elder sister, Tang Jin finally regained his senses, realizing that he had unconsciously walked to the pavilion. What are you looking at? Hong Er handed him the book she was holding. He casually flipped it open, his brows furrowing slightly. A Taoist text? He turned a few more pages, and his frown deepened. This was a subpar manual of Taoist cultivation. If its author had surpassed the Golden Core realm, he would have consumed this book. Tossing the book onto the table, he spoke with evident displeasure. Cultivation relies heavily on innate talent. Next comes the method. You lack talent, and yet practice this technique. Your hopes of achieving the Golden Core in this lifetime seem bleak. In matters of cultivation, Tang Jin prided himself on having some authority. If Hong Er wished to pursue immortality, he could certainly tailor a curriculum for her. With prospects of reaching the Golden Core realm being more than sufficient, how could she practice such a thing? Where is the Golden Core? Isn't it impossible to establish a foundation without it? Hong Er tilted her head, completely oblivious to the concept of realms. In her mind, establishing a foundation was already an impressive feat. After all, wasn't the leader of Yunhua also at that stage? Her attitude only served to aggravate Tang Jin further. Cultivation must begin with the Tao, followed by establishing a foundation, then refining the spirit and returning to the void, subsequently leading to the Golden Core realm, the celestial immortal realm, and finally entering the sacred realm to become a quasi-saint. If one could grasp one or two great truths, they might attain the status of a saint, living in harmony with the heavens. Is establishing a foundation only at the second layer? Hong Er was taken aback, realizing that what she thought to be an impressive realm was merely the initial step of cultivation. Entering the Tao isn't even considered a realm. Establishing a foundation is the first layer, Tang Jin retorted, exasperated. Oh, then I just need to establish my foundation, Hong Er replied, her initial resolve unwavering. You. Tang Jin was momentarily speechless. Every cultivator embarked on the path of cultivation to strive for sainthood, yet here was someone content with merely establishing a foundation, which was both infuriating and amusing. Seeing him angry, Hong Er merely smiled gently, not offering any explanations. She was not devoid of ambition, rather. She understood herself, she was an ordinary mortal. Her pursuit of the Tao was not for the sake of longevity or power, but simply to feel at ease when standing beside Tang Jin. Let me get you a new technique. This one is simply unacceptable. Tang Jin began tearing the Taoist book apart, folding the pages into paper airplanes. All right. Hong Er nodded obediently and added, and please help Miss as well. She seems uncomfortable practicing this Taoist text. She cultivates too? Tang Jin halted his actions, sitting up straight. Yes. In fact, this Taoist text is. Hong Er quietly divulged the details regarding the fire elemental Tao and the fire cloud spirit to Tang Jin. Hearing this, Tang Jin's eyelids twitched. What a reckless risk to steal such a thing. If he were to glance at it on the ground, he would fear it might hinder his cultivation. Was Yao and Reo out of her mind? He had thought her to be exceptionally capable. If one wished to cultivate, wouldn't it be better to seek guidance from oneself? The renowned Taoist, the supreme seeker of the way, could spit and produce something far superior to this technique. Could it be that she simply enjoyed such risky endeavors? Perhaps that dream demon was something she summoned for excitement? Perverse. Yao and Ryo's disposition was quite fitting for a demonic cultivator, Tang Jin thought malignantly. With this realization, he suddenly felt uneasy. He truly needed to intervene in Yao and Ryo's cultivation. Otherwise, if she continued on this reckless path, there was no guarantee she wouldn't inadvertently endanger Hong Er as well. As the sun set in the west, the carriage rolled into the city lord's residence. Yao and Ryo, carrying a box from the Ma family's cake shop, disembarked. Recently, she had been troubled by numerous worries, and she feared losing control of her emotions, so she sought solace in sweet treats. After all, a girl's mood often improves with desserts. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed the flickering candlelight by her windowsill, indicating that Hong Er was waiting for her. Yao and Ryo hurriedly pushed open the door with a skip in her step. Hong Er, come here and let your sister give you a hug. Otherwise, I won't give you any lotus powder cake. The room was silent, with no response. Tang Jin sat neatly at the table, and Yao and Ryo keenly sensed his discomfort on her behalf. Tang Jin slightly pursed her lips, feigning ignorance as she remarked. It was Hong Er who asked me to wait for you here. Yao and Ryo could only lament that she was burdened with a basket of pastries rather than an inkstone. Otherwise, perhaps a swift strike to the back of Tang Jin's head would make him forget the scene that had just transpired. Simultaneously, she silently cursed Hong Er for her outrageous mischief. Thinking, if you fancy someone, why not bring them to your own quarters? Why must you bring them to mine? Do I not have any pride? Suppressing her embarrassment and indignation, she slightly bowed and offered a smile that embodied the warm yet distant demeanor of a wealthy young lady. Attempting to make the other party believe that the earlier incident had been merely a figment of the imagination. Mr. Tang, you are my benefactor. Your presence in my chamber is merely an oversight, nothing more. Though her words bore a veiled edge, Yao Enreo smiled warmly. However, that exquisite yet aloof smile quickly froze upon her face as she beheld a half-torn tome of Taoist scriptures resting on the table before Tangjin, alongside a substantial stack of paper airplanes. She confirmed repeatedly that it was indeed the very work she had painstakingly and resolutely pilfered, the Fire Elemental Taoist manuscript. One could easily envision Tangjin, in her absence, amusing himself by tearing pages and crafting origami out of sheer boredom while waiting for her. Tangjin followed her gaze and beheld the tragic scene upon the table. Thus, he spoke, I apologize for my impromptu visit. I primarily wish to discuss this matter with you. Yao Enreo's brows furrowed slightly, hinting at a latent ferocity. A multitude of unspoken thoughts flickered through her mind. Yet she ultimately exhaled a weary sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, that little traitor, Hong Er, was incapable of concealing anything. Tangjin chuckled. She informed me solely to assist you in resolving your dilemma. Can you truly solve my problem? Yao Enreo inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, but prior to that, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Why did Miss Yu choose to pursue the path of cultivation? Is it not a considerable risk to steal the fire elemental technique, all for the sake of helping Hong Er? Tangjin narrowed his eyes, harboring doubts that Yao Enreo's motivations were purely altruistic. The two locked gazes, the room enveloped in silence. Yao Enreo began to smile again, as a tension that had persisted for days gradually began to dissipate. A sinister and extreme aspect of her character slowly emerged, causing her once gentle eyes to narrow slightly. This expression distorted her typically serene demeanor, rendering it somewhat fearsome. She refrained from answering Tangjin's question, instead countering with, Do you know why I raised the inkstone on the night of the dog slaughter? Tilting her head with a smile that bordered on mockery, Yao Enreo continued, Surely. You do not think it was to save you? Tangjin pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, I do not know. Perhaps it is for survival? After all, if I were to perish, you would likely be left in a precarious position. No. Yao Enreo grinned widely, as if she had heard something amusing, akin to a mischievous child playing pranks on an adult. With an air of triumph, she declared, It is for revenge. Chapter 24. A Smooth Return. With no clear conclusion, do you know that I was utterly exhausted at that time, on the brink of collapse? Yet, when I felt that entity, which had wrested my body from me for an entire month, lurking by my bedside, I knew I had to destroy it. Otherwise, I would not be able to sleep. As the inkstone struck its head, the sensation and the sound were simply exhilarating. Yao Enreo seemed to be sharing a cherished secret, her squinting eyes gleaming with excitement. Tangjin furrowed his brow slightly, for the demeanor of this individual reminded him of the demonic cultivators he had once encountered. Thus, I shall pursue the path of cultivation. If there must be something that inflicts suffering upon me, then at the very least, I wish to possess the ability to make it feel pain as well. Yao Enreo recounted her aspirations with a gentle and serene tone. She feared not the agony itself, but rather the inability to exact retribution. Was this perspective perhaps a touch extreme? Staying in Beiyang City, how could it be so fortuitous to encounter a second nightmare? Tangjin chuckled softly, aware that there must be a flaw in this line of reasoning. Yao Enreo disregarded his musings and shifted the conversation. Since we have discussed so much, let us settle our accounts. What accounts? Tangjin was taken aback. You saved me from the nightmare. I owe you a life. Yao Enreo fixed her gaze upon Tangjin's eyes. My expulsion of the nightmare was not solely to rescue you, but to assist Hong Er. That concerns you and Hong Er, and does not pertain to me. A debt is a debt. However, when you fell to the status of a beggar, it was I who permitted Hong Er to offer you a position at the docks, allowing you to rise from despair, marking the beginning of your transformation. Consider this as repaying half a life. Yao Enreo's tone was unwavering. Tangjin could only nod in agreement. Today, your assistance in refining my cultivation method has indeed transformed my life. It is worth half a life, at the very least. Tangjin continued to nod. Yao Enreo observed his nonchalant demeanor, her brows slightly raised. She found his indifference displeasing, as it rendered her words seemingly insignificant. He appeared utterly unconcerned about her promissory note, and doubted her ability to repay it, which left her feeling quite distressed. Thus, it was imperative for Tangjin to share in her discomfort. Fortunately, she possessed the capability for retribution. She smiled softly, imbued with a hint of allure. Lastly, Hong Er, my younger sister with whom I have grown up, whom I have nurtured to be plump and adorable, your future together is something I wholeheartedly endorse. Surely, that is worth half a life, is it not? Tangjin instinctively retorted, I am not with Hong Er. Not with what? Suddenly, Yao Enreo leaned closer, and a fragrant aroma enveloped Tangjin's face. It was the delightful scent of lotus root powder cake. Tangjin could even sense her breath. Within those bright eyes lay a clear expression of emotions. Suddenly, he comprehended why Yao Enreo had consistently maintained such a distant demeanor towards him. Perhaps this woman had always regarded Hong Er as her own possession. Could she possibly be a rival? Yao Enreo's gaze was cold as she spoke softly. You cannot possibly believe that a girl who has been kissed repeatedly on the lips would still be desired by anyone. Nor that pretending not to see means it never happened. How do you know? Tang Jin stammered, panic rising within him. He had buried this matter so deeply that he could hardly recall it himself. If she could betray you by revealing the path of cultivation. Do you think she wouldn't betray me with the matter of feeding her sweets? That's what traitors do. Yao Enreo scoffed. I am not denying it. I just feel there are certain things. Tang Jin found himself utterly at a loss for words, momentarily frozen in place. He was a man burdened by too much. His life was destined to be a penance for guilt and sorrow, something he could never bestow upon others. I didn't ask you to confess. Simply not denying it will suffice. Yao Enreo regarded her suddenly tormented savior with disdain. Men are merely this way, yearning for the warmth of the moment while reluctant to forsake their morals, always concocting excuses for their unavoidable circumstances. Tang Jin felt quite uncomfortable. Yao Enreo smiled with satisfaction and said, So, in essence, I only owe you half a life. Remember, once the debt is settled. I still have words to share with you. Tang Jin nodded in silence. Do not hang your head. You have merely committed the same folly that all men are prone to. Yao Enreo teased him without reservation. Has anyone ever remarked upon your rather disagreeable temperament? Tang Jin lifted his gaze to this woman, pondering the hidden depths beneath her seemingly pristine exterior. Most of the time, I do not behave in such a manner. Yao Enreo replied, her demeanor shifting to one of gentle calmness, which only served to heighten the sense of unease. Tang Jin ceased his entanglement, his spirit weary, longing only to depart swiftly. There are two reasons you cannot cultivate that fire path Tao scripture. Firstly, the text is of poor quality, hastily written, which inevitably leads to frustration. Pursuing enlightenment through it necessitates certain innate talents and opportune circumstances. Secondly, you possess other innate abilities that subconsciously repel you from such an inferior text, causing your emotions to spiral out of control the more you read. What do you mean by other talents? Yao Enreo inquired. Such as an innate Buddhist root, a Confucian heart, or the courage of a swordsman, among others. At that moment, Tang Jin lacked the inclination to elaborate, merely offering a perfunctory reply. I surmise you likely possess a Buddhist heart. This Buddhist cultivation method, bestowed upon you by the Venerable Great Buddha, should enable you to cultivate and attain enlightenment if you follow it diligently. He handed over a pre-written booklet. You wouldn't be mistaken, would you? Did you not just claim my character is harsh? How could I possibly possess a Buddhist root? Yao Enreo had no desire to become a monk or nun. A Buddhist root signifies a wise disposition. According to the bald monk, it suggests a connection to Buddhism. Your harsh and capricious nature, in fact, indicates a heavy burden of vexation and ignorance. If you can gain mastery over your temperament, it will greatly benefit your Buddhist cultivation in the future. Moreover, it is merely a method of practice, not an invitation to genuinely enter the Buddhist fold. Tang Jin finished speaking and rose to leave. Well, I shall give it a try. Yao Enreo took the Buddhist scripture and inquired, is my Buddhist root impressive? It can be considered a talent, better than Hong'er's, yet not extraordinary. Every practitioner I know from the Buddhist sect possesses a Buddhist root. And there are terms like 7 clever luminous hearts and great compassion Bodhi heart. In this vast world, talents abound. As his figure receded, so did his voice. Yao Enreo nodded. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, having talent was enough. The gloom of her recent unsuccessful practice of the fire elemental Taoist scripture dissipated. At that moment, she remained unaware of the status of the so-called average talents in the realm of cultivation as described by Tang Jin. To put it succinctly, the disciples of the Buddhist sect known to Tang Jin were all renowned figures under the guidance of saints. The Qingyan ranking served as the minimum threshold in Tang Jin's circle of friends, and without making a name across the continents, one would never have the opportunity to sit at the same table as the true monarch of seeking the Tao. Time quietly passed. Ever since she received the Buddhist cultivation methods from Tang Jin, Yao Enreo was seldom seen moving about. She spent her days in the small attic, rarely encountering anyone other than Hong'er. Hong'er, however, continued as usual, harboring no suspicion towards the untitled cultivation technique bestowed by Tang Jin, nor did she cherish it particularly. She merely read it a few times each day as a form of leisure. Outside the city lord's residence, Beiyang City gradually became lively. The long-awaited return of Taoist Yunhua was finally approaching. Prominent figures in the city began to move about frequently, preparing a welcoming banquet for Taoist Yunhua. And even the common folk were filled with joy. After all, with a practitioner in their midst, their spirits were significantly lifted. In the entire city, perhaps only Yao Enreo and Hong'er wore expressions of rigidity. Tang Jin could discern their evident anxiety, having suffered from sleepless nights. He was at a loss for how to offer consolation, for it was evident that upon Taoist Yunhua's return, a tumultuous storm would ensue in the city. Not only would the loss of the Taoist arts be lamented, but also the disappearance of 2 spiritual artifacts. For a foundational practitioner, it was akin to facing utter ruin. Amidst this immense pressure, on a particular night during the hour of the rat, Tang Jin awoke from his dreams, inexplicably sensing a warm sensation enveloping his body. The semi-divine physique was responding. He slowly rose and glanced towards the direction of the small attic, where a fleeting golden light shimmered. The sound of Buddhist chants, though barely audible, resonated through the residence, awakening no one but Tang Jin. Under the weight of pressure, Yao Enreo entered the path of Buddhism through her practice. She had now become a practitioner of the Buddhist sect at the stage of seeing the Buddha. In the dead of night, the young lady entered the Buddhist sect, and the entire residence was filled with dreams of the Tathagata. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the city lord and Yao Enreo, among others, went to the city gate to await the arrival of Master Yunhua and other practitioners. Tangjin bore some injuries, thus he remained in the lord's mansion to recuperate, attended to by Hong Er. However, Hong Er was consumed by worry regarding the potential troubles that might arise upon the return of Taoist Yunhua, her thoughts wandering as she sat in silence. Tangjin could only amuse himself by munching on sunflower seeds and daydreaming. By the time the fourth plate of seeds was served, his tongue had grown numb from cracking them, yet the elusive Yunhua Dao round still had not appeared. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he finally inquired, "Where are they?" Hong Er replied. The overseer mentioned the date of their return before departing. But delays on the road or an extended ritual could easily cause a 1 or 2 day postponement. Tangjin curled his lips in disdain, secretly ridiculing the other party's pretentiousness. In the past, there would have been no more than 50 individuals capable of making him wait in such a manner. As the night deepened, the city lord returned home with Yao Enreo, while the master of Yunhua and his companions had not yet returned to the city, resulting in a day wasted for the entire Beiyang city. Only Yao Enreo felt a flicker of delight. For a thief would naturally wish to avoid encountering the owner of their spoils, it would be even better if they never returned at all. On the following day, the city gates were once again prepared for a reception, with families bringing chairs, tables, tea, and fruits, even calling upon a troupe of performers under the pretense of celebrating the return of the master of the observatory, though in reality, it was merely to provide entertainment during the tedium of waiting. Yet, the second day passed without the arrival of the master of Yunhua. The third and fourth days followed suit. Speculations began to swirl among the townsfolk, their hearts agitated, prompting the city lord to dispatch riders to Chaoyang City for inquiries. During these days, Yao Enreo's smile had grown more frequent, and his Buddhist cultivation advanced rapidly, while even the previously lackadaisical Hong Er began to show signs of enlightenment. With Tangjin's health restored, he no longer required a cane for support. Choosing a fine day, he set forth with Hong Er to visit Old Guai at the docks. Leaving the city lord's residence, they encountered the familiar Beiyang city and the well-trodden path to the wharf. Walking side by side in the warm sunlight, everything around them radiated warmth and happiness. The docks remained as bustling as ever, with the calls of the laborers and the shouts of the overseers merging into a vibrant atmosphere. Tangjin immediately spotted the old man dozing in the reclining chair. This old fellow had aged further, his body curled up like an ancient skeleton, yet his countenance appeared remarkably serene. Tangjin did not rouse the old man, but instead took a chair and settled down beside him. Despite the surrounding chaos and clamorous voices, this unlikely duo of young and old remained serene and tranquil. And soon Tangjin succumbed to slumber under the sun's warm embrace. The shouts of workers finishing their day at the dock eventually stirred him from his dreams. Blinking in confusion, he turned to see Hong Er teaching the old man the art of brewing tea. Upon noticing Tangjin's awakening, the old man chuckled. "The little rascal is awake. Go wash your face, and then we shall venture to a restaurant for some delicious lamb offal." Tangjin, yawning, strolled toward the riverbank. Crouching down beside the water, he beheld his own reflection, a youthful visage, drowsy yet adorned with a gentle smile. In that moment, he felt an undeniable sense of mortal joy. The ripples danced across the surface, bubbles frolicked, and the reflection wavered, transforming his youthful countenance into a blurred image. Suddenly, a pallid, grotesque face emerged in the water's reflection. This visage was not Tangjin's. It was not only hideous but also contorted, with wide, fearful eyes filled with dread and resentment. Resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, glaring at Tangjin on the riverbank. In the bright light of day, the specter of a water ghost roamed freely. Tangjin's smile faded as he locked eyes with the malevolent spirit across the water for a brief moment. Then, his expression turned impassive as he reached out to probe the water. "What's the matter, Goen?" Hong Er inquired, gently patting Tangjin's shoulder from behind. Tangjin slowly turned around, his voice steady as he said, "Go tell the city lord that the observer they have awaited for so many days has returned." At that moment, Tangjin cradled a ghastly, pallid head in his arms, its features rendered unrecognizable by the swelling of water. Yet the extensive crimson cloud-shaped mark on its cheek was starkly accentuated against the corpse's ashen skin. This was the head of Yunhua Daoran, the esteemed leader of the Yunhua Temple in Beiyang City, the sole foundation building cultivator within the city. His head returned via the waterways. The fate of his body unknown, he was 43 years old. Chapter 25, Catastrophe approaches, storms rise in the city as dusk fell. The grand hall of the city lord's residence blazed with light, while fully armed soldiers brandished torches, standing guard throughout the manor. A palpable sense of oppression and dread spread silently through the enveloping darkness of the night. Tangjin found it difficult to comprehend the profound impact that the death of the Cloud Fire sect master had on Beiyang City. Yet, every countenance he observed was etched with unease and trepidation. Even the audacious and reckless Yao Enreo now sat in a corner, muttering softly to himself, "I merely asked you not to return. I did not wish for your demise," and other such nonsensical utterances. "Send someone. Dispatch someone to Chaoyang City at once. No. Since the Crown Prince is present, let us summon him here to investigate." The prominent figures in Bayong City were embroiled in a cacophony of voices. Lord Yao, with pursed lips and a serious demeanor, remained silent. We have already sent out messengers. 3 batches of scouts have galloped off in haste. They will return by tomorrow noon at the latest. What good will that do? The enemy must have ambushed the sect master on the road. How can you ensure those scouts will reach Chaoyang City? It is entirely possible that in a few days, we may find the corpses of those scouts at the docks. Then what do you propose we do? Tang Jin had no interest in their quarrel. He was unaware of the power dynamics in Bayong City and felt no sense of urgency. After all, a foundation-building cultivator had merely perished. It could be the work of mountain spirits or wild beasts, a vendetta from an enemy, or perhaps a treasure-seeking demon. Such occurrences were hardly extraordinary. Death was simply a part of the wild cultivator's path, a commonplace reality of life and death. However, as the last remaining immortal master and the primary eyewitness, he felt it inappropriate to disrupt the atmosphere by departing prematurely, attributing the tension among the crowd to the prolonged tranquility of this small town, which had suddenly been shaken by an unexpected event. Just as he was about to say something to lighten the mood, hurried footsteps echoed outside the council hall. The door was flung open, and a guard rushed in, his face pale with terror. City Lord, there has been an incident. What has happened? The gathered individuals sprang from their seats like startled rabbits at the guard's words. The trembling soldier pointed outside, stammering, "We found more bodies in the river." "Are you out of your mind? Had there not been enough bodies floating down the river these past few days? Is it necessary for you to come here and raise a ruckus? Do I need to instruct you on how to handle this? Just fish them out and send them to the coroner," barked the loudmouthed general, exasperated, with everyone on edge. He was incredulous that the guard had rushed in over a few drowned souls. But we can't retrieve them." The guard quaked. As darkness enveloped the sky and the moonlight dimmed, the crowd hurried to the dock, finally grasping why the guard had claimed they could not recover the bodies. The once spacious waterways of the city were now completely clogged, and the area illuminated by their torches was packed with people. The floating bodies were intertwined, rising and falling with the waves, resembling a colossal beast drawing breath. Across the river, one could barely discern a single complete reflection of the moon. The density of the corpses was unimaginable. There was no need for retrieval. The bodies had been pushed ashore by the sheer force of the current, occasionally colliding with wooden boats, creating a cacophony of thuds, accompanied by a foul stench and a swarm of flies that buzzed incessantly, sizzling as they landed on the torches. When did this happen? How could it have suddenly escalated to this? A voice trembled. "It was discovered tonight by the river patrol." The guard replied, his face ashen. They all floated down from the upstream Chaoyang City. A grave realization settled over the assembly. The city lord, Yao, wore a countenance as dark as the depths of water. Without needing to articulate it, everyone present understood the implication. With so many dead, there could only be a great plague or a massacre. Tang Jin held his breath, feeling the hair on his body stand on end as a chill coursed down his spine. His semi-divine physique had reacted. The corpses were tainted by demonic energy. In truth, it required no semi-divine insight to deduce this. The singular possibility of malevolent spirits plaguing the area loomed in the minds of all present. If the severed head of the Yunhua sect master instilled unease among the prominent figures of Bayong City, the river brimming with floating corpses unleashed sheer panic among the populace. The terror of the common folk was even more profound, with bizarre rumors spreading faster than the stench of death. Despite the mobilization of armored soldiers stationed outside the city, their nighttime patrols multiplied several-fold, yet they could not quell the unrest within the hearts of the people. For the crimson waters of the river and the pyres of bodies piled high evoked a far greater shock than 100 soldiers could muster. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, a true storm, accompanied by thunder, suddenly descended. Fortunately, the downpour over the past few days had shielded the trembling hearts of the populace from transmitting their unease to one another, while simultaneously cleansing the blood-stained river. As the waters rose, even the drifting corpses were soon swept away, like hurried travelers making their way out of the city. People, hidden within their homes, murmured about the dangers of catching a chill in the rain, which could lead to illness and ultimately death, thus justifying their reluctance to venture outside. Tang Jin was no exception, as the sound of rain relentlessly pounded against the windowsill, compelling him to raise his voice. Cultivation and scholarly pursuits are two distinct realms. Those with a natural talent for cultivation may break through barriers swiftly, yet they may not necessarily excel in combat. It is not uncommon for those at the spirit refining stage to vanquish golden core stage practitioners, a phenomenon often more evident among demonic cultivators. Sitting cross-legged at a small table, Tang Jin was peeling an orange while imparting knowledge about the realm of cultivation. Opposite him sat the upright Hong Er, with Yu and Reo reclining against her, stifling yawns. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, Hong Er had transformed significantly, her demeanor now imbued with a newfound maturity. While Yao and Reo exhibited the opposite effect. Having studied Buddhist teachings, she had grown increasingly audacious, the once radiant essence of her Buddhist nature seemingly vanished. Are demonic cultivators truly more formidable? Shouldn't the righteous path be the stronger one? Hong Er inquired. Outside, the weather was gloomy, the continuous sound of rain inducing a sense of drowsiness, and Yao and Reo appeared ready to succumb to sleep against Hong Er. Of course, demonic cultivators excel in combat. They are individuals who have strayed into the path of evil in pursuit of power. If they cannot prevail in battle after embracing demonic practices, then why not adhere to the righteous path? Taking the lives of others to bolster their own cultivation is both swift and potent, Tang Jin asserted matter-of-factly, popping an orange segment into his mouth, his face contorting in response to the tartness. Yao and Reo could not suppress her laughter at his expression. Honger handed him a cup of tea and continued to inquire, what then of the righteous path? Tang Jin shot Yao and Reo a disdainful glance. It was she who had brought these oranges, making it hard not to suspect her of doing so deliberately. What do you mean? What should we do? The righteous path does not cultivate the Tao for the sake of fighting. Cultivation is pursued for longevity and the refinement of one's nature. Learning a few combat techniques is merely to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Some disciples rely on their sect's protection their entire lives, never descending the mountain, reaching the spirit-refining realm without ever mastering a single spell. The popular arts among the righteous path were mostly purifying rituals, soul-nourishing techniques, and the like. For a time, there was even a particularly fashionable spell called fairy dancing on the wall, which could project the image of an immortal maiden dancing gracefully upon a surface, exceedingly elegant and refined. Tang Jin grew somewhat carried away as she spoke of these arts. Yao and Reo, now intrigued, leaned closer and asked, "Can you perform it?" Tang Jin was taken aback and quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "I cannot." Humph. Yao and Reo reclined back down. His declaration of ignorance was, of course, a deception. In order to accumulate points for his system, Tang Jin had participated in numerous gatherings of this nature. Every practitioner present possessed a few leisure spells, which were updated monthly. Although lacking in practical value, they undoubtedly served as a treasure trove for Tang Jin to amass points effortlessly. Moreover, even if he could perform them, the spell in question had long since become obsolete. It had originally been a peculiar spell conceived by the Qingchuan sect during a moment of inspiration while observing his senior sister dance, which had earned him the top honor at the Nine Continents Qing banquet. Alas, later events took a turn when his senior sister descended the mountain for errands and was recognized by someone who insisted on asking, "Aren't you that dancer?" Tang Jin's expression turned sorrowful, his tone laced with a hint of pity. And then, what became of that voyeur? Yao and Reo inquired with curiosity. "I do not know. I have not seen her in many years." Tang Jin gazed out at the curtain of rain, uncertain whether to mourn for that scoundrel or lament the lost spell. Chapter 26. When the wind and rain cease, calamity remains unabated. Honger felt the conversation had strayed too far, so she refilled Tang Jin's teacup and remarked, "If that is so, with demonic cultivators committing murder without restraint, while the righteous path refrains from aggression, it seems that the world should rightfully be dominated by the demonic way. Hey, are you not attuned to the atmosphere? We have already entered gossip territory. Shall we not discuss such matters later?" Yao and Reo pouted in protest. Yet, no one paid her any heed. I had similar doubts in my youth. Sensing a lack of urgency among everyone, convinced that one day the demonic path would come to our mountains, Tang Jin chuckled. However, as I descended the mountain and gained experience, I gradually understood a fundamental truth. The very strength of the demonic cultivators is the root cause of the demonic path's inability to flourish. Demonic cultivators, driven by a desire for rapid success and power, are inherently beings of insatiable greed. Their pursuit of bloodthirsty techniques only amplifies this avarice, and they are fervently drawn to spells of great potency, yet these spells often bear heavy karmic burdens or exorbitant costs, naturally falling into the hands of other demonic cultivators. A smirk of disdain grazed Tang Jin's lips as he continued. Thus, when demonic cultivators draw near one another, they inevitably seek to devour each other, betraying their masters. Slaying their kin and consuming their partners is all too common. Consequently, demonic cultivators seldom enjoy longevity, with new figures of power emerging every few years. Hong'e nodded in agreement, recognizing that this stood in stark contrast to the righteous path's pursuit of longevity, which explains why practitioners of the righteous path vastly outnumber those of the demonic path. I have encountered numerous demonic cultivators wreaking havoc. Whenever a critical moment arose, circumstances would suddenly shift for the better. Upon delving deeper, one would often discover several corpses of demonic heads fallen at the hands of their own kind. Tang Jin took a calm sip of tea. This inability to control their own natures marks their cultivation as mere pestilence. If you have ever attempted to house venomous creatures together, you would understand that. More often than not, one cannot cultivate a king of pests. Instead, one ends up with merely a tank filled with the carcasses of maggots. The demonic cultivators, embroiled in mutual slaughter, leave behind their fallen remains for power-hungry mortals to consume, thereby transforming into new demonic cultivators, akin to maggots, in an endless cycle. Tang Jin's voice was slow and deep, as if it could be drowned out by the sound of rain at any moment. Yet, Hong'e and Yao and Reo heard him clearly. How disgusting. Yao and Reo shuddered, grimacing. That's how it is. Most demonic cultivators can be easily identified at a glance. They're like gamblers, unable to conceal their greed. For some reason, Tang Jin thought of Qi Yuan. Therefore, you must follow the righteous path. Tang Jin concluded the lesson, primarily addressing Yao and Reo. Her manic demeanor reminded him of past demonic cultivators, prompting him to issue a timely warning. Hong'e nodded cautiously, while Yao and Reo yawned and reclined back into Hong'e's embrace. About that dancing technique you mentioned, have you really never learned it? Of course. And it's not called a dancing technique. It's called fairy wall. It's a righteous practice. Tang Jin exclaimed defiantly. A righteous technique acquired through peeping? How can you consider such a thing legitimate? It is all for the greater path. So you learned it for the greater path, then? Indeed. Yet you claimed you wouldn't? What a liar. Cough. Let me teach you a little spell to ward off mosquitoes at night. For many days, the three of them remained cooped up indoors, indulging in fruit and hot tea. The grayish light outside was not stifling. Sometimes, Tangjin and Yao and Reo would debate the gossip of the cultivation world, while at other times, they would discuss various cultivation techniques with Honger. The heavy rain poured outside, seemingly relentless, as if those dreadful nuisances would never invade their sanctuary. Honger wished for the rain to last a little longer, just a little longer. When will this rain end? I can hardly move. Old Zhao cursed loudly, the rain drumming on his armor, drowning out his own voice. Enough of the whining. The shift is late. You'll be fined. Today, we're all working for nothing. The captain's tone was harsh, clearly harboring his own frustrations. This was a two-man team tasked with patrolling outside the city, ostensibly to relay messages from Chaoyang City. However, in such torrential rain, visibility was nil. Who would dare travel in this weather? Damn it. Old Zhao continued to curse. Just then, he stepped into a puddle, falling headfirst into the mud up to his calves. Ugh. This dirt road is hardly fit for walking. He gestured for the captain to help him up, but found the captain staring blankly at him, rainwater streaming down his chiseled face, unwavering even as it flowed into his eyes. Old Zhao turned back, noticing the puddle he had stepped in was revealing something dark. He kicked at it, finding it heavy, and with a forceful kick, he finally overturned it. A corpse, he shouted. He had seen many of them these days. But how had they ended up on the dirt road? They were quite a distance from the river. Damn it. He heard the captain curse again. Official boots. Old Zhao examined the boots. Indeed, they were official and appeared to be of a decent rank. Yet, what of it? Even the master of Yunhua had perished. What was the loss of a few officials? Just as he steadied himself to rise, the corpse in the official boots suddenly grasped his ankle. Oh no, a zombie. Old Zhao shrieked, drawing his knife, ready to sever the hand of this undead. Urgent command from the prince. Rescue Chaoyang City. The corpse uttered a few words before slumping back down. It turned out the man was still alive. But perhaps it would have been better if he had died. This was the unspoken truth in the heart of Lord Yao. A sentiment shared by all prominent figures in Beiyang City. Instead of remaining cautious, they arrived at the Lord's mansion in a horse-drawn carriage, their shoulders and robes drenched. But their hearts were even heavier. A small room was crammed with 7 or 8 middle-aged men, lamenting as the physician checked the pulse and administered medicine to the man on the bed. He is merely suffering from hunger and cold, which has harmed his health. With proper care and some nourishing medicine, he should recover, the physician stated. Oh, that is indeed fortunate, Lord Yao replied awkwardly. Then let us step outside and allow him to recuperate before we question him in detail. He waved his hand, ushering everyone to leave. Cough. Lord. I am fine. Chaoyang City is in imminent danger, and the prince cannot wait any longer. I implore Beiyang City to send aid swiftly. The man grasped Lord Yao's garment. He produced a golden insignia, stating, this is the prince's token. It proves my identity. Though he claimed it was proof of identity, it was, in fact, a threat. Lord Yao and the others hurriedly knelt. We accept the prince's order. Command Dong'an, Xi'an, Nanyang, and Beiyang cities to mobilize all cultivators and soldiers within the city to rescue Chaoyang City at once. His voice was booming, as if afraid others would not hear him. Understood. Lord Yao accepted the insignia with a forced smile. In truth, the prominent figures of Beiyang City had already reached a consensus. The entity capable of slaying the foundation-building cultivator, Master Yunhua, was not directing its aim towards Beiyang City, but rather towards the prince's ceremony in Chaoyang City. The multitude of corpses in the river suggested that the numerous cultivators present had failed to contain the situation. In such circumstances, logic dictated that they should rush to provide aid. However, given Beiyang City's current capabilities, they could barely handle a nightmare, let alone rush to their deaths. Thus, feigning ignorance while being fully aware was the shrewdest course of action. The deluge was a divine revelation, obscuring the call for help. And Beiyang City would naturally act as if it were oblivious. Yet, in a stroke of bad luck, 2 patrollers managed to retrieve a messenger seeking aid. In such heavy rain, how could 2 men patrol such a vast area? Their eyesight was truly, damn impressive. Lord Yu silently gritted his teeth and asked, Sir? I am a subordinate of the prince. You may call me Ai. The man, witnessing the Lord accept the order, finally revealed a hint of relief. All right. Ai, you must first enlighten us about the current situation in Chaoyang City, so we can gauge the severity of the matter. Otherwise, in this torrential rain, I may struggle to command the soldiers within the city. The prince's token is here. Who would dare disobey? Ai became animated, waving the golden insignia as if it were a talisman against evil. Yes, but you know, we are on the border. The people in the city have never seen the prince's token. What if they suspect it is a forgery? The Lord feigned concern. You should elaborate on the situation so I can persuade the capable individuals of Beiyang City to lend their aid, right? Well, very well. I hesitated. I hope the Lord will act swiftly to mobilize personnel after hearing my account. The Lord nodded in agreement. Chaoyang City has now become a hell? As Ai raised her head, her eyes were filled with terror. Chapter 27, The Witch's Duel, The Young Girl's Slaughter. The purpose of the prince's ceremony held in Chaoyang City was to unite the righteous cultivators from Chaoyang and the 5 surrounding cities into an alliance, facilitating a coordinated effort to enhance the court's influence in this remote border region. The prince was invited merely as a symbol of good fortune. Initially, the ceremony proceeded smoothly, attracting a multitude of cultivators, including some reclusive figures who rarely showed themselves, all drawn by the prince's invitation to partake in this grand event. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with discussions of techniques and philosophies. However, as the ceremony approached its conclusion, a series of gruesome family massacres suddenly erupted in the city, claiming the lives of over 10 individuals, all brutally decapitated and dismembered, suggesting the malevolent interference of demons. This unsettling turn of events ignited excitement among the participants, prompting them to establish a wager. Whichever faction could capture the demons would be declared the leader of the alliance, stirring enthusiasm among the crowd. It even led some to believe that the demons had arrived at the most opportune moment. The fervent hunt continued for several days until they cornered the girl who had succumbed to the path of darkness in a tea house within the city. Numerous celestial masters gathered, with several seasoned elders setting up a platform for the occasion, where participants took turns to showcase their skills and determine the victor. The girl was merely a sparring partner in what was supposed to be a contest of righteous cultivation, forced into a series of duels against various celestial masters. She faced no leniency from those wielding righteous magic. The young girl endured a barrage of spells, her body bruised and battered, on the verge of defeat, when suddenly an unexpected twist occurred. In a moment of desperation, she retaliated fiercely and fatally struck down a foundation-building master. The onlookers caught off guard and unable to intervene in time. The celestial masters, who had been toying with her like a cat with a mouse, found themselves bitten back in a moment of frustration, with some preparing to exact vengeance. Holding the severed head of the fallen master, the girl regarded the righteous cultivators, her expression icy and mocking. In the next heartbeat, one of the elder masters, previously an ally, turned against his companions, severing the waist of a longtime friend with a single stroke. Chaos erupted as numerous hidden demon cultivators revealed themselves from the crowd, creating havoc before escaping with the girl in tow. The righteous cultivators were left demoralized and wounded, their spirits dampened, and the prince had no choice but to order the ceremony to disperse. However, it proved too late to leave. A thick fog suddenly enveloped the outskirts of Chaoyang City, and several groups of celestial masters attempted to navigate through it, only to vanish without a trace. Consequently, the remaining cultivators were left with no option but to defend the city and await rescue. Yet, safety within the city was also in jeopardy, as demon cultivators lurked among the common folk, launching surprise attacks, while others crafted living corpses to wreak havoc. Ultimately, the prince managed to fortify half of the city's protective formations, stabilizing the situation, while the other half succumbed entirely to the demon's reign. Yunhua Daoist was among those who had attempted to cross the fog back to Beiyang City and had indeed returned, albeit with his body unaccounted for. Mayor Yao's countenance darkened, pondering how to provide support. Surely, there were cultivators around the prince for protection. One would expect at least a few from the divine refinement stage. Yet they could only defend. With the strongest cultivator of Beiyang City already deceased, only a single unskilled cultivator remained visible in the city. Wouldn't that be akin to sending a sheep into the tiger's den? Mayor, the prince is counting on you. A raised her hands, gripping Mayor Yao's in earnest. Very well. I shall gather our forces immediately. You should rest well. Mayor Yao nodded solemnly, a grave expression crossing his otherwise righteous face before he departed with his entourage. He turned to the boisterous general, commanding, seal all information, prohibit entry and exit. No one is to approach him without my orders. Understood. The general replied dutifully. Crafting living corpses, devouring flesh and blood, nightmares, divine refinement, eternal hell? No, that is not right. A false Buddha. Tang Jun murmured as he tapped rhythmically on the table. Tang, do we have any chance? Mayor Yao inquired anxiously, naturally reluctant to march into Chaoyang City for certain death. Yet if there were any opportunities, he would not hesitate to exert himself. There is no chance, Tang Jun stated resolutely. Mayor Yao exhaled, feeling unexpectedly relieved rather than disappointed. For a mere mortal to attempt to surround and kill a foundation-building demon cultivator, at least 10 Qi refinement stage warriors were necessary. Yet Beiyang City had only 4 or 5. Moreover, Chaoyang City likely harbored at least one demon cultivator of the divine refinement stage. Tang Jun's tone remained steady but firm. For now, we should focus on how we will manage in Beiyang City. Huh? Yes. What brings them to Beiyang City? Mayor Yao's face turned pale suddenly. Wasn't the demon cultivator headed for the prince's ceremony? Tang Jun glanced back at him with pity. The demonic cultivators were like a plague, their bloodlust unstoppable. This chaos would inevitably attract other demonic cultivators hoping to benefit from the turmoil. Once the mayhem began, it would expand rapidly. Tang Jun gazed out at the rain-soaked landscape, seemingly lost in thought. With so many demonic cultivators gathered, how could Chaoyang City possibly suffice? It wouldn't even be enough for a single demon in the god-refining realm. Hundreds of thousands of citizens could be devoured in mere days. Your city lord's lips trembled. Yet, this was not the only trouble plaguing the city lord. Tang Jun turned to observe the city lord's expression, offering a sympathetic whisper. I am curious how the fog's so dense that even the cloud fire Daoist cannot emerge, aloud a certain prince's retainer, who possesses no true essence, to reach Beiyang City? A clear whistle echoed through the manor, the cheerful tune infused with feelings of joy and freedom. He strolled through the city lord's corridor, his long sword cleansing itself of blood amidst the rain. Since leaving the cursed Chaoyang City, his spirits had been high. As the prince's confidant, he was safe from demonic harm, but even so, interacting with them had left him feeling stifled and terrified. Now, on a mission from the prince to this small city, he felt liberated, ready to unleash the pent-up frustration and fear he had been harboring. He intended to treat the people of Beiyang City just as the demonic cultivators had treated those of Chaoyang City. However, he had heard the prince mention that a nightmare was supposed to be here. Where had it gone? These demonic cultivators were indeed unreliable, each one more mad than the last, incapable of accomplishing anything significant. Ae complained. He had grown a bit too self-satisfied, carelessly slaying any maid or servant he encountered, completely forgetting to inquire about directions or the nightmare. But then again, nightmares possessed little intelligence and might have fled to another city. It mattered not. As long as he killed the city lord, this tiny city would hardly pose a threat. He muttered to himself. Not necessarily, a feminine voice cut through the rain. If you kill the city lord, his daughter will still hold power. I suggest you eliminate the entire family. That makes sense. He turned around to see a girl in a white dress approaching from the side of the pavilion. May I ask who you are? I am Yao Enreo, the city lord's daughter. The girl clasped her hands together, a serene smile gracing her lips, as if the world's troubles bore no weight upon her. What a beautiful and peculiar girl. Ae admired her demeanor, whether it was an act of composure or a facade of strength. It was certainly preferable to weeping and wailing. I'm quite curious about the nightmare you mentioned earlier. Could you elaborate? Yao Enreo inquired with a smile. Ae scrutinized her for a while, confirming she was merely a pretty girl, and replied with a grin, if you strip off all your clothes. Not only will I share this information with you, but I will also promise not to kill you. How does that sound? Yao Enreo tilted her head slightly, as if genuinely contemplating the suggestion, but soon shook her head. It is our first meeting. How can I trust you? Why not tell me about the nightmare first? And then I will disrobe to please you while aiding you in taking control of Beiyang City. The two conversed from a distance of about 10 steps in the corridor, the heavy rain creating a cacophony around them, yet they spoke with remarkable calmness. Never mind, it's far more amusing to remove my own clothes, Ae declared, stepping toward the girl, suddenly curious to see her in a state of utter despair. Indeed, Yao Enreo agreed, nodding thoughtfully. It is much more satisfying to find one's own enemies. Ae abruptly halted, having let his guard down. The sound of rain masked too much. A girl in a red dress had appeared at the other end of the corridor. He found himself cornered between the two girls. This was an unfavorable position, yet he remained unperturbed, as it added a hint of excitement. Hey, how delightful. Another one. Ae flourished his sword, leaping into the air, resolved to capture the girl in white first, for her ethereal smile captivated him. Ae danced across the pillars, the corridor resounding with his movements. He refrained from charging straight at her, wary of a potential ambush from the girl in red behind him. This was the instinct of a peak chi refining martial artist. Even when battling a rabbit, one must use full strength. Seeing Yao Enreo frozen in astonishment, Ae prepared to slice her white garments, eager to unveil something different from her gentle and serene face. Just then, he unexpectedly lost his balance, tumbling forward. Had he stepped into thin air? The solid stone tile seemed to transform into a quagmire. Even a martial arts master could stumble. He fought to regain his posture, but found no solid ground beneath him. Is it a trap? He looked down to discover he had stepped into his own shadow. Watch your step. Stop staring at my face. Have you never seen a beauty before? Yao Enreo giggled, observing Ae struggle half buried in his own shadow. Her smile turned mischievous, as if her otherworldly beauty was merely a reflection in a mirror, while the malice she now radiated was the true essence of humanity. Magic, you are a cultivator. Ae exclaimed in shock, surprised to find a cultivator in Beiyang City, as all righteous practitioners ought to have been slain in Chaoyang City. Suddenly, he felt a gust behind him. Turning his head, he saw the girl in red reaching out toward him, a golden talisman glowing faintly in her hand. The rain-soaked curtain of water trembled, and everything vanished in an instant. Ae's world spun violently as raindrops struck his face like icy daggers. Chapter 28. The martial man seeks death. The mortal seeks life. A severed head, drenched in blood, rolled to the ground, quickly washed clean by the rain, its warmth fading into coldness. Ae's lifeless body fell, the martial artist unable to even execute a single move before meeting his demise. This exemplified the chasm between cultivators and mortals. Yao Enreo exhaled slowly, allowing her racing heart to steady. She was not as composed as she had appeared moments before. Had there been any misstep, she too might have perished. Thank goodness. She managed to smile towards the girl in red at the end of the corridor. The girl in red coldly gazed at the severed head on the floor before turning her icy stare back to Yao Enreo. Ugh. The girl in red doubled over, retching repeatedly. This was her first experience with killing, and the brutality of it was too shocking for a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Yao Enreo gently patted her back, whispering words of comfort. A round of applause echoed through the rain. Tang Jun strolled along, wielding an umbrella, nonchalantly kicking aside the heads that obstructed his path. His face alight with a satisfied smile as he applauded, evidently pleased with both the process and outcome of the duel. Out of the corner of her eye, Hunger caught sight of the rolling heads and couldn't help but retch in response. Yaoan shot a furious glare at Tang Jun. Tang Jun shrugged lightly and said earnestly, "One must always adapt. The path of cultivation inevitably involves some degree of violence and bloodshed. However, both of you performed admirably this time, setting a commendable precedent." He felt quite pleased, as the preparations he undertook during this period were not in vain. Sensing that chaos was imminent, he sought solutions to his greatest dilemma. He possessed techniques and insight but lacked true essence. Fortunately, with Yaoan Reo and Hunger both embarking on their cultivation paths, this predicament began to shift. Even though the true essence at the foundational level was scarce and difficult to manipulate, having any was better than none. Thus, he meticulously selected methods to maximize the potential of the two newly initiated cultivators. The first was Yaoan Reo's remarkable Buddha Shadow, which had numerous advantages. Its release conditions were simple and silent, merely requiring one to gaze upon the shadow of the opponent. The control it afforded was significant and often unexpected, proving effective even against those of higher realms, earning it the description of a celestial-level spell. However, it had its drawbacks. It inflicted no damage and was only effective on a foe unprepared for it. Once the adversary anticipated the attack, its potency diminished substantially. Remarkably, Yaoan Reo mastered this esoteric Buddhist technique within just a few days of practice, finding it almost too simplistic. Why do I not feel any sense of enlightenment regarding this technique? I merely recite the incantation, she pondered, somewhat perplexed. Truth be told, she never felt a profound connection with the Buddhist teachings. The nature of these esoteric spells often baffled even their practitioners. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily driven away by the established Buddhist sections. Tang Jun merely offered a casual explanation. In reality, this technique, akin to the dragon-elephant arhat sound, required innate talent. One must confront their own darkness, focusing not on the Buddha's light but on the shadow. Yaoan Reo, in this aspect, stood out uniquely. Her darker side was nearly transformed into another self, facilitating her learning process remarkably. The second method was the killing move executed by Hunger, whose cultivation talent was rather mediocre. It was impossible for her to swiftly master high-level techniques, so Tang Jun opted for external tools, such as talismans. The purple gold sword talisman, a celestial-grade talisman, was highly favored among cultivators for its superior defensive capabilities. Tang Jun, however, could only manage to produce a talisman of human-grade quality through imitation. Even so, Hunger could unleash merely a tenth of its potential, compounded by several limitations, such as a lengthy activation time and accuracy only suitable for stationary targets, leading to exhaustion after a few uses. Thus, Yaoan Reo had spent considerable time conversing with that AE, actually waiting for Hunger to channel her true essence before launching a decisive strike. At this moment, Hunger's retching stemmed both from the gruesomeness of killing and the nausea induced by her depleted essence. They had taken advantage of the element of surprise. Yet there remained room for improvement. Observing the fallen body, Tang Jun remarked, "Firstly, the Buddha shadow requires shadows. Under such heavy rain, with dim lighting, the shadows become indistinct. You should use a lamp or light a candle to enhance its efficacy. Secondly, you should not allow him to leap. Even the best Buddha shadow requires the opponent to remain within the shadow for it to be effective. What if he leaps right in front of you?" Yaoan Reo gently stroked Honga's back and tilted her head slightly, acknowledging the validity of his points. Most importantly, the effectiveness of the Buddha shadow varied with the opponent's cultivation level. Against someone stronger, it might only ensnare a foot, making it challenging to trap them fully. Tang Jun continued to urge, a sense of urgency in his tone, as he was anxious for Hunger and Yaoan Reo to grow stronger, out of fear. He understood all too well the devastation wrought by the impending chaos. The prospect of a 100-mile radius devoid of life loomed large. With the proximity of Beiyang City and Chaoyang City too close for comfort, it was close enough that the enemy could hardly ignore it. He could almost smell the scent of death in the air. He died quietly, but the impact of his demise was monumental. The city lord had his head displayed at the city gate, publicly proclaiming that he had impersonated a prince's subordinate and was executed as a warning. Whether the prince had succumbed to darkness was no longer of importance. In the council chamber of the city lord's residence, a heavy silence lingered after Tang Jun shared his deductions regarding the impending chaos with the prominent figures present. Then, little immortal master, what shall we do? Should we defend the city, or the boisterous military general's voice trembled? Defend? What are we defending? Defend a corpse? The entirety of Beiyang City combined could hardly contend with a single demon cultivator. Someone shouted vehemently, "I believe we should flee. Running in the opposite direction towards Chaoyang City is the only rational course." Immediately, at once, the crowd erupted in chaos, with several individuals already rising to leave. City Lord Yao raised his head earnestly. "Tang, little immortal master, since you have disclosed this matter to us, do you have any suggestions to ensure the survival of the tens of thousands of citizens of Beiyang City?" The assembly fell silent, turning their gazes towards Tang Jun, who appeared somewhat dazed. "Yes, but the chances are slim, perhaps 1 in 10, and entirely reliant on luck. Tang Jun eventually responded, regaining his composure. Boom. The crowd stirred once more, and City Lord Yao raised his hand for silence, maintaining a sincere tone. We hope you will elucidate further, Tang Little Immortal Master. Defending the city is out of the question, even if Hong, Miss Yao, and all the soldiers exerted their utmost efforts. We could perhaps take down 1 or 2 foundational cultivators at most. As long as there is 1 demon cultivator at the spirit refining level, Beiyang City is no better than a sheep pen. As for fleeing or hiding, there is little opportunity. Any demon cultivator who enhances their strength through slaughter will undoubtedly possess the means to pursue their prey. No matter how fast one runs, they cannot outpace a living corpse. Tang Jun spoke with utmost seriousness, causing the expressions of those present to grow even more somber. After all this discussion, are we merely waiting for death? Or should we surrender to the demonic cultivators and submit to their whims? Someone questioned loudly. Tang Jun slightly tilted his head, pondering the notion of surrender. Even if a foundation-establishing demon cultivator sought to recruit subordinates, it would require someone of a Yi's caliber. To the demon cultivators present, the only value of those gathered was as sustenance. Would one consider enlisting the pig at tonight's banquet as a subordinate? The hall fell into a profound silence. How could one possibly achieve a 10% survival rate? The only driving force for demon cultivators is greed. To persuade them to cease their pursuit of mortals, one must present a bait that entices them to linger. Tang Jun sat up straight. What kind of bait do we possess? City Lord Yao furrowed his brow. Leave half of the people in the city to await their demise, while the other half flees. Tang Jun gently shook her head and said, stay in the city, while you all flee. Following the conclusion of the council meeting at the Lord's Manor, Beiyang City suddenly erupted into a flurry of activity. The prominent families within the city hastily began to pack their belongings, driving their oxen and horse-drawn carts in a near frenzy towards the city's outskirts. The torrential rains that once confined them now served to erase their tracks and traces. Before long, the escape of the affluent transformed into a massive exodus for the entire city. The cries of the carriage drivers and the clatter of hooves resonated through the rain, penetrating the hearts of every household along the way. The common folk, uncertain of the specifics of the situation, instinctively recognized that following the wealthy was a prudent choice based on their simple life experiences. The densely packed streets of the city thronged with people, the gates were congested, and the air was filled with shouts and curses. Among the throng, the largest group opted to follow the procession of the Yao family, the ruling clan of the city. Tang Jun stood under an umbrella before the northern gate of Beiyang City. In the downpour, 100 armored soldiers remained silent, their only company the occasional sound of battle horses sneezing. After conveying his instructions, Tang Jun clasped his fists and bowed deeply. May you all find your rightful end. The soldiers turned, mounted their steeds, and galloped in clusters towards Chaoyang City. Chapter 29, False Buddha's Compassion. The way of nature. As he watched the soldiers fade into the distance, Tang Jun turned back towards Beiyang City. The streets were bustling with the noise of carts and people, yet a peculiar silence enveloped the crowd. Heads were bowed in a daze. Panic-stricken souls merged into the throng, aimlessly journeying without a clear destination or understanding of their plight. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, the sounds of voices greeted him at last. The wealth of the Yao family was indeed considerable, as even the earliest departures had yet to fully vacate the premises. This must be the last batch, Tang Jun mused, observing a few young servants scurrying about with boxes in the corridor. A maid, leading a wailing child, followed closely behind, while the steward at the forefront urged, hurry, be swift. We need to leave behind all this rubbish. What if we miss the main group? Indeed, Tang Jun replied, noting that Yao and Reo had appeared at some point, idly playing with a few snails that had crawled up the wall to escape the torrential rain. Soon, the belongings and people were loaded onto the carriage. The coachman shouted, and the horses began to pull forward slowly. The young maid gazed back at the manor she had called home, now receding into the distance, her heart heavy with sorrow. Unable to contain her emotions, she began to sob quietly, prompting several women in the carriage to join her in tears, along with the inconsolable child, a scene reminiscent of a tragic tableau. This added an air of desolation and ruin to the once bustling Lord's Manor. Suddenly, a laugh escaped Yao and Reo. Unperturbed, why haven't you left? Tang Jun inquired, glancing at her. Though accompanying her father might also lead to death, the likelihood of perishing by remaining was even greater. Let it be. The sooner one dies, the sooner one is reborn, she replied, her words devoid of earnestness. Tang Jun sighed lightly and inquired, pray tell, how did you manage to persuade Lord Yao to allow you to stay? Yao and Reo placed a snail on the delicate expanse of her alabaster hand, observing its leisurely emergence of antennae. It was not much of a persuasion, she replied. I merely informed him that I had mastered a spell that enables me to conceal myself within shadows. I wondered if he would be willing to squander some time here playing hide and seek with me. Should he find me, I would accompany him. And thus, he acquiesced. Tang Jun paused, taken aback. I had assumed he would express greater concern for you. Indeed, he does care, Yao and Reo retorted, retracting the snail as it peeked out once more. He holds great affection for my mother, and I am his most astute child. However, when confronted with the matters of family legacy and bloodline succession, he assumes the role of the patriarch of the Yao clan, and I am merely his daughter. Her words bore a certain coldness, particularly when uttered by herself. Tang Jin found himself at a loss for words and decided to shift the conversation. I never intended for you and Hong Er to stay. Ugh, how disgusting. Yao Anreo suddenly exclaimed. This snail just defecated on my hand. With that, she flung the snail, which had been cradled in her palm, to the ground, and without hesitation, crushed it underfoot. The sound of its shell shattering was strikingly clear. You never intended for Hong Er to stay? Yao Anreo remarked, lightly twisting her shoe against the ground. Are you truly unaware of what that girl is thinking? For her, a moment's hesitation in such a choice would be a betrayal of her own life. Her eyes narrowed slightly, laced with malice. Isn't it quite fulfilling to drag two beautiful young women down to their demise? Not necessarily. Tang Jin furrowed his brow. I don't wish to die, and I certainly do not want you to perish because of me. Hey, mind your words. Hong Er would die for you, while I would only die for her at most. Yao Anreo ceased to regard him and briskly strode towards the backyard. As of now, I'm the acting head of the Yao family here. How about we celebrate tonight by booking a room? Tang Jin gazed at her retreating figure, beginning to comprehend the reasons behind her harsh words. Her mood must be equally dismal. Hong Er had chosen to share life and death with Tang Jin, while her father opted for the continuation of their family legacy. Even Yao Anreo would feel anger at being so easily abandoned. Humans often yearn to be the unequivocal choice of others. We're back, a voice called from the entrance. Hong Er stood there, one hand on her hip and the other holding a skinned lamb leg, while old Guai stood behind her, cheerfully shielding her with an umbrella. Meat is hard to come by. The butchers in the city have nearly vanished, Hong Er complained. Quite the bargain. A household was about to leave and found the lamb leg too cumbersome, so they sold it to us for a low price. Old Guai grinned widely. Tonight, we shall roast the lamb leg, Tang Jin declared, waving his hand. Reserve a room for the roast. The one belonging to my father. His beloved Wang Wallywood table has yet to be moved. Yao Anreo shouted from a distance. As night fell, a fire broke out at the Lord's residence, raging fiercely, impervious even to the heavy rain. For ashen-faced individuals, resembling a gathering of sorcerers, danced around the burning structure. This calamity the result of Lord Yao's failure to take his hidden wine upon departure. The youth and elders, facing impending doom, raised a charred lamb leg skewered on a beam, erupting into hearty laughter. In Chaoyang City, the ancient city walls, weathered by a century of bloodshed, were stained a dark crimson. Piles of corpses lay heaped beside the walls, and at the city gate, several human heads were stacked into grotesque towers, each rising 10 meters high, a testament to some bored sorcerer's twisted amusement. 3 figures stood atop the city tower, surveying the grim scene. The leader, a gaunt old man, appeared as destitute as old Guai, his skin withered and gray, reminiscent of one who had long since departed this world. Behind him stood a young couple. The man wore a royal yellow robe adorned with dragon patterns, his noble visage betraying an undeniable air of grandeur. The woman, dressed plainly and of unremarkable appearance, held a rusted iron sword, her complexion marked by freckles that lent her a rustic charm. Master, it seems the living in Chaoyang City have dwindled significantly, the noble youth observed. He gazed at the smoldering city, still echoing with distant cries, uncertain of which fortunate soul had stumbled upon life once more. Do not portray me as a grotesque fiend who feasts upon human flesh. We are of the Buddhist path. We must maintain our image. The old man admonished. I understand my mistake, the prince replied, bowing in apology. The old man, discerning his disciple's thoughts, remarked, the flesh of mortals holds no value for my current cultivation. You have rendered significant service to our dark path. If you find yourself tempted, seize what you desire. Do not trouble me with your concerns. Unperturbed by the revelation of his desires, the prince responded, Master, my current cultivation level renders any petty theft meaningless. It is far too trivial. Oh, then what do you propose? The old man inquired, intrigued. In each corner of Chaoyang City lies a small city, with the closest being Beiyang City, housing approximately 100,000 souls. My senior sister and I have devised a plan. She has sent a nightmare to torment the lord of Beiyang City, instilling fear among the populace. Recently, I dispatched AE with the prince's decree, ensuring a smooth takeover of the city's governance. The prince recounted his meticulous plotting. Once we seal the city gates, we can gather everyone under some pretext, allowing us to feast at our leisure. He had long regarded Beiyang City as his own prize. After all, though Chaoyang City was vast, it was rife with sorcerers of varying strengths, making it unsuitable for his ambitions. Nothing could compare to the ease of Beiyang City. I shall remain here to contemplate and attain enlightenment. Take my finger bone and lead 500 living corpses. Should anyone come to challenge you, let them see the living corpses and grant me some measure of respect. The old man observed the glimmer of greed in his disciple's eyes, shook his head slightly, and then broke off a finger, extending it toward him. Thank you, master. The prince's face brightened as he cautiously accepted the bloody digit, pressing it against the back of his hand. The desiccated finger gradually sprouted fresh flesh, taking root in the moment it connected with the youth's vitality. Without changing his expression, The prince respectfully bid farewell to his master and leapt down from the city wall, with the seemingly dazed girl following closely behind, the two companions heading northward. The old man continued to gaze upon the city's devastation, lost in thought, murmuring, "How pitiful, truly pitiful. Alas, may someone save them. I, the Buddha, am compassionate." Through witnessing the tragic fates of others, he sought to comprehend his own path to enlightenment. I, the Buddha, am compassionate in word and heart, yet this is mere pretense. After the rain had passed, the heavy clouds above Beiyang City finally released their burden. The long-awaited sun cast a slanted light upon the city walls, which now stood eerily vacant, every household tightly locked, and the streets desolate. The living regarded one another as if encountering phantoms, with only a few petty thieves remaining active, taking advantage of the chaos to pilfer from abandoned homes, blissfully unaware that they were handling wealth earned through desperation. Emerging from a side room, Tang Jun found the master bedroom had collapsed in the blaze the previous night, leaving a charred ruin that exuded the acrid scent of burnt wood in the crimson sunlight. Next to the rubble stood a table where Yao Anreo sipped her morning tea, her white skirt gleaming brightly against the desolation. "Good morning," Tang Jun yawned. Yao Anreo ignored him, while Hong Er approached with porridge and tea, setting them on the table. "Drink some hot porridge, it's good for your stomach." Despite having drunk heavily the previous night, the two girls appeared unfazed by any hangover. "Now that only a few of us remain in this city, it's time to discuss our plans. If fate seals our demise, I must at least design an appropriate exit for myself. I refuse to be captured alive by sorcerers. With my looks, even dying would be a challenge," Yao Anreo remarked, sipping her tea. Tang Jun, nursing a slight headache from the previous night's revelry, found his eyes squinting against the long-forgotten sunlight, which pierced through his hazy consciousness. He murmured, "Rest assured, death is rather simple. Demon cultivators are practitioners, not mere bandits. Most are not overly swayed by feminine charms. Their pursuit lies in power. Besides, your beauty ranks moderately above average among cultivators, so there is no need for unnecessary worries." Yao Anreo chuckled softly, a warmth emanating from her laughter, yet it sent a shiver down Tang Jun's spine. He awkwardly shifted the conversation, stating, "I have prepared the bait to ensnare the demon cultivators. This piece of meat is sufficiently succulent. The only dilemma is its ease of consumption. Should the first to discover it swallow it whole, the other demon cultivators will inevitably search even more diligently for this morsel. At that point, none shall escape death. Are we that piece of meat?" Yao Anreo furrowed her brow, recalling the roasted leg of lamb from the previous night, charred on the outside yet raw within. It had been the most unpalatable dish she had ever encountered in her life. Tang Jun shook his head, saying, "No, I have prepared a book that is utterly irresistible to demonic cultivators. What should we do? Should we intercept the first wave of demonic cultivators? However, considering the significance of the book, what if those who arrive are at the spirit refinement stage, or even the void return stage?" Hunger inquired. "Do not fret about demonic cultivators above the spirit refinement stage. I have devised means to instill sufficient caution in them. My concern lies with the reckless cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. My methods are designed to target experts, not novices. According to my calculations, in 3 to 4 days, the existence of this book will attract demonic cultivators of considerable caliber. Therefore, before that occurs, we must ensure that those unappreciative cultivators do not wreak havoc on the measures I have set in place. The best scenario would be to have no demonic cultivators arriving in Beiyang City for 3 or 4 days, allowing us to make our escape on the night of the 3rd day." Tang Jun shook his head slightly, deeming it unlikely. After all, the presence of that nightmare and the martial artist AE indicated that a foundation-building realm demonic cultivator had long set their sights on Beiyang City. Can we truly confront them with nothing more than the Buddha's shadow and sword talismans? Yao Anreo inquired. "It is unlikely to yield any significant results, and there may be more than one opponent. I must teach you 2 defensive spells. In times of crisis, we must at least possess the means to escape," Tang Jun stated solemnly. "Is there enough time?" Hunger asked anxiously, concerned about her ability to learn. She was aware of her mediocre talent. While Yao Anreo had mastered the Buddha's shadow within days, she struggled to grasp it, and now faced the prospect of learning new spells, fearing it might hinder Tang Jun's important endeavors. "Before you stands the most formidable spell instructor in the world. If I choose to teach you, there is nothing you cannot learn," Tang Jun declared, thumping his chest and finishing the cup of awakening tea in one gulp. Chapter 30. A crow occupies the nest, ridiculous. The slaying of dreams in sleep, tedious. A wardrobe? Yao Anreo frowned. "Climb inside." Tang Jun nodded. "Are you truly not seeking revenge on me?" Yao Anreo regarded the half-man-high mahogany wardrobe with suspicion, sensing Tang Jun's ulterior motives. "Not at all," Tang Jun explained helplessly. "The reason the cultivation method seems peculiar is that it originates from demonic arts. I have specifically modified it for your practice. You had best be serious." Yao Anreo replied coldly, yet she began to squeeze herself into the wardrobe. Though she was a girl, she was no longer a child, and the wardrobe was rather cramped, forcing her to awkwardly adjust her position. Even in such circumstances, she felt compelled to mask her embarrassment. "Aren't you the one who wishes for me to avoid contact with the demonic arts? After all, You always glance at me pointedly whenever you mention them. It is merely a temporary solution, and this is just a spell, not a cultivation method. It does not count as demonic cultivation. Your cultivation level is too low, and the spells available to you are limited, necessitating practicality and compatibility. Quick results, strong effects, and ease of learning are the traditional advantages of demonic spells. In fact, the Buddhist shadow you learn can hardly be considered orthodox, given that esoteric Buddhism itself is quite controversial. Tang Jun explained earnestly, observing her as she curled into a small ball. All right, and then? Yao Anreo asked, squatting in the wardrobe, her eyes bright, yet devoid of emotion. Then I shall close the cabinet door, Tang Jun replied softly. You had better not be jesting, Yao Anreo reiterated. Tang Jun nodded, reaching out to close the cabinet door. He watched as darkness gradually enveloped her gaze until it was completely shut. A small wooden box had created two worlds. After a moment, muffled voices emerged from within the box, low and contemplative. And then, Tang Jun produced a chain and declared, Now, I shall lock the wooden box from the outside. The box fell into a profound silence. The lock. Oh, Tang Jun had completely imprisoned Yao Anreo, utilizing a wardrobe and a length of iron chain. If no one were to unlock it from the outside, Yao Anreo would perish from hunger within. This was the first moment Tang Jun felt an absolute dominion over Yao Anreo, a sensation both peculiar and ineffable. It was not merely a matter of controlling her life or death, but rather mastering her actions. It would also be the last time he experienced such a feeling. For thereafter, it would elude him entirely. At this moment, however, Tang Jun began to quietly impart his magical teachings. The spell I am about to teach you is called the Seven Prison Box. Seven Prison Box? The name doesn't sound too twisted. Yao Anreo quietly remarked from within the wardrobe. Its primary purpose is to facilitate escape and ensure survival, while its secondary function is to disrupt the opponent's judgment during combat. Categorizing it as an auxiliary spell, Tang Jun delved into his area of expertise, explaining that the essence of this spell is that the world itself is a box. And within that box, all things are also boxes, layered and eternally sealed. Is there something amiss in the mind of the demonic path? Why fixate on boxes? Yao Anreo could not contain herself. The philosophy posits that humans are also composed of layers, totaling 7. Each layer exists independently, yet is influenced by the layer above it. It interrogates every practitioner on the nature of self. Is it the body, the soul, the spirit, the mind? Which influences which? And who, in essence, is the true I? Tang Jun elucidated in a manner accessible to all. This particular sorcery delineates a process of continuous self-stripping, with each layer of self that is peeled away. A corresponding box is unsealed, ultimately liberating the true self within. He distinctly heard Yao Anreo within the cabinet exhale, likely deeming the inventor of this spell a fool. Impatiently, she posed the most pivotal question, and then, what is its utility? Each layer of the 7 prison boxes, once opened, resembles the molting of skin, revealing a complete version of oneself, endowed with identical physique and capabilities, while the original self remains unaffected. Is this not akin to the art of creating clones? Yao Anreo exclaimed in astonishment. Such a seemingly foolish spell wielding such formidable effects? Close, but as a form of dark magic. It fundamentally diverges from the Taoist technique of the 3 corpse clones. For instance, the clones produced by the 7 prison boxes are not subject to the control of the original. They merely retain the thoughts and state of the portion that has been severed. Tang Jun's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Consequently, with each layer of this sorcery that is unveiled, the resulting self becomes increasingly malevolent. The first and second openings may still resonate with the essence of the original. Yet upon the third and fourth openings, the clones become estranged from the caster's true nature, and by the 5th and 6th, they transform entirely into demons. And what of the 7th? Yao Anreo adjusted her position in the wardrobe, allowing her numbed legs a moment to revive. The 7th gate, Tang Jun emphasized. Upon reaching the 7th layer of the box, it is referred to as 7 gates. The specific effects remain unclear to me. I have only witnessed a golden core practitioner of dark magic utilize it to the 5th opening, after which he was promptly dismembered by his other 5 selves. Tang Jun recalled the scene, where 5 individuals, in a fit of laughter, tugged at various parts of his body before scattering in all directions, leaving him with an unsettling chill. Yao Anreo murmured, applauding softly. Thus, you may only utilize it to a minimal extent. Thereafter, refrain from further study. Tang Jun cautioned. As for the method of cultivation, it is akin to that of most dark arts, overcoming fear and spiraling into madness. The original technique of the 7 prison boxes involved creating an opening atop one's head, allowing the individual to envision themselves emerging from their own skin, thereby escaping the first layer of confinement. However, my refinement ought to be more rational. You need only recite the incantation while envisioning your departure from this wardrobe, shedding the outermost layer of your being and realizing that it is merely a box. After Tang Jun imparted the incantations of his arcane arts to Yao Anreo, he turned and departed. Mastering the dark arts and overcoming fear is always the initial step. Had he remained nearby, Yao Anreo would not have succumbed to despair and trepidation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, after being ensnared by the dream demon for half a month, Yao Anreo suffered a minor lingering effect, rendering her as fearful of the dark as Hong Er. In that fleeting moment before the cabinet door closed, she summoned an abundance of courage to endure. However, when Tang Jun truly departed, the sensation of being trapped in darkness by the dream demon resurfaced, this time compounded by the absence of Hong Er at her side. Hong Er had walked towards Tang Jun. Tang Jun, how infuriating. He was captivated by Yao Anreo's usual demeanor, consistently perceiving her as a future little demon. Neglecting the fact that she was merely 16, even the wildest of young girls can fear solitude. Tang Jun and Hong Er arrived at the site of the Anxiang Garden, where the once two-story building had been demolished, leaving behind a mound of earth and stone. Other areas were strewn with broken beams and shattered tiles, a desolate sight. What brings us here? Hong Er cautiously lifted her skirt, leaping over the muddy puddles. This is the battlefield I have chosen, Tang Jun declared, pointing to the mound formed by the remnants of the building, offering a commanding view from above. Hong Er tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend the significance of a mere earthen hill. Just imagine, standing atop it, I could unleash the purple gold sword talismans upon all who dare enter Anxiang Garden. Whoosh whoosh. Tang Jun clambered onto the ruins, striking a pose as if to channel his energy, resembling a child at play. Hong Er chuckled at his antics. I can only summon 1 or 2 sword talismans, she reminded him, laughter mingling with her words, gently bringing him back to reality. In cultivation, nothing is absolute. Tang Jun pulled out a recently transcribed scroll of Taoist scripture, the mountain-moving technique, also known as the art of spirit control. This is a rather commonplace auxiliary magical art, whose sole function is to transfer spiritual energy from one location to another. The speed of transfer is generally moderate, while its virtues lie in its minimal consumption and simplicity. Its most prevalent application occurs within sects during the cultivation of spiritual fields, where it is employed to adjust the distribution of spiritual energy among various celestial seedlings, ensuring their robust growth. Some have attempted to utilize it to invigorate spiritual talismans. However, the results have proven unsatisfactory, as the spiritual energy in the cosmos is sparse, resulting in a sluggish transfer rate. Tang Jun grasped the air above him, as if attempting to seize a wisp of it. Unless one possesses a treasure brimming with spiritual energy, the question arises, why resort to the superfluous act of transferring true essence to activate talismans? Unless, of course, one is incapable of employing such treasures. Red, from within her garment, produced a replica of the purple gold sword talisman and remarked, yet we do not possess any treasure. Even if we wish to take unnecessary actions, we find ourselves devoid of opportunity. Tang Jun fell into a momentary silence. Hong Er sensed that fleeting stillness when a man exhibits such hesitation. It often signifies the presence of another woman in the conversation. The breath of the great Tao is ceaseless and eternal. Tang Jun spoke softly, withdrawing a withered branch from his waist and casually inserting it into the mound of earth. The peachwood branch quickly took root and sprouted upon the hillock. Both remained silent, quietly observing the tree's growth until the petals of the peach blossoms began to scatter. It was only then that Tang Jun resumed, stating that as long as one remained closely attuned to it while practicing the art of spirit manipulation, one could transport true essence to operate the sword talisman. Based on my estimations, the time required for the true essence within you to circulate the art of spirit manipulation would be more than sufficient. Roughly the duration of half a cup of tea. Hong Er felt an inexplicable sadness wash over her. It made no sense, for she was unafraid even to accompany him to death. Yet, gazing at the flourishing peach tree, she realized she was ill-prepared to confront the old acquaintance. She chastised herself for her perceived weakness, as well as blaming Tang Jun and the departed friend alike. Hong Er looked at Tang Jun, who was fixated on the blossoming tree, ignoring her gaze. Thus, she made a resolute decision, unhesitatingly reaching out to grasp the hem of Tang Jun's garment, rising on her toes to collide with him. It was a kiss akin to a headbutt, swift and decisive. Their faces collided, causing their noses to sting, but Hong Er, cradling her slightly reddened nose, smiled mischievously. I am a dove, she proclaimed, not for Tang Jun's ears, nor for her own, but for the trees. It was a rather amusing jest. Tang Jun could not muster a smile, yet there were others who laughed heartily, even breaking into applause. Master Tang, the burial site you meticulously selected for my sister and me is truly exquisite. The sounds of clapping and conversation echoed at the entrance of Anxiang Garden. The two turned to see Yao Anreo, a smile that straddled the line between mockery and mirth upon her lips, applauding beneath a peach tree. Beside her stood another Yao Anreo, composed and dignified, exuding an aura of serene brilliance. Tang Jun was taken aback to discover that Yao Anreo's first manifestation would be this ethereal being, imbued with the serene essence of Buddhism. Theoretically, she was the epitome of perfection. Little did he anticipate that within less than half an hour, Yao Anreo would emerge from the tightly sealed wardrobe, revealing her remarkable aptitude for demonic cultivation. Nor could he fathom that she had not vanquished some lurking fear confined in darkness. Rather, She had repeatedly slain that nightmare more than 20 times within the confines of her own terror. When Yaoan Reo's first manifestation opened the wardrobe to release her true self, the tremulous girl bore a smile upon her lips. Chapter 31. The brash man remains to scold the dog. The beggar with a lame leg aspires to become an immortal senior sister. The torrential rain and muddy paths have slowed our journey, but we should still reach Beiyang City within 2 days. The crown prince reported in a low voice. The girl in plain attire remained silent, advancing forward without response. Unperturbed by her indifference, the crown prince understood well the immense power his senior sister possessed. After all, it was not just any foundational realm demon cultivator who could withstand the relentless assaults of numerous righteous cultivators and ultimately turn the tide against one of them. Such combat prowess was indeed rare within the demonic path. Yet, he was also aware that his senior sister was not the most rational of individuals. After all, who in their right mind would willingly subject themselves to the siege of several foundational cultivators? She was the very demon cultivator first uncovered by the righteous sect in Chaiyang City, treated as both a gamble and a sharpening stone. However, the crown prince was convinced that she had intentionally exposed herself. He was certain that when she found herself encircled in the small tea house, she felt a thrill greater than any of the righteous cultivators outside. She was precisely that kind of anomaly, a battle fanatic, the quintessential demon cultivator. It is often said that strength is the sole criterion by which demon cultivators are measured. In the chaotic realm of the demonic path, schemes and machinations tend to hold little significance, for no one adheres to the rules. Yet, the crown prince held a different perspective. If one's strategies prove ineffective, it merely indicates that one has not devised enough of them. For instance, during this recent event, he had orchestrated a sweeping attack, eliminating all righteous cultivators within a 100-mile radius of Chaoyang City, garnering immense attention. He envisioned a future where he would emerge as a singular figure within the demonic realm, akin to the legendary demon sovereign, manipulating the world as if it were a game of chess. Meanwhile, his senior sister's lack of intellect rendered her a fervent combat enthusiast, conveniently positioning her as a valuable ally. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the crown prince couldn't help but chuckle. His future was incredibly vast. With the realm of cultivation as his battlefield, mere worldly thrones were but burdens. Commanding thousands of soldiers paled in comparison to directing a mere handful of living corpses. As he gently caressed the gnarled, withered fingers sprouting from the back of his left hand, though it was grotesquely shriveled, it symbolized a power forever incomprehensible to mortals. It represented the silhouettes darting across the fields, accompanied by the occasional low growl. A horde of living corpses surged over mountains and through valleys, calamity looming over Beiyang City. The final day and night awaited. Enduring them would herald a prosperous outcome. Yaoan Reo glanced at the setting sun, with the next day nearing its conclusion. She hoped that all would unfold as desired. Hongra lowered her eyes, seemingly in prayer. Tangjin nodded, for he had never wished for time to pass more swiftly. Have you managed to persuade the old rogue? Yaoan Reo suddenly inquired. Tangjin shook his head with a solemn expression. The old man had lived his life in Beiyang City and wished to die there as well. It would be best to honor the old man's wishes, for his frail body could not endure the rigors of travel, nor could he keep pace with the group. Yaoan Reo continued to gaze at the moon, feeling no affection for the old cripple. Bringing along a 70 or 80-year-old lame man on their flight seemed rather foolish. I shall exert myself tonight, Tangjin thought, taking a deep breath, feeling quite troubled. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the sky turned a deep blue, adding to the desolation of Beiyang City, which already lacked vitality. From atop the city wall, the sight of the dark houses peeking out beneath their eaves resembled a row of coffins, sending a chill down one's spine. As night deepened, the torches on the city tower crackled incessantly. Old Zhao was roused from his slumber, groggily opening his eyes to see a handsome young man clad in yellow robes. The youth, slightly embarrassed, inquired, Brother Bing, may I ask if this is Beiyang City? Old Zhao, one of the few remaining guards, had not been fortunate. He had previously brought back that AE with the captain, incurring the ire of the city's powerful figures, and was now left to guard this desolate fortress. What nonsense are you spouting? This isn't Beiyang City. Is it your mother's house? Old Zhao grumbled. Then, he sensed something amiss. How could there be a youth atop the city wall? Hadn't everyone in the city already fled? Where was the captain? Oh, thank you, the young man replied gratefully, then set him down. Set him down? Old Zhao squinted and noticed the captain, clad in armor, gnawing on a headless corpse nearby. The corpse bore a striking resemblance to his own attire. The night was indeed dark. Old Zhao's head swayed slightly, his eyes rolling upward. With such weak defenses in Beiyang City, it seemed that Nightmare and AE had already taken control here. We should make our way directly to the Lord's mansion, the crown prince said to his senior sister, standing by the city wall. Just as old Zhao was about to close his eyes, he suddenly coughed violently at the mention of AE cough. Damn liar. The crown prince frowned, lowering his head. Did this dead man not realize he was already deceased? You scoundrel. Old Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, and with one final curse, his blood drained, leaving him unable to close his eyes in death. What could evoke such hatred from a severed head? Following his gaze, The crown prince looked up and noticed another head hanging not far from the city wall. In the darkness, the face was indistinct, yet its shape seemed familiar. Resembling his most capable subordinate, A.E. The crown prince's expression darkened considerably. He rarely lost his composure. He could accept being outmatched, but he could not tolerate a miscalculation. Useless. You fail at such trivial matters. His senior sister paid no heed to his complaints, nor did she care for the fate of the martial man named A.E. She stood atop the battlements, gazing intently at the only brightly lit place in the city, the courtyard of the Lord's mansion. The moment she stepped onto the walls of Beiyang City, she felt no presence of the dream demon, indicating that there were still righteous cultivators within the city. Thus, she smiled silently. Inside the Lord's mansion, Tang Jun abruptly stood up while conversing with the old cripple. His semi-divine body reacted instinctively as a wave of potent demonic energy cascaded downward into Beiyang City. How audacious! Tang Jun smiled, realizing that the opponent's aura was merely at the foundational level. The worst-case scenario had not materialized. Hunger stepped out of her room and noticed the beacon on the southern tower ablaze, a brazen proclamation from the enemy, announcing their arrival to the city. How polite of them. Yao and Reo leaned out from the second floor to comment. Hunger remained silent, heading quietly towards Anxiang Garden. Yao Hunger. Yao and Reo suddenly called out to her. Hunger turned her head. There is still a chance. If all else fails, you might as well sell that sweetheart of yours. Yao and Reo shouted. Hunger waved her hand, her expression indiscernible in the dark. The old cripple turned to Tang Jun and asked, "Are those here?" Tang Jun nodded slightly. The old man, feeling a mixture of fear and anticipation, began to circle with a slight limp. Leaning on the redwood tiger-headed cane that Tang Jun had previously used during his recovery, he muttered, "Mother, here it comes. Here it comes. This life has been worth it." The place he circled was the ancestral hall of the Yao family, the most robust yet simplistic structure of the Lord's manor, devoid of any aesthetic design, featuring only thick brick walls and a grand redwood door. Inside, the ancestral tablets of the Yao family had long since accompanied the Lord in fleeing the city, leaving behind merely an empty room with a single door. Its only advantage lay in its substantial sturdiness. Meanwhile, Tang Jun stood outside the hall, the two of them separated by the threshold. For the last time, Tang Jun turned back and said, "Old man, this is your final chance. Are you truly not leaving? I assure you, you will not hinder our escape. Hurry and attend to your own matters. Why do you chatter so much, boy?" The old man waved his hand in annoyance, seemingly irritated by Tang Jun's incessant prattle. Tang Jun ceased to speak and swiftly made his way towards Anxiang Garden. Meanwhile, the old beggar inside the house cautiously retrieved a book from his bosom to inspect it. This was a task assigned to him by Tang Jun, being illiterate. He could not comprehend the contents, and his inspection merely involved checking for any damage or creases. You must strive to do well. It was unclear whether he was addressing himself or the book. Chapter 32. Longing endured, at last united. Whispered voices, too shy to turn back. This night, a peculiar commotion erupted within Beiyang City, with the angry shouts of men, the piercing screams of women, and the cries of children alternating in a cacophony. However, the tumult soon arose and dissipated, akin to the ebb and flow of the tide. As long as death fled swiftly, fear would not spread. The living corpses rampaged through the households like a tempest, their speed and force overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, they would tear apart any living creature in sight, feasting voraciously. The victims scarcely had time to utter a second cry before their heads were half devoured. The crown prince traversed the streets, listening to the brief cries of despair, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Too few. A full 500 living corpses had recklessly stormed into Beiyang City. They should have incited widespread panic and mass flight among the populace, painting a horrific tableau of hell. What, then, was the meaning of these intermittent cries? After half a month of slaughter in Chaiyang City, the cries there were far more intense. Where were the people of Beiyang City? The crown prince recognized the gravity of the situation. Although his master's fingers could control the living corpses, the price was the consumption of his flesh and true essence. In his plan, he could devour a significant portion of Beiyang City's populace to compensate for the loss, and still have surplus to enhance his cultivation. Yet, the scant number of people in Beiyang City was utterly insufficient to sate his master's fingers in the living corpses. Would he even have to replenish his master with his own true essence and flesh? Absurd. The pain in his hand grew increasingly acute. He needed more flesh and blood. Within Anxiang Garden, the once blooming peach tree had withered, its massive roots intertwining with the ruins of the collapsed building, while its dense branches stretched skyward like tentacles. Hunger sat alone on a mound formed by the rubble, lost in thought. The scene, illuminated by moonlight, with the girl, the dead tree, and the ruins, was particularly desolate, yet Hunger did not feel lonely. She knew she was not alone. At this moment, she was pondering a crucial question. She had no idea what a demon cultivator looked like. What if they did not possess 3 heads and 6 arms or green faces with sharp fangs? How could she discern whether the intruder in Anxiang Garden was a commoner or a demon cultivator? What if she struck the wrong target? Just then, a male voice broke the silence. "Good evening." Startled, Hunger sprang to her feet, her heart racing, and beheld a handsome youth in a yellow robe. smiling as he stood at the entrance of Anxiang Garden. "Miss, are you waiting for me?" Hong Er concluded that he was likely a demon cultivator, although he smiled. The greed in his eyes was nearly palpable. She inquired, "Are you alone?" The crown prince was momentarily taken aback. He had entered the estate with his senior sister, but she would not disclose her whereabouts, likely off seeking a fight. He could only silently pity whoever she set her sights on. Of course, he deemed it unnecessary to share this with Hong Er. "Are you concerned about the reputation of a lone man and woman?" He chuckled. "Fear not. I have brought many people with me." The crown prince slowly extended his hand, adjusting the withered finger on his hand to point towards Hong Er. In an instant, a multitude of low growls erupted outside Anxiang Garden, and shadows appeared behind the crown prince, poorly clad figures with crimson eyes, the living corpses, devoid of pain or awareness, driven solely by a hunger for flesh and blood. Hong Er trembled slightly. It was her first encounter with such a scene, utterly horrifying. "Do not tear them two apart." The crown prince instructed softly. The heads of righteous cultivators still held some value. He was supremely confident in this battle, for he could see that the frightened girl trembling before him had just begun her cultivation journey. The 500 living corpses under his command were forces that even ordinary foundational cultivators would struggle to confront. Countless living corpses surged past him, transforming into a torrent of darkness rushing towards the girl in the red dress beneath the dead tree, obscuring her figure in an instant. The crown prince leaned in to listen for the screams, oblivious to a dead branch that had lodged itself in the withered peach tree behind her. With a whispering sound, akin to the breaking of wind, the layers of shadows before him split apart, revealing the girl's pale visage. She appeared still frightened, her hand clutching the talisman trembling slightly, while the dead tree behind her was astonishingly reviving at an incredible speed. Petals of peach blossoms exploded against the night sky, resembling a cloud formed from blooming peach flowers. Amidst this beautiful scene lay the fragmented bodies of living corpses and arcs of blood splattering, grotesque yet exquisite. The crown prince, however, could not appreciate such beauty. All he saw was one of his living corpses tumble to the ground. Its upper body collapsed while its lower half retained the posture of running. "Ah!" he exclaimed in panic, turning to flee. Unconcerned with the corpses behind him being cleaved as easily as wheat, he merely hoped that the bodies would buy him a moment's respite. His senior sister leaped over rooftops, arriving at the innermost structure of the city lord's residence. Based on her experience, the most formidable experts often hid in the deepest recesses, hoping not to be disappointed. This was a tall, windowless building, incongruous with the surrounding gardens, its sole entrance adorned with a plaque reading Yao Family Ancestral Hall. At this moment, the redwood door stood ajar, devoid of any sense of hostility. Peering inside, she beheld a frail old man seated with his back to the entrance at a large table, his emaciated frame exuding no trace of true essence. Playing tricks, her senior sister squinted, offering an unreserved assessment. After years immersed in the ruthless world of demons, she had learned a crucial truth. Only the power displayed was real. Those who merely postured often lacked true strength, while those with genuine ability had no time for pretenses. This was a mortal, and a frail one at that. She could snap his neck with a single hand. Drawing her conclusion, her senior sister stepped forward without hesitation. Yet, after a moment, she lowered her head in silence. Although she had taken a step, she found herself inexplicably halted mid-stride, her foot hovering over a crooked line inscribed on the threshold of the ancestral hall, even crudely traced over with ink, hideous and rough. There was no threat, no restriction. Yet, she could not cross that line. She tried stepping forward again, even attempting a small jump, yet still stood rooted in place, her feet maintaining their stance just outside the threshold. It felt as if something was warning her against crossing that line. Was it an illusion or some form of enchantment? She slowly closed her eyes and, with a sudden burst of energy, propelled her legs forward, calculating the distance to reach behind the old man. She did not open her eyes, simply drawing her sword to strike. There was no sound of blood gushing forth, nor the resistance of the sword slicing through flesh. Frowning, she opened her eyes to find herself still standing in place, her legs slightly bent as if poised to spring, her sword still sheathed. Even her outstretched hand remained firmly outside that line, not a fraction crossing the threshold. This line. Cold sweat began to drench her back. Raising her gaze, she caught sight of the old man slowly turning his head. Terror crawled up her spine. It was not mere bluster. He possessed a strange and formidable power. She did not hesitate. In an instant, she unleashed her full strength and leapt back, vanishing into the night like a frightened rabbit fleeing for its life. The night breeze brushed against her cold sweat, inducing a long-forgotten shudder. Even the venerable masters she had encountered in the Golden Core realm had never evoked such a peculiar sensation in her. There was nothing overtly amiss. Yet her feet felt rooted to the ground. Her senior sister, a remarkably talented demonic cultivator, was still too low in rank to comprehend the true essence of the Tao, to grasp the connection between cause and effect. In the ancestral hall, old Guai shivered and turned his head in trepidation. The great door behind him stood empty. The moonlight was faint, and he could not help but exhale a long sigh. Amitabha. Amitabha. Indeed, I was merely frightening myself. There is no sound at all. Unbeknownst to him, his once mighty silhouette had terrified a merciless demonic cultivator into a state of panic akin to that of a small rabbit. Chapter 33. Victory endures but not entirely. A moment of defeat leaves no turning back. Within the Lord's manor, there was another soul equally reduced to a state of terror, a prince. He concealed himself behind a rock formation, peering from a distance at the scene in Anxiong Garden. Limbs lay scattered, blood flowed like a river, and the modest mound of earth had become an unassailable forbidden ground for the living dead. While the girl supporting a peach tree atop the ruins was the deity wielding dominion over life and death in Anxiong Garden. However, as time passed, the prince gradually discerned that the opponent was not the cunning master he had imagined, but rather a fortunate individual wielding powerful talismans and artifacts. The talisman emitting sword light, though formidable, relied entirely on the wielder's control, thus ensuring safety as long as one maintained a swift pace or kept a sufficient distance. Furthermore, the peach tree appeared to be some form of artifact, serving as the foundation of the opponent's true essence. It was likely that such power could only be invoked with external assistance. To witness a nascent cultivator unleash such tremendous might, even with its drawbacks, was indicative of a treasure of the highest caliber. While he pondered, a voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. "What are you doing?" It was his senior sister, appearing behind him. "Sister." Upon seeing her, the prince felt a wave of relief. With her combat prowess, she could undoubtedly subdue the nascent cultivator girl. "Yes, but it is quite possible that a golden core expert is present, though they seem to be in seclusion and have not acted against us. We must withdraw from the city and inform our master to handle this." Her voice struck the prince like a bucket of cold water, rendering his expression rigid. But the prince clenched his teeth, unwilling to part with the girl's extraordinary capabilities. She had enabled a mere nascent cultivator to demonstrate strength surpassing that of foundational cultivators. What potent divine abilities, what formidable artifacts and talismans lay within her grasp. If he could obtain such power, combined with his intellect, he could ascend to become a titan of the demonic path, perhaps even years ahead of schedule. Fortune favors the bold. With this thought, the prince gritted his teeth and implored, "Sister, please hear me out." He laid out his reasoning in detail. The golden core master his sister had observed must have been in a critical situation, otherwise they could have easily emerged to eliminate them rather than sending a nascent disciple to obstruct them with such means. If they seized this opportunity to kill and claim the treasures, they could escape unscathed. Should they wait for their master, these treasures might slip from their grasp. Silence enveloped them. His sister's gaze was frigid, and the prince, sweating profusely under her scrutinizing stare, was gambling on the hope that this martial fanatic would also covet power. "How shall we divide it?" At last, his sister spoke. The prince sighed in relief. This indicated her acquiescence, and they could now discuss the distribution. "You choose first between the peach tree and the sword talisman. I shall take the other, and I will forego the remaining spoils. If you feel inclined, you may bestow upon me any trifles." The prince spoke cautiously, aware that demonic cultivators despise sharing profits. "Very well," his sister replied succinctly. Sweat trickled down her face as Hunger felt an intense urge to vomit again. Uncertain whether it was a psychological response to the gruesome remnants before her or a physical reaction to the depleted spiritual energy, she had to rely on the peach tree to stand upright. Although the spirit control technique required little energy, it was not without cost. Prolonged use had drained her body. The relentless tactics of her opponents left her mentally fatigued. Having just vanquished one living corpse, another would immediately surge forth, seemingly without end. Taking a deep breath, she began to meditate, internally reciting the techniques that Tangjin had imparted to restore her true essence. The prince, hidden in the shadows, observed the girl's exhausted demeanor. A greedy smile creeping across his lips. He extended his hand, suddenly channeling all his blood essence towards his master's withered fingers. Those fingers twisted excitedly, producing a cacophony of cracking bones, while the surrounding living corpses could not suppress their low growls. In stark contrast, the prince's complexion turned ashen. His lips a shade of blue. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Strip my flesh and blood, nurture the mortal bone corpses, attain enlightenment through virtue." The living corpses began to ooze blood, their latent potential and ferocity ignited. "Kill her." The prince pointed from a distance. The horde of living corpses surged forth, crashing through the walls surrounding Anxiong Garden, intent on encircling the peach tree. Hunger gasped. These living corpses were far swifter than before, though they still charged in straight lines. Each leap propelled them several meters into the air. More crucially, she had run out of true essence, and her vision blurred. The cacophony of the undead's roars enveloped her from all sides, yet she struggled even to lift her arms. The prince watched as her hand, which clutched the talisman, slowly descended, a radiant smile illuminating his face. She was merely a nascent cultivator girl. Just as that smile emerged, a delicate white sleeve reached out from the shadows beneath the tree, slender fingers intertwining with Hunger's own. The Lord's manor was not home to just one nascent cultivator girl. The white figure stepped forth from Hunger's shadow, seamlessly taking the sword talisman, assuming Hunger's position to confront the rampaging horde of living corpses. "I've longed to try this," she exclaimed, excitement glimmering in her eyes as she licked her lips. The sword light surged once more, fiercer than before. Yaoen Reo's murderous intent melded with the violet gold sword talisman, transforming the sword light in her grasp into something even more lethal. With a smile gracing her lips, she twirled around the peach tree, the hissing of the sword carving through the air, scattering countless petals. The living corpses charged close, yet none succeeded in touching the hem of her dress. The prince's face turned a shade of iron. Realizing that while Hong Er had already slain a significant portion of the living corpses, this white-clad girl would soon eliminate the remainder. The horde dwindled further, devoid of thought. They would not evade even when they reached her. As long as she held the talisman aloft, they would hurl themselves upon her. With the last living corpse lunging forward, the once modest mound of earth had swelled considerably, layers of mangled bodies filling the gaps between the rubble, and crimson-black rivers of blood drifted past pale pink petals, resembling a stream from the depths of hell. So grotesque. Yao and Reo gazed upon the twisted, blood-soaked faces of the living corpses, their tattered garments exposing their bodies. Perhaps slaying them was, indeed, a form of liberation. With a swift motion, she unleashed the talisman, and the final living corpse roared as it charged toward death, twisting its body midair with astounding agility, narrowly evading the sword light. It could evade. Or rather, she? Only when the creature nearly brushed against Yao and Reo's face did she realize that despite its decayed and fetid form, its eyes were clear and distinct. This was no living corpse, but a living person. The foreheads of the two individuals nearly touched. A beam of white light emanating from one and penetrating into Yao and Reo's mind like a worm. What followed was a fierce knee strike. Yao and Reo, caught off guard, curled up like a shrimp and was sent flying, crashing violently against a tree trunk, instantly losing consciousness. Miss, Hong exclaimed in shock. The sudden turn of events left no time for reaction. There's no need to call out. She cannot hear you, the senior sister replied coldly. She smeared herself with blood and deliberately exposed her skin, blending into the horde of living corpses. Only at the final moment, when Yao and Reo's mind was most at ease, did she strike, decisively securing victory. This was a lesson learned through countless battles in sorcery. In comparison, Hong Er and Yao and Ryo were still too inexperienced. Chapter 34. What is termed as sorcery is, in truth, a deception. Senior sister. Well done. The prince finally relaxed, believing that remotely controlling the senior sister was indeed his wisest choice. The senior sister paid him no heed, her gaze fixed on Hong Er, who wore an expression of regret. You both possess considerable talent, and with these two magical artifacts, you should have easily thwarted us. However, you lack an understanding of sorcery. You do not recognize the flaws in concealing your spells, indiscriminately exposing the maximum range of your talismans. Nor do you grasp the necessary balance of spiritual energy to maintain them. You fail to analyze your opponent's methods, neglecting the consumption of controlling the living corpses. And do not contemplate why your adversary would not retreat. Even while engaged in battle, you allow your mind to wander. It is indeed a grave error, typically reticent. She could not help but speak at length when it came to sorcery. Oh, a curious male voice emerged from beneath the tree. The senior sister swiftly crouched and rolled. Yet nothing transpired. A young man had appeared behind the peach tree, his tone tinged with amusement. It seems you appreciate the joys of sorcery as well. How delightful it is to converse with someone who understands human speech. Although you are a practitioner of false Buddhism, I am still inclined to share a few words with you. Upon hearing this, the prince, who had already reached the entrance of Anxiang Garden, halted in his tracks. Being exposed as a practitioner of a certain path is a situation most cultivators dread, unless one has mastered a supreme celestial technique devoid of weaknesses and concerns of being countered. Clearly, the senior sister and the prince's false Buddhism did not belong to such a category. The figure in the shadows slowly emerged, the young man smiling, a prominent dark spot on his forehead. He did not regard the feeble Hong Er, nor the unconscious Yao and Ryo, but instead surveyed the senior sister with keen interest. Let me guess, the false Buddhism has a pair of twins. One cultivates the Buddhist mantra while the other cultivates the Buddhist body. Once they both reach the realm of spirit refinement, they will inevitably battle each other. The victor will unite both mantra and body, thus becoming immensely powerful in that realm. Though they are often weak beforehand, this is a rare path in the demonic arts that possesses a sense of heritage and master-disciple relationship. The senior sister tensed. How could he possess such knowledge of her sex techniques? False Buddhism was not a widely known path in the demonic realm, and its practitioners were typically discreet. So it was unexpected that so much was known. You cultivate the Buddhist mantra, and that fleeing individual cultivates the Buddhist body? Below the spirit refinement level, the Buddhist mantra can only devour the souls of mortals to enhance oneself or concoct some inferior nightmares, while the Buddhist body merely consumes the flesh and blood of mortals to augment its own essence. Tang Jun stroked his chin. Therefore, these living corpses must belong to your master of the spirit refinement realm. As for the control, it must be that you borrowed a certain part of his body. At this moment, the prince had completely vanished outside Anxiang Garden, fear of having his path exposed leading him to abandon his senior sister without hesitation. He believed this figure to be the great cultivator of the golden core realm that the senior sister had mentioned, fervently hoping that after dispatching the senior sister, he would find no interest in a mere shrimp like himself. Tang Jun pointed at Yao and Ryo, remarking, at the moment your foreheads met, you allowed the nightmare to invade her body, and with a knee strike, you shattered her will to resist. That was indeed a remarkable display of combat technique. The senior sister gazed at Tang Jun with a serious expression, fully acknowledging his insight. However, she suddenly tilted her head playfully and broke into a smile. Her ordinary features seemed ill-fitted to such a gesture, yet when she flashed her teeth, it appeared quite out of place. You seem quite knowledgeable about spells, yet you lack an understanding of combat. Her voice was cheerful, reminiscent of a victory in a thrilling chess match. Oh, how so? Tang Jin inquired, genuinely intrigued. In combat, one must think as the opponent thinks, anticipate their intentions, strike at their vulnerabilities, and evade their concealed strengths. You were too eager to showcase your strengths. The senior sister opened her arms wide, asserting, precisely because you are well-versed, it is unreasonable for you to remain inactive. If you possess true capability, you would not allow me to incapacitate this girl wielding the most formidable battle talisman with nightmares. It is only because you cannot alter the outcome that you attempt to intimidate me at this moment. Tang Jin gently closed his eyes, astonished that one day someone would claim he lacked understanding of combat magic. He felt a blend of helplessness and amusement. Bluster was futile. If one possessed true ability, they would have eliminated him earlier. Instead, the more they spoke, the more erroneous their words became, even detailing the methods of their attack. Akin to a once mighty individual reduced to relying on empty bravado, his senior sister made a judgment. She had sensed the anomaly early on. And upon hearing Hong Er's exclamation and noting the timing of Tang Jin's appearance, she finally discerned the source of the disturbance. In a life-and-death struggle, the stronger party had no need to continuously display their might. Could it be possible that not all my words were directed at you? Perhaps I was elucidating for my junior sisters? I do not impede your intention to incapacitate her because, in truth, you are incapable of doing so. Tang Jin nudged the curled-up Yao and Ryo with his foot. Have you heard enough? Get up and greet us. Yao and Ryo, as if just awakening, lifted her head. Oh, have you finished your discussion? Her demeanor hardly resembled that of someone tormented by nightmares. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. She even engaged the senior sister, asking, may I inquire? Was the nightmare that came to Bayong City a few months ago yours? The senior sister did not respond but remained tense, prepared for an unexpected strike from the opponent. There were 3 adversaries present. Aside from the seemingly powerless girl in red, there was the girl in white wielding a talisman immune to nightmares, and a boy of unknown capabilities. She needed to ambush even to handle a single talisman, and this boy. She looked at Tang Jin earnestly. I was mistaken. But you undoubtedly conceal some sinister intent. At least, you do not possess the means to kill me. If I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. Perhaps? Tang Jin replied with a smile. I will return soon to slay you, and I shall cherish your head as a trophy. The senior sister gradually retreated. Be my guest. Tang Jin continued to smile. No need to see me off. Yao and Ryo waved farewell with a warm smile. Only after the senior sister's figure had completely vanished from Anxiang Garden did Hong Er finally relax, her tension and depleting spiritual energy nearly causing her to faint. Why didn't Tiyu simply use the talisman to kill her? She whispered. With the Buddha's shadow and the golden talisman at such close range, there should have been a chance. Turning her head, she suddenly saw Yao and Ryo, who had just waved goodbye, collapse forward, her white dress resembling a butterfly with broken wings. Had Tang Jin not caught her, she would have tumbled directly into the heap of corpses. What happened to her? Hong Er was stunned, having just seen her well. She is forcing herself, Tang Jin said, propping the unconscious Yao and Ryo against a peach tree, his expression grim. In truth, the senior sister had already surmised their predicament. Her only miscalculation lay in Yao and Ryo's terrifying willpower, driven by some unknown force, and her experience in battling nightmares. That was something she had long since proven, whether enduring a stalemate with nightmares for half a month as a mere mortal or compelling herself to slay a nightmare during her training in the 7 prison boxes. It was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This girl seemed possessed, forever fighting with her last breath. Tang Jin had been stalling, believing that this madwoman could indeed slay the nightmare within his dreams upon waking. Fortunately, he won the gamble, much like when he faced the black dog. Once again, Yao and Ryo rose at the most critical moment, choosing vengeance despite her shattered spirit. Unbeknownst to her, Yao and Ryo was already at her wit's end. With only the unskilled Tang Jin capable of action among the 3 of them, a mere casual strike from her would reveal that everything was merely a fade. What shall we do? If those corpses return? Hong Er asked, as they would remain mere illusions for quite some time. Do not worry. The enemy's corpses are nearly extinguished. The crafting requires time, and we shall not grant them any preparation. Tonight, we shall flee from this place. Tang Jin slowly turned his head, the distant sky gradually brightening, heralding another day. Chapter 35, The Taoist Descends the Mountain. Demonic powers manifest. The prince felt the wind rushing past his ears, gripping the shoulder of the corpse tightly as the surrounding buildings swiftly blurred behind him. He was fleeing at full speed. At that moment, he resembled a young maiden clinging to the back of a decaying corpse, the last of his lifeless companions. Kept for emergencies, and now serving as his best means of escape. Damn it, why is this happening? He ground his teeth in frustration. The ambush against the righteous cultivators should have marked the beginning of his glorious journey, yet he was now being carried away by a mere corpse. His sister must be dead. The master would not let him off easily. Other demonic cultivators would view him as a useless failure. Consumed by rage, he bit into the corpse's face, tearing away the already rotting skin, exposing the flesh and features beneath. The corpse remained silent, its teeth bared as it continued to sprint. Run. Hurry. He spat out, gnawing on the flesh of its face, venting his hatred towards the righteous cultivators beneath the peach tree. However, upon reflection, there was a silver lining. His sister had been cultivating before him and possessed far greater strength. When he reached the realm of refining the divine, He may not have bested her, but now that she was gone, he would have a new junior disciple, one weaker and later in cultivation. At least his future would be more secure. He grinned. Sister, may you rest in peace. Suddenly, the corpse came to an abrupt halt, nearly throwing him off. The prince turned stiffly to see his sister, Dusty but standing resolutely beside him. Sister, it's such a relief that you're unharmed. Tears streamed down his face as he tumbled off the corpse's back and clutched her leg tightly. I was so worried about you. She did not mock his emotional display but earnestly explained, the adversary is not as formidable as you think. If we encounter them again, I will prevail. No. I do not want those magical artifacts. I only want my sister to be safe. He sobbed, tears mixing with snot. She lowered her head, a rare smile breaking through her usually expressionless face, though it appeared somewhat jarring. You may forego the artifacts, but I must kill them. The prince, momentarily struck dumb with terror, recalled his master's words from when he first became a disciple. Your sister is taciturn, unambitious, yet somewhat combative. Treat her casually, as long as you do not covet her prey. This was more than mere combativeness, was it not? The excitement and greed shining in her eyes seemed as if she wished to consume everything. Of course, their lives are hers. The artifacts are hers. He quaked, pledging his loyalty, unwilling to involve himself in the fray of the deranged. Surviving was his utmost priority. I shall await my sister's triumphant return outside the city. No need. She shook her head. You go to the city and use the remaining mortals to refine 50 corpses to aid me. The prince was taken aback. She was engaging in a battle of magic. Why must he refine corpses? Sister, you jest. I am merely at the foundation stage. How can I refine corpses alone? He spoke truthfully, as his own cultivation level rendered him incapable of such an endeavor. She glanced at the withered finger on his hand. The prince's complexion paled further. Sister, this is unfeasible. If I use the master's finger to refine corpses, I would require multiple blood offerings. But where in this northern sun city can I find such flesh? Everything comes at a price, without living sacrifices. Each attempt with that withered finger felt as though he were being consumed. Use your own flesh, she stated plainly. I cannot endure this, he exclaimed in desperation. Sister, I will be drained. His words faltered as she grasped his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Her grip tightened slowly as he struggled in vain. Be good, she whispered softly. The prince nodded fervently, foam spilling from the corners of his mouth. You have half a day. Then, she casually tossed him to the ground like a piece of rotten meat. In that moment, the prince began to comprehend why demonic cultivators revered power. Their minds were indeed deranged, no matter how well one schemes. It is impossible to predict the next move of a madman. The sword serves myriad purposes, primarily in combat. It emphasizes sharpness and finesse for swift strikes. In self-cultivation, it values straightness and balance for reason. For self-defense, it prioritizes thickness and width for concealment. For travel, it requires sufficient length for stability. Among longswords, the Ziyun sword ranks among the top 3, as long-distance flight consumes vast amounts of true essence, yet the Ziyun sword harnesses the clouds as its path, gliding gracefully in the high skies with minimal essence expenditure, deeming it an essential artifact for travel. Zhou Dongdong piloted the Ziyun sword for an extensive distance for the first time, feeling somewhat fatigued yet still possessing ample true essence. When the winds were favorable at high altitudes, he could even meditate to restore his energy. After crossing the sea, we should have entered the southern Jianbu continent. He peered into the distance, faintly spotting a dark line emerging on the surface of the sea. This was merely self-talk. He did not dare to rest even for a moment during his swift journey and had not conversed with anyone. Thus, he resorted to soliloquy to alleviate his loneliness. I hope my senior brother is well. I heard that the southern Jianbu continent had not always maintained a good relationship with him. Could it be that the local cultivators are bullying him? Zhou Dongdong couldn't help but fantasize, though he could not envision his senior brother being oppressed. In his mind, Tang Jun was invincible. It was enough that he did not bully others. Just as he felt he was worrying unnecessarily, the Ziyun sword began to tremble violently. Zhou Dongdong raised his head, his chubby face furrowing with a frown, his eyes betraying an unexpected authority. Demonic energy? This southern Jianbu continent is indeed in chaos. No wonder it does not get along with my senior brother. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, my senior brother is paramount. I shall first locate him, and then deal with you. He reassured the sword beneath him. Do not fret. Let us find my senior brother first. Yet the Ziyun sword continued to tremble, seeming both excited and astonished. Zhou Dongdong froze. Oh no, my senior brother is over there. His face drained of color. Could it be that my senior brother has been captured by the demonic path? The little boy dared not ponder further, his eyes turning red as he clasped his hands in a spell. Let us go. The Ziyun sword transformed instantaneously into a streak of flowing light, stirring thunder in the sky above the coastal borders of the southern Jianbu continent and leaving a long trail of sword rainbow in its wake. Although southern Jianbu may seem somewhat cool among the 9 continents, it boasts its own esteemed sects, including the Yuchan Palace, which stands alongside the Ziyun Immortal Palace as one of the 5 mountains of the Daoist sect. The southern sea is home to the moon-viewing toad, a creature of pure white jade, symbolizing longevity and prosperity. Its sanctum is built within a secluded valley by the sea, constructed from jade stones that remain untainted by dust. And its disciples often don white robes adorned with silver patterns. On this day, at noon, a sudden ringing echoed throughout the Yujing Palace. As the Grandmaster issued an edict, demons have invaded southern Jianbu, and they must be slain. Shortly thereafter, several beams of white light shot forth towards the north, followed by hundreds of disciples soaring into the air on their swords, pursuing their masters. The news of the demonic turmoil finally roused the righteous forces of southern Jianbu. While the plight of the common folk in a mere pond or city might seem insignificant, if the demonic chaos is not swiftly quelled, it will spread rapidly, attracting more malevolent entities, potentially overwhelming an entire human dynasty. Yet, what could possibly warrant such a direct order from the Grandmaster for this trivial disturbance? Even if the chaos were instigated by a demon of the celestial realm, it hardly seemed necessary for the Grandmaster to intervene personally. With these questions lingering in their minds, the disciples of Yuchan Palace rushed towards Chaoyang City. At this moment, the demons within Chaoyang City remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom, as they were preoccupied with matters of greater significance. The old Wu ghost. Why has he not departed after devouring everything in this city? A demon cultivator stood atop the city walls, conversing with a fellow practitioner. Are you leaving? The latter inquired. Indeed, I was just about to. Chuckled the demon known as Wu Lao Gui, yet his feet remained firmly planted. Where to? Asked his companion. To the south? Wu Lao Gui's voice trailed off. A silence ensued between the two. After a moment, the other whispered, You know, don't you? Wu Lao Gui nodded silently. Rumor had it that several cultivators of the spirit refinement realm had already made their way over, and it seemed they had sent messages, likely contacting their respective sections. It was possible that even those of the Void Return realm or Golden Core realm might soon appear. Wu Lao Gui remained silent. This was not a secret, or rather, it was a secret rapidly becoming public knowledge. All of this transpired within the last couple of days. The demons in Chaoyang City, having feasted thoroughly, were preparing to scatter to nearby cities to continue their rampage when suddenly, a group intercepted common soldiers clad in armor who were en route to assist Chaoyang City. This was initially inconsequential, but a piece of news spread like wildfire. It was said that a treasured artifact had emerged in a city to the south of Chaoyang called Beiyang City. At first, many dismissed it as mere gossip, even suspecting it to be a clumsy bait set by a fellow practitioner. However, as successive groups of armored soldiers were ambushed, some were captured alive and subjected to soul-searching through great powers, revealing a singular name within their memories. It was the title of a book, The Profound Interpretation of Rashomon. Clearly, this was no ordinary name. It referred exclusively to a legendary tome, the final work of the deceased demon lord. It potentially represented the transmission of a demon's cultivation methods. Mastering it could pave the way for ascendance to the celestial realm, and the demon lord could aspire for greatness. Indeed, it was the foremost tome of the demonic path. Could this information possibly be false? It was conceivable. Using the book's name as bait was not uncommon. But, might I inquire if you intend to pursue it? To put it plainly, every year, the demonic black market propagates false news regarding the profound interpretation of Rashomon. Each year with a new twist, and each year, these rumors are ultimately debunked. Yet, whenever such falsehoods emerge, they incite frenzied competition, rivaling only the fervor surrounding the earlier rumors of the discovery of the true Lord of Seeking Law. This is a golden opportunity for ascendance. Yet now, it lies nestled in the hands of an old beggar. Chapter 36, The Path to Survival. The desperate fugitive escaping is an art form. Running faster than your opponent is one method, while running slower constitutes another. As the sun began to set in the fragrant garden, Yaowen Reo perched upon a withered peach tree, softly humming a tune, her legs swaying gently, the autumn breeze occasionally lifting her white skirt. She appeared serene, akin to a young lady stealing a moment of leisure, savoring her time amidst the twilight glow. Yet, it is in such enchanting moments that interruptions often arise. A cacophony of roars echoed from outside the garden, as figures materialized beneath the sunset, a horde of living corpses. They appeared somewhat different from those of the previous night. Their bodies slightly cleaner, and lacking the severe stiffness and decay, remarkably fresh. The prince had crafted these living corpses from the denizens of Beiyang City, many of whom were elderly or infirm, unable to traverse long distances. However, the results of his endeavors paled in comparison to those of his master. They were merely animated corpses. Yaowen Ryo sighed, nimbly leaping down from the peach tree, drawing a sword talisman from her waist, ready to confront any adversary. She was cautious, particularly after being deceived and ambushed by her senior sister previously. This time, she would not allow a single living corpse to approach her. Yet, the horde of living corpses did not charge forward, instead standing at the periphery of her sword talisman's attack range. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you here to fight? Are you spying on me? Yaowen Ryo feigned an exaggerated gesture of embracing herself. We are merely waiting. A voice resonated as her senior sister emerged from the throng of corpses. Waiting for what? Yaowen Ryo inquired with curiosity. Waiting for nightfall, her sister replied, continuing her stride. Why? Are the living corpses more formidable at night? Yaowen Ryo maintained her inquisitive demeanor. No, the nightmares can move more freely under the cover of darkness. Her sister smiled slightly, casually tapping her forehead, a vague white light gradually materializing, shimmering in the twilight like a specter. Yaowen Ryo raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck with astonishment, and abruptly pointed towards her sister's back. Your master. As she raised her hand, a streak of sword light swiftly darted towards her sister. Had her sister turned to heed her warning, that blow would have cleaved her in two. However, her sister merely leapt lightly, evading the blade of light. Such trivial tricks are futile. With your cultivation at the Taoist realm, unless I am within 10 paces of you, that sword talisman can only serve to repel me. It cannot harm me, her sister casually explained. Yaoan Reo shrugged nonchalantly. How can I know it's ineffective unless I try? Besides, while it may not harm you, slaying that nightmare is still commendable. The nightmare she had just targeted was not even struck by the sword light, simply dissipating in the gust it created. Yaoan Reo had indeed aimed for the nightmares. Compared to the living corpses, the nightmares moved more slowly and posed less lethal threat. Yet their ability to hover several meters above ground created a formidable synergy with the living corpses, greatly complicating her defensive strategy. Oh, if you wish to strike, feel free. Her sister waved her hand dismissively. Dozens of nightmares began to drift forth, each appearing vague and ethereal, as if they could vanish at any moment, creating an atmosphere that felt several degrees cooler, resembling a thick fog. Yaoan Reo furrowed her brow and unleashed a stream of sword energy towards the densest part of the fog. With a whoosh, a large gap tore through it. The sword light unyielding in its strength, these nightmares could not withstand the might of the talisman. Yet, Yaoan Reo's frown deepened, for the gap began to close once more. I possess approximately 2,000 nightmares, mostly thoughtless remnants of souls, typically employed to create mists as a form of diversion. Her sister's voice echoed through the haze. I did not anticipate their efficacy today. Based on my estimates, you can utilize that sword talisman around 40 times. While the girl in red should only manage 20 to 30 uses. Including that young man, at most, you might achieve 100 uses combined. When night falls, I will command the nightmares to shield the living corpses as they advance. The voice of the senior sister was ethereal. Yaoan Reo grasped her meaning. The nightmares would become more tangible at night, a swarm of 20 or 30 encircling one or several living corpses as they drew closer to the peach tree. Unable to discern how many living corpses were within, Yaoan Reo and her companions had to sever each misty cluster, which would reverse the depletion caused by the living corpses and the activated talismans. Last night, during the first charge, the prince, in his panic, had allowed numerous living corpses to swarm forward. Honger had nearly cleaved through a dozen corpses with each strike of sword energy. Furthermore, in his desperate attempt to resolve everything in one go, he charged once more, resulting in the demise of 200 corpses. Yet both Honger and Yaoan Reo still retained some strength. Now, the senior sister had seized upon their greatest weakness, intending to exhaust them slowly. Yaoan Reo's face paled slightly, revealing her distress as she patted the withered peach tree and asked, "What shall we do?" The peach tree offered no response, seemingly at a loss for a solution. With a hint of resignation, Yaoan Reo climbed back into the tree, deciding to wait until nightfall. In the thin mist of the white nightmares, the senior sister frowned as she observed Yaoan Reo, who sat atop the tree, troubled. The prince cautiously approached the senior sister. Using the living corpses as cover, by this point, his left arm had completely withered, the black, shriveled skin clinging tightly to his bone, leaving the left side of his body somewhat contorted. Senior sister, we must remain calm this time. We shall wear them down until they can no longer resist. I intend to capture them alive and interrogate them regarding the usage of that treasure and sword talisman. The senior sister nodded absently, her gaze fixed upon Yaoan Reo's beautiful face silhouetted against the evening glow, noting the pallor of her complexion. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Something was amiss. She strode purposefully towards Yaoan Reo, disregarding the prince's attempts to restrain her. Surprised to see the senior sister emerging from the mist, Yaoan Reo exclaimed, "Hey, didn't we agree to decide our fates tonight?" The senior sister remained silent, continuing her swift approach. Yaoan Reo raised an eyebrow, drawing out the sword talisman once more. Was she in such a hurry? Why not let the living corpses and nightmares charge first? The senior sister still did not respond, quickening her pace, her trajectory straight and approaching within 20 steps. At that moment, if Yaoan Reo were to activate the sword talisman, it would pose a threat to the senior sister. Yet she refrained, instead intently observing the senior sister's strides as if counting. Clearly, she awaited the moment the senior sister entered within 10 steps to strike. Unbeknownst to the senior sister, she marched forward, already within 10 steps. Yaoan Reo lifted the sword talisman. The senior sister continued her straight-line advance. Yaoan Reo aimed for the senior sister's neck. As the senior sister ascended the mound, she found herself unable to evade. In the next instant, the sword's light would sever her head. With a flash, the sword glimmered. The senior sister positioned her long sword against Yaoan Reo's neck. Yaoan Reo, holding the sword talisman, raised her hand threateningly, yet ultimately did not activate it. Silence enveloped them as the last rays of the setting sun illuminated Yaoan Reo's flowing hair, which swept across the steady long sword before snapping in two. Yaoan Reo smiled faintly, lowering the sword talisman, and with a hint of resignation remarked, "Ah, you've seen through me." The senior sister remained silent, simply gazing at Yaoan Reo. "Where's the tree? Where are the others?" Yaoan Reo, overwhelmed, slumped down, murmuring, "I told you it couldn't be concealed. Every plan has its flaws, some can be remedied, while others are glaringly apparent. Just moments ago, while she had been striking at the senior sister and the nightmares with her sword energy, the peach tree had remained withered. This indicated that Yao and Ryo had not utilized the spirit manipulation technique to harness the peach tree's essence to activate the sword talisman. Rather, she had relied solely on her own energy, thus her pale complexion was due to exhaustion rather than a lack of strategy. It appeared her current state permitted her to activate the sword talisman only 2 or 3 times, hence the senior sister had boldly approached her. "Are you a pawn?" The senior sister's voice was calm, yet she was inwardly furious. She felt deceived. Yao and Ryo's reckless use of sword energy had obscured her realization of the opponent's inherent weakness. Being outsmarted by such an inconsequential character felt insulting. Yao and Ryo chuckled. Reveling in her successful reprisal, "You deceived me last night, and today I have deceived you. It is only fair." With a sudden tremor, the long sword sliced through the air, and with a splatter, an arm flew high, blood spraying from the white sleeve. Yao and Ryo scarcely had time to scream. The pain caused her pupils to dilate, her body involuntarily collapsing. Her left arm had been severed at the root. "I will ask you one last time. Where are the other 2? The senior sister's voice turned frigid. "If you do not speak or provide useless information, I will hand you over to my junior brother. And your body will be transformed into a living corpse, your soul turned into my nightmare. I will confine you within the body of a dog carrying 8 pups." The senior sister's tone was devoid of jest. She had no pleasure in tormenting others, yet she would not hesitate to employ any means necessary to achieve her goals. She needed to ascertain the escape direction of the 2 others. She had always believed they had concealed themselves in the shadows using their methods from last night. But it now seemed that the boy had merely led her to believe that by utilizing such hiding tactics, unbeknownst to how long they had been fleeing, she thought. "I must kill them." Beads of sweat formed on Yao and Ryo's forehead, her body trembling not from fear, but from pain, for she was laughing, a twisted smile on her face, punctuated by heavy gasps. Hearing the mention of being confined within a dog's body, she could not suppress her laughter, finding the notion rather peculiar. Her severed arm lay before her, the white wrist and elongated fingers resembling a doll, still clutching the sword talisman, which felt strangely surreal. The senior sister watched her silently, unfazed by her descent into madness. "Yes, actually, I've delayed for quite some time," Yao and Ryo stammered. "I will tell you the direction. I will grant you a swift death." The senior sister interjected. Yao and Ryo's complexion had turned ghostly pale. She was nearing death, her voice increasingly faint. "Sheman." With a flash, the long sword quivered. A beautiful head rolled down the mound, instantly stained with countless specks of dust and blood. The black hair cascading and obscuring her face, soon indistinguishable from the living corpses of the previous night. The senior sister said nothing more, leaping away. The prince stealthily approached the headless, armless corpse of Yao and Ryo, retrieving the severed arm, prying open the fingers to extract the sword talisman, cautiously stowing it away. A smile crept onto his lips. Fearing detection, he quickly composed himself, adopting a flustered demeanor, and pursued in the direction the senior sister had departed. Sister! Wait for me. Could she have been deceiving us? Chapter 37. Every scheme has its flaws, every tactic exhausted, yet still unable to prevail. On the western street of Bayong City, the last rays of sunlight had vanished entirely, and the moonlight began to brighten. In the shadows of the alley, a voice suddenly echoed. "She is dead." No one responded, only the sound of heavy breathing and hurried footsteps filled the air. "Aren't you going to say something?" The voice continued. Silence remained. "I am dead." The moonlight peeked through the gaps in the buildings, illuminating the girl's delicate features, which bore a trace of anger. Beside her, Tangjin frowned, stating, "That is not you. It is your doppelganger. We are at the critical juncture of escape, teetering on the brink of life and death." He was in no mood to indulge Yao and Ryo's antics. "Easier said than done. You have never faced death." Yao and Ryo was filled with indignation the moment her clone perished. She felt a profound severance of connection. "You have never faced death. The clones within the 7 prison box do not share vision, thoughts, or emotions." Tangjin spoke with a hint of breathlessness. Although he possessed a semi-immortal physique, he was by no means an athlete, and traversing such a distance proved to be quite arduous. In truth, they had not been running for long. Yet Yao and Ryo and Honger had expended considerable energy the previous night, only managing to restore their stamina and true essence in the afternoon before activating the 7 prison box to make their escape. Therefore, they had not yet departed from Bayong City. However, it was fortunate that upon realizing their absence, the enemy's immediate reaction would likely be to search the Lord's mansion or dispatch the undead to scour the city. Yet they would never suspect that Tangjin opted to flee through the western city gate rather than the southern gate, which led away from Chaoyang City. Dozens of undead thrown into Bayong City would be utterly incapable of catching up with them. Moreover, Old Guai remained in the ancestral hall, and the enemy might linger there for quite some time. He had long advised Old Guai to leave Bayong City with the Lord's convoy. But the old fellow insisted that having lived for over 70 years in Bayong City, he would rather die within its walls than perish outside. For at least death here felt assured. Tangjin asked him if he had any wishes. The old man, scratching his head a bit shyly, replied that he had never encountered any significant figures or grand spectacles in his life. He expressed a desire to witness the presence of an extraordinary individual before he departed from this world. Tangjin agreed. He had done all that he could. Now, it was up to the old beggar's fortune. After a lifetime of hardship, would he finally have a stroke of luck? This thought filled him with a tinge of melancholy. Everything will turn out well, Red, who was beside him, suddenly remarked. Tang Jin felt a subtle stir of emotions within. Honger always had an uncanny ability to perceive his feelings instantly. At this moment, Honger's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Her forehead glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration from their prolonged run, yet she still offered him a gentle, delicate smile. Tang Jin smiled gently and, gazing at her, softly encouraged, do not stop. We are merely 2 streets away. Once we exit the city and delve into the mountains, we shall be safe. On the other side. Yao Andra imitated Tang Jin and whispered, might we postpone our flirtations for a while? Engaging in such antics before outsiders could tarnish the reputation of the Yao family. Outsiders? Tang's heart stirred as he lifted his gaze. Not far away, at the corner, 2 figures stood silently, observing them. The senior sister, her expression impassive, held her sword aloft, while the prince grit his teeth, glaring at them. Half of his body appeared desiccated, and his once handsome visage now bore the marks of age, resembling that of his master. I have come to reclaim your head as per our agreement, the senior sister stated. Her eyes fixed on Tang before glancing towards the lively Yao and Reo, a hint of admiration in her voice. Is that a doppelganger technique? How did you manage to catch up so swiftly? A tracking spell? Tang furrowed his brow, perplexed. His plan should have worked without a hitch, no matter the circumstances. They would first need to ascertain a direction before commencing their pursuit. Yet, barely moments after the doppelganger's demise, they had resolutely followed. As if they were privy to their escape route. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable, especially before their animated corpses arrived. Yao and Reo licked her lips and retrieved an inkstone from her sleeve. What do you need an inkstone for? Tang exclaimed in shock. I've used it before. It feels quite handy, she replied, winking playfully at him, a look that suggested he should understand. Understand what? Is there truly a distinction between subduing a beast and taking a life? Such arrogance. The prince raised his withered arm, his broken fingers pointing toward the trio. The newly crafted animated corpses could not match his and the senior sister's speed, but they were likely swifter than Tang and his companions. He was compelled to use his own flesh and blood to forge the animated corpses, resulting in significant losses. A single sword talisman was insufficient to recoup his investment. He needed that peach tree. In due time, all who threaten me shall perish. The princess' thoughts turned cold as he cast a furtive glance at the senior sister's back. We shall part ways, Red, and I will go one way. And you will take the other. Let us regroup at the city gate, Tang whispered, seizing Red's hand as they dashed into a neighboring alley. Yao and Ryo, however, remained unhurried, sauntering toward the opposite side, even provocatively waving at the senior sister. Senior sister, shall we split our pursuit? The prince inquired softly. No. Let us first eliminate that man together, the senior sister declared, leaping onto the rooftop. She had indeed made the right choice. Tang Jin allowed Yao and Ryo to proceed alone as part of his contingency plan, for he surmised that his senior sister would opt to pursue the side with fewer individuals. However, she could never have anticipated that Yao and Ryo possessed a second-grade purple gold sword talisman. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, and no one would expect him to have both a doppelganger and a main body. When combined with the Buddha's shadow, a moment of carelessness could lead to a misstep. At that moment, Yao and Ryo stood as the most formidable among the trio, posing the greatest threat to his senior sister, while the other 2 were merely encumbrances to her. Alas, she did not fall for the ruse. Tang Jin led Honger through the winding alleys, when suddenly a fierce wind surged behind them, heralding imminent danger. Cursing under his breath, Tang Jin withdrew a withered branch and thrust it into his mouth, stirring it about until a faint metallic sweetness spread across his palate. Seizing the opportunity at a corner, he swiftly turned around. His senior sister was just 3 steps away, momentarily pausing at his sudden movement, ever ready to evade an ambush. However, the dragon-elephant Arhut sound was inescapable. Though lacking immense power, its area of effect was expansive. As long as one was within proximity, it was a guaranteed strike. No one could evade it. With a fierce shout, Tang Jin's eyes widened as he expelled a mouthful of blood froth. His senior sister reacted swiftly, raising her sword to guard her chest. Yet the force of his roar still pushed her back. Tang Jin was not inclined to engage in battle, continuing to drag Hong Er as they sprinted forward. Sister, how is it? The crown prince hurriedly followed behind, maintaining a careful distance, unwilling to approach. Sister was indifferent to his cautious demeanor, simply attuning herself to her own condition, uninjured, merely a heavy blow, entirely bearable. After saying this, she resumed her pace, her feet dancing along the walls as she pursued once more. Tang Jin glanced back, spitting a mouthful of blood, prompting Sister to bend down, ready to endure. However, after a moment of silence, there was no reaction. This time, Tang Jin merely pretended to spit out saliva. A smirk appeared at the corner of Sister's mouth. If Tang Jin could only resort to such petty tricks for self-preservation, it indicated that he lacked any genuinely threatening lethality. At the very least, he did not possess a second sword talisman. The 2 streets were quite short, yet Hong Er felt they stretched endlessly. With every few steps they took, Tang Jin would turn back, either genuinely or feigning to spit blood. Sister, akin to a persistent mosquito, attempted to close the distance, only to retreat prudently to evade, gradually sapping their energy and slowing their pace. After using the Buddha's sound 2 or 3 times consecutively, Tang Jin was rendered speechless, blood frothing from his mouth uncontrollably. soaking his front despite his attempts to stem the flow, punctuated by violent coughs that expelled more blood bubbles. They stumbled and rolled along, supporting each other in their flight. While sister, sword in hand, drew nearer, resembling a cat toying with a mouse. At this juncture, she remained vigilant, ever wary of any desperate magic Tang Jin might unleash. Those on the brink of death often fight the hardest. Observing Hong Er dragging the swaying Tang Jin towards the city gate, sister felt a pang of sorrow. The girl still failed to grasp the essence of combat, as those on the righteous path often displayed such behavior, oblivious to the fact that this would only lead to their own demise. As sister charged closer, Tang Jin, as anticipated, turned back. But his mouth was too full of blood to call out, merely twisting to watch her approach. He shoved Hong Er aside, spreading his arms as if to face death alone. Sister, however, did not accelerate. Instead, she conservatively positioned herself until her long sword pierced through his chest. The sensation of blood spraying and the feeling of tearing through flesh and bone confirmed her suspicion that he truly sought death. The blade completely penetrated Tang Jin, and sister gazed at his final expression, which bore a hint of amusement. With the sword embedded in his chest, he embraced sister as she lunged forward. Sister's eyes narrowed. Was there still a twist in fate? Without hesitation, she chose to strike again, twisting the sword to further shred his wound, obliterating Tang Jin's insides. Then, she forcefully rammed her forehead against his, the accumulated nightmares disrupting his consciousness. Even a cultivator, subjected to such an overwhelming force, would momentarily lose focus, unable to think, let alone retaliate. She employed every method at her disposal, arriving at the most flawless solution, resolutely denying Tang Jin any chance. Their foreheads collided, and sisters glimmered with a white light, as the contained nightmare shrieked forth from her spiritual platform, while Tang Jin's forehead bore no light, only a regular black spot, a fingerprint. The proudest spell of a demon lord, a curse from a failed scholar, helplessness, despair. Chapter 38, Sisters. Two-Paths. Sister felt an unexpected lightness in her head, worries. Past grievances and memories ceased to hold significance. Hatred, resentment, and greed vanished in an instant. The demonic desires brought forth by her false Buddhist practice seemed to purify suddenly, leaving her feeling akin to a newborn infant. This sensation came so abruptly, like a deluge sweeping through her mind, cleansing everything, including her very thoughts. She stood there in a daze. Even as Hong Er rushed over to drag Tang Jin away, she remained unresponsive. The nightmares accumulated over years of killing dissolved in an instant, transforming her from a fiend into an ordinary person. This transformation was too swift for her body to adapt, leading to a dissonance of spirit, leaving her staring blankly as Hong Er dragged Tang Jin toward the western city gate. Hong Er perceived Tang Jin's body growing lighter, as if his blood had drained completely. She dared not dwell on it, simply believing that once they exited the western city gate, everything would be all right. He was dying. Someone spoke beside her. It was Yao and Reo, who had reached the western city gate ahead of them, her journey smooth to the point of boredom. Hong Er did not respond. Let us go, the two of us sisters. Once we become immortals, we can come back for vengeance, Yao and Reo suggested, her expression inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. At that moment, she was neither the gentle young lady nor the crazed maniac, but a calm and rational cultivator. Hong Er remained silent. Feeling Tang Jin's breath fading, she could no longer sense his presence, as if she were dragging a lifeless object. Hong Er gripped Tang Jin's hand with increasing force, for he could no longer stand, resembling a puddle of mud. Unable to pull him along, she laid him across her back, moving bit by bit. There was little blood, as the long sword had staunched the wound, but it mattered little. No mortal could survive such a wound. He was doomed. Yao and Reo, unlike her usual self, spoke in a flat, calm voice, her objectivity making Hong Er find her words irksome for the first time. Be quiet. Hong Er snapped tersely. Yao and Reo fell silent, perhaps taken aback by her demeanor, or perhaps simply obedient. Hong Er did not look back. She had exhausted her strength carrying Tang Jin. The city gate loomed ahead. All right. What can I do, being your sister? If he dies, you won't revert to being my little maid. Yao and Reo suddenly reverted to her usual tone, laced with mirth. I'll help you. Hong Er turned her head in confusion, only to see a malicious grin on Yao and Reo's face. She reached for the sword embedded in Tang Jin's chest, murmuring softly, it might hurt a bit. Bear with it. Then, with a sudden, forceful yank, blood sprayed forth. The long sword arced through the air, trailing crimson. Ah! Hong Er gasped, her hands instinctively reaching out to stem the flow from the wound. Removing the sword so rudely from such a deep wound would cause immense damage. It would hasten Tang Jin's demise more than stabbing him anew. Yao and Reo grinned at Hong Er, then pulled out a peach-wood twig from Tang Jin's waist, raising it high before plunging it forcefully into his chest wound, blood splattering and staining the twig. The flesh around the wound spilled outward. Hong Er, rendered incapable of further cries, trembled as she watched Tang Jin's lifeless body sway weakly under Yao and Reo's relentless torment. Was this salvation or desecration? So be it. Let him face his own fate. Don't think my thrust is harsh. Perhaps the deeper the insertion, the better the effect, Yao and Reo shrugged, leaving her intention shrouded in mystery. A long gasp escaped Tang Jin as his body arched, mouth agape, drawing in a deep breath as if surfacing from drowning. Ah, this luck is too good to be true. Yao and Reo scratched her head in astonishment. He truly lives? Hong Er remained stunned. struggling to process the situation. Stop crying. Just carry him and move on. Yao and Reo rose to retrieve the longsword, still dripping with blood, that she had just drawn. In the distance, shadows of countless figures surged forth along the street, accompanied by the continuous low growls of the undead. Even more despairing was the sight of her senior sister, who had managed to regain her composure. The overwhelming force had not shattered her spirit. Her gaze bore an oddly clear brightness, as if infused with newfound vitality. The prince, with utmost reverence, presented his sword to her. I underestimated you. There must be a formidable figure backing you. Senior sister regarded the dying Tang Jin with no hint of sorrow for the nightmare she had endured for years, merely a faint sense of regret. The prince wasted no time, ferociously brandishing his withered arm. Kill. The undead began to charge wildly down the street, like a raging river. Honger slowly rose and extended her hand towards Yao and Reo, saying, Talisman. There was nothing left to hold back, regardless of Tang Jin's plans. He could no longer offer any assistance. All they could do was fight with their last breath. With a resounding clap, Yao and Reo struck her hand away. What talisman? Honger was momentarily stunned, and Yao and Reo raised the sword talisman, its brilliance slicing through the darkness. The first row of undead was cleaved in two. Sword in one hand and talisman in the other, Yao and Reo stood tall, resembling a goddess of war. What a scene. What an atmosphere. Of course. I'll hold the rear. You and your companion focus on escaping, declared the war goddess. Honger gazed at Yao and Reo's silhouette and realized she was utterly serious. You are far too weak. Get out of my way and wait for me in the mountains until I've dealt with them. Yao and Reo marched toward the horde of undead, as if she alone could stem the tide of a flooding river, the scene reminiscent of the undead retreating before her onslaught. Honger turned and dragged Tang Jin, gritting her teeth as she made for the city gate. That's right. You have always been decisive. Your choices are invariably correct. Yao and Reo's voice faded, yet remained clear amidst the sounds of flesh-tearing and anguished cries. Tears streamed down Honger's face, burning with an intense longing for the talents and strength to cultivate her path. Oh, and tell him, I owe him the last half of my life. We are even from here on. The sound of the sword's brilliance grew ever more urgent, her voice rising with fervor. And tell him, there is something I've longed to say. In the future, whether they are old friends, new acquaintances, or any blossoms of peach, pear, or apricot, whoever dares to insult my sister, I shall personally slay him and his paramour. These words rang out brightly, even causing the barely conscious Tang Jin's eyelids to flutter slightly. Honger finally stepped through the city gate, resolutely refusing to look back. In her childhood, she had referred to Yao and Reo as Miss, and during their quarrels, she would call her Yao and Reo, which had become a source of embarrassment as she became the Lord's adopted daughter. Yet Yao and Reo effortlessly called her sister. Sister. Each day. Why? Perhaps she had always regarded Honger as her sister. Honger bit her lip and, trembling, softly called out, Sister. On the city tower. Yao and Reo smiled down at the small figure below, gently responding, I am here, sister. She turned the winch of the city gate, the massive iron chains clattering as the west gate began to close slowly, sealing Northyong City within. Amidst the chaos, Yao and Reo glanced back at the city tower. Her duplicate and she exchanged distant gazes, a second opening of the 7 prison box. She chuckled quietly, finding her clone quite useful. Her senior sister observed this unfold with a stoic expression, feeling it was utterly foolish. What are you thinking? Your true essence is nearly depleted. After I kill you, I can pursue the others, but in such a state, you cannot run far. What is the point? Her tone carried a hint of disappointment, according to the man's plan. This chase was meant to be a prolonged game of wits. It was the betrayal of your clone that led to your current predicament. Now you feign sacrifice. What purpose does that serve? Her senior sister understood that she had intercepted Tang Jin only because the clone of Yao and Reo that perished beneath the peach tree had pointed her in the right direction. It was this girl who had unwittingly sentenced herself and her companions to death with a smile. Yao and Reo raised an eyebrow, though not pleasing to the eye. You certainly have a lot to say. Her senior sister turned to the prince and calmly instructed, let the undead consume her. I will pursue the other two. There was no response beside her. Turning her head, she found the prince standing rigidly, staring vacantly at his left hand, lips trembling as he murmured, Master, Master, please don't. At some point, the desiccated fingers on the back of his hand began to merge with his flesh, black veins creeping throughout his body. His once handsome face now sagged, slowly wrinkling. Do not linger here. The prince's voice transformed into that of an old man. Master, no. He reverted to his former self. Do not waste time. I don't want to die. The possession, it's coming, Master. Master, save me. A book. He appeared to be in a state of mental fracture, alternating between the elder and his own self, interspersed with cries, creating a spectacle both ludicrous and terrifying. In Chaoyang City, the elder, practicing his pseudo-Buddhism, was overjoyed to learn of the insights into the Gate of Birth. Realizing it was in the domain occupied by his foolish disciple, Northyong City, he could arrive before anyone else. All he needed to sacrifice were some trivial matters, like the life of his disciple, for instance. The book. Abandon everything. Immediately find me a book. The prince's voice dwindled, while the elder's voice grew increasingly hoarse. Hurry. It concerns the future of our Buddhist sect. He rasped, instructing the sister beside him, sensing his young disciple's will to survive was formidable. and he needed to struggle a bit longer. No response. He furrowed his brow, laboriously turning his head, only to find his senior sister silently observing him, unmoving. Her eyes clear and bright. You. The prince's vision began to swirl. The senior sister retracted her sword, turning to Yao and Reo. I apologize. I did not expect my master to intrude. Yao and Reo watched this peculiar scene unfold, the situation shifting too swiftly for her to comment. It appeared as though her senior sister's master intended to possess her disciple, and then she would strike down both her disciple and her master with a single sword. You are truly fierce, Yao and Reo praised, scratching her head as the princess head fell to the ground, causing the surrounding undead to collapse, turning into decaying corpses. There was no other choice. If the possession succeeded, the old fool would certainly hinder my pursuit of them, the senior sister remarked with a soft laugh. Moreover, what connection do demonic cultivators have with sects? He merely intended for me to serve as bait. Yao and Reo regarded this woman, feeling a chill. Is this how all demonic cultivators are? Have I ever shared my name with you? The senior sister inquired as she advanced, feeling an overwhelming sense of freedom, leading her to desire conversation. I used to be called Wang Qiudi. I have 2 elder sisters, one named Pan Di and the other Zhao Di. When I was 2, my mother gave birth to a brother, and to fund his education, my father sold the eldest sister, and then to build him a house. The second sister was sold as well, but he was only 6 years old. What need had he for a house? With her sword poised, she moved like a specter, her voice slow yet her form swift. What a clichtale. Yao and Reo chuckled as she playfully ridiculed her opponent, fixating intently on the shadow before her, anticipating the moment of their proximity. Although the living corpses had vanished, she could still invoke her sword talisman once. Life and death hung in a delicate balance. Indeed, it was a rather cliché scenario. Later, I had stuffed a few stones into his new cotton coat and deceived him into believing there were fish in the river. When I found him, I was heartbroken. Taking advantage of his sorrow in my brother's new house, I ignited the pile of dry firewood outside. Startled awake, he dashed out in a panic, and I shouted, "My brother is still inside." He paused, then rushed back, completely oblivious to the fact that my brother had already perished. By the time he remembered to escape, the new house had collapsed in flames. At this point, my senior sister burst into laughter, a melodious sound echoing through the air. Ah, Yao and Reo yawned, feeling somewhat bored by the tale. From that moment, I realized I possessed an uncanny talent for killing. The sword light was brilliant, and my sister's voice sharpened. The most crucial aspect of murder is to conceal your true intentions. For instance, do not fixate on your opponent's shadow. She finally made her move, leaping into the air, her feet never touching the ground. By leaving her shadow behind, she eliminated the possibility of being constrained by the Buddha's shadow. This woman had been observing Yao and Reo all along, although she was unaware of the Buddha's shadow. She recognized her opponent's fixation on it, thus she made the right decision again. Yao and Reo gasped and swiftly swung her sword talisman, but her sister did not charge forward. Instead, she retreated, deceiving Yao and Reo. The sword light grazed her head, and then she lunged forward again, their faces almost touching in an instant. Do not repeatedly make the same mistake. Yao and Reo heard her whisper in her ear. Chapter 39, Madman vs. Madman, Elder vs. Elder. The gap in realm and experience between the two was monumental. Even in the absence of living corpses, even without nightmares, the moment her sister closed in, Yao and Reo had already lost. The sharp sword's edge was poised to slice through her pristine neck. Yao and Reo could only utter a single word. 3. Blood erupted, gushing from her neck. In a daze, she fell backward, her figure momentarily blurring and shrinking, as something departed from her body. Her sister furrowed her brow. The long sword continued its path, and to her shock, another Yao and Reo emerged from where she had fallen. Yet this alteration changed nothing. The sword's momentum remained unyielding, piercing the newly appeared Yao and Reo's neck. That Yao and Reo was still smiling, her pearly white teeth glistening in the moonlight. She grasped the sword that had impaled her neck and fell backward. Her sister, momentarily stunned, uncertain of her opponent's intent, felt no lingering uncertainty as she casually prepared to sever her fingers and retract the sword. Suddenly, she felt a loss of weight beneath her feet, as if she had inexplicably shrunk for a moment. Lowering her gaze, she realized she had sunk into her own shadow and enchantment. Yet Yao and Reo was on the brink of death. Who was casting the spell? A hand rested on her shoulder from behind. Belonging to a girl who resembled Yao and Reo, she had just stood atop the city tower. She had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance for revenge. Do not commit the same errors as others, she said, forcefully smashing the inkstone into her sister's face. Blood splattered as her sister's head rang with the impact. Meanwhile, Yao and Reo, wielding the inkstone, laughed maniacally as she struck her sister on the back of the head. Did you not wish to know why I pointed you in that direction? It was for revenge, you scoundrel. Your nightmares tormented me for half a month. And you even need me. It hurt terribly. You fiend. If I do not kill you, how could I ever leave? If I were to leave, how would I ever find you again? With each strike, blood sprayed. This time it was her sister's. Years of combat experience allowed her to cradle her head while attempting to rise, only to be forcefully struck back down. To avenge you, I opened 3 doors. 3 doors. Do you comprehend? I have succumbed to the demonic path. Because of you. The 3 manifestations of the 7 prison box represented the embodiment's progression towards evil. Yao and Rao's manifestations appeared to be fueled by an overwhelming thirst for vengeance, a sentiment that resonated deeply within her. Ever since she had confirmed that her sister was the master of the nightmare in Anxiang Garden, she had eagerly prepared her revenge plan. She had been waiting for this chance. Even at the cost of her life, she would wield the ink stone that had once crushed that black dog to slay its master. Only then could she truly feel alive. Coughing, Yao and Rao lay on the ground, clutching her neck to staunch the blood flow. She pushed away the third manifestation, which had been impaled through the throat, and watched her second manifestation brandishing the ink stone, observing her sister gradually losing strength. Her body twitching in response to the inkstone's rise and fall. Damn it, had she known her real body would ascend to the city tower. Breathing became increasingly difficult, a chilling sensation enveloping her. Yet, it was acceptable, at least her revenge had succeeded, and hunger was still alive. In the final second before closing her eyes, her gaze remained fixed on her sister's head, where brain matter and blood mingled. Then came an endless darkness. At last, dawn broke, with the ordinary sun casting its warm light. The old beggar remained oblivious to the events of that night. The rising sun instilled him with a sense of hope, convinced that Tang Jin and the others had successfully escaped the city. Thus, he began to hum a cheerful tune. To demonstrate its importance, the book that Tang Jin had so earnestly insisted upon was used as his pillow, after all. Treating a treasure as a pillow was akin to hiding silver in one's trousers, an effective way to ward off thieves. The old beggar felt quite pleased with his careful considerations. Leaning on his cane, he strolled to the door to bask in the sun. Intending to survey his surroundings when he spotted another old man, equally aged, curiously peering into the ancestral hall. The two elders exchanged glances, each internally remarking how old and unattractive the other appeared. Lovely weather, isn't it? The old beggar initiated the conversation. At this time, any elder remaining in Beiyang City was likely someone like him, unwilling to burden their families or leave their homeland. Indeed, the other agreed. The old beggar scrutinized his counterpart, noticing the man's sunken skin, frail bones, stooped posture, and an abundance of age spots on his bald head. Dressed in tattered rags that made him appear even more like a beggar than himself. Where are you from, old man? The short elder inquired. Local. From Beiyang City. The old beggar chuckled, revealing a few yellowed teeth. What nonsense. How could there still be any living souls in this city? The short elder waved his hands dismissively. True. It's just us old fossils. The old beggar nodded, finding his companion rather insightful. The frail elder scratched his head and said, Excuse me, old brother. But have you seen a girl around here? In her 20s, wearing coarse clothing and carrying a sword, with a few pockmarks on her face. She should have come by last night. He gesticulated animatedly. No, the old beggar replied with certainty, shaking his head. I didn't see a soul last night. I slept soundly. What is the matter? Did your child go missing? The frail elder sighed. Just a rebellious disciple. She ruined my grand plans. As he spoke, a hint of sadness crossed his features, and he pulled out a string of prayer beads to occupy his hands. It was then the old beggar noticed that the elder was missing a finger on his left hand. The old beggar felt a surge of compassion for such a person, finding his companion much more agreeable at this moment. Ah, young folks, mistakes are inevitable. Do not let them anger you, for harming oneself is not beneficial. The old beggar consoled. Ba, the gaunt elder nodded in gratitude. The two old men began to converse through the door, largely lamenting the shortcomings of their descendants. The old beggar primarily criticized the cunning of the young beggars from the dilapidated temple, while the gaunt elder complained about his two disciples, one with ill intentions and the other lacking respect for his elders. Surprisingly, they found much common ground. Beggars view each other as fellow beggars, and practitioners of demonic cultivation assume the same of one another. Due to its remote location and relatively sparse spiritual energy, the southern Jianbu continent seldom produces extraordinary talents, often being recognized in the cultivation world for its peculiar and niche practices. Here, wild cultivators are relatively numerous, and low-level demonic practitioners run rampant, yet no formidable demon lords emerge, as the skilled have long since left for the auspicious lands of Zhongshan Shenzhou and Beiju Luzhou. Thus, competition among righteous paths is minimal, with the Yuchan Palace reigning supreme, while other sects follow in its wake. The demonic path struggles to incite chaos. Even the demons of the celestial realm cannot muster a significant presence. Quiet and solitary, like a world apart, aptly describes the entirety of the southern Jianbu continent. When a still pond is disturbed, the reluctant mud often reveals an extraordinary vitality. The reclusive demonic cultivators residing in southern Jianbu never anticipated that such a significant opportunity would arise here, allowing them to experience the advantage of proximity. Could the elucidation of the Roshan Gate truly manifest in southern Jianbu? Regardless of its authenticity, this news began circulating within the demonic realm, prompting the half-dead old-timers to investigate. What if it were true? Meanwhile, the demonic practitioners instigating chaos in Chaoyang City, as long as they were alive, gradually made their way to Beiyang City. The earliest arrivals were several demonic cultivators at the refining spirit stage, including the gaunt elder who practiced pseudo-Buddhism. He felt particularly regretful, for he had the chance to arrive the previous night and spend the evening studying alone but was thwarted by his senior sister. Following closely behind were a greater number of Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators. The roads leading to Beiyang City became a chaotic dance of demons, Crows formed ominous clouds overhead. While on the dirt paths, swarms of gray rats devoured white bones. Some rode yellowish-brown giant toads, leaping through the nearby woods, their warts resembling human faces. And a red bridal sedan chair swayed along as if on a wedding procession. Yet, more pressing matters arose. Purple sword lights were rapidly approaching Bayong City. In the Lord's mansion of Bayong City, at the Yo family's ancestral hall, silence lingered throughout the morning. Outside the hall, several distinctly different individuals bowed their heads in silence, fixating intently on the line drawn across the threshold. Inside, the old beggar sat at a table, nervously glancing around, gripping the book in his hand tightly. "Brother, why don't we go inside and chat?" The gaunt elder asked with a smile, the sound of his prayer beads clattering incessantly. The old beggar smiled thinly. "If you wish to enter, dear brother, I shall not impede you." The camaraderie between them had noticeably waned. After conversing for a while, the gaunt elder discovered that the old beggar held a book in his possession. He suspected that the old beggar had found the book first and sought to monopolize it. However, the old beggar appeared frail, with diminished vitality and a spirit in decline, suggesting he was a lost soul among demonic practitioners. Could the elucidation of the Roshan Gate require such arduous cultivation? Conversely, the old beggar, after some time, suddenly heard that the other party had rushed over from Chaoyang City, only to realize that he was indeed a murderous demon cultivator. This individual, scarcely taller than the beggar's chest, seemed malnourished even among beggars. "Do not speak further. Killing and seizing treasures is a matter of principle. With our combined strength, I doubt we cannot enter this room," exclaimed a burly man wearing a conical hat. These five were all experts of the refining spirit stage who had participated in the law assembly at Chaoyang City. They were among the fortunate first to arrive at Bayong City, but having arrived early and found the book, they were unable to even cross the threshold of the hall. If they delayed any longer, unforeseen troubles might arise. "All right." A striking woman clad in a white gown nodded. "Let us enter the hall first, and then rely on our own abilities." An eerie figure filled with lines nodded in agreement. The gaunt elder, however, spoke with regret to the old beggar. "Since you are unwilling to share the treasure, do not blame me for employing some tactics." Only the smiling monk remained silent. The old beggar scratched his head, inwardly cursing the lack of intelligence among these demonic practitioners. Could they not discern that the line was not his handiwork? The burly man in the conical hat bent down and drew his sword, charging toward the doorway of the hall, with the striking woman following closely behind. Sprouting several foxtails from her back, the lines on the eerie figure began to snap one by one, transforming into a mass of flesh and blood that surged toward the hall. The gaunt elder extended his hand, missing a finger. Seeing the bloody light and the surge of creatures like fox demons rushing toward him, the old beggar's face turned pale, and he shut his eyes tightly, sensing his impending doom. After a long moment, silence ensued, devoid of pain. When he opened his eyes again, it seemed that everything that had just transpired was but a figment of his imagination. The four assailants had returned to their previous positions, once again staring intently at the line, as if they had never moved at all. Is it over?" the old beggar instinctively inquired. The four demonic practitioners abruptly lifted their heads, glaring at the old beggar through the door. "Is the elder mocking our insufficient skills?" the gaunt elder said with a grim face, squeezing the prayer beads in his hand until they creaked. The old beggar waved his hands repeatedly. Although he indeed found them lacking, unable to even surpass a line drawn by Tangjin, he thought it unwise to voice such thoughts aloud. Suddenly, the smiling monk spoke, performing a Buddhist salute toward the old beggar in the hall, his voice calm. "I have come merely to witness the legendary artifact, with no intention of causing disturbance. Having seen it now, my purpose is fulfilled. This monk shall take his leave." With that, he turned to depart. The old beggar instinctively waved goodbye, only to notice that the back of the monk's head bore another face, one filled with sorrow, its gaze drifting, seemingly afraid to meet the old beggar's eyes. The gaunt elder furrowed his brow, a dual-faced ghost. "What are you doing?" It was said that this corpulent monk had once been a disciple of the eminent Xiankong Temple but had succumbed to greed, practicing demonic techniques in pursuit of enlightenment, ultimately losing his identity to a demonic cultivator and becoming a being of dual souls. To escape the temple's pursuit, he wandered far and wide, somehow ending up in southern Jianbu. He should have been a reckless character, yet now he sought to flee before even taking action. Ignoring the calls from the other demonic practitioners, the monk swiftly exited the Lord's mansion. He sped through the city and continued at a brisk pace until he had crossed several mountain ranges. Only then did the dual-faced monk finally speak. "Little monk, why did you let me leave? Do you not recognize the magnitude of that opportunity?" The sorrowful face on the back of his head trembled slightly, filled with lament. "That is no opportunity. That is a great calamity." "Oh, how so?" "One of the greatest troubles in the world." The sorrowful face revealed a look of dread. "I know not the truth of the Roshan Gate elucidation, but that line must be genuine." "What is genuine?" The smiling monk momentarily failed to comprehend. The sorrowful face had once been a monk of Xiankong Temple, albeit merely an outer disciple. Yet his insights surpassed those of the demonic practitioners. Why did he appear so distressed now? "When I first listened to the elder in the temple expound the teachings," he illustrated his points with the magical techniques from the Peach Blossom Cliff incident. "It is said that the demon sovereign and the true monarch of seeking the law engaged in a wager, employing 6 arcane methods between them. The lower-tier techniques included the Dragon of Qi cultivation from the Taoist school and the Buddhist shadow from the esoteric sect, while the mid-tier methods were the Dragon and Elephant Arhat sound of the Buddhist sect and the Leaf family's killing sword. The upper-tier techniques comprised their respective celestial divine abilities. Though the details of the demon sovereign's powers remain obscure, the true monarch's abilities are rumored to manifest as a singular threat. Suddenly, a figure darting through the woods came to an abrupt halt, their astonished face rendered speechless. The names of the true monarch of Seeking the Law, the Peach Blossom Cliff Incident, and the Demon Sovereign are all entwined in the highest echelons of the cultivation realm, legends in their own right. Could it be the true monarch of Seeking the Law? Tangjin. The shock on the figure's face gradually transformed into an almost uncontrollable greed. It is said that several demon sovereigns have placed bounties on Tangjin, offering any condition within their power for his capture. Do not be foolish. Greed, anger, and ignorance are paths to demise. If it truly is Tangjin, he is beyond our reach, setting aside his own formidable self and the backing of the Ziyun Immortal Palace. If the other members of the 6 unruly ones were to learn of our actions against Tangjin, our deaths would be imminent. The world knows he was gravely injured by the demon sovereign, his strength diminished to a mere fraction. Besides, the Hanging Temple is a prestigious righteous sect. Even if we provoke them, we have managed to remain unscathed until now. When has the Hanging Temple ever truly regarded us? Yet here we are, concealed in this remote part of the southern continent. And should we provoke the Ziyun Immortal Palace, lacking celestial strength, even hiding would be a luxury. As the two argued, leaves cascaded from the trees, their voices mingling with the wind, gradually fading into silence. Not far away, an elderly man clad in animal skins and a charming little girl from a farming household traversed the mountain path. The monk in the woods had unknowingly transformed into mere bones, scattered by the breeze. The demon cultivator, immersed in his own realm, had yet to realize his demise. In the city lord's manor, the remaining 4 demon cultivators had not yet comprehended why the two-faced monk retreated when suddenly, a chill enveloped them. In unison, they gazed northward as a thick fog billowed forth from the wilderness, the chilling wind sweeping open the massive city gates, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder. A haunting opera melody resonated through the grayish-white haze, a sorrowful female voice serenading the entire northern Sun City with an unheard performance. The hearts of the demon cultivators tightened. The voice of the fox-tailed woman trembled slightly. Had she arrived? The first celestial-level demon cultivator finally reached northern Sun City. As the fog thickened, a lengthy funeral procession emerged from within, a dozen figures clad in ceremonial garb flinging paper money while playing the swona and striking gongs. At the center was a red lacquered coffin, and upon closer inspection, it seemed the mournful melody emanated from within. Half of the paper figures wore grins while the other half wept, skipping over a ground littered with bones. Abruptly, the procession halted as the foremost 2 paper figures bowed their heads before several corpses, a young man in a yellow robe, his body severed, a woman with a head smashed beyond recognition, and a young girl in a white dress, her neck marked by a sword wound, her blood drained. "Ah, what a fine visage," sang the woman from within the coffin. "Indeed, what a fine visage," echoed the paper figures. Thus, the leading 2 figures lifted the white-dressed girl, hoisting her before the coffin. The wooden lid creaked open to reveal it brimming with blood. With a thud, Yao and Reo was cast inside, and the coffin sealed once more. The mourners preparing to advance. Suddenly, the bloodied, disfigured woman reached out, grasping one of the paper figures by the foot. How unfathomable that she still clung to life in such a state. The paper figure slowly turned its head, tears of blood streaming down its face. "Oh, do you wish to live too? Alas, your appearance is too grotesque." The paper figures wept incessantly, yet their laughter seemed to mock the last vestiges of vitality in the sister. The sister clutched tightly to a paper figure's foot, her voice barely a whisper. "My face is ruined. I can be redrawn." The paper figures ceased their weeping, laughter erupted from within the coffin, and their sorrowful visages morphed into grins, echoing with mirth. What a shameless one indeed! For the sake of life, what is a face worth? The inkstone was indeed an unsuitable weapon. Had she merely picked up a jagged stone, she would not have endured this long. As summer waned, the mountain air turned brisk, especially in the damp woods, where a wanderer's garments would swiftly become soaked. The cold fabric clung to the skin, inducing a relentless shiver. Red Air exhaled puffs of warmth while rubbing her palms together, and as her fingers warmed slightly, she pressed them against Tangjin's face. The meager warmth dissipating under the icy chill, compelling her to repeat the process. Tangjin had lost an excessive amount of blood, his injuries were grave, and the wound on his chest was so severe that air leaked with each breath he took. His life dangled precariously, suspended by that unreasonable peachwood branch. Even so, his heartbeat was faint and sluggish, rising only once every few seconds. The environment they found themselves in only exacerbated the dire situation. They were in a dense, uncharted mountain forest, where the surrounding shrubs seemed to be encountering living beings devoid of fur for the first time, relentlessly scraping their skin with sharp thorns. A moment's inattention could result in scratches on their skin or torn clothing. Hong Er, fearing that her senior sisters would catch up, avoided the main road and plunged into the wilderness, striving to conceal their tracks by weaving through the underbrush. Ultimately, as night fell, she lost her footing, tumbling down a slope alongside Tangjin. In the midst of their roll, she managed to embrace him, shielding him from further injury. but her own left ankle twisted painfully. The delicate skin now a mottled purple, throbbing excruciatingly at the slightest touch. Her arms and cheeks bore long, bloody scratches from branches, while her skirt and hair became entangled with thorns and prickly plants. Her fingers, having dragged Tang Jin for so long, felt stiff and swollen, aching with each slight movement. Everything was bleak, yet she clung to the thought that it was not the worst of circumstances. Chapter 41. The night is filled with frog calls. Whispering the heart of a young girl in dreams, moonlight sliced through the chaotic branches and leaves as Hong Er, relying on instinct, tore at the remnants of her once pristine skirt to attempt to bandage Tang Jin's wounds. The penetrating injury was exceedingly troublesome to dress, and she could only manage a single wrap before needing to rest. It wasn't until the first light of dawn that she awoke, shivering from the cold. Unbeknownst to her, she had curled into a ball, her legs numb to the point of insensibility, her toes and fingers icy as if devoid of life. Tentatively, she reached out to touch Tang Jin's chest, and after a moment, she exhaled in relief. He still had a heartbeat. At this moment, the sun began to rise. Yet the temperature in the shaded forest remained unchanged. She had to move Tang Jin away from this ravine. The numbness in her legs had a silver lining, significantly alleviating the pain in her ankle. She began to carefully lift Tang Jin, inching him up the slope. It was a strenuous endeavor, and she endured countless small cuts along the way. Finally, as the sunlight pierced through the morning mist, she managed to drag him back onto a relatively flat incline, where the air was warming and the forest no longer felt damp. After a brief rest, she resumed her laborious ascent toward the mountaintop, limping as she went. The higher she climbed, the sparser the underbrush became, replaced by towering trees and patches of moss clinging to their trunks, which lent her a measure of assistance. At least she no longer had to worry about grasping thorny branches for support. At last, after clearing a thicket of dense grass, Hong Er pulled Tang Jin to the summit of the small hill, where a bare rock surface lay exposed, with only a few tiny yellow flowers sprouting from its thin layer of soil. The sun had fully risen, basking the area in warmth, and here, on the rare flat ground, Hong Er felt the comforting heat of the dust beneath her. The chill that had accumulated in her body slowly dissipated under the gentle rays of the sun, making the pain feel somewhat more bearable. She lay on the stone for an extended period, soaking in the warmth, and turned Tang Jin over, hoping to share the heat with him as if he were a piece of meat roasting in the sun. Yet, this was not the conclusion of their journey. She had not eaten or drunk anything for an entire day, and Tang Jin, having lost so much blood, was in dire need of water. Gently touching his lips, she found them parched and unyielding. They had to find a water source. From the mountaintop, she surveyed her surroundings. Mountains and deep valleys stretched before her, and the city of Beiyang had vanished from view. The descent proved more exhausting than the ascent. It was yet another grueling journey, with multiple falls and arduous climbs. She was unfamiliar with finding water in the mountains, but she reasoned that following the valley would eventually lead her to a stream, especially after the torrential rains of recent days. Alas, her hopes were dashed. The low-lying area between the mountains was indeed damp, yet the muddy ground was overtaken by tall, sharp grasses, their roots intertwined like a vast green sea. Hong Er attempted to uproot them, but her strength was insufficient. She could see the traces of a stream that had formed from the rainwater cascading down the mountain not long ago, still moist and whispering of the sweet waters that had once flowed there. Swallowing hard, she continued along the valley with Tang Jin in tow. But her progress was painfully slow. Her left ankle had swollen to a deep purple, and her foot began to swell as well, causing her shoes to dig into her skin. Reluctantly, she removed her shoes, opting to walk in her foot traps, which offered even less support, making it all the more challenging to carry Tang Jin. After trudging for most of the day, she had barely covered 100 meters, still ensconced in the half-height grassland. As dusk fell, the mountain gorge darkened swiftly. She leaned against the earth, resting with Tang Jin in her arms, fatigue and thirst alternating to torment her. In that moment, she questioned the wisdom of her decision. The demonic cultivators did not need to pursue her. She would trap herself within this forest. Using her sleeve, she tied herself to Tang Jin, then gradually closed her eyes, the depletion of her energy manifesting as an overwhelming weariness. In the middle of the night, she was roused by a cacophony. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. A wave of sounds surged forth, the myriad croaks converging into a symphony that echoed endlessly through the valley. It was as though millions of frogs had awakened after nightfall, heedless of the weariness of any traveler. Hong Er had never heard such a chorus of frogs before. It was akin to thunder. Occasionally, fireflies flitted past, their tiny lights dispelling the chill. Unable to resist, she reached out to stir the grass, which rustled in response, causing several frogs to leap away. To her delight, she noticed that the swaying grass had dampened her hand. Under the moonlight, droplets of dew clung to the tips, cool and crystalline. She gently tasted the dew, finding it somewhat grassy but lacking any other flavor. It is often surprising to discover that the answers to long-standing troubles lie right before our eyes. Though the droplets were few, the grass was abundant. Thus, she cupped one hand to gather water and used the other to bend the grass blades, coaxing the dew into her palm. After a small yet lengthy accumulation, she collected a handful of clear water. Carefully, she returned to Tang Jin, lowering her head to sip the water before gently pressing it to his lips, mirroring the way she had once fed him candy, cautiously allowing the liquid to flow into his mouth. This was not their first kiss. Their cracked lips met, And compared to the playful act of feeding him sweets, this act of giving water felt like the transmission of life itself. The cool liquid nourished Tang Xun's spirit, and she observed his throat moving slowly. In his unconscious state, he emitted a faint sound. He murmured, Hong. Honger felt a surge of joy and called out, Go in. How are you? Branches. Tang Xun murmured twice, as if trapped in a nightmare, before succumbing to slumber once more. After a brief silence, Honger seemed to pause for a moment, perhaps to rest or to contemplate. Yet, she soon rose again. Swaying as she approached the meadow, she limped towards the haystack, delicately sifting through the branches and leaves. Resembling a butterfly tirelessly gathering nectar in the dying warmth of late autumn, a dead branch remained lodged in Tang Xun's chest, just enough to precariously sustain his life. That night, he consumed copious amounts of water. On the third day of their mountain sojourn, at dawn, Honger awoke beside Tang Xun. Her feet now completely swollen from the night's dew collection. She had no intention of removing her footwear to inspect them. The taut outline was almost endearing. As she lifted her left leg, she felt akin to a mushroom, with her calf resembling a slender white stalk, while her swollen feet and ankles resembled a reddened cap. This was not the only ill tidings, for the temperature fluctuations and her excessive fatigue had left her with a slight fever and nausea, her frailty constantly gnawing at her spirit. They could no longer meander aimlessly through the forest. She needed to find a refuge from the cold. Should she fall ill, their escape from this wilderness would become exceedingly difficult. Honger resolved to leave behind the incapacitated Tang Xun and seek out a cave or some shelter. She secured him carefully and whispered softly in his ear, I shall return shortly. Tang Xun remained in a deep slumber. Red Air hobbled towards the woods. Her movements still awkward, yet she had gained considerable speed alone. As she left the thicket-laden valley, the sunlight pierced through the canopy of trees, and she could no longer suppress the first smile she had worn in 2 days. Perhaps fortune was finally turning in her favor, for amidst the golden sunlight, she spotted a cluster of wild jujube trees. The low, tangled branches were heavy with plump, red fruit, glistening like strings of rubies under the slanting rays. The sharp thorns of the jujube protected it from the ravages of birds and beasts, granting the nimble-fingered girl a rare bounty. Cautiously, Red Air plucked one and tasted it. The flavor was predominantly sour with little sweetness, and the large pit yielded scant flesh. A squeeze caused the fruit to deflate. Yet this was still the first morsel she had consumed in 2 days, a gift from the forest to the girl. She decided to replenish her strength before gathering more. Filling the tattered hem of her skirt with the fruit, the descent was treacherous. She had to cradle her skirt, unable to grasp the trees for support, resulting in several tumbles that scattered the jujubes across the ground, forcing her to collect them one by one. However, she gradually learned from her missteps. When on the verge of falling, curling her body and allowing herself to fall gracefully spared her from looking too foolish. Upon returning to the meadow, she found Tang Xun still unconscious on the slope. A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over her. Once, she would gaze at him in this manner, hands on her hips, exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing? He would look up, a mixture of surprise and recognition on his face. Calling her Miss Red Air, she carefully chewed the jujube flesh and slowly fed it to Tang Xun, who instinctively swallowed a bit before lapsing into stillness once more. His condition remained dire. Without a replenishment of blood, his skin grew ever paler. Finding shelter and a stable water source was of utmost urgency. Chapter 42. The mountain path is treacherous. A child walks alone, fearful of strangers. Having consumed the remaining jujubes, Red Air set out again. This time choosing a relatively higher mountain, where the trees stood tall and dense, believing her chances of finding something might increase. Entering the ancient forest, the melodious chirping of birds surrounded her, and the wide gaps between trees offered some respite from the pain in her feet due to the soft carpet of fallen leaves. She treaded along a path marked by sparse shrubs and branches, the sounds of birds and insects echoing in harmony as a light mist flowed gently, and sunlight etched shapes in the air. Suddenly, she perked up, as if hearing something, and followed the sound, weaving around several massive trees until a bright light nearly blinded her. It was a small pond, its shimmering surface reflecting a beam of sunlight like a precious mirror. The water was crystal clear, revealing stones covered in green moss at the bottom, while small, dark fish swam leisurely. This was a living pond. The forest punishes all unprepared intruders and rewards those who endure its trials. It is not a labyrinth meant to ensnare, but rather a sanctuary nurturing life. A stern yet responsible mother. Red Air stepped slowly into the pond, the brief chill causing her to hug her arms tightly. The tiny wounds and mosquito bites prickled painfully, sending shivers throughout her body, yet the mental fatigue began to dissipate, and she found herself smiling through chattering teeth. As she reached the sunlit area, the water felt less frigid, and with the buoyancy easing the pressure on her injured foot, the pain faded. She shed her garments, allowing them to float on the surface while she stood nude in the pond. The congealed blood washed away, her long, dark hair unfurling across the water, and her fair skin bore bruises and swellings. The girl's eyes reflected the light of the lake, and she became momentarily entranced. Growing up alongside the young lady without parents or much knowledge, her greatest aspiration was to assist Yaoan Rao in inheriting the city lordship someday. Before meeting Tang Xun, Yaoan Rao was her sole significant figure, and she lived each day diligently and blissfully. It was only upon encountering Tang Xun that she saw a boy weeping from afar. She assumed he was watching the young lady and believed he had a story to tell, prompting her to approach him. However, Upon closer inspection, she found Tang Jun in a pitiful state, as if he would sink into the abyss if left unattended. Being someone who could not ignore plight, she felt compelled to help him. Thus, she offered him work, treated him to delicious food, and took him through the city, encouraging him to do well. Perhaps envisioning a future where he could become a small steward in Beiyang City. Gradually, she found herself unwittingly grateful to be a humble maid while he was merely a young beggar. Until the Lord's manor was haunted, Tang Jun emerged like a beacon, saving her and the young lady. From that moment, he was no longer the small beggar she could look after. He became someone significant to her. And she continued to care for him in her own way. Like a doting mother, she relished every moment, pouring all her efforts into it. As Red Air pondered, the sensation of oxygen deprivation stilled her thoughts, and warm golden sunlight filtered through the water's surface, bubbles escaping from her nostrils. A massive black head emerged from the water, sniffing delicately, its barbed tongue licking the blood-stained fabric floating on the surface. The scent of blood stimulated its salivary glands, and viscous drool dripped onto the pond. Meanwhile, the naked girl silently hid beneath the shadows of the water. The black bear was earnestly searching for the source of the blood scent on the surface. Red Air was unaware of the forest rules. The sparsely wooded paths in the mountains indicated only one possibility, a beast trail. This signified that a large carnivorous animal claimed this territory. Any intruder would face a deadly consequence. The official road to Beiyang City was eerily quiet, yet the surrounding woods thrummed with activity. Many rogue cultivators, still below the realm of refining spirit, lingered in the forest, lacking the backing to brave the city for treasure but unwilling to miss the opportunity. They awaited the chaos that would ensue with the emergence of treasures, hoping for a chance to profit from the fray. Moreover, aside from the coveted relic, eliminating a fellow cultivator could also be a lucrative endeavor. After all, the area around Beiyang City was devoid of order. Killing someone and fleeing left no room for retaliation. Today, a band of rogue cultivators specializing in theft lay in wait for a jackpot. It was undoubtedly a spiritual sword above the Xian level, clearly a treasure. The scout whispered excitedly. Did I see that correctly? Is there really only one person? And a child at that? The cautious leader pondered, aware that the tactic of playing the fool to ensnare prey was common among rogue cultivators. Although they claimed to be cultivators, they were merely mountain bandits who had strayed onto the dark path, lacking strength and prowess. Even their strongest member was merely at the foundation building stage, rendering them among the weakest in the vicinity of Beiyang City. Fear not. Even if he is at the foundation building stage, what difference does it make? Should we all attack together, we might have a chance, advised the dog-headed strategist beside him. Let us do it, the leader declared, clasping his hands. As a wicked smile spread across the faces of the dozen or so individuals, on the deserted official road, a young Taoist wearing a robe and carrying a purple long sword walked with his head bowed towards Beiyang City. Little Taoist, are you alone? The leader emerged from the shade of the tree, a smile gracing his face. However, the young Taoist, without glancing in his direction, continued onward. The leader's expression darkened, and with a swift motion of his hand, several figures surrounded the young Taoist from all sides. Though still youthful, the boy displayed an undeniable pride, perhaps a sign that his mentors had not imparted the realities of the world beyond their gates. The leader's voice dripped with malice. The young Taoist halted, slowly turning his head to regard them. My elders indeed did not teach me such things. He chuckled lightly. It is only natural for small sects to lack understanding. Pray, share your name, that I might discern which sect fears their disciples meet a swift demise. The Taoist offered a quizzical smile. I hail from the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. If you have heard of it, this marked the first time 9-year-old Zhou Dongdong took a life. He shielded his eyes, refusing to witness the horror, instead biting his tongue to draw forth a few glistening droplets of blood. The blood, caught by the wind, transformed into a menacing fire dragon, the deafening roar drowning out the cries of despair. The intense heat evaporated the blood, rendering the charred remains mere ashes by the roadside. After a moment, Zhou Dongdong lowered his small hand, the acrid scent of charred flesh making him feel nauseous. Yet he steeled himself and continued his journey toward Beiyang City, murmuring the words of his senior brother. Demonic cultivators are not human, they are beasts. Demonic cultivators are not human, they are beasts. Chapter 43. A surge of blood within the Lord's mansion. The courtyard before the ancestral hall was enveloped in silence, as everyone awaited an unknown event. A thin mist began to rise outside, the shrill sound of a Suona drawing nearer. Every hair on their body stood on end as they held their breath, afraid to move. The courtyard door creaked open, and the sound of the Suona burst forth, paper money fluttering into the yard. A paper figure with a white face and red cheeks staggered at the entrance, its ink-painted eyes spinning wildly. It began to sing in a peculiar tone. Ya. My ancestors sold coffins, always with a reason to tell. Today, listen well, and in the future, do business with me long. If parents die, divide their inheritance. If wives die, take new brides. If children die, worry not. If brothers die, steal their beautiful wives. So, do not blame those around you for their short lives. Instead, blame them for living too long. The performance was about selling coffins, urging people to embrace early death. After this segment, the paper figure crumbled into dust, and soon, several paper figures bearing white banners entered the courtyard, carrying a coffin. making the small yard feel somewhat crowded. A chilling aura spread, causing a beautiful woman with a fox tail to shudder and timidly kneel, too afraid to raise her head. The little fox from Qingqiu had encountered the coffin immortal before. As she knelt, the others followed suit, bowing in reverence. This was indeed a celestial being. Everyone remained motionless, only the old beggar stood within the ancestral hall, contemplating whether this demonic cultivator was truly commendable, as they had even performed a segment of opera before entering. Yet, did it not seem a bit too theatrical? The coffin slowly opened, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, a high-pitched voice gleefully declaring, "You look quite well." The beautiful woman trembled, not daring to lift her head. From the blood, a figure gradually rose, casting a satisfied glance at the woman before turning to the stitched-up Taoist, shaking his head and stating, "You do not measure up." Before the Taoist could raise his gaze, the blood from the coffin surged out, enveloping him entirely, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Not even a scream escaping his lips. The entire scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. The blood figure remained unmoved, slowly turning to the swordsman with a hat, remarking, "You two are rather unappealing." The burly swordsman hesitated not a moment, leaping toward the wall, realizing that when a celestial being intervenes, his only option was to flee. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful force surged forth, immobilizing him mid-leap, and his flesh and bones twisted grotesquely, plummeting into the blood, his dislodged eyeball spinning in the crimson pool. Such a horrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of the demonic cultivators present. The old man practicing the pseudo-Buddhism felt the deepest despair. He was acutely aware of his own appearance, which paled in comparison to the stitched Taoist. Witnessing the blood figure's gaze turning towards him, he steeled himself and exclaimed, "I have encountered the coffin immortal. I am Li Ku, a disciple of the pseudo-Buddhism." Although it seemed that the immortal's murderous intent was solely based on appearance, there might be other considerations at play, such as lineage. The fox demon hailing from Qingqiu Fox Mountain might indeed be a reason for her survival. The pseudo-Buddhism, though few in number and secretive, maintained a tight-knit mentor-student relationship. Perhaps if the immortal held them in some regard, he might have a chance to live. The blood figure pondered momentarily, then spoke, "I recognize your aura." As he gazed at Li Ku, the viscous blood coating his body began to recede, gradually revealing the figure beneath. Li Ku lifted his head slightly, suddenly realizing he had encountered this individual before. The body, previously enveloped in blood, unveiled a somewhat ordinary face marred with bruises and scars, the nose crooked, rendering it unappealing. Yet, Li Ku recognized him instantly. This was indeed his rebellious disciple. The senior sister calmly addressed the kneeling elder, "Greetings, master." Her voice returned to normal, devoid of emotion. Li Ku dared not respond. Whether she was indeed his female disciple or not, he could not afford to overstep. Observing the earlier events, it was evident that the coffin immortal had possessed her. "I found her on my journey." The sharp voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated once more from within the coffin. Li Ku respectfully replied, "Whoever finds her naturally claims her. It is only right." The senior sister remained composed, showing no surprise at her master's abandonment of her. "Ah, then I shall seize what belongs to others." The coffin immortal's tone turned playful. "Speaking of which, I found another one. Is she yours as well?" Another figure emerged from the blood, the crimson receding to reveal a beautiful, fair face. Li Ku glanced at her, unfamiliar, and replied, "I do not recognize her." "Then she is an unclaimed treasure. How delightful. I am most pleased." The fair face broke into a smile, her eyes adorned with a hint of rouge, resembling a performer. Li Ku and the beautiful woman exchanged smiles, warming the atmosphere momentarily. Just as the gathering seemed festive, a shrill voice pierced through the air, trembling and sharp. It called out, "Hey, you the two-tailed one. You let that girl go?" The old beggar trembled, his voice loud as if afraid his words would not be heard. The courtyard fell silent, as all pondered the identity behind two-tailed one. It was clear he was not referring to Li Ku, a mere old man. He must have been addressing the woman with multiple tails. Indeed, it was so. I mean you." The old man raised his redwood tiger-headed cane and pointed it at the crimson coffin. At last, everyone understood whom he was addressing. Airways he had transformed from an adjective into a colloquial term of derision. The air grew almost stagnant, and Li Ku dared not contemplate the extent of the humiliation embedded in that term, yet he instinctively grasped the fury of the magical cultivator before him. The eyes of his senior sister and Yao and Ryo turned blood-red as they simultaneously faced the ancestral hall with expressionless visages. Blood tears began to flow from the ink-stained eyes of the paper figures, and a cacophony of wails echoed within them, as if each contained a living soul. The fox-tailed woman morphed into a fox and vanished into a crevice in the wall, while Li Ku, like a silent mass of flesh, stealthily retreated along the corner, wishing fervently to pierce their own ears and completely obliterate that term from memory. The blood within the coffin began to simmer, bubbling and pooling on the ground into a crimson lake. The white mist that had enveloped the surroundings gradually morphed into red, casting a shadow over the daylight. A chilling, emotionless voice resonated, "Death shall be the reward you futilely seek henceforth." As the words faded, a red blood handprint abruptly appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall, where nothing had been present, yet it obstructed something unseen. A gasp escaped. The coffin spirit had not anticipated being hindered. In the next moment, A flurry of handprints struck the hall's threshold, the splatter of blood momentarily halted by an invisible barrier. Thus, fury intensified, and a wave began to rise from the blood pool, while a deep crimson cloud slowly coalesced in the sky, shrouding half of Bayong City. He swore to unearth the elder who had dared to offend him. The old man felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the table, nearly forgetting how to breathe. In his eyes surged a blood-red wave, akin to a tsunami crashing upon him, with faces of screaming souls emerging amidst the splashes. Rain of blood began to pour over Bayong City. The colossal wave crashed against the invisible barrier at the ancestral hall's entrance. An endless cascade of red manifested before the old man, with contorted faces howling to breach the hall, resembling a flowing tapestry of hell. What a grand spectacle! This truly qualifies as a grand affair. The old man murmured to himself, to die would be worthwhile. To die would be worthwhile. The Yo family ancestral hall began to tremble, beams and pillars creaking ominously, while tiny stones danced in place, as though the world were on the brink of annihilation. Time became an enigma. As the blood sea gradually settled, the redness receding. Yao and Reo, the senior sister, and the paper figures vanished, leaving only the coffin quietly stationed at the entrance, its arrival a mystery. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the persistent patter of blood rain. The wrath of the coffin spirit had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The old man remained seated at the table, his body trembling slightly, a testament to his continued existence. The blood sea failed to inundate the ancestral hall, sweeping away all within. Yet, upon the threshold of the ancestral hall, the coarse ink line and sword mark appeared unchanged, though the ink seemed to have faintly faded, as if tinged with a hint of deep crimson. The voice of the coffin spirit resonated, tinged with confusion. Being a celestial being, his understanding of the Tao surpassed that of the fox demon and Li Kuo, rendering the existence of the Tao a mere secret to him. Thus, could it be that the true essence of the Luo Shenmen's teachings lay within this old man's grasp? How else could he have acquired such mastery of the Tao? Surely, it must be the Tao of the deceased Luo Mozen. The coffin spirit suddenly comprehended, feeling as though he had unraveled the mysteries of the universe. Initially, upon learning of the Luo Shenmen's teachings, he had held little hope, considering it mere fragments of rumor, coming here only to gather scattered information that might prove useful in the future. Yet now, this path to transcendence appeared to be just within his reach. I absolutely must have that book. A figure abruptly sat up within the red coffin, startling the old man, clad in a crimson theatrical costume. The person's skin was pale as snow, with red lips, rosy cheeks, and thick makeup, rendering it impossible to discern gender. This was the true form of the coffin spirit. This ethereal being inhaled deeply, fixing its gaze upon the old man, and then endeavored to present an exceedingly warm smile. "Senior, you are so naughty. You toyed with me." The voice was high-pitched, akin to a playful child's tune. The feigned innocence and charm surpassed that of any celestial being, likely outshining even the most captivating performers in the theater. The old man shivered involuntarily and muttered, "Erwazi." Aghast, the playful demeanor froze upon the coffin spirit's face. Chapter 44. Once old friends, now unbearable hatred. Silence enveloped Bayong City, yet it did not imply the absence of life. For instance, in the river coursing through the city, a colossal shadow moved languidly, occasionally stirring tiny whirlpools. Likewise, in the shadows of the alleys, clusters of maggots emitted a grating gnawing sound. These magical cultivators had mostly arrived recently, entering Bayong City with cautious urgency. This process felt almost surreal. The early arrivals secured favorable positions, while the later ones scrambled to seize what they could. Naturally, akin to the evolutionary process of living beings, the magical cultivators formed an ecological niche based on their strengths. With the celestial coffin spirit occupying the city lord's mansion, several ancient golden core cultivators claiming adjacent streets, followed by groups of divine transformation cultivators. At this moment, Bayong City resembled a patient undergoing a peculiar and sluggish form of metabolism. Each step taken within this city was fraught with peril. Zhou Dongdong, wielding a long sword and holding an umbrella, traversed the desolate streets, the blood rained sticky, and the soil beneath his feet emitting a squelching sound. It was utterly disgusting. How could a celestial being resort to such petty tactics to instill fear? Were they mere wild monkeys, urinating everywhere to assert their dominance? With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. It had been half a day since he had entered the city, meandering through its expanse. Yet he had seen no sign of his senior brother. Could it be that his senior brother was indeed within the city lord's mansion? Zhou Dongdong felt a sense of trepidation. If it were just a single celestial being, it would be manageable. At worst, he could produce his master's protective talisman and extract his senior brother with relative ease. However, the numerous ancient golden core cultivators lurking nearby and the many divine transformation cultivators beyond posed an insurmountable natural encirclement. Little brother! Little brother! Suddenly, a middle-aged woman's voice rang out from a tea house beside the street. Zhou Dongdong turned to see a modestly dressed woman beckoning him from a bun shop. Steam rising from the steaming baskets. "With such heavy rain, come rest a while, take shelter from the rain before continuing." Her invitation was sincere. Zhou Dongdong was not inclined to engage in such trivial games with magical cultivators. Only his senior brother would entertain such nonsense. Ignoring her, he pressed forward. Aware of the preciousness of time, deeming it unnecessary to squander it on trivialities with ordinary cultivators. To his surprise, just as he moved away from the bun shop, the woman's voice echoed again from the tea house. "Little brother, have a cup of tea and rest for a moment." Zhou Dongdong remained indifferent as he walked along the street, where every establishment seemed to be occupied by the same woman. She tirelessly beckoned to the young Taoist priest, her voice growing increasingly desperate and her words more explicit, even resorting to lewd gestures before the 9-year-old boy. Zhou Dongdong kept his gaze fixed ahead, his pace unhurried, not even casting a sideways glance in her direction. Eventually, her voice transformed into a hoarse shriek, and a spider, large enough to occupy half a room, protruded from one of the buildings. The woman appeared to be merely a leg of this monstrous arachnid, likely used as bait for its predatory pursuits. A demon beast? Zhou Dongdong raised an eyebrow. The purple cloud sword in his hand trembled slightly. The threat posed by this spider surpassed that of a typical void-returning magic practitioner. Though it was not the reason for the sword's agitation, he slowly turned his head, and on the opposite side of the street, a figure clad in white was leisurely approaching with an umbrella. Even amidst the blood rain, the pale robe retained its pristine quality, radiating a cool, luminous glow reminiscent of the moon. The long sword at his waist gleamed like pure jade. The young Taoist, around 17 or 18, was strikingly handsome, and the elegance of his white attire set him apart as an extraordinary gentleman. What was most remarkable was his demeanor, even in a city rife with magic practitioners. He exuded an effortless grace. Zhou Dongdong locked eyes with him, completely disregarding the terrifying spider behind him. His expression was somewhat somber, tinged with irritation. He would rather face a golden core magic practitioner than this youth. The young man initiated a greeting, his movements casual and his tone warm. Yuchan Palace, Xiaobutong. Zhou Dongdong reciprocated the greeting earnestly. Purple Cloud Immortal Palace, Zhou Dongdong. They had never met before. Yet they were familiar with one another's names. One was the second on the Qingyan ranking, representing the younger generation of the southern Zhan continent, while the other was the youngest disciple of the revered Zihua sage, the latter's junior apprentice. In this world, there were not many names that required remembrance. Yet they were both among them. The spider, evidently oblivious to the atmosphere, suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of viscous green venom towards Zhou Dongdong, who had his back turned. In an instant, a flash of sword light illuminated the street, swiftly reaching the other end and obliterating both the venom and the spider, scattering them into fragments. The sword light did not merely cleave through, it shattered everything in its path, leaving a gruesome spectacle of organs and green blood splattered across half the street. Zhou Dongdong remained motionless, quietly observing Xiaobutong as he executed the strike. The sword passed perilously close to him, the gust it created ruffling his garments without inflicting any harm, though his paper umbrella suffered a small tear. The other was demonstrating his cultivation realm, a golden core practitioner. Zhou Dongdong had only recently refined his spirit, and by the conventions of the cultivation world, he ought to address the other as senior brother. Xiaobutong smiled and spoke. "Zhou junior brother, would you mind if I took the liberty of intervening?" Zhou Dongdong slightly shook his head, remaining silent as he contemplated the situation, sensing that matters could deteriorate significantly. "May I inquire what brings you to this small city in our southern Zhan continent?" Zhou junior brother? Xiaobutong, undeterred by Zhou's aloofness, continued to smile and ask. "I am merely here for some practical training and have encountered a bit of demonic energy, so I came to eliminate the demons and uphold justice," Zhou Dongdong replied. "Ah. I did not expect a distinguished disciple of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace to venture into such a remote area for training. It is indeed fortunate for our continent. Though regrettably, some minor demons have caused a stir, and I apologize for the inconvenience it may have caused you," Xiaobutong expressed with a hint of contrition. Zhou Dongdong shook his head again. "However, since Yuchan Palace is located here in the southern Zhan continent, it would be best for us to handle the demonic disturbances ourselves. I hope you will consider training elsewhere and not linger here. If you were to be harmed, we would find it difficult to explain to the Zihua sage," he continued, his words polite yet unequivocal, indicating that Yuchan Palace was beginning to urge him to leave. It remained unclear whether he genuinely believed that the disturbance would be embarrassing for the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace or if he had detected some hint of trouble and was concerned about Zhou Dongdong's presence. "I have some matters to attend to and cannot leave just yet, but I assure you I will not interfere with Yuchan Palace's extermination efforts," Zhou Dongdong asserted, making it clear that he could not depart from Beiyang City at this moment. "Oh," Xiaobutong nodded, seemingly unfazed, as he approached with a gentle inquiry. "Junior brother, are you searching for someone?" Zhou Dongdong was taken aback, a wave of unease washing over him as memories from the past flooded his mind. His senior brother, Tangzhen, had been involved in many significant events, or rather, had stirred up considerable trouble, with the most notorious being the incident at Taohua Cliff. Due to its notoriety, this incident was often the sole topic of discussion regarding Tangzhen, yet those who truly followed his exploits knew he had caused 2 major calamities even before gaining fame, each entangled with the realm of saints. The first incident involved him and a few companions delving into a demon lair to siege treasures, where they wreaked havoc, ultimately killing a disciple of a certain venerable figure before his very projection. The second occurred during Tangzhen's first excursion for training, when he attended a Dharma assembly in the southern Zhan continent and, over trivial matters, provoked a direct disciple of Yuchan Palace. Fueled by youthful arrogance, they engaged in a wager that escalated into a genuine fight, resulting in Tang Jin pursuing the individual all the way to Yuchan Palace, where he ultimately killed him on the stone steps outside the palace. It was later revealed that the person was a blood relative of Yuchan Palace's founder, and the incident caused a significant uproar, with many factions in the southern Zhan continent participating in the hunt for Tang Jin, who eventually managed to flee the region. He famously left behind a maxim that became widely known: the three greatest sorrows in the world are, first, a good person turning to evil; second, a saint harboring private motives; and third, the difficulties of cultivating in the southern continent. Consequently, the southern Zhan continent's reputation in the cultivation world continued to decline, and any disputes involving its practitioners would inevitably invoke this saying. This grudge was neither insignificant nor monumental. Had Tang Jin remained a seeker of the Tao, it would have been a minor grievance. However, now that Tang Jin bore the weight of accusations against righteous principles, this grudge could hardly be resolved. Observing Zhou Dongdong's increasingly furrowed brow, Xiao Butong ceased further conversation and, holding his umbrella, walked away slowly. It seemed that the individual he sought might indeed be in this vicinity. Zhou Dongdong felt a surge of excitement mixed with trepidation. If he were to encounter that person, what word should he choose? What demeanor would be fitting to address the humiliation and reproach the southern Zhan continent had suffered over the years? Moreover, how would that person evaluate him? The purple cloud sword quivered slightly, and Zhou Dongdong gently calmed it, attempting to soothe the resentment within his sword's spirit. With Xiao Butong's appearance, it was evident that Yuchan Palace had sent someone. Attempting to seize his senior brother would be no easy feat. He could only hope that the demon master residing in the city lord's manor possessed sufficient strength if they could hold off Yuchan Palace's celestial realm cultivator. He might still have a flicker of opportunity. Chapter 45, Regret not returning to the first encounter. You, a beggar, I. A benevolent soul Hong Er felt someone persistently pushing her, likely Yaowen Ryo, who, for some unknown reason, appeared to be in high spirits, even calling her bride. Until she was thrust into the chest of another person, whose torso was quite firm. Yaowen Ryo pushed her with such force that she found it difficult to breathe. It was so uncomfortable. In her daze, she opened her eyes to see an unfamiliar young face, dark and sprinkled with freckles. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. Hong Er expelled a large mouthful of water. I'm awake. I'm awake. The girl's voice was bright and lively, reminiscent of a canary, creating quite a commotion. Don't stop. Keep pushing. It's best to expel all the water. A voice, aged and hoarse, reverberated through the air. The little girl pressed down upon Hong Er once more, her small hands pushing insistently. In a daze, Hong Er recalled evading a black bear at the bottom of a pool, the ensuing events slipping from her memory entirely. She lifted her head slightly, only to realize she was in a cave, beside a bright fire where an elderly man clad in a fur coat intently pounded a mortar, resembling a seasoned hunter of the woods. The girl tending to her was a wild child of the mountains, around 7 or 8 years old, with strong little hands, untamed hair, and a toothless grin that radiated vitality. That's enough. Drape her with a cloak and let her warm by the fire. The mountain air is chilling. The old man instructed. The little girl assisted Hong Er in sitting by the fire. Her long skirt, once caked in dirt, had been washed clean and dried, patches sewn roughly with coarse linen thread. Hong Er, still recovering from her confusion, allowed the girl to fuss over her attire. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Where was Goen? How long had it been? If the beast roamed the mountains without supervision, she dared not dwell on it and abruptly stood, startling the little girl. As the girl opened her mouth to call for help, the old man spoke first, his voice hoarse yet steady, instilling a sense of trust. Do not rush. Now that you are somewhat awake, let us converse calmly. Hong Er was anxious, yet inexplicably settled back down, allowing the girl to excitedly braid her hair. The old man stirred the fire, urging the flames to burn brighter before saying, Tang Jin won't die just yet. Taken aback, Hong Er pondered who Tang Jin was. Swiftly realizing the old man referred to Goen, it was her first encounter with his true name, revealed by another. Observing her expression, the old man slowly inquired. He has not even shared his real name with you? Hong Er refrained from answering, instead asking, May I inquire, elder, where he currently resides? I wish to see him for myself. The old man did not respond directly but calmly queried, Do you know what he was like in the past? Hong Er hesitated, recalling how Tang Jin had often shared fragments of his story. If he spoke truthfully, he must have been quite remarkable, yet what did that matter? She felt a growing reluctance to hear the old man's words, sensing a hint of offense, though she could not pinpoint why. The old man did not grant her the opportunity to respond, posing another question, or rather, do you know what those who once shared affection for him were like? Both in the past and present? Hong Er's brows furrowed. It dawned on her that the elder aimed to alter something between her and Goen. I have no interest in such matters. My relationship with Goen, Tang Jin, is merely that of friends, allies through hardship, she replied coldly. Yaowen had broached similar topics with her, but that was a sister's concern for her sibling, while this elder seemed to deliver a warning, unperturbed by her frosty tone. The old man replied in his gravelly voice, I am neither a villain seeking to thwart romance nor an elder to Tang Jin. I speak only with a singular purpose. Hong Er maintained her cold demeanor. Had she not been seeking news of Tang Jin, she would have left long ago. I wish to assist you, the old man stated gently. I do not comprehend the journey you two have traversed, yet it is evident that the man you know is not the true man. In his weary eyes lies a hint of pity. It is no surprise to fall in love with him, yet you deserve to know the cost of such affection. Hong Er fell silent, feeling the weight of the cave's air pressing down upon her. He had a childhood companion, with whom he grew up, who met her demise at his hands, the old man recounted stiffly. This companion's father was a sage, and she was the most gifted female practitioner in the realm. One of the most beautiful fairies in Jiazhou. The old man was not an engaging storyteller. His monotone delivery rendered the tale somewhat dull. Yet only Hong Er could comprehend the depths of his words. Even after her tragic end, she chose to love him, bestowing upon him her path before her passing. The elder continued, imparting weighty truths that only Hong Er could fully grasp. He asserted, even stripped of embellishments, merely assessing the depth of their love. That girl was no less than anyone else. Hongji, Hong Er whispered the name softly, recalling how Tang Jin had murmured it in his dreams while she fed him water, recognizing it as the name of his past love. Indeed, Nan Hongxi, the elder affirmed, nodding. I share this with you to convey that regardless of Tang Jin's reputation in the realm of cultivation, his bond with Nan Hongxi is acknowledged as tragically beautiful. And you, dear girl, are stepping into a relationship viewed by all as the epitome of a couple. His raspy voice echoed in the cave, resembling a proclamation. If it so happens, you find yourself by his side, you will confront not only the endless dangers that accompany him, but also the scornful gazes of many. Hong Er raised her head, wishing to convey her fearlessness in the face of such disdain. These cold glances will come from his closest master, his dearest friends, his most cherished disciples, and the revered elders he respects. Even the forces of darkness will look down upon you. Your love will not receive blessings from anyone. And he may even face slander from those who once held him in high regard. The old man's tone softened, tinged with a hint of cruelty. Hong Er remained silent, feeling cold despite the roaring fire, tugging at her clothing for warmth. Youth often breeds a disregard for danger. You may even believe that dying together signifies true happiness. To oppose the world may seem a precious testament to your love. Yet the reality is that youth does not last forever. When you reach the midpoint of life and confront its essence, how will you respond? What if your children inherit such disdain? You are merely an ordinary person, a common girl. You do not belong in his world, and you should not endure pains and pressures that far exceed your comprehension, the elder stated earnestly. Observing the way her gaze fell, the cave fell into silence, the little girl ceasing her attempts to comb Hong Er's dark hair. Even at her tender age, she sensed the turmoil or perhaps the anger within her elder sister. Suddenly, a log in the fire cracked sharply, and the flames flared brighter. Hong Er lifted her head, her eyes gleaming in the firelight as if ignited by an inner flame. This is unjust, she exclaimed. When I loved him, he was not Tang Jin. Nor did he have a childhood companion. He was simply an unguarded little beggar. Her voice rose, not in a shout but in a fervent assertion. I care for him. The one I look after is my going, not yours. How remarkable is Tang Jin? What is wrong with a maid from the Lord's estate falling for a no-account little beggar? What could possibly be wrong? Indeed, what is wrong? She mused. She merely admired the boy who toiled at the docks, stealing moments of respite. Once affection blossomed, what right did she have to dictate the course of events? Through a tumultuous journey, she had never yearned for anything, yet suddenly she was informed that the doggon had vanished. You changed his name. I fell in love with the wrong one. Yet it was indeed you who arbitrarily altered the name. The old man gazed at the girl's furious eyes, remaining silent for a long time. The flames crackled as they consumed the wooden logs. He gently took hold of Hong Er's left leg, applying the crushed herbs evenly on her swollen, purplish ankle. First, he was Tang Jin in the eyes of the world, and only later did he become your doggon. The old man remarked with a hint of melancholy. Hong Er remained silent, feeling the old man's calloused hand with the cool ointment pressed against her ankle, causing her to wince in pain. Never mind, at this point, no amount of words will penetrate your heart. I only hope for a favorable outcome for you in the future, at least better than that girl Nan Hongji. The old man managed a rare, bittersweet smile. By the way, what is your name? Yao Hong Er. Chapter 46. I have just awakened. Why do you look back? The old man's herbs were remarkably effective. The pain had alleviated significantly with just the application, a refreshing coolness seeping in, and the swelling gradually subsiding. After resting a while longer, the bruising around her ankle had faded. Let us go to meet your doggon, the old man said as he rose slowly. At this moment, Hong Er's emotions had calmed. Upon hearing your doggon, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she dared not respond, merely lowering her head as the girl beside her supported her, following the old man deeper into the cave. The cave was not particularly deep. After taking just a few steps, they reached its innermost part where Tang Jin lay upon a stone slab. The peachwood previously embedded in his chest now removed and carelessly set aside. His wound had been rebandaged, obscuring the precise condition of his chest. However, his breathing had stabilized, no longer resembling that of a dying man. The old man approached him and gently placed his hand on Tang Jin's chest, explaining, the karmic ties surrounding Tang Jin are too profound. Once entangled, it becomes difficult to unravel. His aged hand began to emit an imperceptible glow, something seeping into Tang Jin's heart. I sought you in Beiyang City but found no trace of you. Thus, I had to send my disciple to roam the mountains like a bear, relying on scent to test his luck in the wilderness, and unexpectedly, he discovered you. Following the path you tread, I found him. At that moment, he was on the brink of death. Even with a chance for revival, he could perish at any moment. Yet, he managed to hold on until my arrival, which attests to his extraordinary fate. Hong-er glanced at the little girl named Yaoer, puzzled by her connection to the bear. Beside her, Yaoer smiled awkwardly, appearing somewhat fearful as she shrank behind Hong-er, cautiously peeking at the slumbering Tangjin. All right, the old man raised his hand. At that moment, Tangjin on the stone slab stirred slightly and opened his eyes. He slowly turned his head to survey the scene, first catching sight of Hong-er. His gaze clouded with an inexplicable sense of regret. Subsequently, he turned to the old man. His complexion remained pale and weak, yet his expression seemed far from surprised. He struggled to sit up but faltered halfway, nearly collapsing back onto the stone slab had Hong-er not stepped forward to support him. Tangjin, with the support of Hong-er, managed to bow awkwardly to the elder. He had encountered Master Yehu before. The elder remained silent, merely scrutinizing him. Tangjin fell into a momentary silence before speaking again. Is the young chess saint faring well these days? The old man's gaze turned icy as he replied, It is truly bothersome that you, the esteemed true monarch, still remember my young kin. Years ago, before you brought calamity upon yourself, you utilized her to decipher the secrets of heaven, causing her golden core to suffer a flaw. Are you truly unaware of the consequences of your actions? Tangjin fell silent, the old affairs now dusted over, rendering any defense unnecessary. Observing him, the elder grew increasingly irate, coldly remarking, I have come today to resolve this karmic entanglement. Henceforth, you and the wild fox Xin sect shall have no further connection. It was perplexing that just moments ago, the elder had conversed with Hong-er in a raspy yet benevolent tone that inspired trust. Yet now, in his discourse with Tangjin, his demeanor was icily detached, a stark contrast that could only be likened to that of sworn enemies. Tangjin had thought that the sages had long ceased to concern themselves with him. He was not surprised by the elder's attitude. The elder's disdainful rasp conveyed. A few among them feel a twinge of shame and thus prefer to avoid you, yet they do not wish for your demise. Others desire to see you, though it is likely to confront you with grievances. Ultimately, someone sought me out, knowing well my aversion to you, yet I shall not bring about your end. Tangjin nodded slightly and inquired, May I ask, esteemed elder, which individuals harbor feelings of guilt? The wild fox Zen master remained silent. Tangjin did not hesitate to inquire further. Is Bai Yuchan one of them? The old man responded with a frigid shake of his head. Tangjin ceased his inquiries, merely expressing a quiet lament that even the feeble dared not show themselves, truly befitting a sage. Upon mentioning this, Master Yehu seemed to lose interest in their conversation, turning away with a cold remark, From this day forth, you are forbidden to enter my chessboard mountain. Tangjin remained silent, bowing in gratitude. The old man quickly vanished from sight. Do you have something to discuss? Tangjin inquired, glancing at the young girl who stood steadfastly in place, surprisingly not following the wild fox Zen master. The girl, Yaoer, nervously nodded, swallowing hard before speaking, I have met the true monarch of seeking the Dharma. I am Yaoer, a disciple of Qipon Mountain, under the tutelage of the little chess saint. Oh, you are a disciple of Wu Man? He asked. Indeed, Yaoer replied, feeling increasingly anxious under his earnest gaze. She reached into her bosom and produced a piece of cloth, extending it toward Tangjin. My master instructed me to deliver this to you. Tangjin casually took the white headband, holding it loosely in his hand. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of person could be accepted as a disciple by Wu Man. Thus, with a hint of teasing, he inquired, You seem quite afraid of me. Has your master been speaking ill of me? No. My master has never said such things. The young girl shook her head repeatedly, a look of conviction on her face. Yet, the incessant movement of her darting eyes betrayed both her and her master. Tangjin could not help but chuckle, only to inadvertently pull at his wound, resulting in a persistent cough. Nevertheless, the encounter with an old acquaintance's disciple did brighten his spirits somewhat. Hong-er gently patted his back and softly said, I shall fetch you some water. Tangjin coughed while nodding his head, as Hong-er rose to leave without looking back. Oh, by the way, my master also asked me to convey a message to you. Tangjin inquired with a smile. What? The master replied. The disciple earnestly and solemnly imitated the master's tone, articulating in a deliberately slow and tranquil manner, The game has yet to enter the endgame. Tangjin furrowed his brow slightly. He had never willingly subjected himself to a match against the chess saint, while there were indeed numerous matters they had conspired over together. The only reason for the other party to seek him out with such intent could only pertain to the Peach Blossom Cliff. Before entering the endgame, could there still be a turn of events in the game? Tangjin could not help but shake his head. It was indeed her style. However, regardless of her intentions, one thing was certain, a mere mortal devoid of cultivation lacked the qualifications to be a pawn, let alone to play the game. Well, having expressed his thoughts, it was time to pursue his grandmaster before she wandered too far. Reflecting on these matters, he lost the inclination to tease his junior, merely waving his hand. Having recently recovered from his injuries, he felt a trace of fatigue. I do not need to chase after my grandmaster. I initially intended to descend the mountain for training, merely accompanying her to convey a message to our master. The young girl placed her hands on her hips, displaying a hint of pride. Tangjin gently closed his eyes, wishing her a safe journey ahead. He was truly exhausted, his head feeling somewhat foggy, and he had little desire to engage in conversation. Yet, this little girl remained, incessantly murmuring, "You are nothing like what Master described." Tangjin inquired softly, "What did she say about me?" The Master replied, "If you were to cultivate in the demonic path, you would surely attain the status of a revered one far quicker than reaching that of a saint. Furthermore, she mentioned that you once coerced her into dancing for you. If she refused, you threatened to feast upon her for amusement. That little girl loves to chatter." He chuckled. "Ah, she's merely trying to frighten you." Tangjin's thoughts began to drift. The Master also stated that the reason those 6 unprincipled rogues transformed into their current state was due to their close association with you. Now they dare to label us as the unprincipled 6 rogues? Which 6 are they? The little monk, the pedantic scholar, the mad girl, and that silver-tongued one? Is your master among them? Tangjin's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and he noted how slow Hunger was in fetching water. He forced himself to hold on, merely to await her return to convey certain matters. "Of course not. My master is certainly not one of the unprincipled 6 rogues." The voice of Yaoer grew slightly louder as she continued. "However, that sister has already descended the mountain. That is a relief. She was never deeply involved." Tangjin murmured, suddenly opening his eyes. "Who has descended the mountain?" Yaoer was startled by his sudden excitement, momentarily at a loss, stammering, "The sister named Yao Hunger. Her scent has already drifted far away." Drifted far away? Where is she going to fetch water? Tangjin harbored an exceedingly unpleasant sensation. Do you know which direction she headed? It must be towards Beiyang City. Chapter 47. Ultimately, the clouds shall part to reveal the sun. How to discern old love from new affection? What purpose does she have in returning to Beiyang City? It should have long since transformed into a den of demons. Tangjin's eyes momentarily flickered with confusion, as if someone had lightly tapped his forehead, and he finally came to a realization. Hunger intended to seek out Yao and Reo. The moment she confirmed that Tangjin was unharmed, she had already made this decision, not even glancing back as she departed. Absurd. Tangjin was filled with anger. Why did she not consult him first? What could she accomplish without even retrieving her sword talisman? He soon recognized that Hunger would not concern herself with the dangers involved. Nor would she ponder the likelihood of success, or even contemplate the probability of Yao and Reo still being alive. She merely wished to find him. Tangjin propped himself up, realizing that the distance was not yet too far. If he were to pursue now, there might still be a chance. However, he stumbled over a rock and fell back to the ground after barely taking 2 steps. He was too weak. Running was out of the question. And even walking was a challenge. The wound on his chest throbbed painfully. In his confusion, he found himself at a loss for what to do. He could barely manage to leave the cave, let alone catch up with Hunger. Even if he did catch up, would he be able to persuade her? With his own situation so precarious, how could he demand that Hunger abandon Yao and Reo? Even if he wished for a shared fate, he couldn't keep pace. After much contemplation, it seemed the inevitable conclusion was that he must survive alone. In a moment of haziness, he envisioned the line that had been carelessly brushed away, not by a demonic lord, but by fate itself. Those so-called life and death struggles had merely added a modicum of suspense to the narrative, while the ultimate outcome remained tightly bound to the tropes of conventional storytelling. Compared to the scene beneath the peach blossom tree, Tangjin finally grasped the purpose of it all. Perhaps he truly was the protagonist, but the selfish author sought to provoke the audience through his tribulations, embellishing the tale with the lives of Nan Hongji and Yao Hunger. Thus, anyone who drew near to him would meet with misfortune, and those close to him were destined to die. It was not that he lacked effort, it was simply that he was cursed with loneliness, where all happiness required the payment of doubled sorrow, a fitting narrative for a novel. Yaoer, feeling somewhat lost, observed as Tangjin suddenly stood, only to fall back into silence. Lost in thought, a bitter laugh escaped him. Was the simplicity of prose truly so bad? He desired not immortality. Tears began to well in his vacant eyes as he curled into himself, resting his hands against his forehead, the desolation in his demeanor suggesting that hope had all but vanished from the world. Yaoer thought perhaps her master had erred. This man did not seem like a formidable demon capable of manipulating the world. Perhaps having experienced such despair before, Tangjin did not cry out this time. Humanity was indeed a terrifying creature, capable of gradually acclimating to sorrow. He contemplated this when he suddenly heard something. Looking up in confusion, he saw Yaoer standing nearby, the cave enveloped in stillness. He lowered his gaze once more, clutching the white headband that Man had sent him. The pure white fabric bore no patterns, save for a smooth white stone sewn into the center, resembling a game piece. Trembling, he placed the headband back on his forehead. And this time the sound grew clearer. It was the echo that had vanished 2 years prior, a transmission from another time and space. A call that only Tangjin could hear, a letter from a reader who would undoubtedly loathe tragedy if it existed. Hiss, hiss. Host, detection. Rebooting. The stuttering electronic voice mixed with white noise echoed, and although it remained unclear, it was no longer merely a cacophony. The system had finally located the lost child wandering in another world. If the strip were removed, one would see that the white game piece perfectly covered the black fingerprints, forming a vertical pupil of a black eyeball with a white iris. Yaoer noticed him fastening the headband and weakly explained, "This is something Master began refining 2 years ago, though it was unsuccessful at the time. Later, Master sought the guidance of our ancestors' great path to complete it. The stone was the last piece dropped by our ancestor upon achieving sainthood. It was unclear whether Tang Jun fully comprehended her words. He raised his head to look at Yaoer, somewhat dazed, yet this time there was a peculiar light in his eyes. Yaoer, he spoke softly. Do you have a specific goal for your journey down the mountain? The young girl, unsure of why he asked, instinctively shook her head. What do you think of subduing demons and vanquishing evil? Tang Jun gently stroked the stone on his forehead, his tone laced with temptation. Yaoer involuntarily shivered. Sensing that Tang Jun's demeanor was beginning to align with the image of the scheming demon master her master had described, Hong Er paused, assessing her direction. If she could traverse 1 or 2 more mountain peaks, she should soon see the official road. The cave chosen by the Wild Fox Zen master was excellently situated. From its entrance, one could directly view the road leading to Beiyang City, the narrow dirt path winding through the valley like a serpent. Hong Er's pace was unhurried. The medicinal ointment had fully absorbed into her ankle, allowing her to walk without difficulty, and her body no longer felt fatigued or hungry, making her mountain traversing significantly easier. She did not truly believe that the young lady was still alive, yet she could not allow Yao and Reo to perish alone. If possible, she wished to find her remains. Or perhaps die in the same place, for she had made a similar decision at Anxiang Garden, where she had stayed by Yao and Reo's side, aiding her in resisting fear. Moreover, if she were to die, then the Wild Fox Zen master's incessant questions would cease to be a concern, sparing her from further burdens. Dogen would likely mourn her passing. But would Tang Jun find relief? According to the old man's words, she was evidently a significant moral burden to Tang Jun, one that could obliterate his remaining connections in the realm of cultivation. Reflecting on this, she quickened her pace, oblivious to the self-destructive tendencies that had unconsciously surfaced. Meanwhile, she recalled Yao and Reo's cries when they escaped Beiyang City that night, regretting that she had forgotten to relay her intended message to Dogen. While matters concerning herself were unnecessary to discuss, she felt compelled to inform Dogen that she had settled her debts. After all, it could very well be the young lady's last words. However, she did not regret leaving with Tang Jun that night. There was no hesitation in that decision. The death of all three would forever be the worst outcome. In other circumstances, she would have unhesitatingly carried Yao and Reo away. And if she could hold the rear to ensure their escape, that would be ideal. At times, she truly loathed her lack of talent for cultivation. Lost in such thoughts, Hong Er finally emerged from the forest and onto the official road, the smooth dirt path facilitating her steps, barring any unforeseen circumstances. She should reach Beiyang City in a short while. Yet, fate chose that moment to intervene. A tremendous crash resonated through the woods, and a cloud of dust rushed down from the mountain, crashing onto the dirt road and sending swirling winds that obscured Hong Er's vision. As the dust settled and tranquility returned, she lifted her head to see a frail young man atop the back of a massive black bear, straining to whistle before asking nonchalantly, "Excuse me, young lady. Where are you headed? Would you like me to give you a ride?" The young man's face bore a radiant smile, as if it could illuminate the surroundings, captivating her gaze. How strange. This was the first time Hong Er had seen him like this. Was this truly Tang Jun? Despite nothing having changed, he suddenly appeared blindingly brilliant. She thought this and instinctively reached out her hand towards the young immortal. Chapter 48. Misplaced scripts in the play. Vanquishing evil was not the intent. The old beggar's thoughts wandered, for he was far too old to maintain his concentration for long. This brief half-day was more thrilling and bizarre than the entirety of his previous life, like a grand performance. Regrettably, his withered and aged heart could no longer rise and fall with the dramatic twist of the story. Thus, he was unable to accompany the coffin spirit in his ethereal musings. Even Yao and Reo could hardly garner his attention. Leaning against the table, he peered with murky old eyes at the new melodies beyond the door. The coffin spirit, however, exhibited no signs of waning fervor. His performance was reaching its zenith, and the insatiable greed concealed beneath his charming demeanor fueled his boundless energy. At that moment, he cradled Yao and Reo's waist with one hand, while the other deftly wielded a brush to adorn her brows, cooing, "Truly, a selection befitting a senior. Such beauty is undeniably innate." Yao and Reo remained expressionless, allowing him to manipulate her without a word, her eyes scarcely fluttering. The coffin spirit chuckled softly, casting a flirtatious glance at the old beggar. "Especially look at this temperament. Truly a paragon for our demonic path." The old beggar offered no response, uncertain of what to say. This madman of the demonic path reveled in his imagined stage, oblivious to the fact that he had not only misread the script but also failed to find the appropriate audience. The coffin spirit gently pinched Yao and Reo's chin, turning her face toward the old beggar. "What do you think, senior? Is she not far more enchanting than before?" At this moment, Yao and Reo was adorned with lead powder, painted brows, and crimson lips, her former colors entirely obscured by layers of makeup, leaving behind a visage of unknown beauty. The old beggar turned his head slightly, unable to bear the sight. "Can you not see clearly, senior? Perhaps you should step inside for a better look?" The coffin spirit nudged Yao and Reo, causing her to stumble toward the door. "You child, speak up. You may not have another chance." He leaned affectionately against Yao and Reo's shoulder, his other hand softly caressing her face, his long nails gliding near her eyes, scraping away some powder to reveal the underlying skin tone, reminiscent of tears shed by Yao and Reo. Yet, she remained silent, her eyes devoid of emotion, akin to a marionette. The coffin spirit shook his head, glancing at the old beggar. "Senior, will you not consider discussing this with me?" That book is not for solitary reading. Feel free to propose any conditions, and we can negotiate. His tone was melodious, yet he was already steeped in frustration. Initially, he had intended to humble himself for the sake of collaboration. Hoping to learn the profound insights of the Rashing Gate, he would have willingly bowed in apprenticeship, accepting any derogatory labels. For although the old man's cultivation might not surpass his own, he was more than capable of teaching the path of Rashing. Yet, despite his honeyed words, the old man merely stuttered, unable to articulate anything, even rejecting the opportunity to accept him as a disciple. The beggar feigned ignorance, caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, the coffin spirit was compelled to resort to desperate measures, threatening this young girl. Even if it forced the old man into confrontation, it was preferable to this endless stalemate. The coffin spirit had never encountered such a hesitant and heartless demonic cultivator, truly perplexed as to how one could achieve the true teachings of Rashing with such a disposition. The old beggar grasped the essence of the coffin spirit's intentions, yet felt powerless. Even if he wished to hand over the book, he found himself unable to do so. Yaowen Rao understood the coffin spirit's motives. She knew how to pass the book, yet chose not to reveal it. Should the performer realize that breaking through the wall would grant him entry, he would inevitably recognize that the line was not drawn by the old beggar, leading to everyone's demise. Thus, there was no need for peculiar farewells. Ultimately, she was not intimately acquainted with the old beggar. Why feign her own mortality before him? Consequently, the three fell into an eerie silence. The coffin spirit sighed deeply, then, so be it. With that, he turned his head, seemingly reluctant. Yaowen Rao slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, she violently expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp, her orifices bleeding profusely. As though all her blood sought to escape her body, leaving one to dread the state of her once beautiful face. Unintentionally complying with the coffin spirit's wishes, she curled into a ball, using her arms to shield her face from the old beggar, concealing her tragic condition. The old beggar trembled, desperately wishing to save Yaowen Rao. He believed the young lady of the city lord's mansion to be truly remarkable. She had been exceedingly generous to the entire city god temple and had cared for the three-eyed and himself, deserving of a better fate. But what could he do? He could not masquerade as a sage nor wield any magic. His entire life had been spent in begging. Thus, he would beg. The words of the three-eyed echoed in his mind. If retreat was impossible and death imminent, then he should reveal the book to the other party. In that moment, the young man had appeared sorrowful, his tone somewhat despondent. But to beg for a swift death. A swift death. Very well. He mustered his strength to inch forward, kneeling and pressing his forehead to the ground, trembling hands lifting the book as if presenting a begging bowl. I beseech you, grant Monsieur a swift end. The coffin spirit grinned, turning his head, his eyes brimming with insatiable greed. The insights of the Rashing Gate. The path to ascendance lay before him. He gazed eagerly, only to let out a piercing shriek. Ah, where are the words? Where are the words? He screamed. The old beggar looked up in confusion. The book in his hands was blank, as white as snow. The coffin spirit's fury erupted. Realizing that all his anticipations had been misguided. After such a long performance, it was all for a beggar's eyes. The red theatrical robe suddenly burst open. If it was a charade, everything fell into place. This old man was a genuine beggar. Yet the arcane powers at the threshold were real. Was this profound truth merely a deception? Who dares to trick me so? The sharp voice echoed throughout Bayong City, sending chills down spines. The heavens raged, causing a lamentation across the land. Unexpectedly, a voice responded from the heavens. Old coffin, why are you so enraged? A soft laughter rang out. And though the sun hung high above, a bright moon began to rise slowly in the sky, its cool light filtering through the clouds. Following this, the sound of swords buzzing filled the air, and the world shifted colors as a massive circular black curtain descended from above. As if a piece of the night sky had been torn away and draped over Bayong City. Jade, Toad, Palace. The coffin spirit enunciated each word with a tremor. His eyes bloodshot, truly enraged to the point of laughter. It is you who orchestrated this, deliberately luring us here. The coffin spirit gazed at the colossal magical formation that had suddenly descended from the sky, finally grasping the truth of the matter. I truly underestimated you. To devise such a scheme to besiege the majority of the demonic path in the southern Zhan region? His smile twisted into a more sinister form. But can you stomach this? Are you not afraid of choking on it? Have the demonic practitioners lost their minds? You cannot even fathom what you are saying. The voice from the sky rebuked. The demonic path may have concealed itself until now, but with your assembly, who knows what your intentions may be? Since you seek death, I, the Jade Toad Palace, shall certainly oblige. The coffin spirit scoffed at his words, and with a wave of his hand, an overwhelming torrent of blood surged from the coffin resting in the courtyard, lifting it high into the air, while he himself transformed into a mist of blood, merging into it. Truly, both good and ill words have been uttered by you, righteous ones. As the coffin ascended, slender red threads began to sprout from the ground, which had been drenched in blood and turned crimson. The once desiccated blood regained its vitality, intertwining like serpents, burrowing towards the darkened sky. Countless blood threads lunged towards the luminous moon. The moon in the sky became even brighter, and a chilling voice echoed, set the formation. The dark veil descended completely, enveloping the entirety of North Yong City, leaving only moonlight like snow. Disciples of the Jade Toad Palace, join me in vanquishing demons. A resounding reply composed of sword cries arose. Countless rays of sword light cascaded down from the moonlight, resembling a shower of falling stars. Thus commenced the battle. Harnessing the momentum from the heavenly descent and the moonlight's blessing, several cultivators of the Jade Toad Palace swiftly pinned down the unsuspecting demon cultivators on the long street. In the river that flowed through the city, a colossal catfish opened its massive mouth, swallowing both the sword light and the cultivators of the Jade Toad Palace. A Taoist maiden, clad in a white robe and possessing a captivating beauty, released hundreds of white spiritual rabbits, whose speed was so swift that they trailed white rainbows behind them. From within a grand red bridal sedan, two small hands reached out, calling for their mother, unexpectedly pulling the soul of a white-robed female cultivator from her body. The clash of cultivators' spells was utterly unpredictable. However, the most perilous scene unfolded not only beneath the moon's ethereal shadow and the battlefield of the blood-red coffin, but also in the intense game of wits among the Golden Core cultivators near the Lord's Manor. Yet, no one anticipated that the first to breach the Lord's Manor would be a mere child. On the street outside the manor, Zhou Dongdong approached slowly, sword in hand. While behind him stood a bewildered Golden Core demon cultivator, frozen in place, his most formidable spells yet to be unleashed, despite the life-preserving talisman firmly gripped in his hand. He wondered why it was all happening so swiftly. His head rolled away, severed from his body, his breath extinguished on the spot. The purple cloud sword, renowned for its long-distance strikes, was indeed the finest in the world, but when it came to lethality, it was hardly praiseworthy, barely managing to rank among the top 10 in the realm. Chapter 49, Golden Core Life Suspended. Testing the corpse with laughter, the old beggar remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The sudden darkness, accompanied by the booming voices from above, resembled thunderclaps, rendering comprehension impossible. Subsequently, the two-tailed entity, along with the coffin, vanished into the unknown. The only certainty he had was that Yao and Ryo had been taken along with him. At this moment, the courtyard was left only with a pool of blood, uncertain whether it belonged to the living or the dead. However, such matters were beyond his concern. He was utterly exhausted, even breathing felt laborious, and his chest ached unbearably. He needed rest. The old beggar gently closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground like a dying dog. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he suddenly heard a voice calling, "Old sir, old sir." Straining to open his eyes, his vision blurred, but he discerned a small figure entering the courtyard, though he did not know who it was. Being addressed as "Old Sir" brought him a sense of warmth, prompting him to respond vaguely. The figure approached, revealing itself to be a young boy of about 8 or 9, with a hint of childishness on his face, though the handsome features of a youth were already emerging. His light purple robe was embroidered with various cloud patterns, and at his waist hung a long, exquisite purple sword. The boy's affluent appearance could not conceal the compelling aura of his youth. Lacking the strength to speak, the old beggar merely nodded in acknowledgement. The young Taoist approached the threshold of the ancestral hall, encountering the same issue as his predecessor. Naturally, he bent down to examine the threshold with utmost seriousness. The only difference was that he displayed no anger, urgency, or fear. His eyes held a mix of nostalgia and sorrow, which quickly faded, leaving only determination. He gazed at the elderly man lying within and calmly spoke, "Old sir, do not sleep. I shall return shortly." After saying this, he did not linger at the entrance but instead moved around to the other side of the hall. The old beggar wished to inform him that the room had no windows and that he would not be able to enter from any side. Boom. A tremendous crash reverberated as large stones flew out, enveloped in dust. Fortunately, the angle was just right, sparing the old beggar from being struck. The granite wall of the ancestral hall had been smashed open, creating a gaping hole over a person's height. The force was remarkably precise. A slight exertion led to a swift and clean break, preventing the entire hall from collapsing. The young Taoist adeptly stepped inside, his sleeves fluttering, causing the dust to disperse swiftly, his small frame charging into the hall like a giant. He hurried to the old beggar's side, gently placing his small hand upon the frail wrist. At this moment, the old beggar's consciousness had begun to fade, leaving him unresponsive to the bizarre occurrence. Zhou Dongdong furrowed his brow tightly. After a moment of hesitation, he lightly tapped the purple cloud sword, and a small, earthy yellow pill appeared in his hand. He propped up the old beggar, then gently crushed the pill, allowing some scattered powder to fall into the old man's mouth. The faint bitterness and fragrance made the old beggar instinctively purse his lips, feeling an abundance of saliva suddenly pooling in his mouth. After swallowing, the pain in his chest eased slightly. The young Taoist stowed away the pill and slowly placed his hand on the old beggar's frail back, channeling his true essence to aid in digesting the medicinal properties. The old beggar felt warmth enveloping him, and he instinctively began to breathe deeply. With each breath, he felt more invigorated, as if he had regained a year of youth. As his condition improved, the young Taoist's voice gradually emerged, "Old sir, your body is on the brink of collapse, and your lifespan is nearly at an end. This medicine merely serves to prolong your life." Since that line was drawn before the ancestral hall, the person within must be someone his senior brother wished to safeguard, and thus, Zhou Dongdong felt compelled to save him. Yet, the old beggar was already beyond recovery, requiring assistance even to digest the medicinal powder. This was not merely an ailment but rather the end of a life. The old beggar listened intently, pondering. This medicine must be quite valuable. He smacked his lips, finding it rather tasteless, just a bit bitter, and thus remarked, "It's quite good, quite good." Uncertain of what he was affirming. Realizing he could not save the old man, Zhou Dongdong seized the opportunity to inquire further. "Old sir, I have a few questions to ask you. I hope you can answer truthfully. I have come in search of my senior brother. I observed that line at the entrance. It must be a unique spell of my senior brother's. I kindly ask you to describe the appearance of the person who drew that line. Is he in his 20s, with a black mark on his forehead resembling a finger, and carrying a piece of withered branch?" The old beggar nodded. "Yes, that is the boy with 3 eyes." Zhou Dongdong's expression brightened as he pressed on, "Old sir, do you know where he is now?" The old beggar's complexion had begun to regain its color, and his spirit was improving. He shook his head, saying, "I do not know where he is gone. However, he likely left Northyang City last night." Zhou Dongdong felt a twinge of regret but also a slight sense of relief. As long as he was no longer in Northyang City, that was sufficient. At this moment, the cultivators within the city were embroiled in a chaotic battle, presenting a perilous situation for the brothers devoid of true essence. Enveloped in darkness, coupled with the blood that refracted the already dim moonlight, the entirety of Beiyang City was shrouded in a deep crimson glow. The piercing wails and cries that echoed throughout the surroundings only served to heighten the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Hong Er stood at a distance, appearing somewhat blurred under the shadowy twilight. Tangjin knelt on the ground, examining the lifeless body of Yao Enreo. A long sword pierced her throat, and bloodstains adorned her hands, suggesting that she must have grasped the blade that had impaled her before her demise. The younger child, feeling a twinge of fear, peered cautiously from behind Hong Er. "This is not our young lady," Hong Er stated, her voice cool yet resolute. Tangjin nodded affirmatively, stating, "It is the doppelganger of the 7 prison box." Hong Er remained silent. While Tangjin was not surprised that Yao Enreo could smile in the face of death, he found it utterly inconceivable that Yao Enreo would possess such a sinister grin. The corpse bore an unsettlingly cheerful smile, its white and even teeth only amplifying the aura of terror. Even in moments of madness, Yao Enreo's true self would never display such a horrifying expression. She was merely a lunatic, not a mindless imbecile. Hong Er likely shared this assessment. However, there was an unspoken judgment lingering in Tangjin's mind. Judging by the malevolence of that smile, it seemed unlikely that this was merely a straightforward doppelganger akin to the original self. Thus, it could be concluded that Yao Enreo had ultimately succumbed to darkness. Tangjin felt a bitter taste in his mouth, fervently hoping that she would not truly become a demon lord. Otherwise, would he not be considered her esteemed mentor? Alas, just moments ago, he and Hong Er had galloped on a black bear, arriving at the standoff between the Jade Toad Palace and the Coffin Immortal, narrowly making it into Beiyang City before nightfall. However, upon entering the western gate, he was confronted by the sight of decaying corpses and the dismembered prince, among which lay the lifeless form of Yao Enreo, pierced through the throat, lying straight as an arrow. At that moment, Hong Er's nails had dug deeply into Tangjin's flesh. Fortunately, it was merely a doppelganger, given that neither Yao Enreo nor his senior sister were present. Tangjin meticulously surveyed the area, ensuring he overlooked not a single corpse. He could ascertain that his senior sister had taken Yao Enreo away. His senior sister's master, a pseudo-Buddha of the refinement realm who had attended the ritual in Chaoyang City, was likely among the first wave of demonic cultivators to arrive in Beiyang City, which meant he must have visited the city lord's mansion. Tangjin rose. "Let us proceed to the city lord's mansion. If old Guai is present, he should have witnessed the entire ordeal." Hong Er nodded and stepped forward to support him. Yao Er hurriedly followed, grasping Hong Er's hand. The trio, 2 adults and 1 child, slowly made their way into the blood-soaked Beiyang City, wholly oblivious to the moonlight descending from above and the bloodlines rising from below. They were determined to traverse the battlefield of clashing cultivators to inquire of an elder regarding the whereabouts of a girl. Chapter 50, The House of Flame. The elder's benevolent gaze. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, aside from the Coffin Immortal and the Blood Demon, who else has graced this threshold? Particularly, who has seen this line?" Zhou Dongdong asked earnestly, as the question held great significance. At this moment, old Guai appeared invigorated, reminiscing vividly as he provided detailed descriptions of the dual-faced monk, the pseudo-Buddha Li Ku, and the enchanting vixen, speaking with such intricate detail that Zhou Dongdong not only recognized their techniques but also formed a mental image of their appearances. Strangely, however, old Guai neglected to mention Yao Enreo, who had been released from the Coffin Immortal's coffin. Perhaps it had slipped his mind. Zhou Dongdong diligently noted this down, then rose to say, "Thus, excluding the departed dual-faced monk, only the Coffin Immortal, the pseudo-Buddha, and the vixen remain alive within the city." Indeed, old Guai nodded. Since his senior brother had safely retreated, Zhou Dongdong now aimed to tidy up the remnants of everything within Beiyang City. Tangjin found himself entangled in a web of complexities, compelling some to avoid him while inciting others to seek his whereabouts, such as those from the Jade Toad Palace or certain demon lords. Thus, it was imperative that his line never surfaced in the southern Zhan region, lest it be exploited by others. Any demon cultivator who had witnessed this line must not be allowed to leave Beiyang City. Who could fathom the chaos that might ensue if the information were to leak? Having made his plans, he turned to the old man and said, "Esteemed sir, this spell involves the secrets of my senior brother. Now that the ancestral hall has been compromised, it would be prudent for us to step outside, allowing me to obliterate this place. The old beggar nodded in agreement. Assisted by Zhou Dongdong as they emerged through a breach in the wall of the Yo family ancestral hall. Before they departed, Zhou Dongdong lightly bit his tongue, spitting a few drops of blood onto the pillar of the hall. After they had moved a few paces away, a roar of flames erupted within, quickly escalating in intensity. A monstrous figure, entwined with fire, rampaged through the hall, causing the beams to collapse in a matter of moments. The ancestral hall transformed into a sealed furnace. The extreme heat generating waves of scorching air, illuminating the crevices of the marble with flickering flames. Naturally, the flames could not breach the sword-carved ink marks at the threshold. However, as it was wooden, it soon caught fire in other areas. It was only a matter of time before it turned to charred remnants, erasing all traces of that line. The so-called line must be inscribed on paper. Once the paper disintegrates, the line is rendered chaotic. After erasing the evidence, the next step was to dispose of the bodies. Zhou Dongdong gazed at the burning ancestral hall, contemplating the features of the demon cultivators he had seen, and felt the sword at his waist tremble slightly. He helped the old beggar to a step before the hall's entrance and bowed earnestly, saying, "Esteemed sir, I must attend to urgent matters. Is there anything else you wish to convey?" "Do as you must. I shall rest here," the old beggar replied with a smile, the effects of the potion beginning to wane, leaving him increasingly frail. Zhou Dongdong bowed once more and prepared to depart when the old man suddenly grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, "There is one more thing. I just remembered." Zhou Dongdong paused, turning back to him. "Please, enlighten me. I shall not shirk any task within my capacity. I fear I may never see that three-eyed lad again. If you happen upon him, do not forget to inform him. Yaowen Ryo has been abducted by the coffin immortal." The old beggar pointed towards the coffin suspended high in the sky, upheld by a cascade of blood. Zhou Dongdong was unfamiliar with Yaowen Ryo, assuming her to be the old man's granddaughter, and nodded in agreement. However, he was keenly aware that with the coffin immortal engaged in battle against the celestial cultivators of the Jade Toad Palace, absent any extraordinary circumstances, her abduction would likely render her nothing more than sustenance in the river of blood. Any hope for rescue was nearly extinguished. Yet, seeing the old man's demeanor, coupled with his impending fate, Zhou Dongdong chose not to voice this grim reality, wishing to spare the elder further sorrow. Once the old beggar had imparted this information, he felt a sense of completion and allowed his tension to dissipate, hastening the effects of the potion. Leaning against the steps, he waved farewell to Zhou Dongdong, his once grotesque face now paling, yet illuminated by the fierce flames of the ancestral hall, which still flickered with the benevolence and kindness that had defined his life, casting a warm glow upon those who beheld it. The dark veil above was known as the Night Moon Convergence Array, a celestial formation that served as the protective barrier for the Jade Toad Palace. Unfortunately, it was only compatible with their unique techniques, rendering it ineffective for outsiders. Tang Jin gazed skyward, elucidating, its primary function is to isolate the internal from the external, while its secondary purpose is to enhance the illusory effects of the Jade Toad techniques even in daylight. Most techniques of the same system receive a boost, which is why the Jade Toad cultivators typically activate it before engaging in combat. Before he could finish, the world spun violently, and he was abruptly hurled to the opposite side. Remaining composed, he looked up just in time to see the coffin, now crystallized in blood, being hoisted high, prompting him to recount tales of the coffin immortal. This celestial demon cultivator followed the path of the Sea of Blood, a practice that traced back a millennium, with tales of individuals achieving greatness through it. However, it had since fallen into obscurity, and reaching celestial status was considered a significant achievement. The technique was characterized by its dual focus on offense and defense, enabling feats unattainable by many true essence practitioners, such as levitating oneself using blood, showcasing remarkable versatility. This individual surpassed the celestial beings of the Jade Toad Palace in strength. Had it not been for the Night Moon Convergence, the battle would likely have concluded long ago. At last, someone could no longer contain herself. Honga interjected, "Now is not the time for such discussions." She spoke up because Yaoer was currently unable to, having transformed into a massive black bear, sprinting at full speed. Ordinarily, the black bear could speak, but at that moment, it had Tang Jin clutched in its jaws. Honga, straining to cling to the bear's back, managed to speak only to interrupt Tang Jin. Tang Jin was clamped in the mouth by Yaoer, swaying up and down as the black bear ran, naturally only able to gaze at the sky. Each time Yaoer made a turn, he resembled a rag doll, his limbs and head twisting wildly. "You must let me say something, otherwise, it becomes rather awkward," Tang Jin said, slightly turning his head to gaze expressionlessly at Hongaer. His demeanor increasingly resembled that of a toy that had been thoroughly mishandled. The bear, in the form of Yaoer, emitted an irate snort. She too was unwilling to hold Tang Jin in such a manner. It was quite unsanitary. Moreover, who could tell if such a formidable creature might cause an upset stomach? It was all Tang Jin's fault. After all, Tang was acutely aware of his lack of favor at the Jade Chanter's palace. However, he believed that as the disciple of the Wild Fox Zen Master, Yaoer still commanded a significant presence. Thus, he led Honga and Yaoer towards the areas densely populated with the palace's practitioners, reasoning that this was far preferable to venturing into the realms of demonic cultivators. To his dismay, the practitioners of the Jade Chanter's palace were already blinded by rage. attacking anyone not clad in the traditional white robes with fervent strikes. Had it not been for Yao's quick reflexes, transforming into a black bear to shield Hunger and seizing Tang, the two would likely have met a grim fate. Of course, one could not entirely blame them. In such a den of demons, after witnessing the terrifying tactics of the demonic cultivators, anyone would instinctively view a sickly young man accompanied by a lady and a child as a potential threat. This was, after all, the archetypal combination of demonic practitioners. In such a place, the more innocuous a group appeared, the greater the underlying peril. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of sword light sliced through the air, striking Yao in her bear form. The bear remained unharmed, yet it was evident that the blow stung, for her grip on Tang tightened considerably. Tang Jinjin found himself overwhelmed. Aside from the humiliation of his posture, the abruptness of being cast aside left him utterly disoriented. You are at the refinement stage, are you not? He inquired. The bear grunted in response. The individual behind us is merely a practitioner at the refinement stage. His sword light couldn't even graze your fur. Why did you flee? Surely, you could have dealt him a sound thrashing, Tang Jinjin suggested earnestly. The bear's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not having considered such a possibility. The giant bear suddenly came to a halt, causing Tang Jinjin to be jostled about once more. With a hint of disdain, the bear set him down on the ground, then spat twice, evidently finding the situation somewhat unsightly. Tang Jinjin pressed his forehead, supported by Hunger as he rose. You are the disciple of a sage. Not to mention the life-saving treasures prepared for you by Qipon Mountain, you must have learned some techniques from the chess sage. Show them. The child nodded obediently and turned to face the approaching white figure. The cultivator drew nearer, and the brilliance of his sword light intensified. Make your move. Tang Jinjin, puzzled, questioned, why are you just standing there after turning around? The child paused, a somewhat bashful voice escaping the bear's lips. I can't fight. You don't need to be able to fight, just unleash your spells. Tang Jinjin replied, speechless. As a direct disciple of Qipon Mountain, the spells she learned should be sufficient to handle such a foe. Oh, the giant bear shook its body. Where are the spells? Have you used them? Aside from the Beast Codex for transformation, do you possess any other spells? But I only know the Beast Codex. This statement was remarkably candid. Why did she not feel any shame in admitting it? Tang Jinjin fell into a contemplative silence, suddenly realizing that Wu Man truly lived up to her reputation. He ought to advise Master Yi Hua to refrain from leading her astray. How curious he had been to ponder what extraordinary qualities a disciple must possess to be favored by Wu Man. It now seemed far more intriguing to consider the mindset of the individual who chose Wu Man as their mentor. Chapter 51. The Master is merely inarticulate, yet calls forth the virtuous from across the land. Here they come. Hunger whispered softly. Upon witnessing the opponent's pause, the white-robed cultivator summoned all his strength to unleash a brilliant strike of sword light, aiming to cleave the monstrous creature's bear-like head in one decisive blow. As Yao observed the approaching sword radiance, he instinctively shielded his head with his claws. The sword light collided with his robust bear arm, producing a resounding crash. Yao let out a cry of pain, yet emerged unscathed. Tang Jinjin, disregarding the lines of anxiety etched upon his face, spoke. The study of the Beast Codex emphasizes the importance of reference. Your bear-like creature has been trained exceptionally well. It must have been in close companionship with a formidable black bear. Reflect on its fighting techniques. You shall surely learn from it. Upon hearing this, the young one seemed to grasp something profound, suddenly launching itself towards the direction of the white-clad cultivator. Despite its massive size, each leap of the bear covered several meters in the blink of an eye, propelling itself with such speed that it nearly outpaced the flying cultivator. Had it not been for Tang Jin's disorientation, the bear might have succeeded in overpowering its opponent with sheer physicality. The white-clad cultivator, already exerting all his strength forward, found himself unable to halt in time upon witnessing the counterattack and could only raise his sword in response. Tang Jinjin shouted, "Close your eyes." He was apprehensive that his young daughter might be struck in a vulnerable area without any protection. However, his concerns were unwarranted, for the girl soared forward, executing a sudden twist in midair. The massive black bear performed an exaggerated aerial turn, and then she presented her rear towards the cultivator. The white-clad cultivator was met with the sight of a large, dark, round object approaching him head-on. Shortly thereafter, he lost consciousness. Tang Jinjin swallowed hard, uncertain whether he had lost consciousness or had merely been flattened. The little girl, still somewhat uneasy, twisted her waist and delivered a finishing blow. Is this how the black bears on Chessboard Mountain fight? Tang Jinjin inquired. Indeed, Bearda always fights like this against my senior brothers. The little girl affirmed with a nod. Well, that's acceptable. Let us proceed, Tang Jinjin replied, striving to muster a smile. The little girl slowly rose, about to turn back to glance at the cultivator, when Tang Jinjin hurriedly cautioned, "Don't look back. You're a girl. You must understand the importance of preserving the dignity of the defeated." Meanwhile, Hong'er swiftly stepped forward, grasping the enormous bear paw as they continued onward. The two of them led the black bear away, leaving behind a deep pit measuring half a meter in depth. Tang Jin's voice resonated once more. The refining spirit realm represents a pivotal juncture in the path of cultivation. Attaining this level signifies that the quantity of one's true essence can sustain most forms of magical arts. Many techniques begin to gain formidable strength from this stage, particularly those associated with the pseudo-Buddhist sections. It is also at this juncture that the disparity in combat prowess between immortals and mortals becomes starkly apparent. In contrast, the subsequent void returning realm appears less significant, as it merely entails an increase in the quantity of true essence without any qualitative transformation. Consequently, discussions regarding this realm often conflate refining spirit with void returning. He cast a glance at Yaoer, noting that although her beast compendium has only manifested in the form of a single bear, that bear demon possesses a golden core level of prowess. Thus, relying solely on the bear's form would be more than sufficient to render an ordinary practitioner of the refining spirit and void returning realms powerless. Should you encounter such a situation in the future, employ the method you just demonstrated. Yaoer nodded, partially understanding, yet puzzled as to why Tang Jin articulated these thoughts. Tang Jin gazed at her dazed expression and could not help but inquire, "What exactly does your master teach you?" However, Yaoer seemed reluctant to discuss her master, hastily responding, "My master has taught me a great deal. It's just that I am rather slow-witted and struggle to grasp it." The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. And eventually, she lowered her head, filled with a touch of sorrow. Tang Jin let out a cold laugh, unaware of Wu Mianman's true nature. It was not a matter of his own ineptitude. Rather, she simply lacked the ability to teach. Not only him, but even the most enlightened minds would struggle to comprehend her words. This assertion is grounded in historical precedent. When it comes to the renowned chess prodigy Wu Mianman, she is indeed celebrated for her exceptional prowess. Feel free to pose any question to her. If she manages to elucidate it in 3 sentences, Tang Jin will take your surname. In the early days of his acquaintance with her, he once made a similar blunder by offering her an orange, which led to the following exchange. Does Tang Jin indulge in food? Wu Mianman, are you aware that this direct cause ultimately leads to the consequences of my choices? Tang Jin, not eating? Wu Mianman, the cause and effect are in reverse order. The choice of consumption lies within your hands. Tang Jin, speak. Just speak. Who can decipher what she is saying? Well, it seems some can comprehend. The mad girl figured it out, and as she watched the two indulge in oranges, Tang Jin felt an overwhelming urge to crush the orange peels with her teeth, for despite having found the answer, she remained perplexed. This illustrates the individual's speaking style, slow, enigmatic, and ultimately devoid of meaning. Thus, as her disciple, one must either possess profound insight, like the mad girl, effortlessly penetrating the essence of any riddle, or be as rusted in thought as Wu Mianman, sharing the same wavelength and engaging in daily banter. Who could outplay you two? Unfortunately, the little one is neither. Reduced to merely mastering the most fundamental beast codex of the chessboard mountain, Tang Jin was certain that Wu Mianman was undoubtedly in a state of utter distress. This individual possessed a heart of tenderness. Upon witnessing the wild girl embroiled in a brawl and sustaining injuries, she would surely burst into tears. It was evident that she incessantly prompted her child to learn this and that, yet the child remained blissfully ignorant of her words. Alas, she lacked the ability to articulate herself in a conventional manner. One could imagine that at Kapanshin, a master clad in a simple skirt would drone on for hours, lamentably cloaking her teachings in riddles, while the naive apprentice nodded foolishly, lamenting her own lack of intelligence. Subsequently, after the apprentice departed, the master would sulk in silence. The number of shattered teacups unknown. Tang Jin suddenly realized why Wu Mianman had sent Yaoer to deliver something to him instead of having Master Yahu bring it directly. It was not merely a descent for training. She had come seeking help. A throbbing pain began to pulse in his head as he organized his thoughts and said earnestly, "Yaoer, as you embark on your journey down the mountain, your skills are regrettably insufficient." His words were sincere, and when he looked up, he noticed the giant bear bowing its head, its crimson eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You, transform back into your human form before you weep." Tang Jin could hardly endure the sight of a bear sobbing. Yaoer relinquished her magic and reverted to the form of a girl of 8 or 9. Her disheveled hair failing to conceal her reddened eyes, she pressed her lips together in silence, fully aware that she was not exceptional and felt she had brought shame upon her master and companion, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. "I do not wish to discourage you. Rather, it is a fact that a novice cultivator's first descent is often fraught with peril. The path of immortality indeed has its carefree moments, allowing one to meander through the mountains and enjoy the scenic routes. However, that is certainly not the expectation of your master. If you merely seek to live an ordinary life, why pursue the path of cultivation at all?" Tang Jin's voice was soft yet sincere. Yaoer tightened her lips even further, but, stifling her tears, nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Jin let out a sigh. "Thus today I shall guide you on behalf of your master, not to impart doctrines, but merely to resolve doubts, so your journey may proceed without grave missteps." Upon hearing this, Yaoer froze, staring blankly at Tang Jin, who simply gazed back with a gentle smile. "What? Do you disdain my lack of cultivation, deeming me unworthy?" Only then did Yaoer snap back to her senses, hastily shaking her head. The young girl understood precisely what Tang Jin's offer signified. Releasing hunger in Tang Jin's hands, she straightened her posture with solemn reverence and performed the formal disciple salute. "Esteemed master, I humbly seek your guidance." Tang Jin did not evade. He simply chose a direction roughly aligned with Qipon Mountain and returned a courteous gesture. He, the true monarch Tang Jin, has never taken disciples. Yet who among those fortunate enough to receive his guidance has not ultimately attained immortality or enlightenment? One may question his character or his sincerity in pursuing the path, but who would dare to challenge his proficiency? Can you best Tangjin in skill? Only then can you voice your doubts. Observing the way his apprentice bowed to him, Tangjin suddenly murmured, I wonder why Master Yi Fox has shown me such improved regard this time. Chapter 52. Joy harmonizes with the sounds of beasts. Secrets of the mountains and seas hidden within the text. The most crucial aspect of teaching is to comprehend the genuine capabilities of the students. Tangjin was not particularly concerned about his disciples' limited skills, nor was he anxious about the slow pace. His only fear was straying from the correct path. First, why not share your own techniques? Elaborate on your understanding of the Beast Codex, he suggested, his tone inadvertently adopting a hint of a teacher's authority. Creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a graduation defense amidst the perilous surroundings of Beong City. Yao Er, unaccustomed to such a formal setting, instinctively grasped her skirt. Feeling a twinge of nervousness as she stammered, the Beast Codex is the magic of my chessboard mountain. It allows transformation into monstrous beasts. Once mastered, I can become a bear. I can also transform into a wolf. And an eagle. The black lines on Tangjin's face grew increasingly pronounced, and he began to admire the girl. It was quite remarkable that she could have cultivated the bear spirit from the Beast Codex to its current level. Once Yao had spoken those few words, there was no need for further inquiry. As a disciple of Bai Dao, Tangjin felt the weight of the responsibility to start from the very beginning in his teachings. He raised his hand to interrupt the girl's lengthy narrative. Stop. From now on, I shall speak, and you must listen intently, remembering every word. Yao nodded, her little ears perked up, displaying a commendable attitude. It seemed she was accustomed to listening to Wu Miaman in a similar manner. Reflecting on this, Tangjin couldn't help but feel a pang of affection. Reaching out to touzle her round little head, further disheveling her already unruly hair, the little girl shook her head, beaming with a smile that revealed a gap where a tooth was missing, reminiscent of a small animal, evoking an irresistible fondness in his heart. Thus, Tangjin understood why Wu Miaman had taken her as a disciple. Though I have not practiced the Beast Codex myself, I possess a rudimentary understanding of its essence. Tangjin, shedding modesty, began to share his insights. Many misunderstand this cultivation method as merely mimicking the beasts around them to acquire their transformative abilities, which is a grave misconception. Can one simply find a wolf in the forest and imitate it to become that wolf? Moreover, what would be the utility of transforming into an ordinary wolf? If that were the case, the Beast Codex would not warrant its status as an Earth-tier cultivation method. Yao appeared somewhat perplexed, as her foundational understanding of the Beast Codex was immediately challenged by Tangjin. The Beast Codex illustrated 100 renowned spirit beasts, ranging from those of the Golden Core realm to those approaching the quasi-saint level. The concept of imitation does not pertain to mimicking the wolves or bears found nearby. Rather, it involves emulating those 100 spirit beasts. However, my senior brothers also practiced by imitating the mountain beasts, claiming this was imparted to them by our ancestral master. Yao listened earnestly, posing timely questions. Tangjin nodded with satisfaction, finally embodying the essence of a proper lesson. That serves as a reference for you, not as a model for imitation. Spiritual beasts are born from the great Tao and are not easily found, so may only emerge in specific eras. How could one possibly acquire them for your daily imitation and cultivation? The concept of reference versus imitation left Yao somewhat perplexed. Tangjin elucidated, in simple terms. The purpose of cultivating the Beast Chronicle is to transform into one of the spiritual beasts therein. The method of cultivation involves referencing the nearby, real-life kin of the spiritual beast, facilitating an understanding of its appearance and movements. Ultimately, however, the goal remains the spiritual beast itself. Otherwise, no matter the extent of one's cultivation, one would merely attain the level of a demonic beast. For instance, if you are training by emulating the bear from Kapanshan, you should actually be envisioning and imitating a spiritual beast such as Huang Ning or the nine-headed bear. Tangjin spoke with great clarity. He had never raised a spiritual beast or pet. The few he had seen were all mountain guardian deities belonging to others, leaving him uncertain as to which spiritual beast the black bear was a distant relative of. Yao earnestly noted his words, her little mind deep in contemplation. You need not obsess over which bear it is. The bear species of the demonic beast category is sufficient for you at this stage. Rather, you should focus on which spiritual beast you wish to emulate next. It would not be prudent to truly cultivate as a nine-headed bear. Even if you did find one, it would merely be at the celestial immortal realm, and its evident emphasis on physical strength over magical prowess would not serve you well as a young lady. Tangjin spoke candidly, genuinely feeling that the rugged individuals of Kapanshan paid little heed to the image of young girls. How could they possibly think it appropriate for a 7- or 8-year-old girl like Yao to turn into a black bear? Surely transforming into a white deer or a spiritual bird would enhance a girl's grace. Look at her current clumsiness. As for any connection to imitating the black bear, Tangjin was completely unconvinced. I don't know. Yao honestly shook her head. She was unfamiliar with spiritual beasts and could only think of the animal companions from Kapanshan. Should I not wait until I return to ask my master? Yao suggested. No. It would be better to ask me. Tangjin hastily waved his hand. Let me ponder a bit and find you a suitable spiritual beast with a high potential for a girl. Yao nodded obediently. She was not particularly inclined to ask her master, as he would merely point outside the window and say, the wind should carry you into dreams. Choose as the wind guides. Then, obediently, she followed the wind to face the bear, selecting her first demonic beast to imitate. However, when she returned to inform her master, his expression seemed rather displeased. As she pondered these matters, Yaoer suddenly noticed that Jinjuan and Sister Honger had come to a halt, aligning perfectly. Yaoer grew alert, fearing they had encountered demonic cultivators or disciples from the Yuchan Palace, and was about to transform when Tangjin spoke. "It's over." His tone was tinged with a sense of melancholy and loss. Sister Honger's voice was gentle, like a soft breeze. "As long as Bayong City exists, there will always be more opportunities in the future." Following their gaze, Yaoer beheld a river, alongside which lay the ruins of buildings. It appeared to have once been a dock, now unrecognizable after being crushed by some colossal object. "This is the Tianbei Bridge dock." Tangjin took another step forward. Undeterred by their surroundings, even if the city were to be dismantled, it mattered little to him, though he spoke with a certain nonchalance. Yaoer sensed that the true monarch might be perturbed. As they approached the Tianbei Bridge pier, the proximity to the Lord's residence became apparent. This path was one that Tangjin and Honger had traversed numerous times, and while they were intimately acquainted with it, neither could ascertain its exact length. At times, it felt interminable. At others, they arrived at their destination before a word could be exchanged, and at that moment, the sound of their footsteps on the stone bricks stirred a plethora of emotions. Honger, holding Yaoer's hand with one of hers while supporting Tangjin with the other, suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. She released Yaoer's hand and, with both arms, linked them around Tangjin's, leaning her head gently against his shoulder, reminiscent of a woman casually resting upon her husband during a journey. Yaoer was momentarily taken aback and quickly moved to the other side to grasp Tangjin's hand. As a result, Honger felt significantly more at ease. Tangjin felt the weight of Honger on one side and the small hand of Yaoer on the other. He spoke. "The cultivators near the city lord's mansion may possess strengths reaching the returning void or even golden core realm. We must remain vigilant at all times. If we encounter a formidable enemy, do not engage in a prolonged battle." "Hush," Honger whispered softly against his shoulder. "It will only be a moment." Thus, Tangjin fell silent. The trio walked quietly down the street, their silhouettes resembling a family of three from a distance. Chapter 53, Seeking the Heart, frustrated for 2 years. One must prove themselves in the face of adversity. There were no golden core demonic cultivators, nor were there any practitioners from the Jade Cicada Palace. The road to the city lord's mansion was eerily quiet, passing through without incident, even raising concerns. Perhaps the words of the coffin immortal misled many demonic cultivators into thinking they had been deceived. Or perhaps they had already scoured the city lord's mansion and found nothing of value. In any case, this area was currently as tranquil as a graveyard. Look. There are still bonfires burning paper money and offerings. Thick smoke billowed from the ancestral hall, obscuring the bright moon and the coffins above. In the flickering firelight, Tangjin held the old man's hand. "Have you witnessed such a grand scene?" he asked softly. The old man nodded tremulously, a deep smile etched across his face, resembling grooves carved by an axe. Tangjin also smiled. That was truly wonderful. The old beggar was nearing the end of his days. However, it was fortunate that Tangjin and Honger had returned a bit earlier, allowing someone to be there to see him off, which was indeed a great comfort. The old beggar gazed at the two young individuals and suddenly reached out, grasping Honger's wrist and pulling her closer. His weary eyes were filled with anticipation. He then drew Tangjin's hand as well, gently placing their hands together, his frail fingers resting atop them as if making a wish or bestowing a blessing. Honger's eyes brimmed with tears. This elder, even in his final moments, was still preoccupied with the trivial matters of his younger kin. He seemed to understand nothing yet worried about everything. Perhaps this is the nature of old age. Tangjin merely nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a word. The old man chuckled again, finding the sight of Tangjin suppressing tears somewhat unseemly, his withered lips moving as if articulating something. Tangjin and Honger bent down, a frail breath escaping from the parched throat, producing vibrations so faint that they could only utter a single word, repeating it incessantly. "You. You." The elderly man could no longer see, yet his withered arm stretched out with great effort towards the heavens, his aged finger pointing with determination, as if striving to reveal the culprit to all. Soon, his arm fell limp, and the murky depths of his eyes finally relinquished their burdens. In his final moments, he reflected that a life with a limp was not too tragic, wishing only for a next life abundant with sheep. Tangjin finally let the tears roll down his cheeks. It was not that he could not accept the death of the old beggar. He simply momentarily lost control of his emotions. He laid the old beggar flat, then crouched down, grasping the beggar's frail arm and wrapping it around his neck before gently lifting him onto his back. The old beggar was remarkably light and thin, making it effortless to carry him. Honger, with tears streaming down her face, gazed up at the sky. The spot where the old beggar had pointed was utterly vacant. Yet she knew he sought that coffin, the one belonging to the celestial being. She looked deeply into the distance. It was too high to discern clearly. She thought to herself that one would need to attain at least the golden core stage to see it properly. "I will find a way to kill him," Tangjin murmured, his head bowed, his expression hidden. Honger shook her head gently and replied, "I wish to kill him myself." Tangjin remained silent, carrying the lifeless body towards the Lord's mansion, his head bowed, his expression impassive. Honger followed closely behind, assisting him in stabilizing the elderly figure, ensuring a steadier passage. The two departed quietly, having made a resolute decision. Yao Er trailed alongside, her eyes glistening with tears as she observed the scene. Sensing that both her sister and brother were simultaneously bereaved of someone profoundly significant to them. Yet, their display of stoicism only intensified the prevailing sorrow. Li Ku had just perished. Hu Jio had witnessed him being cleaved in two, the unique dismemberment evasion technique of the pseudo-Buddha failing utterly, the moment the sword struck. Vitality was irrevocably extinguished. Now, the very individual who had slain Li Ku was pursuing her. How could it be that such a mere child sought her life? Why? Hu Jio transformed into a gust of white wind, fleeing for her life, her multiple white fox tails thrashing wildly. One particularly conspicuous with bloodstains, a remnant of the attack she and Li Ku had endured, severed by that terrifying blade. Zhou Dongdong was unhurried, manipulating the Ziyun sword to skim low across the ground. The Ziyun sword was not renowned for its speed. There was no need to hastily eliminate the fox demon. A missed strike could allow the adversary to widen the gap, rendering the effort futile. The Northern Sun City was indeed a battleground ripe for ambush. The night moon convergence had sealed the surroundings, with moonlight and streams of blood dominating the skies, forcing all beings, be they human, demon, or cultivator, to engage in low-altitude combat. No matter how many evasion techniques one possessed, success was elusive. In 30 breaths, the fox demon would be within striking distance, he calculated silently, channeling his energy as the sword glided through the streets. Suddenly, around a corner, a rush of wind heralded the approach of several figures. Zhou Dongdong focused his energy. In Northern Sun City, encounters often began with a flurry of blades. With pressing matters at hand, he sidestepped slightly, avoiding a direct collision with the approaching individuals. Thus, the pursuit of the fox demon would require 32 breaths more. The wind swirling low stirred up dust, rendering the figures somewhat indistinct. One was a girl clad in a patch-long dress, another a simple-minded girl of similar age, and the last, a young man with his head bowed, obscuring his face as he carried an elderly corpse. Through the dancing dust, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was evident these individuals were demon cultivators, likely from a recent encounter in the city. How peculiar, his thoughts momentarily muddled, allowing the fox demon to gain another step, thus extending the chase to 33 breaths. Tang Jun closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the settling of the dust, before turning to gaze in the direction where the sword cultivator had just vanished. Was he pursuing that tailless fox demon? Yao Er felt a flicker of curiosity as he observed the retreating violet radiance. When the tailless fox demon had charged at them in a frenzy moments ago, it startled the trio. Yao Er had immediately transformed into a bear, ready to engage in battle, yet he noticed that the fox demon paid them no heed, merely whistling past and leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Tang Jun remained silent, recognizing both the sword and its wielder. In an instant, he understood why the person was present, yet for certain reasons, he chose not to call out to them. Slightly turning his gaze towards his companion, he suddenly spoke. I promise to help you find the second spirit beast from the bestiary. His companion nodded, albeit with confusion. It must be that fox. The one you envisioned with 9 tails, Tang Jun stated calmly, his decision sounding rather casual. Huh? His companion appeared bewildered. Yes, that very one. Capture it for the purpose of visualization. It is imperative that no one harms it, Tang Jun cautioned. When you are able to transform into the void realm and grow 6 tails, return to me, and I shall guide you on your next journey. This time, his companion understood, yet her immediate concern was, if I leave now, what will happen to the true monarch and my sister? She was the only one among the trio capable of navigating freely through Beiyang City. Without her, Tang Jun and Hong Er would have faced countless perils along their path. Tang Jun lifted his gaze and remarked, we are nearing the edge of the city. The meaning eluded him. He gently laid down the corpse of the old beggar, then extended his hand towards the little one, urging, give me your hand, release your true essence. The little one obediently offered her small hand, which Tang Jun grasped firmly. With his other hand, he delicately pressed against her forehead, wiping away the white piece that rested there. Furrowing his brows for a moment, he seemed somewhat displeased and waved his hand dismissively. Hurry, do not let anyone slay that fox, and do not disclose my whereabouts to anyone. The little one nodded obediently. And after bowing to Tang Jun, she bid a solemn farewell to Sister Hong Er before transforming into a black bear and racing away. Watching her depart, Hong Er expressed her concern. Will she be all right? Though her cultivation is not high, it is evident that the cultivator chasing the fox is exceptionally formidable. Tang Jun once again hoisted the old crutch and, in a manner that evaded the question, remarked, with such swift flight and the dust raised, it appears that in my absence these past few years, no one dares to manage him. Having said this, he continued toward the boundary of Beiyang City. Chapter 54. The night moon is too small to contain. The purple cloud slate and the refreshing breeze scatter Zhou Dongdong had finally driven the fox girl into a corner from which there was no escape. Her vital energy had been completely sealed, and she had no choice but to receive the next strike. Yet, Hu Jio knew she could not withstand it. That sword was far too formidable. Trembling, she knelt on the ground, burying her head deeply, making no attempt to resist. She only sought a sliver of mercy from her adversary, whatever the demands, as long as she could survive. Just to live. Zhou Dongdong showed not a hint of hesitation as he lifted his sword to strike. His senior brother had once said he was a rather dull little child, always too serious, which made others feel exhausted. However, Zhou Dongdong was quite content with himself. He could not handle matters with the same nonchalance as his senior. and if he did not take things seriously, he would make mistakes. He feared errors, especially after witnessing his senior's own missteps. The sword light descended without mercy. Suddenly, a shadow rushed in from the distance, uprooting several houses in its wake. Zhou Dongdong frowned. See, even when working earnestly, there are still unforeseen variables. He recognized the aura of the black bear. It was the little girl from among the demonic cultivators he had just passed. I spared your lives out of urgency. Yet you come seeking death? Zhou Dongdong's gaze turned icy. He was unaware of the bear's intentions, but since the fox could not survive the strike, he had no qualms about directing the next blow toward the bear. As the sword light fell, despair filled Hu Jiao's eyes. The black bear moved with astonishing speed. Yet instead of attacking Zhou Dongdong, it charged directly into the path of the sword light. Zhou Dongdong was bewildered. He had not anticipated that the creature would rush in seeking its own demise. Did it think to withstand the purple cloud sword with mere flesh? One might as well ask whether the coffins of celestial beings would dare to confront it. What are you? This bear stood no chance of resisting the sword light, and it would perish alongside the fox girl. The little girl did not ponder this deeply. She was oblivious to the purple cloud sword, mistakenly believing it was akin to the sword light of the previous spirit-refining cultivators from the Jade Toad Palace. It can't be too painful, right? Just grit my teeth and endure. As the sword light penetrated her body, to her astonishment, it was completely painless. She turned back in confusion, her massive bear head curious. Where was the sword light? Zhou Dongdong too was taken aback. His sword light felt more like a gentle breeze, dissipating into a wisp of air before it ever struck the bear. I want that fox. The little girl, unable to comprehend, ceased to think further and called out to the celestial boy above. Zhou Dongdong, equally perplexed, had no time for contemplation. The fox girl had to die. This was crucial for his senior brother. He needed to focus on the essential matter. Why the purple cloud sword could not harm the opponent was not the most pressing issue at hand. She must die today. He bit his tongue, and a few drops of blood spilled forth, nurturing Chi Dragon. A fierce fire dragon descended, and the little girl, transformed into a black bear, raised her hands to shield her head, leaping high toward Zhou Dongdong amidst the fire dragon. She recalled Tang Zhen's teachings when encountering ordinary spirit-refining cultivators. This move could defeat the enemy, but Zhou Dongdong was no ordinary spirit-refining cultivator. The purple cloud sword allowed him to shift positions in an instant. Piercing through the fiery curtain, the black bear seemed like a demonic deity descending, yet it pounced into nothingness, leaving only a faint burnt scent in the air. Zhou Dongdong's nurturing Chi Dragon, personally imparted by Tang Zhen, could singe even the most resilient of bears from the 100 Beasts Codex. What are you dodging for? The little girl was slightly scorched, yet more incensed that she had not subdued her opponent directly. Did this mean she would have to endure another burn? Zhou Dongdong's expression darkened. He had begun to form a judgment in his heart. This demonic cultivator was likely a descendant of some esteemed figure. How else could they withstand his nurturing Chi Dragon with a spirit-refining body? Moreover, they possessed the means to render the purple cloud sword ineffective. Their background could not be inferior to his own. Given this, there was no need to test each spell one by one. His gaze grew solemn. Since both sides had lineage, it was time to leap to the final confrontation. He sheathed the purple cloud sword and lightly clapped his Taoist robe. The cloud-like patterns on his lavender robe began to flow, as if animated, and a powerful aura suddenly began to spread. Zhou Dongdong floated in the air, coldly surveying the black bear below. At this moment, he was no longer the pampered little junior brother nor the mischievous child from the purple cloud peak, dreaming of fame and fortune. Since descending the mountain, he had slain dozens of demonic cultivators, transitioning from fear to delivering swift, lethal strikes. Deep within, he was, in truth, a small killer. The little girl's gaze turned solemn. She had merely been misled by her master, yet while training in Chessboard Mountain, she had gained discernment. The young Taoist was clearly borrowing the power of a sage. She slowly reverted to her human form. The country girl looking up at the cold gaze of the young Taoist. She understood his intent. He was waiting for her to produce the means of protection bestowed by the sage. She felt a surge of anger, thinking him exceedingly overbearing. Moreover, she had already discerned his background. This purple cloud was unique to but one family. Therefore, the little girl felt emboldened, for she was sent by that very figure. It was that same figure who decreed that this fox spirit must live. The reason she refrained from explaining herself to Zhou Dongdong was twofold. Tang Zhen had instructed her not to reveal his whereabouts, and she felt that explaining herself first would be undignified, as if she feared the young Taoist. Such reasoning seemed somewhat childish. Nevertheless, she was, after all, merely a child. With that right, regardless of the outcome, she was merely carrying out orders. A beating would be a beating. After all, the little girl produced a small cloth pouch, a dusty yellow, and gently shook it. A heavy, square stone slab, 2 meters in length and width, fell out with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust, indicating its solid nature. It was unclear how such a large object could fit within the small pouch. The slab landed flatly, and the little girl sat atop it, gesturing with her chin toward Zhou Dongdong, signaling him to come forth. And so, Zhou Dongdong approached. He urged the purple cloud to descend. Formless yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. The little girl remained unperturbed. She struck the stone slab, which lifted her high into the air. Invisible lines appeared on the slab, intersecting in a total of 38 lines and 361 points. perfectly square, centered in the world. Her master was known as the Little Chess Saint. And her master's master was the Chess Saint. Thus this slab was a chessboard, the very one most frequently utilized by the Wild Fox Zen master. When she descended the mountain, Wu Man had snatched it from the table and stuffed it into her embrace. As the clouds and mist descended upon the chessboard, silently intertwining with the lines, an unseen force began to spread, causing the night-moon convergence array enveloping the entirety of Bayong City to tremble. Tang Jin, bearing the corpse of the old beggar, walked alongside Hong Er as they passed through the southern gate of Bayong City. Suddenly, he felt the earth tremble, and he could not help but glance back. This youth, you are to engage in a battle of sorcery, not to leverage your connections. With a shake of his head, he continued onward, emerging from the southern gate and arriving at the periphery of the night-moon convergence array. This formation cast a dark shroud over Bayong City, its edges enveloped in pure blackness, resembling an endless abyss. Here, there was no way out. Demon Cultivator, cease your futile fantasies. No one can escape the grand formation of my Yuchan Palace. Surrender now, and we shall grant you a swift end. Several white figures swiftly approached from the sky. Yuchan Palace had stationed cultivators around the formation specifically to hunt down those uninformed demon cultivators attempting to traverse the night-moon convergence. These demon cultivators were often weaker, mistakenly believing that reaching the edge of the formation would allow them to devise an escape. The leading cultivator from Yuchan Palace had already entered the void return stage, his gaze frigid. Although this battle was labeled as Yuchan Palace besieging the demon cultivators, the reality resembled wolves and tigers locked in combat. The casualties among the disciples of Yuchan Palace were not necessarily fewer than those of the demon cultivators. In this isolated realm, both sides had succumbed to bloodlust, employing every means at their disposal, blurring the lines between righteousness and malevolence. The righteous path, when confronting demon cultivators, was even more ruthlessly efficient. Their shouts were intended to plunge the fleeing demon cultivators into despair and terror, only to then annihilate them. Yet, this time he had miscalculated. Hong Er merely glanced up once before continuing to support Tang Jin as he walked forward, while Tang Jin himself did not even lift his head. Methodically advancing toward the edge of the formation, the leading cultivator laughed derisively, evidently still clinging to hope. Myopic and unable to discern reality, he gradually slowed the speed of his flying sword, guiding his companions to descend slowly behind Tang Jin and Hong Er. He wished to witness these two unleash their cunning and exert their utmost strength before ultimately succumbing to despair, wailing, begging for mercy, and then perishing. As he stood before the black curtain, Tang Jin paused momentarily, scrutinizing the scene. The laughter of the Yuchan Palace cultivators echoed loudly. Tang Jin raised a hand to gently caress the chess piece on his forehead, resembling someone scratching their head. The laughter of the cultivators grew louder. Tang Jin led Hong Er forward, while the cultivators laughed uncontrollably, unable to stand upright. Tang Jin and Hong Er vanished before the curtain of darkness, while the cultivator's smile lingered, yet to fade away. Only a gentle breeze remained where Tang Jin and Hong Er had just stood, stirring up a few grains of sand that found their way into the cultivator's mouth. Consequently, he choked, unable to articulate a word as he coughed. Chapter 55. For breaths in search of the Tao, two immortals awaiting. Tang Jin's hand withdrew from the headband, and his heart was devoid of significant joy or sorrow. Just moments ago, he had successfully executed a complete and effective spell for the first time in 2 years. Without relying on the true essence of others or the great Tao, unleashing the sacred level technique, Qi Feng San. The myriad experiences he had endured over the past 2 years, due to his lack of cultivation, seemed to lighten in this instant. However, the relief brought by the rekindled hope was swiftly supplanted by a profound fear of the future. A sudden realization that he was no longer devoid of all. This complex emotion was difficult to articulate. It was akin to possessing something once, losing it entirely, and then regaining it, thereby intensifying the dread of experiencing loss once more, for he now had something to lose. In a sense, it resembled love. When one first falls in love, only to face a grand failure, how could one not hesitate when encountering a second love? It could be considered a form of TSD. This haunting memory of pain, for someone sensitive and fragile, might lead them to prefer never to possess anything again. Fortunately, Tang Jin was sufficiently resilient. He had ample reasons to be strong, and he bore one on his back. Setting aside these futile emotions, he needed to think with clarity. The efficacy of this headband was not as remarkable as he had imagined. The Tao of the Demon Lord traversed further than that of the Wild Fox Zen Master, and the unremovable could not be erased by external forces. Wu slowly provided an answer. An indelible stain must be covered, even if it is temporarily obscured. She utilized the Wild Fox Zen Master's strategic prowess to employ that great Tao piece as a medium to conceal the secrets of heaven, momentarily severing the spell's connection to the world, granting Tang Jin a fleeting moment of freedom. No wonder it was a headband. Its purpose was to obscure the forehead. Yet, this solution had its flaws. It could not conceal for long, only a few breaths of time, and it had a limitation on usage, allowing for no more than 3 applications a day. With longer intervals, perhaps 4 could be managed. The specifics required further exploration. How to utilize those 4 or 5 breaths of time was the challenge Tang Jin faced. Certainly, employing them for spellcasting would be the most wasteful choice, as he was devoid of true essence. Thus, in the initial breaths, he needed to exert himself to draw in essence from the surroundings, reserving the 3rd to 4th breaths for the incantation, and selecting a target in the fifth. The very thought made him feel flustered. The duration of these 3 steps could be adjusted according to the spell's specific requirements, but objectively speaking, even if Tang Jin spent 4 breaths drawing an essence and only 1 on the incantation, the quantity would barely equate to a single blow from an ordinary foundational cultivator. Could he unleash 4 waves a day? For Tang Jin, that was scarcely worth mentioning. He might as well draw a sword talisman for hunger to use. It was precisely because Chi Feng San was too restrained against formations that it appeared somewhat useful at this moment. He needed to utilize the 16 breaths available each day to seek a fundamental change. While he had yet to fully comprehend this, he already sensed a general direction. Though it would be a protracted journey, he still felt a twinge of hesitation. However, ultimately, a path was available to tread. Raising his eyes, he beheld the winding road southward from Beiyang City, leading into the mountains. Tang Jin took a step forward. Since a path lay ahead, he would embark upon it. Stepping out from the shadowy dome of the night, everything became significantly brighter. It was now afternoon, and the sky was layered with clouds resembling mountains and seas. Yet the brisk autumn wind brought with it a refreshing air, liberating him from the acrid scent of blood that lingered in Beiyang City, instilling a sense of relief. Perhaps due to their proximity to Beiyang City, the official road before entering the mountains had been transformed into farmland. Although the autumn harvest had concluded, the fields remained adorned with standing cornstalks, their withered yellow leaves rustling in layers with the autumn breeze. As he walked among them, these cornstalks towered over him, casting the dark clouds above low. On the long, dusty road, only Tang Jin, bent with age and hunger, could be seen, creating a scene that evoked unspoken melancholy. Perhaps to accentuate this atmosphere, an unknown figure struck up a haunting tune on a long flute amidst the autumn breeze, the melancholic notes adding an extra layer of desolation to the world. Hunger looked up and saw a figure clad in white standing by the roadside in the distance. Lost in the melody of the shao, the white fabric billowed in the wind, resembling a solitary white banner, exuding an air of aloofness and pride. He stood there like a long sword, poised and elegant, undeniably captivating against the backdrop of heaven and earth. Was he seeking you? Hunger felt she had no chance of knowing such an imposing figure. Merely standing there, he seemed to elevate the very essence of the world around him. Tang Jin raised his head and glanced, not recognizing the figure. He then resumed his solitary march. The two fell into silence, no longer exchanging words or paying heed to one another, merely focused on their journey. At long last, they approached, and as anticipated, the sound of the flute ceased. The gentleman in white secured the flute at his waist and stepped into the middle of the official road, gazing at the two who advanced slowly. His eyes shimmered with excitement, yet were tinged with a sense of reflection. He meticulously adjusted his garments and, with utmost seriousness, performed a respectful bow to Tang Jin. Then, with clarity and emphasis, he proclaimed, "Disciple of the Jade Toad Palace, second on the Qingyan ranking, Xiao Budong. I pay my respects to you, senior brother Tang Jin." A gust of wind swept through, fluttering his broad sleeves and disrupting a few strands of hair upon his forehead. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, fixed upon Tang Jin without a trace of hesitation. He had heard countless tales of Tang Jin, and Xiao Budong had long awaited this encounter. Among the young cultivators of the southern continent, each spoke of Tang Jin with a mix of resentment and admiration, some harboring him deep within their hearts as their greatest aspiration, adversary, and idol. Tang Jin paid no heed to the other party. Had they been an acquaintance, he might have been inclined to engage in conversation. However, as he was unfamiliar with this individual, he felt little desire to respond. Moreover, his disdain for the Jade Shanfang was well known. Xiao Budong was not taken aback by Tang Jin's indifference. In fact, he believed that the illustrious Qiu Fa Zhenjuan should behave in such a manner. He observed Tang Jin and continued, "I come at the behest of the palace master, specifically to invite brother Tang Jin to the Jade Shanfang for a discussion. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Tang Jin finally raised his head to look at him, softly inquiring, "Did Bai Yuchan personally say he wishes to see me?" Xiao Budong nodded. Logically speaking, he should not have allowed the other party to address the palace master by name. Yet, the individual in question was indeed Tang Jin. Tang Jin pondered for a moment before softly murmuring to herself, "If he wishes to see me, then he should not feel apprehensive. It appears it is not him after all." Xiao Budong could not comprehend her words, yet remained patiently awaiting a response. "I have no time," Tang Jin stated, lowering her head once more, as she continued to walk ahead with the old crutch. Xiao Budong was not taken aback by the rejection. He merely continued to respectfully assert, "The palace master insists on having you summoned." Tang Jin raised his gaze to meet his, betraying no discernible emotion. Xiao Budong held his gaze unwaveringly, unperturbed, yet earnestly articulated, "I am acutely aware of my youth and limited knowledge. To forcefully solicit my senior brother might seem lacking in respect. However, the palace master has arranged everything meticulously and will ensure that my senior brother does not lose face." With that, he spread his arms wide, and suddenly the layers of dark clouds above brightened, casting a pristine silver glow upon the dirt road stretching south from Beiyang City on this autumn afternoon. 2 radiant moons ascended slowly, suspended high in the sky, as if resting upon the shoulders of this young man. They resembled the moon within Beiyang City. Yet without the backdrop of the night sky, they appeared slightly pale and grayish. Nevertheless, they were still 2 celestial beings. How ruthless and fierce were the demonic cultivators within Beiyang City, and how formidable and terrifying was the Coffin Immortal. The Jade Toad Palace had merely dispatched a celestial being to preside over the grand formation. Yet, in such close proximity, two celestial beings stood guard over this dirt road, awaiting a youth devoid of cultivation. This display was not only a mark of respect but also a cautionary measure. It epitomized the attitude the world ought to adopt towards Tang Jin. Tang Jin frowned and remarked, "You are exerting yourselves so tirelessly in the city. Even with the aid of the night moon's brilliance, you have been unable to suppress that coffin spirit for long. Is it truly wise to refrain from offering assistance?" His senior brother chuckled in response, "It is absurd to compare the coffin spirit with you." Tang Jin fell silent, gazing at the two luminous moons in the sky. He pointed towards the larger one, feeling a sense of familiarity. Had he seen it before? Xiao Badong nodded, recalling the day when his senior brother had been slain at the steps of his palace, an event that had prompted Uncle Hua to intervene. Now he remembered. It was that scoundrel who had proclaimed his intent to use his head as a sacrifice. Tang Jin had some recollection of the incident. His senior had always shared a close bond with Uncle Hua, addressing each other as uncle and nephew. In a fit of rage that day, such words had been uttered, and he hoped his senior would not take offense. Xiao Badong once again clasped his hands in respect. Let us refrain from further discourse and seize this moment. Delay may bring unforeseen changes. An aged voice resonated through the sky. It was Uncle Hua. "Senior brother, please." Xiao Badong extended his hand, and two beams of radiant moonlight began to converge slowly yet steadily towards the spot where Tang Jin stood. Tang Jin tilted his head and closed his eyes, disregarding the surroundings as if he were straining to listen to something. Xiao Badong could not help but inquire, "What is senior brother listening to? The sound of the wind?" Tang Jin shook his head and remarked, "Your flute playing is commendable. Have you ever studied Feng Qiu Huang?" Chapter 56. Ultimately, where in this world is such reasoning found? When the veil of the heavens is pierced, there are always masters to safeguard you. As his words faded, a resounding phoenix cry echoed. Light surged from the north, akin to the sun ascending the sky, parting the clouds in its wake, dispelling any notion of autumn winds or the serene moonlit expanse. The phoenix extended its wings, heralding the dawn, as all creatures retreated in reverence. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes, none daring to gaze directly at the sun. Only through a veil of sight could they discern a colossal fireball, radiant with brilliance, unhesitatingly colliding with the moon above. An elder's voice rang out from the sky. "Jiangyu, how dare you?" With a thunderous roar, a colossal shockwave erupted, sweeping through the fields of corn, laying them flat as if caught in a tempest. The clouds above, overwhelmed by the force, shattered into a vast circular expanse, allowing the gentle sunlight to cascade down, illuminating hundreds of miles in brilliance. As the howling wind subsided, tranquility finally returned. A peculiar sound echoed from the heavens. Looking up, they beheld two moons still present in the sky, though one bore fine cracks spreading across its surface, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of porcelain that had endured the flames of the kiln, no longer exhibiting the dazzling luster of before. Tang Jin sighed deeply, turning to the person behind him, and said, "My dear Phoenix, it has been a long time." Unbeknownst to him, a woman stood there, and at first glance, one could hardly discern her appearance. Instead, one would be astounded by the overwhelming aura of nobility that enveloped her. Clad in imperial garb, her gown, a resplendent blend of red and white, was adorned with an intricate tapestry of patterns that seemed to be woven into her very being rather than merely embroidered. The phoenix crown upon her head was extravagantly adorned with countless fiery, translucent gemstones entwined in golden threads, the designs so complex they were nearly impossible to fully comprehend, radiating brilliance to an extraordinary degree. At that moment, the dazzling girl was meticulously cleaning her hands with a handkerchief. There were no visible stains upon them, yet the backs of her knuckles bore a faint redness, hinting at a few minuscule abrasions. It was likely the result of her fist striking the bright moon. Without lifting her gaze, she greeted Tang Jin, "Greetings, senior brother." Her voice crisp and melodic. Jiangyu, the fourth in rank from Ziyun Peak, known as the Empress of Nine Feathers, held a unique bloodline that exempted her from the Qingyun rankings and currently possessed cultivation at the Golden Core stage. If the Tianming Pavilion were to establish a hierarchy of power across the realm, while Tang Jin might barely scrape into the top 10, Jiangyu would undoubtedly secure a place in the top 3, possibly even the pinnacle. For she was not only the direct disciple of Ziyun Peak but also the beloved daughter of the great Xia sovereign. The righteous sects of the world comprised 14 entities, the 6 institutes of Confucianism, the 5 mountains of Taoism, the 2 temples of Buddhism, and the imperial capital of the human emperor. The latter referred to the great Xia imperial capital, the grandest dynasty that dominated the entirety of Zhongshan Shenzhou. And Jiangyu was the daughter of the human emperor and empress, a true-born phoenix. The entirety of Zhongshan Shenzhou stood as her support. And with the backing of the revered Saint Zihua, it was nearly impossible to find anyone more inherently privileged than she. Yet, such profound privilege raised questions of fortune and misfortune alike. "Jiangyu." The voice of the elder from the Bright Moon sect resounded with fury. "How dare you assault my disciples at the Yuchan Palace in Nanjiang Buzhou? Do you truly believe that your connections to Ziyun Peak and the great Xia grant you impunity?" Jiangyu lifted her head, and with that motion, the jingling of her jewels created a cacophony, their refracted light nearly blinding. "That has no bearing. My actions are merely a consequence of your inability to contend with me," she retorted, her voice piercingly clear and undeniably hurtful. The two moons fell into silence, yet one did not remain quiet. Xiao Budong did not. From the moment Jiang Yu appeared, he had gripped his sword, eager to test his mettle against her. However, he ultimately refrained from striking, not due to her illustrious lineage, but because he pondered numerous sequences of attack, none of which would allow him to draw a second strike. He could not surpass her. This realization was somewhat disheartening. Yet the sun and moon still had time to rise and set. Today was not about dueling. He was here to beseech her. Gazing at Jiang Yu, he slowly spoke. I have the honor of meeting Sister Jiang. Jiang Yu did not even spare him a glance. A phoenix was proud, and she had no desire to engage with someone merely at the celestial realm, let alone a mere child on the Qingyan rankings. Xiao Budong remained sincere. I believe Sister Jiang's words contradict the principles of righteousness. To act as one pleases simply because one is stronger seems rather tyrannical, does it not? Jiang Yu frowned and regarded him. Can you contend with me? Xiao Budong shook his head. Then be silent. Xiao Budong stood there, hands clasped, accepting that if this was indeed Xian Peak's way of reasoning, he would take it to heart. He turned to Tang Jin and said, I kindly ask you to accompany me to the Yuchan Palace. Tang Jin did not cast a glance at him, nor did Jiang Yu. Both were captivated by the distant mountains and forests. The corn stalks on either side had been toppled by the recent upheaval, thus their field of vision was considerably broadened. Consequently, the light emanating from the far-off woodland became distinctly visible. It was a diminutive white dot, radiating a faint glow. Insufficient even when compared to the two bright moons above, let alone the blazing sun-like orb that Jiang Yu had transformed into moments ago. Yet, no one could overlook it, for it represented another moon. In the forest, a middle-aged man clad in white, with white hair, white eyebrows, and white eyes, was leisurely advancing. He moved at a deliberate pace, casually toying with a white jade bead in his hand, as though it were a walnut. The light observed by Tang Jin and Jiang Yu emanated from a lustrous white orb. Upon closer inspection, one would notice its slightly uneven surface, reminiscent of a full moon. The sole distinction between this celestial orb and the two moons in the sky lies in its tangible presence. It is not an ethereal illusion but a substantial entity. In the South Sea, one can observe the moon through the jade toad, whose form is of pure white jade, symbolizing longevity and prosperity, known as the white jade toad. Jiang Yu's expression turned gravely serious, realizing that the sage stationed in the southern Jianbu continent had personally arrived. While the Jade Toad Palace may not rank amongst the most formidable of the top sects, the White Jade Toad ancestor is renowned for his combat prowess among sages, capable of creating a significant crater wherever that radiant moon might land. Tang Jin gazed into the distance, pondering why, if revenge were truly sought, one did not come to pursue it personally at the doorstep back then. If it mattered little, then why the personal visit now? Xiao Butong inquired calmly, Sister Jiang. May I ask if you still adhere to the principle discussed earlier? This naturally referred to the notion that one may act as one pleases if they are capable, yet must remain silent if they are not. Currently, no one in the arena could contend with Bai Yuchan. Thus it was only natural for the Yuchan Palace to act with impunity. Jiang Yu furrowed her brows, disregarding Xiao Butong's question. In truth, she did not fear Bai Yuchan, for her lineage spoke for itself. However, she found herself incapable of snatching her senior brother away from Bai Yuchan. Had her brother not lost all his cultivation, there might have been a glimmer of hope for their escape together. Now, however, as she instinctively glanced at her brother's slightly stooped figure burdened by the corpse of the desiccated old man, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Yet, why did her brother's expression remain so serene? He even seemed to possess the leisure to contemplate other matters, as if, in her memories, he could handle any situation with ease. She did not comprehend, nor did she intend to inquire further. Tang Jin seemed to have finally regained his senses and casually remarked, Do not pay him any mind. With that, he continued onward. Jiang Yu glanced at the approaching white light in the forest and followed suit. Meanwhile, Hong Er remained silent throughout, her head bowed, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding events. She merely mirrored Tang Jin's movements. If he stepped forward, so did she, when he halted. She paused as well. Xiao Budong furrowed his brow, irritation simmering within him at this blatant disregard, as he could not fathom the source of their arrogance. Bai Yuchan, too, shared his confusion regarding the presence of these individuals. An elderly man clad in a fur cloak obstructed his path, seated upon a tree stump with a chessboard laid out before him. His voice, aged and raspy, resonated. Please. This was an invitation to a game of chess, a summons from one sage to another. Chapter 57, seemingly unfinished. What worries the youth? Are you from Chessboard Mountain? Zhou Dongdong had not anticipated that his counterpart was also a righteous cultivator. Is that a problem? Yao Er lifted her chin defiantly. At this moment, Ziyun had returned to his sleeve, and the slab had fallen back to the ground. The underlying contest between the two had reached a conclusion, with Yao Er slightly prevailing. The chessboard was a profound artifact closely associated with the wild fox Zen master, far more attuned to the Tao than the Ziyun Tao robe refined by the sage of Ziyahua for Zhou Dongdong. Nevertheless, Zhou Dongdong was not preoccupied with these thoughts. He felt on the verge of a revelation, merely a key insight away. Previously, the Ziyun Immortal Palace had little familiarity with Chessboard Mountain and even harbored some disdain for it. This was primarily due to the Ziyun Immortal Palace being the leader of the Tao sect, while Chessboard Mountain leaned more towards Confucianism. Furthermore, the Ziyun Immortal Palace often traveled with great fanfare, while Chessboard Mountain valued simplicity and a return to nature, preferring to accompany animals rather than rely heavily on magical techniques. One could see the long-standing tradition reflected in the Wild Fox Zen master's treatment of injuries, as he would even grind herbs for bandaging. Such stark differences naturally led to mutual disdain. It was only when Tangjin descended the mountain for training, representing the Ziyun Immortal Palace in the mortal realm, that this seeker of truth inexplicably formed a bond with Wu Mianman, a direct disciple of the Wild Fox Zen master, thereby increasing the interactions between the two sections. After the incident at Teowaya, many of Tangjin's friends who had befriended him faced punishment, and their sects grew distant from the Ziyun Immortal Palace. Ironically, Chessboard Mountain became significantly closer to the Ziyun Immortal Palace, as these unpretentious individuals clad in animal skins praised Tangjin's actions. Additionally, Wu Mianman, who had not been deeply implicated in the Teowaya affair, remained the most favored senior sister at Chessboard Mountain, barely maintaining this rare friendship. Had Yoer mentioned her origins from Chessboard Mountain earlier, Shou Dongdong would never have engaged her in conflict. Chessboard Mountain, the little chess saint Wu Mianman. Ziyun Sword's senior brother? Zhou Dongdong was on the brink of a revelation when he suddenly heard Yao Er's startled exclamation. Where's that fox demon? At this moment, looking around the arena, there was no sign of the fox demon. During their magical duel, Hu Jiao had seized the opportunity to escape, likely having fled far away. If not for your interference, it would have been subdued by now. Zhou Dongdong fumed, his thoughts on vengeance overriding all else as he summoned the Ziyun sword to pursue. It was Yu who struck first without a word. Yao Er transformed into a black bear and charged after him. Do not follow me. There are countless fox demons in the world. If you wish to learn the Beast Compendium of Chessboard Mountain, wait until I slay this demon and find a Qingxiu counterpart to send to Chessboard Mountain. Zhou Dongdong suppressed his anger, determined that this fox demon, possessing the path to death, could not be allowed to live. Yao Er followed closely behind the Ziyun sword, relying on Zhou Dongdong to have any hope of locating the fox demon, yet she remained obstinately defiant. I want that one. You. Zhou Dongdong gritted his teeth, wishing he could engage this foolish girl from Chessboard Mountain in battle again, were it not for his concern for his senior brother and the little chess saint's relationship. As the two continued their banter, unaware of Tangjin's intentions in bringing them together, it was clear that their differing temperaments and stubbornness would inevitably lead to a confrontation in the future. In the forest, faced with the Wild Fox Zen master's invitation, Bai Yuchan paused for a moment before slowly walking to the opposite side of the chessboard. He did not sit, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the game, but he understood the significance of placing a piece. Thus, he placed a white jade orb upon the board. The orb was considerably larger and heavier than a standard piece. Upon releasing it, it pressed down so hard that the stone table sank into the earth, beginning to tilt. The jade orb rolled slowly, producing a soft rumbling sound as it traversed the surface of the stone table. The Wild Fox Zen master did not mind whether his opponent placed a white piece or a moon. Regardless, he was determined to intercept. He earnestly picked up a black piece and lightly placed it in the path of the rolling orb. Though small, the piece seemed to balance the forces on the board, causing the tilting stone table to regain its equilibrium. The movement of the white jade orb slowed, and just before coming to a halt, it made contact with the black piece, resulting in a silent collision. No tremendous force disturbed the surrounding flora, yet the stone table cracked directly down the middle, thus declaring the outcome. Bai Yuchan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What of your chess pieces and the white pieces?" The Wild Fox Zen master stood, shaking his head slightly. I have been negligent in my teachings. With that, he turned to leave. His defeat was not unjust. The essence of the Wild Fox Zen master's Tao relied upon the interplay of one white and one black piece upon a chessboard. Now, the white piece lay with Tangjin, while the board resided with Yao Er. Wu Mianman had at least retained a semblance of honor by not taking the black piece as well, allowing her master to save face. However, his victory or defeat did not alter the situation at hand. The moment he appeared, Bai Yuchan was destined to leave without Tangjin. This chess game was merely a leisurely exchange between sages. Bai Yuchan could not genuinely engage the Wild Fox Zen master in a match. Here, in the heart of southern Jianbu, had his white jade orb fallen to the ground rather than the board, it might have resulted in cataclysmic upheaval across the region, after all. This was his southern Jianbu. The might of a sage is not something to be wielded lightly. A game of chess and a cup of tea was the height of their interaction. Had such a scenario unfolded at Chessboard Mountain, the Wild Fox Zen master would have made the same choice. Bai Yuchan turned his back to the elder and departed. Since the matter had come in odd, he would have to wait for the next opportunity, and fortunately, he possessed a lifespan sufficient to afford such patience. As the white light receded into the forest, the two bright moons in the dirt path gradually faded. Only Xiao Badong remained, watching Tangjin's departing figure, his gaze a mixture of reluctance, confusion, and a hint of satisfaction. His idol should possess such prowess. On the mountain path, the group of 3 people and 1 corpse had transformed into 3 individuals and 1 corpse, yet the atmosphere was even more somber and oppressive than before. Since the Wild Fox Zen master is in southern Jianbu, could Wu Shiji also be here? Jiang Yu suddenly asked, her voice inexplicably cold. Tangjin shook his head and said, Wu Mianman's disciple has arrived, but I have sent her to play with Dong Dong. Jiang Yu nodded. And silence enveloped the mountain path once more. Didn't Tiu claim to dislike fighting? Why have you become so formidable in battle now? This time, it was Tang Jin who spoke, his tone feigning composure. I still harbor no fondness for conflict. It is merely that, after you lost your cultivation, I found myself the most capable fighter atop Ziyun Peak, Jiang Yu replied calmly. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Someone must stand forth. Ever since descending the mountain 2 years ago, Jiang Yu had continuously sought out battles. Although she had faced many opponents, her reasons for fighting were quite limited. Encapsulated in 3 grievances. First, you spoke ill of Tang Jin. Second, you accused Nan Hongji of wrongdoing. Third, you disparaged Ziyun's Skin Palace. Over the past 2 years, the world echoed these sentiments, and she journeyed from south to north, determined to confront anyone she believed had uttered such words. She would pursue them even into their sects. And should their elders dare to intervene, they would find themselves embroiled in the fray as well. Naturally, such tactics could not ameliorate the plight of Tang Jin or Ziyun's Skin Palace. Rather, they tarnished her reputation further. Yet, Jiang Yu remained indifferent. For she was a person of unwavering conviction. Tang Jin comprehended this, which exacerbated his distress. To be candid, he began to doubt whether accompanying Bai Yuchan back to Yuchan Palace would have been a more prudent choice. Some vexations are far more daunting than the grievances sought by a sage. Chapter 58. A simple burial yet profound affection. A dialogue of questions and answers intermittently resonated along the mountain path. As the pair of disciples appeared to deliberately steer their conversation, engaging only in formal discussions regarding matters that seemed significant yet were, in truth, hardly of any real concern. What do you think of Xiao Baidong? I heard he claims to be second on the Qinyan list, Tang Jin inquired. Generally speaking, since my senior brother's departure, the rightful leader of our generation has yet to be established, but he is certainly a formidable contender. However, he is still quite far from claiming the top position. I heard that during last year's Jiushou Qing'an, a wager was made. Whoever from the younger generation could defeat any 3 of the Wudao 6 demons or triumph over my senior brother would be regarded as a leading figure on the Qinyan list. Jiang Yu has been traveling and engaging in combat down the mountain for the past 2 years, so he is quite well informed about these matters. In the years since Tang Jin's departure, the realm of cultivation has thrived with exuberance. His retreat, along with that of his companions, signifies the loss of abundant cultivation resources, which now inevitably flow into the hands of the younger generation. This, in turn, has objectively accelerated the rapid development of the new generation of prodigies. Tang Jin was not surprised by this. It is natural for increasingly powerful young individuals to aspire to surpass their predecessors, seeking to demonstrate their growth to the world, which is commendable and even worthy of encouragement. Who exactly do the 6 demons refer to? Tang Jin continued to inquire. He had heard this term mentioned by Yao Er before, but at that time, he was too drowsy to ask for further details. The candidates are not fixed. Each continent and region interprets them according to the prevailing powers. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. For instance, Qing Shui Academy, perhaps fearing embarrassment, has excluded Lu Jiwei from their ranks, referring to him and others as the 5 demons of the traitorous sage. The designations from Bema Temple and Qipan Mountain are relatively more palatable, such as 5 Sons of Greed or 6 Thieves of Qingyun. And sometimes the monk Shi Liao is omitted. On the Jian Mountain, however, they refer to their seniors as the 5 Sons of Overturning Heaven, placing junior sister Yi in the 2nd position, while also excluding Lu Jiwei, as they seemingly deem him somewhat unworthy. Tang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the acid scholar was looked down upon. Of course, Jiang Yu's remarks were clearly biased, as he singled out several factions that were either allied with the Ziyun Immortal Palace or had disciples implicated in the incident at Taohua Cliff. Thus they naturally had to speak with a measure of decorum. However, among other factions, such as the Yuchan Palace or among ordinary cultivators, the epithet 6 evil beings might be considered flattering. Terms like 6 young demon lords and 7 great villains were far more prevalent. Tang Jin did not truly care for such titles. To speak candidly, they had already fallen into the realm of posthumous fame for him. The reason he engaged Jiang Yu in conversation about these matters was simply to avoid the oppressive silence that loomed over the mountain path. For once silence descended, certain matters would become all the more pronounced. Jiang Yu, too, wished to stave off the quietude, as she had yet to formulate her course of action. However, the prolonged tension was exceedingly tormenting for the 3 individuals present. Thus, she extended her finger towards the taciturn Yao Honger. Senior brother, is she your newly accepted disciple? Her voice rang out clear, halting the footsteps on the mountain path. Honger glanced at Jiang Yu, who in turn looked at Tang Jin, while he lowered his head. It was uncertain which fool had uttered such words. The more one frets over the potential for calamity, the more likely it is to materialize. The situation on the mountain path was slowly veering towards an undesired outcome for all 3, and intriguingly, they each endeavored to steer events back on course in their own manner, yet only hastened their descent into irretrievable chaos. Ever since Jiang Yu had entered the scene, she had not cast a single glance at Honger. She recognized the delicate features well. After much contemplation, she finally unearthed a barely convincing rationale, one that also afforded her senior brother an opportunity to reconsider his choices. If they were indeed master and disciple, then whatever had transpired prior could at least be rationalized or conveniently dismissed, ensuring that the future would not further deviate into erroneous paths. If Jiang Yu sought to salvage something, then Honger was striving to maintain something. Since Jiang Yu's arrival, Hong had refrained from uttering a word, her only effort being to minimize her presence. It was not out of fear, but rather a desire to prevent Tang Jin from finding himself in the awkward predicament that the wild fox Zen master had once alluded to. If Jiang Yu feigned ignorance or overlooked her, then Hong would remain mute, allowing Jiang Yu to speculate about her identity, be it maid, distant relative, or disciple, without any qualms. As long as the questions were not voiced aloud. This way, the trio could at least preserve a semblance of tranquility. Jiang Yu was in the act of salvaging. Hong was in the act of maintaining, but what was Tang Jin striving for? Was he endeavoring to feign ignorance? He was, after all, the most perceptive of the three on this mountain path. He understood Jiang Yu well enough to know that she would never pretend to be oblivious. Nor would she acquiesce to Honger's vague attempts to gloss over matters. He also comprehended Honger. She could play the mute to sustain the status quo, but conversely, one could not rely on her to remain silent if someone sought to alter that status. Ultimately, Tang Jin understood himself best. He lacked the courage to address the situation. Thus, before matters continued to unravel, he pressed the pause button. Let us discuss this later. First, we must see to the old man. Tang Jin took a step forward, carrying the old man on his back. This was the last gift the old fellow had left him, a considerable span of time for reflection. After all, the deceased deserved the utmost respect. On the first small hill south of Bayong City, Tang Jin inserted a wooden plaque inscribed with the name of the old man into the soft earth. This newly formed mound bore a resemblance to a grave, appearing more orderly than the other wild graves nearby. This was largely thanks to Jiang Yu's magical abilities. Had it been solely Honger and Tang Jin, they would have had to dig with their hands, and it would have been laborious, not to mention the difficulty in distinguishing it from the surrounding burial mounds. Tang Jin felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having consciously chosen a favorable location for the old man. Standing upon this hillside, he could behold a significant portion of Bayong City, and the presence of numerous neighbors would certainly alleviate the old man's solitude. Since we owe a debt of gratitude to our senior brother, we might as well invite his spirit tablet into the Ziyun Immortal Palace for offerings, Jiang Yu suggested. Gazing at the earthen mound, the old man could find solace only by gazing upon Bayong City. Moreover, once a person has departed, any arrangement ultimately reduces to mere dust. If one wishes to honor the deceased, it would be far more meaningful to fulfill their last wishes or to exact vengeance upon their enemies. Tang Jin shook his head, casting his gaze toward the distant Bayong City, shrouded in darkness. He was acutely aware that time was drawing near. Although he was not adept at handling matters of the heart, he had acquired a certain skill in the art of evasion. Soon after the modest funeral, an unforeseen event transpired. A faint red glow suddenly emerged from the darkness enveloping Bayong City, followed by a crisp crack. The night moon convergence array split open, and a torrent of crimson blood surged forth through the fissure, momentarily pausing before rushing into the distance, leaving behind an echo of faint dramatic sounds in the air. Tang Jin and Honger silently gazed at the blood river that flowed away like a crimson dragon, until it vanished into the sea of clouds. Jiang Yu also looked in that direction, aware that her senior brother was buying time, yet she too was gradually solidifying her own resolve. In the presence of her senior brother, she needed to muster a measure of courage. Chapter 59. The innocent quarrel of children is delightful. Adults should not indulge in pity. Tang Jin withdrew his gaze and once again beheld the resplendent Bayong City, where the ethereal moonlight had dimmed somewhat. Yet it still gradually pursued the direction of the blood river. With the simultaneous disappearance of the night moon and the two celestial beings, the long-imprisoned demonic cultivators finally seized the opportunity to unleash their respective escape techniques. In an instant, a multitude of luminous streaks surged forth from the city, scattering in every direction, accompanied by a flurry of white lights that followed closely behind, creating a lively spectacle in the night sky. Among them, the most conspicuous was a massive catfish, towering 2 stories high. It leapt and bounded, bearing the onslaught of over 10 sword lights from the Yuchan Palace cultivators as it squeezed through the city gates. The sword light struck its body, leaving only minor wounds, utterly failing to impede its escape. Ultimately, they could only watch as it seamlessly plunged into the deeper waters outside the city, its dark tail thrashing wildly, stirring up mud and sand, before it vanished beneath the riverbed, its fate unknown. The Yuchan Palace cultivators, left seething with anger, resorted to frenzied slashing at the water. It must perish, Tang Jin declared. Standing behind him, Jiang Yu plucked a red ornamental hairpin from her elaborate phoenix crown and casually tossed it, the red light transforming into a slender thread that swiftly disappeared from sight. There are myriad paths to death, and the notion of whether it is just or unjust often hinges on the subjective choices made by the individual. For instance, this catfish bore some injustice. When it traversed the small dock known as Tianbai Kio, it likely harbored no malicious intent, perhaps merely a miscalculated leap in an attempt to swallow a certain cultivator. Of course, one must also attribute blame to its conspicuous escape method, which caught Tang Jin's attention, prompting him to recall it and point it out without further thought. What he sought was not the fish, but a person. After a prolonged search among the fleeing figures, he finally caught sight of a flash of sword light at one corner of the city wall, which vanished into the forest with a blink. However, Tang Jin observed clearly, for the sword was quite long, and even with 2 individuals aboard, it did not appear cramped. At this moment, Zhou Dongdong sat cross-legged at the very forefront of the Ziyun sword, his back straight, his expression cold and silent, solely focused on steering the flying sword. Meanwhile, Yaoer sat cross-legged at the sword's tail, her legs dangling outside, swaying gently, her demeanor more serene than Zhou Dongdong's as she hummed an unknown tune. It was evident that the two attempted to maintain as much distance as possible on the same sword, if feasible. Tang Jun even suspected they would prefer to perch on only half a seat. This clearly illustrated their profound reluctance to share the flying sword. Tang Jun found it somewhat amusing yet perplexing how such discord could arise. Logically speaking, although Zhou Dongdong possessed a temperament characteristic of Ziyun Peak, he was fundamentally just a proud little boy. As for Yaoer, no one could possibly dislike a girl so innocent that she appeared somewhat foolish. Yet, Zhou Dongdong harbored an intense disdain for her, deeming her utterly incomprehensible. The current uncomfortable situation was entirely of her making. Previously, in Beiyang City, he had cornered that fox demon multiple times, poised to strike, only to have his efforts thwarted by Yaoer, who, with her formidable strength as a black bear, disrupted his plans. Thwarting was one thing, but if she had the means to subdue the fox demon and take it away, Zhou Dongdong would have accepted his inferiority and sought another path. Instead, Yaoer could not capture the fox, she could only trail behind him and cause chaos. How infuriating. Of course, Yaoer had her grievances as well. This little Taoist boy, brimming with murderous intent, dismissed all her pleas, insisting on slaying the fox without divulging his reasons. How maddening. Both children, unwilling to clarify their motives due to their connection to Tang Jun, stubbornly clung to their demands. Consequently, no progress was made, and the fox demon, Hu Jiao, repeatedly escaped, eventually fleeing Beiyang City altogether. Ultimately, the two children reluctantly convened for a negotiation. Do you want it alive? Alive. Just that one. Useful. What for? To serve as a reference for cultivation. How long? Until I achieve transformation and reach the void return stage with 6 tails. Are you out of your mind? You're the one who's out of your mind. Your entire family is out of their minds. This fox demon is merely in the divine refinement stage. What gives you the right to reference her for the void return stage? After several rounds of bickering akin to children's quarrels, the two finally reached a tenuous agreement. Zhou Dongdong would lead Yaoer to capture the fox alive, permitting her to use it for cultivation, but for the remainder of the time, the fox would remain under Zhou Dongdong's control. Only upon Yaoer successfully transforming into a fox demon for the first time could Zhou Dongdong slay the fox, after which he would owe her a new fox demon. Clearly, Zhou Dongdong was at a disadvantage in this arrangement, which explained his grim expression while Yaoer hummed a cheerful tune. He had not anticipated that his inaugural venture down the mountain to establish his reputation would encounter such a formidable opponent. Indeed, the world was not so easily navigable. He silently recited his senior brother's adage, better to battle an unbeatable demon cultivator than to engage in senseless chatter with an unreasonable woman. Truly, such wisdom was golden. Coincidentally, the individual who initially prompted Tang Jun's complaints was none other than Yaoer's master, Wu Man. Sometimes, inheritance occurs in the most unassuming of ways. As the two children departed, Tang Jun found himself devoid of anyone worthy of his concern in Beiyang City. The three by the grave fell silent once more, and the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually dissipated. The inhabitants of Beiyang City fled or pursued as they saw fit. Unfortunately, Tang Jun could not escape. Nor did Zhang Yu feel the need to pursue. The issue remained unresolved. Yet, it was Hong Er who first broke the silence. Gazing at Tang Jun with a calm voice, "Where shall we go next?" This we clearly excluded Jiang Yu, addressing only Tang Jun. "Senior brother may go as he pleases. You must accompany me back to Ziyun Peak to pay respects to the ancestor and be enrolled." Jiang Yu's voice rang clear and coherent, as if everything were perfectly natural. Hong Er did not share this sentiment. She turned and regarded Jiang Yu for the first time. Jiang Yu stood sideways, gazing at her with an expression devoid of mockery or disdain, yet her inherent pride loomed over Hong Er. In Hong Er's eyes, Jiang Yu was a radiant figure, appearing to be of similar age, yet their differences were stark. Setting aside Hong Er's tattered dress and dusty face from her travels, even adorned in phoenix robes and heavy makeup, she could not rival this phoenix. In terms of presence, even the accomplished Tang Jun could not overshadow Jiang Yu, though such an aura merely made Hong Er slightly anxious without altering her resolve. "I am not your disciple." She articulated each word with careful consideration, striving to avoid a confrontational tone. She did not wish to become Jiang Yu's adversary. Pursuing that path would align her with the enemies of Tang Jun's past, opposing that remarkably brilliant chapter of his life. "Did your senior brother grant you the cultivation method?" Jiang Yu resolved to temper her demeanor while reasoning with Hong Er. She could have easily subdued the girl and taken her back to Ziyun Peak, believing that achieving success in cultivation should minimize disputes. However, she wished to consider her senior brother, and the girl's features bore resemblance to her senior sister. She did not want to see those eyes filled with tears or pain. "Yes." Hong Er nodded, confirming that the method she practiced was a nameless tome gifted by Tang Jun. "That is an intersect cultivation method of Ziyun Peak." Jiang Yu stated plainly, "whether you know it or not. Having learned this method makes you a member of Ziyun Peak's intersect." "I do not understand." Hong Er could not grasp the reasoning behind this, thus rejecting it. She had never regarded herself as a cultivator. The rules of the Ziyun Immortal Palace held no significance for her, and she was indifferent to ceasing her practice of the so-called intersect cultivation method of Ziyun Peak. Chapter 60. Wanwan's affection is not weighed. every word is truthful and comparable to the light of the sword, then you should understand that joining Ziyun Peak signifies a future of continuous ascent. You can reinterpret this world, gaining perspective to make your own choices. Furthermore, you and your senior brother will not be separated. Your bond will remain close, allowing you to walk alongside him, supporting each other. After a century, the bond between master and disciple transcends that of blood relations. The path of joining Ziyun Peak is broad enough to accommodate you alongside. Her words were profoundly sincere, even stirring emotions, and Jiang Yu spoke with fluidity. Though the final sentence carried a hint of hesitation. Affection knows no weight. Time can transform all feelings into kinship, leading to identical outcomes. Why not choose a path that is both conclusive and smooth? Jiang Yu articulated her reasoning to Hong Er. Such patience was rarely seen in a phoenix. Hong Er pondered her words in silence. These perspectives were unfathomable to ordinary mortals. Thus, Jiang Yu pressed on, introducing what she deemed the most critical point. You must understand that while my senior brother's resolve may not be unwavering, his affections run deep. It is this very depth that entangles him with you, as he fears to abandon you. As she uttered these words, Jiang Yu maintained her fluent delivery, rendering her arguments irrefutable, yet her gaze shifted to Tang Zhen, ultimately resting upon the withered branch adorning his waist. However, it was precisely because of his profound feelings that he dared not forsake that withered peach branch. This statement struck like a sword's light, causing the entire forest to resonate. You exist solely because of him, while Sister Hongji perished for him. The blade of truth struck again and again, mercilessly piercing both Tang Zhen and Hong Er's hearts. Regardless of her persistence, his only response would be silence. Perhaps fearing that her words would come too swiftly for him to bear, Jiang Yu's final sword stroke slowed, each word measured. He shall never dare to embrace you first. What a set of decisive sword techniques, effortlessly severing the autumn breeze and casting down the autumn leaves. Poised to slay Tang Zhen and thrust Hong Er into a dire predicament. The dying Tang Zhen raised his head. He yearned to lay beside the old rogue. Yet he could not, for his death would equate to an admission of guilt. It mattered little if he acknowledged his fault. But what would become of Hong Er if he were to succumb? He was about to utter something, but Jiang Yu spoke before him, her sword radiating a fierce vigor. Refusing to permit Tang Zhen to draw his blade or flee. Harnessing the momentum of her sword, she sought first to pierce her senior brother's heart, to honor her senior sister, and then to alter Hong Er's fate, thereby fulfilling her senior brother's destiny. What a remarkable nine-feathered empress, what a splendid phoenix. From the moment Tang Zhen laid eyes on Zhou Dongdong in Beiyang City, he sensed that events might unfold into the very situation before him. This was precisely why he had refrained from calling out to Zhou Dongdong, for he was acutely aware that anyone from Ziyun Peak, or indeed any inhabitant of the Ziyun Immortal Palace, upon seeing Yao Hong Er by his side, would inevitably assume he was engaging in a deceptive charade. This required no elucidation. Even Master Yao, upon witnessing Yao Hong Er, harbored similar thoughts, which precipitated their conversation in the cave. The only distinction being that the sage acted with compassion, merely hinting at the truth. Jiang Yu, however, was no sage. She was a headstrong maiden. Had another person been present, faced with a senior brother who had undergone profound transformation after 2 years of separation, they would not have pressed so relentlessly for an explanation. Regardless of their thoughts, only Jiang Yu was incapable of such restraint. The matter of right and wrong held immense significance for her. Anyone who erred must seek to rectify their mistakes, and if they could not amend their ways, they ought to be punished. Should fate fail to deliver retribution, then Jiang Yu would assume the role of enforcer, even if that individual happened to be her elder brother. This was akin to her relentless pursuit of those who spoke ill of her elder brother or second sister, although she understood it was an endless endeavor. She never faltered in confronting each one. Tang Zhen gazed into her bright eyes, feeling a sense of solace in her unwavering resolve and the inexplicable truth she embodied. Among the 6 direct disciples of Ziyun Peak, if one were to truly assess, the eldest was indeed the Phoenix girl, Jiang Yu. Though this assessment felt somewhat unjust since she was born from an egg, having spent 9 years within. Legend has it that she was a phoenix egg meticulously crafted through secret methods by the Empress of the Great Xia, blending royal bloodlines. Before her true arrival in the world, she had hidden in the palace of the Great Zhou for 9 long years, absorbing the teachings of countless esteemed scholars and witnessing the court's offerings of wisdom, while the emperor sought precious treasures to hasten her growth. Yet, she remained unhatched. An unhatched phoenix cannot be deemed a phoenix. Furthermore, given the tense political climate of the Great Xia, news of the phoenix egg had inevitably leaked, leading to a flurry of disputes within the court and beyond. The emperor and empress, compelled by circumstances, finally resolved to send her to the Ziyun Immortal Palace to study under the esteemed sage Zihua, seeking her safety. At that time, it was the youthful Tang Zhen who came to retrieve her from the Great Xia Palace. It was Tang Zhen's first encounter with the phoenix egg, igniting a natural curiosity within him. The egg, crimson and towering half a human's height, bore intricate patterns upon its shell, emanating a warm red glow reminiscent of a concealed light bulb. He felt no aversion to his little junior sister being an egg. Yet he harbored profound discontent towards the egg itself. The emperor and empress had various considerations in sending her away. For instance, could the seemingly flourishing yet fundamentally flawed Great Xia accept an heir of imperial lineage that was not wholly human? Furthermore, how did the emperor perceive this daughter? Born not of blood and milk but through techniques and rare treasures? Did they see the same being? There were too many unavoidable complexities. For the phoenix girl, These were merely excuses. Within these grand justifications, she discerned the most critical truth. She had not yet hatched. An egg cannot be the inheritor of a throne. An egg serves no purpose. They were unwilling to invest in an egg whose hatching time remained uncertain. Upon learning of her departure from the palace, the egg finally realized it had no true parents. The individuals she referred to as mother and father were merely creators born of necessity for the great Xia. Now, she had become an unstable factor within the realm, leading to her abandonment. On the eve of her departure, the empress gently caressed the egg's shell, promising that whenever she emerged into the world, she could return to the palace and become the sole heir of the emperor. The egg remained silent. This powerful couple offered the most esteemed promise as compensation, yet it was of no interest to her. Tang Jin, having acted as a facilitator in this affair, was likewise met with her disdain. Thus, she neither communicated with him through spiritual means nor allowed him to approach her. Ultimately, Tang Jin fashioned a large cloth bag to hang from the Ziyun sword, wrapping the egg within, finally departing from the great Xia palace. The sight was somewhat comical, resembling not the act of flying on a sword, but rather balancing a burden. Fortunately, Tang Jin was young at the time and felt no embarrassment. They flew for several consecutive days until one day, while crossing a sea, they fortuitously encountered a hidden island. With youthful ambition, Tang Jin thought to descend in search of fortune. However, upon landing, he discovered the egg was missing. Only a small girl clad in a red royal robe silently and stubbornly gazed at him. It was unclear how long she had been hatched, but she obstinately remained curled up within the bag, refusing to utter a word. The 9-year-old girl, with reddened eyes, finally spoke her first words to the 7-year-old boy. "You are mistaken." At that moment, Tang Jin merely smiled and corrected her. "They are mistaken, but I am not." From that day forth, Xian Immortal Palace gained a reclusive 4th junior sister, Jiang Yu, while the Great Xia Palace lost a phoenix. She sought to punish the couple in her own way, embarking on a journey of training, yet she never set foot in the Central Victory Divine Continent, let alone the Great Xia Palace. Each year, when emissaries from the Great Xia visited Xian Immortal Palace to extend their congratulations, she would hide behind the mountain, refusing even when her master summoned her for an audience. What child could stubbornly harbor resentment towards their parents for so many years? Now, once again, she looked at Tang Jin and uttered those words. "You are mistaken." At this moment, Tang Jin could no longer smile and correct her, for he was no longer the same as before. Guilt now resided in his heart. He could not withstand this sword. He was wrong, yet I am not. The red-haired girl raised her head. She knew no swordsmanship and possessed no sword. Yet, she was stronger than Tang Jin. She feared not death. Chapter 61. The Stepmother and Home, Her Rationality. Jiang Yu was truly exhausted. She lacked the Ziyun sword to ride the winds. Instead, she had flown from the northern Jiulu continent to the southern Jianbu continent, flapping her wings tirelessly, arriving merely a day later than Zhou Dongdong. Her first act upon arrival was to engage in a fierce battle with a being of celestial rank, though it appeared as if she had casually struck the moon. In truth, she had collided with it at the speed of intercontinental flight. The moon was marred with cracks, while she herself merely sustained a scratch on her hand. If one were to trace back the past 2 years without Tang Jin, her days were filled with either fighting or seeking out others to fight. A girl who led a reclusive life, traversing oceans and mountains alone, clashed with everyone she encountered. Onlookers viewed her with trepidation, deeming her a warmonger, branding her as a disgrace to culture. The bitterness and exhaustion she experienced remained unshared. Would you endure 2 years of engaging in activities you loathe daily? In a seemingly endless situation, when she received the message from her 5th junior brother at Ziyun Peak, she was not confronted with the vexatious countenance of Honger and Tang Jin. Instead, she revealed the most exquisite smile she had worn in the 2 years since descending the mountain, akin to a little girl who has finally found her way home. Her senior brother was the first person she encountered upon her arrival in the world. It was he who brought her to Ziyun Peak. To her, he was not only an elder brother but also a father figure, akin to the ancient tree at the summit of Ziyun Peak, and the persistent layers of clouds that enveloped the peak. Therefore, after the incident at Tawa Cliff, she descended the mountain without uttering a word to anyone. She disregarded notions of betraying her master or deviating from the righteous path. Her only concern was that someone had felled her tree and destroyed her home. Regrettably, she could not locate the demon lord, but she overheard many speaking ill of her senior brother, which compelled her to remain at the foot of the mountain. Later, upon hearing that her senior brother had also descended, she found herself devoid of any reason to return. Jiang Yu had always believed that finding her senior brother would lead her back home. Yet, when she landed her gaze upon a girl clad in tattered garments, bearing a striking resemblance to her senior sister Hongxi, she was momentarily rendered speechless. An inapt metaphor might liken her to a missing girl returning home, only to find her trusted father wed to his stepmother at the threshold. Disappointment, anger, bewilderment, and confusion ultimately coalesced into exhaustion. She endeavored to elucidate the situation for her senior brother, as well as for herself, yet comprehension eluded her. Much like a daughter struggling to grasp why her father would establish a new family, she perceived this as betrayal, not only towards sister Hongxi but also towards herself and their home. She stifled her questioning emotions, hoping the other party would rectify their mistake, wishing that the stepmother would take her leave with her money. To her dismay, she discovered that the stepmother was a Navi believer in love, rather than a villain coveting her father's wealth. Such antagonists evoke a profound sense of helplessness. Despite Jiang Yu wielding her most powerful sword techniques, all she could articulate was, "I am not at fault." Not at fault? Jiang Yu could not fathom why Hong Er exuded such confidence. You do not comprehend the principles of the cultivation world, nor do you believe in the tenets of Xian Peak. Yet you insist on imparting your reasoning to me? Oh, I have diligently cultivated the most potent bloodline to the Golden Core stage. Not to engage in discourse with a stepmother, particularly not about concepts like who is the third party or ignorance is no excuse, which are perpetually ambiguous. Only those like Xiao Badong and Bai Yuchan, standing behind Yuchan Palace, are worthy of discussing such principles with me. What gives you the right? Merely your resemblance to Sister Hongji? Or your tenuous connection to my senior brother? Jiang Yu raised her hand. Relinquishing her attempt to persuade the stepmother, she resolved to convince Tang Jin instead, hoping that the stepmother would remain absent and not interject. Her voice remained bright. Yet she averted her gaze from Yao Hong Er, as if doing so would shield her from those captivating eyes. Since you deem yourself not of Xian Peak, I shall now discuss internal matters of Xian Peak with my senior brother. Outsiders are kindly requested to leave. Without waiting for Hong Er to respond, a fierce wind arose, whisking her away with the wind control technique. Jiang Yu. Tang Jin furrowed his brow. Just let her step back. I wish to speak with my senior brother privately. Jiang Yu cast a cold glance at Tang Jin. In the absence of Hong Er, this phoenix revealed a plethora of emotions on her face. It was time for a one-on-one conversation between father and daughter. Without the stepmother present, the daughter no longer needed to put on a brave face, allowing her to unleash those not entirely rational yet immensely destructive tactics, such as crying, causing a scene, or even threatening to hang herself. However, Jiang Yu had no intention of resorting to such theatrics. Nor did she plan to point at the memorial tablet of her late mother to chastise Tang Jin for his shamelessness or infidelity. For such actions would not affect any change. Her aim was to expel the stepmother from their home, thus rendering any expression of anger less effective than a single, potent threat. Jiang Yu extended her hand toward Tang Jin, her pristine palm marred by the imprints of her clenched fists. She sought something from him. If my senior brother does not mind, could you return to me the remnants of Sister Hongji's great Tao? Jiang Yu's voice bore a hint of sorrow. Tang Jin was taken aback. He never anticipated that Jiang Yu would dare to demand this from him. Although his senior sister was generous, even if she were alive, she would not wish to witness her brother's close proximity to other women on a daily basis. Jiang Yu bowed her head and said, "Brother, you cannot force her to endure the sight of your romance simply because she is unable to speak now. Moreover, if Master were to discover this, he would truly take your life." In a moment of reverie, a vivid image materialized. A weeping daughter, clinging to the memorial tablet of her deceased mother, stood before her father, who had taken a new wife, and cried out, "If mother were still alive, she would never allow that woman to enter our home. Don't you feel ashamed standing before mother's spirit every day? I want to take mother back to grandfather's house. I will not let her suffer this humiliation alongside you here." Ah, what an utterly righteous demand this was, so just that no father could remain indifferent. Tang Jin bitterly remarked, "I once believed you came to reason with me. That was 2 years ago. When I first descended the mountain, I endeavored to engage in discourse with every person who spoke ill of you. I recounted the sacrifices you made and the purpose behind your actions. Jiang Yu shared his own growth, yet to no avail. Upon my departure, they unabashedly and even more venomously besmirched you and senior sister Hongji. It was then that I first realized that reason is a tool that can only persuade oneself. Thus, I returned and dealt them a beating. But I am certain they will continue to malign you and senior sister Hongji, although that will only occur after they have healed from their wounds. Is this your enlightenment over the past 2 years? That those who wear learn less than from the consequences of their actions?" Tang Jin shook his head. "I lack the insight of my senior brother." Jiang Yu nodded. "Indeed, my senior brother must have gleaned much wisdom in these 2 years. So much so that he is on the verge of becoming the very scoundrel they describe." Tang Jin once again forced a bitter smile. It was indeed a lamentable affair for his junior sister, whom he had raised since childhood, to speak in such a manner. However, having endured numerous sorrows, Tang Jin had grown somewhat stronger than before. Slowly, he retrieved the withered branch from his waist and spoke with a measured tone. "I promised Nan Hongji that I would personally deliver it to the Endless Sea." Jiang Yu furrowed her brows, taken aback. She had not anticipated that her senior brother would actually bring forth the legacy of Sister Hongji. She had assumed he would refuse vehemently, grappling with unspeakable anguish, and ultimately come to a realization, at the very least agreeing to implement some changes. Yet, his demeanor appeared incongruous with her expectations. Momentarily, she felt a pang of uncertainty, her outstretched hand yearning to retract. A daughter might wield her mother's relic as leverage against her father, fully aware of its significance to him and their family. If her father truly relinquished the heirloom to her, would that not imply his abandonment of their home? Moreover, seizing Sister Hongji's relic from her senior brother was a task ill-suited for her. What would her senior brother and the others think if they found out? How would Sister Hongji react if she were still alive? Jiang Yu hesitated to contemplate further. However, I currently lack the cultivation to reach the Endless Sea, and there are several matters to attend to in the southern continent. I plan to cultivate to the divine refinement realm before setting out. Tang Jin's voice took on a serious tone. This was the first time he articulated his future intentions, marking the inception of his life plan over the past 2 years. Since acquiring Wuman and S headband, he had been pondering these matters. Jiang Yu listened intently, knowing her senior brother was either elucidating his thoughts or conceding. For he would not divulge his plans to anyone otherwise. Regrettably, due to various affairs in Beihang City, I have already been discovered by the sages. Moreover, considering the Yuchan Palace and the incoming demonic cultivators, news of my presence in the southern Jianbu continent will likely spread swiftly within certain circles. And those seeking me may have already set forth. Tang Jin gazed towards the horizon, as if perceiving countless figures rushing forth, some seeking vengeance. Others coming to repay debts of gratitude. Returning to the mountain and cultivating to the divine refinement realm at Xian Peak before heading to the endless sea is not fundamentally different, is it? Jiang Yu was acutely aware of her senior brother's allure, particularly that of one devoid of cultivation. Setting aside other considerations, any faction that gained control over her senior brother would essentially hold the key to a premier sect's repository of knowledge. The title of seeking the law true monarch did not merely refer to Tang Jin's quest for knowledge. It signified that people from all corners of the world yearned to seek wisdom from him. Tang Jin shook his head. The Xian Immortal Palace has become so turbulent because of me, and I fear that the influence of the Taoist sect leaders has diminished significantly over the past 2 years. If I am not present, whether they label me a traitor or claim I was expelled, it can always be smoothed over. Otherwise, even if we manage to thwart those seeking revenge, we cannot silence the whispers of the world. Jiang Yu fell silent. There was indeed an unspoken issue that her senior brother had not addressed. Not everyone within the Xian Immortal Palace viewed him in the same light as she did. The most notable example was that elder from the Law Enforcement Hall, who had been ambushed by her senior brother and likely wished for him to perish without dragging down the reputation of Xian Peak. This was no insignificant force. However, there was no need for excessive worry. No one in the world can truly judge my karma, and given the remote location of the southern Jianbu continent, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to locate me. Tang Jin offered a reassuring smile. Yet, the path of Hongji is not currently suitable for my side. The fact that you were able to find me this time indicates that Master must have sensed her path. Since Master could perceive it from the western Yohuzhou, it is plausible that other saints, upon entering the southern Jianbu continent, could also sense it. Perhaps Bai Yuchan is one such individual who has deduced my whereabouts. Tang Jin gently caressed the withered branch. I cannot protect it now, nor can it protect me. Thus, I need you to safeguard it for me. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, feeling as though she had been ensnared by her senior brother. Wasn't she the one forcing the issue? Why did it seem she was the one tasked with doing his bidding? Chapter 62, The Day of Peach Blossom Farewell. A reunion in the bamboo grove. I may not return it to you, Jiang Yu stated earnestly. I will not allow my senior sister to suffer any indignities. If there comes a day when you wish to return, there are only 2 possibilities. Either you resolve your relationships and matters around you, or you defeat me and take her from my hands. Tang Jin nodded slightly, placing the withered branch into Jiang Yu's hands. He believed there were few in the world capable of snatching anything from her grasp, though he presumed he was not among them. Additionally, he urgently advised, do not mention my recent circumstances to others. This statement, veiled with subtlety, naturally referred to Hong Er. Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. Senior brother? There is no need for concern. Over the past 2 years, I have seldom engaged in conversation with anyone. I have merely resorted to physical confrontations. After a moment's reflection, she added, however, I likely will not partake in as many brawls in the future. Even if someone speaks ill of you, I shall refrain from striking them. For you are indeed a rather wicked person. Her tone was earnest, although her senior brother had erred by taking the withered branch from him. She had enacted her own form of retribution. While it had restored balance to her path, it did not quell the resentment festering within her heart. Right and wrong were her obsessions, love and hate her emotions. Thus, she did not bid farewell. Instead, she turned and transformed into a streak of fire that soared into the sky, accompanied by the cry of a phoenix, a fiery trail of brilliance vanishing beyond the horizon. Tang Jin looked up, waving his hand. The sensation of being disliked by those close to him was indeed rather unpleasant. He bid farewell to the grave of the old beggar with a subtle gesture before turning to leave the wooded area surrounding the tomb, intending to seek out Yao Hong'er, who had been sent away by Jiang Yu. As he pondered which direction to take, he suddenly turned his head and beheld a peculiar sight. Not far off, a fishbone was impaled on the trunk of a towering pine tree. The fish, only the size of a palm, had long since disintegrated into ash, leaving behind a strikingly white and lustrous skeleton. However, what stood out even more was the fact that it was skewered by a fiery red hairpin, piercing through its delicate structure and affixed to the tree. Tang Jin chuckled softly, shaking his head as he approached to remove the vermilion hairpin. Collecting the catfish bone along with it, his spirit significantly lifted. After walking several paces in the direction where the hairpin had been secured, he emerged from the thicket and beheld Hong'er seated upon a stone by the dirt path, her gaze fixed upon the sky, tracing the fiery trails left in the wake of an elusive flame, lost in her thoughts. Has she left? Hong'er turned her head to inquire. Yes, Tang Jin nodded. This is for you. He extended the vibrant vermilion hairpin toward her. Why give this to me? I don't know, perhaps as an apology. Tang Jin replied nonchalantly, though he was well aware of the underlying reason. The girl, Jiang Yu, had taken the path of the red branch from him to assert her stance. Yet worried for his safety without a protective talisman, she cunningly left her own path behind, feigning forgetfulness. Tang Jin had seen this hairpin long ago. It had adorned Jiang Yu's head since her emergence into the world. It was not merely a pattern crafted from phoenix feathers or jewels born of cultivation. Rather, it was a spiritual treasure formed from the shell of Jiang Yu, the first artifact of the phoenix. Hong Er shook her head slightly, for she did not desire Jiang Yu's possession at that moment, knowing full well that the sensation of holding it would be rather unpleasant. Yet, the crimson hairpin seemed indifferent to her sentiments, and before she could voice her refusal, it soared from Tang Jin's hand, transforming into a fiery streak that darted toward her. Suddenly, flames erupted, engulfing Hong Er entirely. Her tattered white dress was reduced to ashes in an instant. The fire spiraled up her form, while a scarlet gown unfurled against the flames, reminiscent of a classic yet cliché costume change illusion. As the flames dissipated, Hong Er stood in silence, devoid of any chance to resist, the hairpin now elegantly adorning the intricate bun Tang Jin had fashioned for her. In that moment, she earnestly wished for the talent of cultivation. She longed to grow stronger. Tang Jin shared similar sentiments. Over the past few days, both he and Hong Er had been compelled to make numerous choices due to their insufficient strength, whether stemming from goodwill or malice. Being forced into a situation is invariably displeasing. Let us earnestly cultivate our paths together, Tang Jin suggested, gazing at the winding and narrow dirt road leading south. As if envisioning a smooth journey ahead, Hong Er nodded in agreement, stating that once they achieved their cultivation, they would eliminate those who deserved it. Shall we establish a tomb for Yaowen? Tang Jin inquired suddenly as they approached a spot with a clear view near the old beggar. Hong Er shook her head, explaining that the young lady disliked desolate mountains. Wherever the coffin bearer might pass away, that would be the place for the young lady's resting place. Tang Jin nodded. Indeed. This was an arrangement that Yao and Reo would appreciate. Her grave ought to rest upon the bodies of her enemies. The two resumed their journey along the southern official road. Later, it was reported that Beiyang City had been obliterated. It remained uncertain whether this act of destruction was a retaliation by the practitioners of the demonic path, perceiving the city as a trap laid by the righteous, or a declaration from the Yuchan Palace vowing to never relent in their conflict with the demonic path. In any case, this small city, which had once housed a population of 100,000, was suddenly reduced to ruins one fateful night, with buildings, including the city walls, collapsing as if struck by a great upheaval. Yet, this was a mere triviality. Recently, the most significant event in the realm of Jiuzhou emerged from the long-dormant southern Jianbu continent. The usually unassuming Yuchan Palace orchestrated a grand spectacle, deceiving half the continent's demonic cultivators with false information crafted by the intricacies of the Rashomon, only to then launch a siege that resulted in substantial losses for the demonic path, thereby gaining considerable renown. Although many were puzzled by the sudden upheaval in the southern Jianbu continent, which had historically maintained a stable relationship between the righteous and the demonic paths, often hailed as a land of farming and retirement, there was no denying that the extermination of demonic practitioners was a commendable act. Numerous factions hastily dispatched envoys to the southern Jianbu continent, claiming they sought to pay homage to the noble cultivators of the south, while also wishing to explore the region. As for the presence of an elder from the heavenly immortal realm within their ranks, opinions varied widely. Some suggested he was visiting an old friend. Others claimed he was merely seeking leisure, while some asserted he was there to provide protection. Only the contingent from the Sword Mountain spoke plainly, stating their purpose was to seek someone. On a nameless official road, two figures walked in silence, one behind the other, the atmosphere laden with an unspoken tension. Tang Jin pondered many matters, while Hong Er was solely preoccupied with Yao and Reo. These past few days, her thoughts were consumed by her, and the departure of the young lady felt somewhat surreal. Suddenly, she spoke up. Doggin, the young lady entrusted me with a message for you, but I have not yet found the opportunity to convey it. Tang Jin did not look back. What? She said she had repaid you half of her life. Hong Er gazed at Tang Jin's retreating figure. Upon hearing those words, Tang Jin seemed to pause for a moment, then, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Now it seems I owe her half a life. She has passed away. How can I repay that? Hong Er turned her head and noticed a small post station beside the official road, long abandoned, likely having been vacated by those fleeing from Beiyang City. Yet, the small bamboo grove behind the station remained lush and green, its sparse bamboo contrasting beautifully with the surrounding broadleaf forest. In the grove, a modest pavilion was faintly visible, suggesting that the owner of the station was a person of leisure and taste. The two had no intention of resting or admiring the bamboo and merely walked past in silence. As Hong Er cast a fleeting glance at the grove, she suddenly thought she saw a white shadow flit through the trees, and she halted, feeling an unexpected longing. Turning back, she saw that Tang Jin had also come to a stop, gazing intently at the bamboo grove, his demeanor a mix of hesitation and vigilance. After a moment, he began to walk slowly toward the grove, with Hong Er following closely behind, both feeling a sense of tension. The scattered stone steps were overgrown with weeds, the fallen leaves rustling underfoot, and as they stepped on them, the sound was incessant. The slender bamboo swayed, gradually revealing the pavilion. They halted in their tracks. A figure stood within the pavilion, sword in hand, her white dress billowing in the wind. The woman turned to face them, her gaze captivating, as if she were both ethereal and enchanting, momentarily mesmerizing them. Tears streamed down Hong Er's face, and although her mouth opened, no sound emerged. The girl wielding the sword spoke, laced with a mix of teasing and reproach. Where have you two been? I've been searching for you for quite some time. Yaoen Ryo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, tilting her head slightly. Sister. Hong Er rushed toward the pavilion, wishing she could fly into her embrace. However, she was unable to leap into Yaoen Ryo's arms, as Tang Jin held her back. His expression was as unyielding as steel, gripping Hong Er's hand tightly, causing her discomfort. With his other hand, he pressed against his forehead, his voice hoarse yet alert. What is your opening? Volume 1. The Change at Peach Blossom Cliff. End. Chapter 63. The 7 Prisoners, Truth and Deceit. What opening? What he meant was the opening of the 7 prisoner box. Hong Er's mind felt somewhat dazed. She did not quite grasp Tang Jin's words, or perhaps she simply did not wish to understand them. Yaoen Ryo's gaze remained calm, though her voice carried an icy edge. You certainly excel at ruining the atmosphere. Answer me. Tang Jin's tone grew colder. If you do not answer, what do you intend to do? Kill me? Yaoen Ryo smiled faintly. Tang Jin understood the reason for her unwavering confidence. For just after the 3 words kill me, Hong Er turned her head to gaze at Tang Jin. Her eyes were still glistening with tears, yet her gaze pierced through Tang Jin's heart like a sword. It was neither filled with confusion nor pleading, but rather a tranquil expression. It conveyed just 2 words, not aloud. Tang Jin released her grip on the headband and slightly shrugged her shoulders to convey her harmlessness. The boy's embarrassing demeanor was entirely observed by Yaoen Ryo, who could not help but burst into laughter. Tang Jin paid no heed to her melodious laughter, instead addressing Hong Er with utmost seriousness. Once the 7 prison boxes reach the 3rd opening, they no longer belong to the realm of humanity and will inevitably harbor tendencies toward regicide. Hong Er turned her gaze back to Yaoen Ryo, her eyes fixated on the sword that remained steadfast, pinning Yaoen Ryo's smile to her face. Only 2 words escaped her lips. How many openings? Hong Er resembled an unparalleled martial arts master, skillfully wielding her bow, one hand controlling the true immortal and the other grasping the demoness. Yaoen Ryo slightly averted her gaze, her smile fading as she spoke in a tranquil tone. I am the true body. Hong Er glanced back at Tang Jin, who shook his head, convinced that she was deceiving them. He had personally witnessed 2 of Yaoen Ryo's avatars. The first was a first opening that ought to have perished in Anxiang Garden, a fact confirmed by Yaoen Ryo's true body. The second was the corpse he and Hong Er encountered upon entering the West City Gate, bearing a sinister smile and pierced through the throat by a sword, likely a 3rd opening or beyond. Thus, even under the most favorable circumstances, if Yaoen Ryo's 7 prison boxes had only reached the 3rd opening, there should still be 2 Yaoen Ryos unaccounted for in the world, 1 true body and 1 second opening. In the city lord's mansion, the old beggar, before his demise, pointed to the sky and cried out Yao, indicating that 1 Yaoen Ryo had entered the city lord's mansion, ultimately falling victim to the coffin immortal. Coupled with the presence of the current one, the fates of 4 Yaoen Ryos were now clear. The only question that remained was whether the old beggar had encountered the true body or the second opening. Tang Jin's inclination towards determining the true essence of the matter primarily stems from his judgment regarding the demonic powers involved. Upon confirming that Yaoen Ryo had already undergone 3 transformations, he subconsciously concluded that her original self might have perished, a notion rooted in empiricism. The secondary factor lies in his limited understanding of Yaoen Ryo. He harbored the belief that if her original form were still alive, she would more likely pursue her disappeared senior sister rather than confront him and Hong Er. These are largely unfounded rationales. However, once doubt begins to take root, it demands utmost vigilance. In contrast, Hong Er remained entirely unperturbed. Should Yaoen Ryo before her be the original, that would be ideal. If she were merely a secondary manifestation, Hong Er would accept that as well. As long as she was not dealing with a madman of the 3rd transformation or beyond, she would embrace her without hesitation. Thus, she gently brushed aside Tang Jin's grasp and took deliberate steps towards the pavilion, gradually quickening her pace until she broke into a sprint, throwing herself into Yaoen Ryo's embrace. In that moment, enveloped in the warmth of that body, she finally reclaimed a semblance of confidence. Foolish sister, have you suffered? Yaoen Ryo inquired tenderly, stroking Hong Er's hair, her gaze reflecting a mysterious light as it fell upon the fiery red hairpin. Hong Er buried her head against Yaoen Ryo's shoulder, her voice muffled as she replied, MHM. Yaoen Ryo then raised her head, casting a cold glare at Tang Jin, although she had long suspected that Hong Er would endure hardships following him. Witnessing the resilient girl in such a state ignited a fierce anger within her towards Tang Jin. At this moment, Tang Jin gazed coldly at her, based on his understanding of the 7 prison boxes. Although the moment of separation during the 1st and 2nd openings was almost identical to the thoughts and intentions of the original form, the essence of the 7 prison boxes lies in the unearthing of inherent evil. As time progresses, even the 1st and 2nd manifestations will gradually diverge from the original self. If this Yaoen Ryo is merely a 2nd manifestation, it is only a matter of time before she detonates, potentially harming everyone around her. While individuals may seek a psychological anchor, relying on an unreliable person can lead to devastation should they abruptly sever ties, possibly obliterating all your convictions. The young boy and girl exchanged glances through the drifting bamboo leaves, still able to perceive the threats and intimidation reflected in each other's eyes. If they were to draw closer, they might even discern the faint, swirling intent to kill. Unfortunately, a girl stood between them, and thus all emotions and thoughts could only dissipate with the falling bamboo leaves, stirring no ripples. Did Hong Er remain entirely oblivious to the atmosphere within the space? She understood everything. Tang Jin's concerns were glaringly evident. Yet, Tang Jin failed to grasp the significance of Hong Er to Yao and Reo at this moment. If love were a tug-of-war, after confronting Master Yehu and Jiang Yu, Hong Er finally realized that at either end of the rope stood herself and everyone else but her. Tang Jin found himself powerless to his sister. He was akin to a taut rope, creaking under pressure yet steadfastly refusing to break. If there were anyone in this world who would choose to rally and support Hong Er, it would be the late old Guai. And if there were another willing to lend a hand, it could only be Yao and Reo. She would not only assist her in pulling the rope, but should that prove insufficient, she would unhesitatingly hurl her inkstone at the adversary. Yao and Reo cared little for opposing the world. Her sole concern lay in whether her retorts were sufficiently fierce during their quarrels with it. Tang Jin suddenly spoke. If you're the original, does that mean your secondary incarnation still lives? This query could indeed be rephrased. If you're the secondary incarnation, then does your original still exist? A thought struck him. If an incarnation perishes, the original would surely sense it, and conversely, if the original dies, the incarnation ought to be aware as well. Previously, he had assumed that all beings associated with Yao and Reo were deceased, as the method employed by the old man to identify was all too reminiscent of identifying a murderer. Moreover, it seemed illogical for the coffin immortal to slay the original while leaving the incarnation intact. However, now that one was alive, could it be that the other also survives? For instance, what if the coffin immortal had taken a liking to Yao and Reo's innate talent? After all, she indeed possessed considerable aptitude for demonic cultivation. Presently, Yao and Reo was the sole individual capable of clarifying whether the original had been slain or abducted by the coffin immortal. He still owed Yao and Reo half a life. If the other was indeed alive, he would promptly retrieve Jiang Yu and repay that half-life. In the pavilion, Yao and Reo merely caressed the hair of Hong Er and casually remarked, the first, second, and third incarnations are all dead. How did they die? Tang Jin furrowed his brow. Ever since he believed that this Yao and Reo was an incarnation, he found it difficult to trust her words. I don't know, perhaps killed by someone. The city is in such chaos. I can only sense that she has died, but I cannot intervene. Yao and Reo continued to respond with a nonchalant demeanor. Tang Jin fell silent. Truly? This time it was not Tang Jin, but Hong Er, who still buried her head on Yao and Reo's shoulder, her voice muffled. Yao and Reo paused for a moment before responding with a smile, naturally. Hong Er slowly began to sob. Yao and Reo gently patted her back in comfort. Yet his words were rather ungracious. Why are you crying for a mere avatar? When I perished, weren't you two still flirting? Now you begin to mourn for an avatar? It's nothing. Just, I felt a moment of panic, worried that if you weren't, what would happen to my sister? Hong Er wiped away her tears. Yao and Reo chuckled. How could that be? I shall forever be your sister, whether in avatar or in essence. This statement felt like both a promise and a warning. Yet, Hong Er continued to weep. Eventually, exhausted from her tears, she leaned against Yao and Reo and drifted into a peaceful slumber. After so many days, she finally experienced her first sound sleep, sweet and familiar, her little mouth slightly ajar, occasionally murmuring something. Yao and Reo sat in the pavilion, gazing at the slumbering Hong Er in a trance, while Tang Jin was busy adjusting several bamboo stalks with the old sword belonging to Yao and Reo's senior sister. They were about to embark on a long journey, and he intended to craft a few walking sticks. After some time, he couldn't help but lift his head to Yao and Reo and say, I truly do not mind that you are an avatar. After all, in some respects, the avatar is most akin to the essence. However, I am eager to know. Is the essence truly dead? You can tell me now. I won't disclose it to Hong Er. Yao and Reo, without lifting his gaze from Hong Er's face, replied, If the essence is not dead, what do you intend to do? Bring her back, Tang Jin retorted. Yao and Reo raised his head, wearing a smirk tinged with disdain. Tang San, Tang Goen, Tang Jin, you truly meddle too much. Could you first attend to your own affairs? Allow your past, your old acquaintances, to refrain from casting madness upon my sister from their lofty perches. First, safeguard those within your reach before pondering whether I am dead or if the avatar has perished. Understood? Both spoke in hushed tones, cautious not to rouse Hong Er. You know that the avatars from the 7 prison boxes are entirely replicated at the moment of separation from the essence. Tang Jin's voice was soft. So you should also understand that avatars cannot cultivate nor increase their powers. Outside the pavilion, bamboo leaves rustled softly as they fell. His meaning was clear. Some truths may be concealed for a time, but not forever. When the day comes that Hong Er's cultivation surpasses yours, how will you explain it to her? What will she think then? Who could refrain from uttering a few heart-wrenching words? Yao and Reo remained silent, merely curious as he asked, Why are you so resolutely convinced that I am an avatar? Tang Jin remained silent for a moment before responding, It's because of my senior sister. What does that imply? My senior sister is knowledgeable in the art of clone techniques, yet I have not discovered her remains. She vanished alongside you, and regardless of who ultimately emerges victorious, the one who departed with the body must be the original. By the way, why do you refer to her as your senior sister? I am unaware of her name. I only know that the prince addressed her as such. Her name is Wang Qiudi. Senior sister rolls off the tongue more easily. After both had laid bare their innermost thoughts and realized they could not vanquish one another, they ceased their entanglement and instead engaged in a calm conversation, as if everything that had transpired moments before had never occurred. "Where shall we go next?" Yawen inquired, casting a curious glance at the bamboo staff in Tang Zhen's hand. "Continuing south leads to the largest mountain range in the southern Jianbu continent, where spiritual energy converges. Consequently, many cultivation sects choose to establish their foundations on one of its peaks. If one were to soar through the skies on a sword and gaze down, they would observe that the tallest, most formidable 28 peaks form a shape that coincidentally resembles the character for gate." Tang Zhen casually inscribed the character for gate in the air with his bamboo staff. Thus, the peaks were designated as the 28 peaks of the Heavenly Gate. In Chapter 64, titled "No Book Can Rival a Beauty, No Wine Too Poor to Find a Drunkard," it is said that the Coffin Immortal possessed the cultivation of a celestial being, and among the myriad of demonic practitioners in the world, only 12 could hope to rival him. Yet, he now found himself cornered by the moonlight, transformed from the celestial beings of the Jade Chan Palace. Forced into a state of despair, ultimately transforming himself into a coffin, adopting a posture of awaiting death, the esteemed figures of the Jade Chan Palace reached forth, effortlessly seizing the coffin into their grasp, leaving the other demonic practitioners within Beiyang City trembling in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, pleading for mercy from the righteous cultivators of our southern Jianbu continent. As the saying goes, monsters and demons abound in Beiyang City, while the celestial beings and deities possess the courage of a mouse. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the tavern, the sounds of applause resounded incessantly. Lavish patrons tossed handfuls of copper coins onto the stage, prompting the storyteller to clasp his fist in gratitude. This revelry continued for the duration of a tea's worth of time, and once the coins ceased to rain down, the storyteller resumed his narrative. When it comes to the righteous cultivators of our southern Jianbu continent, they are defined solely by the essence of righteousness. Today we shall touch upon a singular point. One must ask, apart from our southern Jianbu continent, where else would the extermination of demons be preceded by the evacuation of ordinary citizens? The most astonishing aspect of this demon-slaying endeavor in Beiyang City is that the Jade Chan Palace proactively evacuated the populace within the city. Though Beiyang City has fallen, the lives of 100,000 citizens were safeguarded by the grand measures of the cultivators from the Jade Chan Palace, with not a single soul harmed. The storyteller, animated and passionate, drew the attention of passers-by outside the tavern, who could not resist pausing to listen, and upon hearing the thrilling parts, eagerly entered the establishment, willing to share a table for the price of a pot of tea to hear the tale to its conclusion. The hall on the first floor was filled with small square tables, each accommodating 7 to 8 individuals, with only a pot of tea and a plate of sunflower seeds gracing each table. Newcomers, even if strangers to one another, could dig into their pockets for a few coins to find a seat, sharing in the tea and storytelling. However, the second floor was considerably more refined. Although the tables remained crowded, it was at least a respectable dining area, with a minimum spend of 20 coins for a pot of rustic wine. Tang Zhen had settled on this. One person, one jug of wine, occupying an entire table. The waiter approached several times, inquiring, "Sir, would you care to order some appetizers to accompany your drink?" Yet, he merely shook his head, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the inquiry was directed at him. How absurd. In his previous life, Tang Zhen never indulged in fruit platters at karaoke bars. He only sang, as he half-heartedly listened to the storyteller downstairs spinning his fanciful tales. Tang Zhen found himself in a rather gloomy mood, not due to the absurd fabrications being recounted, but rather because of his own cultivation struggles. Logically speaking, his path of cultivation had long since veered off course, leaving little room for deterioration. So why did this weigh so heavily on his heart? This brings us to the effects of Wu Manmin's forehead technique, which daily managed to shield him from inability for a total of 16 breaths. Tang Zhen envisioned the most effective approach as making a daily call to the system for 16 breaths. He needed to harness the computational prowess of the system to analyze all past records of spells and cultivation techniques, in search of one that could circumvent the restrictions of inability in cultivation. If such a method existed, it would be ideal. If not, he would have to inquire with the system about the cost of creating one. Simultaneously, he needed to ask how many points would be required to erase the inability. Many things, once assigned a price, regardless of how exorbitant, lose their terrifying aura, much like a monster with a visible health bar. However, while the plan was sound, the execution proved troublesome. Most perplexing to him was the revelation that this system had a startup time. In a world of cultivation, what purpose does such a setting serve? Every time Tang Zhen utilized the communication system of the headband, the electronic voice would stutter and announce, detecting host, restarting. After it finished this phrase, 2 breaths would pass. With such a time-consuming process, the daily 4 occurrences, each lasting 4 breaths, became reduced to merely 2 breaths for each instance, totaling 8 breaths, not to mention the time consumed by the system's calculations. Tang Zhen often questioned whether this system had indeed frozen. He had been listening to the phrase calculating for 2 entire months. Just yesterday evening, the first question finally received an answer. The system, stuttering, declared calculation complete. Remarkably, among the myriad spells and techniques Tang Zhen had sought over the years, there existed one that could withstand the impossible left by the Demon Lord. This was splendid news. prompting Tangjin to resolve never to refer to it as the stuttering system again. As for the nature of this technique, the system had not had the chance to disclose it the previous night. Thus, Tangjin endured a sleepless night, and the following morning, upon the headband regaining its efficacy, he finally inquired, what was the name of that technique? The stuttering system left behind 5 words in a mere 2 breaths, Rashomon, the testament of the demon lord. Unexpected yet entirely sensible. Alas, Tangjin sighed heavily. Just then, a loud cheer erupted behind him, startling him, compelling him to turn around. He beheld a young woman, perhaps 27 or 28, standing on a bench with one foot and raising a wine bowl, exuberantly applauding the storyteller below, even amidst the rowdy tavern filled with boisterous men. Her voice was notably loud, drawing attention. Her companions hastily urged her to sit down. However, she was evidently a bit inebriated, seemingly oblivious. As she proceeded to pat each of their shoulders, exclaiming, "This is how cultivators from the southern continent should behave. Over these years, because of that accursed Tangjin, our southern continent has suffered so many grievances." Feeling unsatisfied with merely that, she took a couple of steps, engaging with patrons at nearby tables, and ultimately approached Tangjin from behind, enthusiastically patting his shoulder while loudly asking, "Don't you agree, little brother?" Tangjin felt somewhat speechless. "When you asked me, I thought it unlikely." Without waiting for Tangjin to respond, the woman, noticing the emptiness of the table, perhaps concerned about Tangjin's solitude, simply took a seat. Fortunately, fate was kind. He and his dubious companions had finally paid the price for their reckless behavior and would no longer exploit the presence of others to bully people like us. As she spoke, the woman tilted her head, and with a thud, her head drooped down and landed on the table, falling asleep. Tangjin, unperturbed by the inebriated individual, found himself the object of apologies from the other patrons at the nearby table, who hurried over in an attempt to coax the drunken woman back. The quartet, varying in age from their mid-30s to a mere 15 or 16, appeared somewhat embarrassed by the woman's disgraceful behavior, repeatedly clasping their fists in a gesture of apology to those around them. Yet, the woman stubbornly refused to budge from her position sprawled across Tangjin's table, dismissing their persistent pleas with a slurred insistence. "Leave me be. You all go ahead. I just need to sleep for a bit. Zzz." The 4 men, seemingly not overly familiar with the woman, exhibited a certain reticence, refraining from any forceful actions or overt displays of courtesy, and instead resorted to incessant persuasion. Tang was indeed a bit annoyed, so he waved his hand and said, "Let her lie down. I shall wait here for someone. Once they arrive, I will take my leave, and you can simply transfer your food and drinks from your table to this one." The 4 of them hurriedly expressed their gratitude once more. Tangjin chose to disregard the woman who was drunkenly misbehaving, silently savoring his drink. This local brew, merely a product of the tavern's own distillation, was likely diluted with an unknown quantity of water. It was difficult to fathom how anyone could become intoxicated from such a concoction. Just as he intended to continue listening to the storyteller's boastful tales, he suddenly noticed an eerie silence enveloping the premises below. Not only had the voice of the storyteller ceased, but the clamor of various conversations had also dissipated, leaving only the attentive inquiries of the waiter. Soon, footsteps echoed as someone ascended to the 2nd floor, and the chatter on the ground level erupted once more, growing even louder than when the storyteller had been narrating, resembling a pot boiling over. Tangjin, without turning his head, instinctively understood the reason. When a beauty passes by, who would not glance back, especially in the presence of 2, adorned in white and red skirts? They walked arm in arm with a grace reminiscent of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, prompting all to hold their breath in awe of their exquisite beauty. Once the ethereal sisters vanished from sight, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement and began to exchange fervent whispers, some even peppering their conversations with a few coarse remarks. The onlookers on the 2nd floor followed their every movement with eager eyes, hoping that the 2 enchanting figures might choose to sit closer to them. Alas, the fair ones did not take a table but instead made their way directly to Tangjin's table. They casually glanced at the woman, who was soundly asleep, and then settled down. Tangjin distinctly heard several tables of people sighing. Yaoen Reo poured himself a glass of local liquor from the table and casually inquired, "How does it feel to be envied by others?" Tangjin remained impassive, her brows unraised, and replied with a calm demeanor, "It's all right." The gaze of the fairies at the Jiushou Qingyan banquet has always been much the same. With a derisive chuckle, Yaoen Reo gestured towards the woman slumped over the table, snoring. "And who is she?" "Don't mind her. She's merely intoxicated." Tangjin waved her hand dismissively and turned her attention to Honger. What was the outcome of the interviews? Honger produced several jade tokens from her waist. Most of those who attended have been accepted. The offers from Yuna Peak and Fuhu Peak are the most favorable, while Baijian Peak has proposed to provide a mundane flying sword. The jade tokens clattered as they were tossed onto the table. Tangjin casually glanced at them and inquired, "Were there any who agreed to her terms?" Honger shook her head. "I must say, esteemed one, being pursued fervently by the fairies, it would be prudent for you to embrace the path of enlightenment post-haste. What sect in this world admits disciples while allowing them to bring their kin to the mountain?" Yaoen Ryo interjected with timely mockery. Tangjin was disinclined to engage with her. Chapter 65, Do not inquire of the immortals. Is the heavenly gate difficult to cross? One's parents, born with a fine appearance, Presently, the city where Tangjin resides is known as Huashan City, the largest city situated at the foot of the Heavenly Gate mountain range in the southern Jiangbu continent. It is said that several centuries ago, this place was called Huashan Village, where 100 households relied on the abundant resources of Heavenly Gate Mountain, living a life of hunting and herb gathering. The 28 peaks of Heavenly Gate, where the immortals resided, was merely a local legend until one day, a villager encountered a Taoist, finding him amiable. They invited him to share a meal of yellow millet rice. After the Taoist had his fill, he pointed to Huashan Village and proclaimed, "Next year, I shall establish my disciples among the Heavenly Gate peaks here." The villagers did not give it much thought at the time, but the following year, a multitude of immortals descended. And thus, Huashan Village embarked on an unstoppable trajectory of growth. This tale, of course, has many variations, yet the essence remains unchanged. Huashan City exists as the designated place for the recruitment of disciples from the 28 peaks of Heavenly Gate. Over the centuries, it has gradually evolved into a renowned city throughout the southern Jiangbu continent, with it being said that the lord of Huashan City stands on equal footing with the monarch of the local dynasty. Currently, the permanent population of Huashan City has surpassed 1 million, encompassing an area of over 10,000 square kilometers, not including the surrounding villages and markets. The tavern, located at the city's edge, is rather modest, frequented primarily by itinerant merchants and travelers from afar. However, it bears a grand name, Heavenly Gate Tavern. Indeed, there are no fewer than 80 establishments of this name within Huashan City. The locals take immense pride in their proximity to Heavenly Gate Mountain, often asserting that the 28 peaks of Heavenly Gate have long surpassed the prominence of Yuchan Palace in the southern continent, nearing the esteemed Taoist stronghold of Ziyun Immortal Palace. Tangjin felt quite pleased, as this indeed indicated that the area was flourishing. The aspirations of the common folk signified a hopeful existence. He gazed out of the window, and through the tavern's glass, he caught a glimpse of the distant mountains, layered and shrouded in mist. A truly remarkable place endowed with both exceptional individuals and a nurturing environment. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to enter. Tangjin and his companions took 2 months to reach Huashan City, coinciding with the final week of this year's Tianmen 20 Peaks entrance assessments. Despite being termed assessments, they bore little resemblance to martial contests or obstacle courses, leaning more towards an autumn recruitment interview. Each peak dispatched an elder accompanied by several disciples, who set up stalls and hung banners at the mountain gate. During this period, the area resembled a bustling marketplace, with shouts and queues forming in front of various stalls. Occasionally, celestial beings showcased their skills to entice onlookers to sign up, creating a lively atmosphere. If one wished to join a particular peak, they merely needed to fill out a form and then sit before the elder, who would inquire about their age, years of cultivation, the path they practiced, their family's profession, and whether they had any acquaintances or recommenders on Tianmen Mountain. This exchange, consisting of a mere handful of questions, would conclude with the elder offering a small jade token if the individual was accepted, granting them entry to the mountain as an outer disciple of a specific peak. However, these were primarily servant-type disciples, tasked with menial chores such as cleaning and cooking, and could exit at any time. Should their aptitude for cultivation prove commendable, they might transition to true outer disciples after a probation period, eventually receiving guidance from a senior brother. After a few years, if they were likely to break through to foundation establishment, they would have the chance to formally apprentice under a particular elder and ascend to the inner sect. If unsuccessful, the elder would kindly offer some polite words of regret, expressing that while the individual was indeed outstanding, the peak was currently at capacity, but they would be added to the talent pool for future vacancies. One might wonder why such a significant sect recruited disciples so casually. Shouldn't there be tests for aptitude or spiritual roots, perhaps some fanfare surrounding the process? The primary reasons for this are twofold. Firstly, the Tianmen 28 Peaks refers to an alliance of the entire Tianmen mountain range. Despite its vastness, apart from the 28 main peaks, the strength of the smaller peaks is merely that of third-rate sects or lower. Among the 28 main peaks, most are of second-rate caliber, with only 4 or 5 barely qualifying as first-rate. Consequently, each peak has its own recruitment criteria, making uniformity impossible. Secondly, the thresholds for recruitment among the Tianmen peaks are quite clear, allowing for a more relaxed process. The so-called aptitude for cultivation is determined solely by the age at which one begins their journey. If one starts cultivating before the age of 25 and is not severely lacking in talent, they are generally exempt from testing for all but the 28 main peaks. If they begin before the age of 18, they may even vie for a spot among the main peaks. However, if one starts cultivating at the tender age of 10, they would have missed the opportunity to participate in the entrance assessments entirely. On the night of their initiation, elders from the 28 main peaks would sequentially visit their parents bearing gifts. At this moment, Hong Er had laid several jade tokens for the main peaks on the table. Among them, Yuna Peak and Fuhu Peak ranked highly among the 28 main peaks, standing at the lower end of first-rate sect status. Yet, this raised a question. How could Hong Er and Yao and Rao, both nearing 18 and having only cultivated for a year, have secured so many jade tokens from the main peaks? The answer is simple. Suppose you, along with a few senior brothers, Accompany your master down the mountain for the entrance assessments and suddenly encounter an exceptionally beautiful pair of girls strolling past the recruitment stalls. Their red and white gowns captivating everyone's attention. You and your brothers would share knowing smiles. By chance, those two girls sit at your stall, and fortuitously, they meet your sex recruitment criteria. Would you opt for a few average-looking boys with mediocre talent, or choose the two stunningly beautiful junior sisters, albeit with slightly lesser aptitude? Since the individuals competing for spots are all relatively similar in skill, with the most promising outcome being a mere inner disciple, why not select those who are visually appealing? Did you not notice the rare smile on your stern master's face upon seeing such enchanting young ladies? This is not favoritism. This is a benefit for all male cultivators of the Tianmin 28 Peaks. Among the jade tokens on the table, only Yuna Peak might possess a more innocent intent, given that it is a haven for female cultivators. Yet, can one truly claim that the senior sisters were not eager to welcome Hong-Er and Yao-En-Reo simply for the sake of their beauty? Women also appreciate beautiful women. After all, however, upon hearing Hong-Er express the need to bring along an uninitiated male, all enthusiasm turned to resistance. Ultimately, they could only express regret, stating that there had never been a rule like that within the sect. Everyone ascends the mountain for cultivation, and personal connections would only lead to chaos. Moreover, the male in question had already surpassed 20 without entering the path. Even if he did ascend the mountain, he would merely serve as a mundane laborer, unable to enter the temple itself. Thus, although Hong-Er and Yao-En-Reo returned with a trove of jade tokens, not a single one was usable by Tangjin. It is no wonder that Yao-En-Reo had just mocked Tangjin, urging him to cultivate swiftly, for without entering the path, he would remain unable to ascend the mountain alongside Hong-Er and Yao-En-Reo. Tangjin sighed, for he too longed to embark upon the path of cultivation. However, the practice of demonic arts posed a considerable challenge for him. This was not due to any moral reservations. As a transmigrator, he was theoretically unbound by restrictions. There were indeed protagonists who cultivated demonic paths while adhering to righteous principles, and practitioners of demonic arts could lead fulfilling lives as well. Yet, such a notion proved impractical in his current situation. In the realm of Jiuzhou, the dichotomy between righteous and demonic cultivation was an objective reality. The reason demonic practices were labeled as such was not merely because their practitioners reveled in malevolence, but rather because many had succumbed to madness. The essence of demonic arts lay in their intent to unearth the darker facets of a cultivator's heart. If one were inherently malevolent, it might be manageable. However, for those with virtuous inclinations, the risk of driving oneself to insanity was palpable. One should not presume that unwavering willpower could render one immune to such consequences. Did he think he was the sole individual with such thoughts? Throughout history, countless demonic cultivators, at the outset of their practice, believed they could harness the power of demonic arts without adhering to its path. Tangjin had witnessed the outcomes of such individuals firsthand. They were nothing more than filial sons who devoured their mothers, passionate lovers who murdered their wives, and old monks, ostensibly devoted to Buddha, who embraced a crimson skeleton while reciting scriptures to perpetrate malevolent deeds. There were also those erudite scholars, steeped in the teachings of 100 schools, who killed their fellow disciples and allowed their masters to perish from hunger, only to be captured and curse Confucius for his lack of talent and Laozi for his absence of virtue. Such instances abound, and there is no need to enumerate them further. Tangjin felt a twinge of self-doubt. He feared that if he were indeed the protagonist, given the author's historical tendencies, he might inadvertently cause harm to Hong-Er after succumbing to madness, all in pursuit of becoming an emotional turning point. Tangjin shook his head vigorously, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Oh, never mind. How about you two go ahead this year while I take my time? After all, there is no rush. He waved his hand, fully aware that his current situation was indeed somewhat cumbersome, as a few moments each day were far too inadequate. He could only gradually acclimate himself to the system. Hong-Er shook her head directly, while Yao-En-Reo shrugged nonchalantly and inquired, why must we enter the 28 Peaks of Tiangmen? Is it truly formidable? It is not that it is indispensable, but rather that it is the closest and lacks acquaintances, Tangjin explained, scratching his head. Although the 28 Peaks of Tiangmen ranks among the top 3 in the South Jianbu continent, it pales in comparison to the Jade Chan Palace. Not even a saint is to be found, let alone a quasi-saint. However, this desolate land of South Jianbu does have its advantages. Aside from the Jade Chan Palace, if you have ever encountered Tangjin, there are hardly any individuals within the entire Tiangmen mountain range who are of a caliber to befriend him. Even upon reaching the celestial realm, a celestial being from a remote village may not necessarily rival the Golden Core practitioners from affluent backgrounds. After all, one cannot predict who will toast to whom at a banquet. In the Taoist path, one must consider the elements of law, companions, wealth, and land. Both law and companions are of the highest quality in your studies. One must possess at least one of the latter two. Practicing the finest methods in the mortal realm cannot compare to practicing a lesser method in a spiritual land. Tangjin explained earnestly, as he indeed had other plans for ascending to Tiangmen Peak, though it was unnecessary to share them with Yao-En-Reo and Hong-Er at present. Have some dignity. What makes you think companions are of the highest caliber? When has Hong-Er ever agreed to that? Yao-En-Reo seized upon the crux of the matter. Companions need not necessarily be romantic partners. It broadly refers to those who can assist in cultivation and dispel doubts. Tangjin sighed, pondering how this fellow, despite being merely a clone, could inherit the most irksome traits of his original self so completely. Well then, if you are reluctant to ascend the mountain, wait for me in this city for a year. I will find a way to attain the Tao when the time comes. We can casually pay our respects at a minor peak and ascend together. Tang Jin rose, preparing to depart, unperturbed by the notion of waiting. For he possessed ample confidence in his envisioned future. Hong Er stood up, summoned a waiter, and settled the tab, while Yao and Reo downed the remaining local brew in one gulp. Before leaving, Tang Jin turned to the group at the table behind him and said, "I'm off. You all can move over there." The few individuals watched as the young man departed with two beautiful ladies, feeling that he was indeed extraordinary, not only broad-minded but also discreet. In contrast, they glanced at the inebriated woman from their side, sleeping soundly, and could not help but lament the unfairness of the world. Tang Jin and his companions returned to the inn outside the city, choosing accommodations on the outskirts of Huashan City for their affordability. Both Tang Jin and Hong Er found themselves without a single coin, relying solely on a few banknotes that Yao and Reo had carefully kept. However, both he and Tang Jin were known for their extravagant spending, and by the time they arrived in Huashan City, their resources were nearly depleted. Had it not been for Hong Er's decisive action in confiscating the remaining funds, they might have been forced to sleep on the streets that night. Nevertheless, Tang Jin, undeterred, opted for a pot of local wine while awaiting their guest on the second floor of the tavern. When it came time for Hong Er to settle the bill, her narrowed eyes betrayed a hint of reproach, yet, out of concern for Tang Jin's pride, she refrained from voicing her discontent as they returned to the inn. At that moment, she stood with her hands on her hips, softly lecturing Tang Jin. Meanwhile, Yao and Ryo sat nearby, enjoying the complimentary tea provided by the inn. Thoroughly relishing the scene before him, Tang Jin felt somewhat speechless. His attitude toward money had always been indifferent, primarily because since arriving here, he had rarely encountered situations that required financial means or faced problems that couldn't be resolved due to lack of funds. If you asked him to spend a red banknote, he might hesitate momentarily, but tossing out a few silver coins wouldn't cause him the slightest distress. One could only say he deserved the scolding. The reprimand lasted well into the evening, during which Yao and Reo had already finished 2 pots of tea. Hong Er finally let Tang Jin off the hook. She had no desire to nag like an old matron, yet these two simply refused to give her peace of mind. They still had to stay in Huashan City for another year, and money was already tight enough as it was. Now, another 20 coins were gone, 20 coins. That could have covered a night's lodging and a meal at a modest inn. Of course, compared to Yao and Reo, Tang Jin still had it slightly easier. Though Tang Jin spends money rapidly, he does not lament his financial woes when funds run low. Having once experienced life as a beggar, he is unperturbed by hardship. When money is scarce, he simply works to earn more and indulges in a good meal once he has the means. In contrast, Yao and Reo is a genuine young lady of privilege, entirely unlikely to stoop to begging or taking up labor. At most, she refrains from expenditures. Contemplating these matters, Hong Er felt a headache brewing, acutely aware of her role as a mother burdened with responsibilities. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, and Tang Jin, cornered by reprimands, seized the opportunity to catch his breath and hurried to open it. Outside, the evening sky darkened, and the corridor of the inn was dimly lit by flickering candlelight. A woman, her head bowed and somewhat furtive, slipped a small token through the crack of the door and whispered, "A special channel? Are you interested?" Tang Jin was momentarily stunned, harboring doubts that the instant he opened the door, he had once again traversed time, returning to a dilapidated youth hostel from the 1980s. Is it possible that even in this realm of immortal cultivation, there are individuals distributing small cards and inns? Chapter 66, The Sneaky Woman from Pingshan. Inviting for a meal while only spending money before him stood a woman clad in a straight-cut shirt, her hair styled in a high ponytail. She was quite tall, with broad shoulders, which, coupled with her long hair, gave her a somewhat masculine appearance. Nevertheless, her features were not unpleasing, though her overly shrewd eyes rendered her less intelligent in appearance. In the dim light of the flickering flames, her eyes reflected the distinct gleam of a petty thief, exuding an unmistakable aura of mischief. Noticing Tang Jin's silence, she leaned in closer and whispered, "I have access to special channels. Would you be interested in learning more?" Tang Jin remained silent, shaking his head, before decisively shutting the door. Beyond the astonishment at the capacity of such a business model to encompass 2 realms, he felt a deeper sense of exasperation. It was perplexing that she could not even find the right place to send a simple card. This woman truly seemed to lack common sense. Who would send a card to a room with 3 beds? One might argue that a single man in a shared space could indeed crave companionship, yet in a double room with a king-sized bed, it is entirely plausible that only one occupant resides there. Tang Jin, this is indeed a triple room. I truly wonder what he was thinking. Who is it? Yao and Reo, noticing the peculiar expression on his face, inquired. I do not recognize him. Merely a salesman doomed to earn nothing, Tang Jin replied casually. Little did he know. Before his words had fully settled, the door was knocked upon once more, this time with an even louder insistence. Tang Jin did not open the door again. Instead, he shouted outside, "No need." To his surprise, the woman outside responded loudly, Young man, please open the door. It's me. Do you remember me? We shared drinks together at the tavern today." Tang Jin furrowed his brows, feeling that his reputation had been unjustly tarnished. In his previous life, he had never once called the number on the little card, let alone endured daily accusations of being a romantic fool in this life. How could he possibly know you or share a drink? Suddenly, he recalled the possibility that this might be the female drunkard. How did she find her way here? He turned and opened the door, scrutinizing the figure before him, and indeed it was her. He had failed to recognize her at the time due to her flushed face from drinking. The woman leaned her face into the doorway, wearing a warm yet cautious smile, and exclaimed, "Young man, allow me the opportunity to introduce myself. After all, we share the bond of having consumed alcohol together. I have not shared a drink with you. You seated yourself without my consent," Tang Jin retorted. "Moreover, I do not require any special channels." Reluctantly, he widened the door slightly, revealing the curious face of Yao Enryo peeking from within. Upon spotting Yao Enryo, the woman hastily greeted her. "Hello, beautiful sister." Yao Enryo offered a faint smile. Both approachable and distant, reminiscent of a bodhisattva, this individual always appeared to be aloof from the mundane affairs of the world when interacting with outsiders. Tang Jin was reluctant to entangle himself with a woman and was on the verge of closing the door. However, her voice grew more urgent, tinged with a hint of desperation. "Young man, I assure you, the route I take to ascend the mountain is entirely safe and reliable. Moreover, it allows for family members to accompany." Tang Jin was taken aback. "What? The mountain access? Which mountain? Tianmin Mountain?" The woman, perplexed, responded. "Did you not express a desire at noon to be initiated into the 28 peaks of Tianmin? I have a way to bring family members up the mountain. Is this the special channel you mentioned?" Tang Jin was astonished and speechless. "Indeed," the woman nodded earnestly. "Then why the secrecy? Can such matters be discussed openly?" The woman was equally stunned. After all, it could be deemed as taking a backdoor route, and one could hardly announce it loudly in the corridor. Wait a moment. Tang Jin suddenly realized the crux of the issue. "Didn't you drink too much and fall asleep at noon? How did you hear our conversation?" The woman chuckled sheepishly, bringing her thumb and forefinger close together. "Just a little. I heard a tiny bit." This woman, who introduced herself as Sister Ping, was also a practitioner on the peaks of Tianmin Mountain, though she hailed from a lesser-known minor peak rather than one of the 28 main peaks. She had descended the mountain this time to recruit new disciples, but her progress had been lackluster, which led her and her friends to drown their sorrows and drink at the tavern. By chance, she overheard the conversation among Tang Jin and the others. Recognizing that Hong'er and Yao Enryo possessed considerable talent, but they were troubled by the desire to bring this man along, she had kept her wits about her. Though she had been too inebriated to react initially, once sober, she diligently sought information and was fortunate enough to trace Hong'er and Yao Enryo to this inn. Since she had knocked on the door, it was a sign that she had decided to accept the terms of Hong'er and Yao Enryo in exchange for allowing them to cultivate on her peak. Although Hong'er and Yao Enryo's talents were merely adequate among the 28 main peaks, teetering on the edge of selection, they were considered exceptionally gifted on smaller peaks, representing rare potential. "Do the elders of your peak permit family members to ascend the mountain?" Tang Jin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Sister Ping, who sat across from him. He sensed something amiss. Despite Sister Ping being at the foundation establishment stage, her fundamentals were alarmingly weak. Her true essence was only marginally stronger than that of an entry-level disciple, making it clear that she could not possibly hold a significant position within the sect. Given her inadequate status, how could she promise to allow Yao Enryo and Hong'er to bring Tang Jin along? Surely you must at least be an elder at the spirit refinement stage to make such a promise. The woman was caught off guard by his inquiry. Pausing briefly before sighing with a hint of nostalgia, in previous years, it would have been absolutely forbidden, but this year the circumstances are exceptional. Tang Jin grew increasingly suspicious. However, the small token that the woman had just handed him was indeed the mountain entry permit for Tianmin Mountain Range, which could not be fabricated. It bore the inscription of Yuping Mountain. Tang Jin had certainly never heard of it, as he might not even be able to name all the peaks of the 28 main peaks. He was merely curious about the true size of this so-called small hill. The atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence as Tang Jin pondered, while Hong'er waited quietly, and Yao Enryo feigned disinterest, lost in thought. Sitting across from them, Ping Jia appeared somewhat anxious, her long legs twisting and crossing, as if attempting to braid themselves. She alternated between smiling at Hong'er and nodding at Yao Enryo, leaving it unclear whether she was there to assess Tang Jin or to be assessed by him. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by the voice of the innkeeper. "Dear guest, would you like to have dinner?" After considering for a moment, Hong'er replied, 3 bowls of porridge and a plate of vegetables." Having already spent an extra 20 coins on wine, it was only prudent to economize on dinner. Yao Enryo immediately frowned at the meager offering of watery porridge and greens. Unexpectedly, Ping Jia sprang to her feet, her face radiating confidence as if she had finally found an opportunity to prove herself. She hurried to the door, flung it open, and with a flourish, produced a small piece of gold from her pocket, tossing it into the innkeeper's hands. "Go to the nearest tavern and order the finest feast for me. Especially ensure there's a soup made from at least 6 pounds of crucian carp from the Tianmin River." "Ah, forget it. At this hour, there are no fresh big fish. Substitute it with smaller ones, but they must be the freshest." She then ordered 4 or 5 renowned dishes from Wangshan City before dismissing the innkeeper. This display clearly suggested that she was accustomed to handling such affairs. This is what a true leader in the realm should embody. Ping Jie remarked with an air of nonchalance, "Tonight, since I intruded upon you three, it is only right that I treat you to dinner. Consider it my apology." It became evident that this was her forte, and any previous awkwardness dissipated. She appeared less like a practitioner and more akin to a wanderer of the world. Hong Er furrowed her brow, feeling uncomfortable with the notion of a stranger footing the bill, fearing it would complicate future refusals of the other's requests. Turning her head, she noticed Tang Jun and Yao Enreo nodding approvingly at Ping Jie, their expressions filled with admiration. These two seemed to regard the gold or the meal not as a favor but as a basic courtesy that should be expected in their relationship. Ironically, Ping Jie shared the same sentiment, and the atmosphere among the three lightened considerably. Yao Enreo was now willing to engage in conversation, and Tang Jun ceased his incessant questioning. Only Hong Er began to question her own existence, pondering when it was that Tang Jun and Yao Enreo had grown to share such a mutual understanding. Despite their mutual disdain, their viewpoints on certain matters often aligned astonishingly well, leaving Hong Er perplexed as to whether Tang Jun had corrupted Yao Enreo or vice versa. Chapter 67. The Growth of Flora and Fauna. The Human Heart's Afflictions. This mountain path consists of 3,999 steps, embodying the principle that fullness inevitably leads to deficiency. Ascending this path, one encounters 12 scenic spots. The route veers at water and slows within the woods. Every summer, Yupu Mountain opens its gates to the affluent of Wangshan City, transforming the mountain path into a vibrant spectacle as lords and ladies take in the blossoms and vistas. For those with less nimble legs, porters may be hired to carry them up. Ping Jie's voice was crisp and melodious, her eloquence suggesting she had shared this tale with many before. "I surmise you were responsible for guiding these lords and ladies back then," Tang Jun remarked, feeling fatigued from the climb. 3,999 steps may not sound excessive, but those who have scaled mountains know that it takes several hours to ascend. Ping Jie smiled, not disputing his words, pausing instead to wait for Tang Jun and Hong Er to catch up. "You may not have heard of it since you hail from afar, but in Washan City, aside from the Tianmen 28 peaks, many are most familiar with Yupu Mountain." "Why is that?" Hong Er inquired, astonished. "Isn't Yupu Mountain quite small?" "Well, there are reasons," Tang Jun interjected with a sardonic chuckle. "It is likely the only place where mortals are permitted to ascend and worship at the Tianmen 28 Peak sect." This statement cut straight to the heart of the matter. Ping Jie fell silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Tang Jun continued to speak without reservation. "The journey from Yupu Mountain to Washan City takes merely an hour. Allowing a day for the ascent and descent, one could easily make the round trip. Is it not rather coincidental? Moreover, Yupu Mountain has not only constructed a mountain gate for mortals, but has also established an entrance and paved stone steps leading directly to the peak. Such meticulous preparation seems overly thorough. To say it is thorough is an understatement. It is nearly akin to a fully developed tourist facility, complete with the gimmick of 12 scenic views, as if it were a 5-star attraction from a past life. But isn't this a good thing?" Hong Er remained puzzled. In her eyes, a fairy mountain should possess winding paths leading to secluded beauty, with each step revealing a new vista. While this might be advantageous for a mortal temple, Yupu Mountain is a sect of cultivation. Tang Jun shook his head and glanced at Ping Jie, who blushed slightly but maintained her composure. He continued, "A place for cultivation must be serene, a sanctuary for reflection and enlightenment. How can one welcome visitors daily? Moreover, both the pure essence required for cultivation and the emergence of spiritual beings necessitate seclusion. True sects of cultivation retreat deep into the mountains, standing upon sheer cliffs. There are no stone steps, not even an iron chain. One cannot expect mortals seeking enlightenment, much less cultivators who cannot fly, to ascend." Hong Er nodded thoughtfully, while Ping Jie felt her ears grow warm, lowering her head in silent shame. Tang Jun's words were indeed accurate. Although Yupu Mountain is outwardly proclaimed as the first peak among the 28 peaks of Tiangmen, serving as a fade, it is more akin to a tourist attraction crafted collaboratively by Wangshan City and the 28 peaks of Tiangmen, providing a destination for those common folk who come to pay their respects, lest they recklessly wander into the primordial forest, claiming to seek enlightenment only to become lost and unwittingly entangle Tiangmen's 28 peaks in their misadventures. Thus, compared to the lofty and inaccessible sanctuaries of cultivation, it resembles a mere place for commoners to seek the path and worship. It is no wonder that Tang Jun's candid remarks might wound. He never anticipated that the 28 peaks of Tiangmen would create such a spectacle. He had come seeking a place for cultivation, not to serve as an employee at a tourist site, rendering this journey a futile climb. "Well, since you agreed last night, let us go up and enjoy the scenery," Hong Er said, noticing Tang Jun's furrowed brow and Ping Jie's pitiable demeanor, and she felt compelled to persuade him. Hong Er's words rekindled Ping Jie's resolve. "Young Master Tang, you promised last night that you would certainly reach the summit." The thought of this made Tang Jun's frown deepen. What a miscalculation. This is entirely due to last night's banquet. The banquet, naturally, involved wine. Tang Jun prided himself on his drinking capacity, whereas Ping Jie was the type to blush even from a simple local brew, thus he paid little heed. Furthermore, since arriving in Wangshan City, he had been under Hong Er's management of finances and had not indulged in a grand feast for many days. Consequently, he relaxed and ate heartily. Soon becoming quite familiar with Ping Jie, he could not recall the specifics of their conversation, but it predominantly involved Ping Jie boasting about the exquisite beauty of Yupu Mountain, its rich history, and the legendary beings it had produced. As the wine flowed, Ping Jie remained composed, while Tang Jun, in a fit of exuberance, declared, "Let us go tomorrow. I shall see how splendid your family's Yupu Mountain is." He did not utter the words that followed, as Hong Er covered his mouth. Yao Anreo, unable to contain her laughter, with a rosy hue upon her cheeks from the drink, grasped Ping Jie's hand and inquired, "Ping Jie, do tell me. How much did you overhear of our conversation at the tavern earlier? I am quite curious." At this moment, seeing Tang Jun intoxicated, Ping Jie was poised to press for a commitment to join the sect, when suddenly a chill ran down her spine. The arm Yao Anreo held felt as if it had been scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Yet, the sensation vanished in an instant as she turned to find the enchanting maiden smiling alluringly. Where was the fearsome creature? Hong Er swiftly drew Yao Anreo back to her side, offering Ping Jie an apologetic smile. "Since you have already agreed, we shall ascend the mountain tomorrow, but we cannot guarantee an entry into the sect. Is that acceptable?" Ping Jie nodded. "Very well, we shall first see how it goes." For reasons unknown, she felt a tinge of trepidation towards these two ethereal maidens. Thus, events unfolded until Tang Jun, having awakened from his stupor, was pulled by Hong Er out of the inn. Together, they followed Ping Jie through the mountain gate and embarked on the moderately lengthy path ahead. Tang Jun now harbors serious doubts regarding Sister Ping's capacity for alcohol. Though my Yuping Mountain may be modest, the treatment we offer is rather generous. During the annual opening for worship, the incense money is abundant. As a disciple of Yuping Mountain, even if one is merely an outer disciple for a year, there is a living stipend of 20 taels of gold. Not to mention the dividends. This year, I assure you, the profits on the mountain will yield each person a modest sum of nearly 100 taels. Sister Ping seems yet unwilling to abandon her efforts to persuade Tang Jun and the others to join the mountain. Tang Jun merely shook his head at these words, for there was no need for rebuttal. To an ordinary person, gold and silver might seem superior, yet they are but dust to a practitioner. Their value pales in comparison. Ultimately, he and Hong Er were here for the purpose of cultivation. Upon observing his head shake, Ping Jie displayed a fleeting expression of melancholy, which was quickly masked. She bounded up a series of long steps, reaching a small platform, where she turned to smile at Hong Er and Tang Jun, exclaiming, "You are indeed fortunate. What awaits you next is the premier spectacle of Yuping Mountain, Xianglin." As she spoke, a mountain breeze swept through, and indeed, a sound akin to rustling water and bamboo clapping echoed from above, uplifting the spirit. Chapter 68, The Young Ones with Hidden Intentions. Two mentors resumed their strategy upon ascending the small platform. The mountain path became gentler, yet the sound grew increasingly distinct. It turned out to be a series of prayer tablets hanging from red strings on the branches beside the path, each palm-sized wooden tablet bending the old trees beneath their weight. Who could say how many of these wishes had truly reached the divine? Walking through this forest of sound, the wind caused the tablets to clatter, and should one gaze upward, they might catch sight of a spinning tablet inscribed with desires for family safety and enduring love. The trio fell into a contemplative silence as they traversed the grove, occasionally pausing to admire the sunlight filtering through the leaves, illuminating the wishes of others. After passing through Xianglin, the mountain path grew steep once more. Tang Jun looked up to see a figure faintly visible along the distant trail, and he called out loudly, "Slow down. Wait for us." His voice echoed far and returned, yet the figure paid no heed, startling a flock of birds that fluttered away into the mountains. After a considerable pause, a gentle female voice floated back, urging, "Hurry up. It's all right. Although the path is steep, it remains fairly wide, presenting no risk of stumbling." Ping Jie reassured Tang Jun. Tang Jun forced a smile, not out of concern for Yao Anreo's potential missteps, but rather an instinctual reluctance to allow this incarnation to stray from his sight, a nagging sense that such an action might incite considerable trouble. We shall set aside our mountain climbing endeavors for the moment. On the opposite side of the southern Zhan region, Zhou Dongdong sat sulking on a tree branch, lips pursed. He had finally come to comprehend why the Ziyun sword could not harm Yao Er, and why this young girl from Chessboard Mountain had appeared in Beiyang City. It was because his senior brother had imparted a thread of true essence to this girl. Moreover, senior sister Wu Man was also in search of their senior brother. Yet, this was not the source of his ire. He was vexed with his senior brother for neglecting him and frustrated with himself for being too slow to react. He should have realized his senior brother was right there the moment the Ziyun sword faltered. He was further agitated by the fact that this girl, fully aware of everything, chose to remain silent. "Hey, don't be angry. It was the true monarch's directive that I keep this from you," Yao Er said, as she busily kindled a fire to roast fish beneath the tree. A charming white fox with a bow tied around its neck sitting obediently beside her. Yao Er skillfully handled the fish, gutting, skewering, and seasoning with coarse salt over a gentle flame. a clear testament to her prior experiences on Chessboard Mountain. Zhou Dongdong turned his head away, refusing to engage. Well, if you're upset, so be it. If you don't eat, others will. Yao Er remarked, lifting the small white fox by its neck and presenting it before herself. The fox dared not express dissent, merely nodding vigorously. Humph. Zhou Dongdong let out a cold snort from the tree, causing the fox to freeze in place. Caught between nodding and shaking its head, it could only force a smile, a grimace of feigned amiability. Hu Jie was at the height of his distress. Being captured was one thing, after all, he was still alive, but could they refrain from using him as a referee in their daily squabbles? He was merely a fox. He could not afford to offend anyone. A dignified demonic cultivator had fallen to such depths. Logically, he should not be outmatched by these two children. Yet, after years of demonic cultivation, he had accumulated some experience and should not have been so compliant after capture. This was largely due to the bow that now adorned his neck, a cloth strip that had originally been tied around Zhou Dongdong's waist, colloquially known as a belt. Now, it was replaced with a vine cord Yao Er had casually woven. One could only wonder how Saint Zihua would react upon discovering that the robe he had crafted was being treated in such a manner. With that collar in place, as long as he remained within Zhou Dongdong's spiritual awareness, Zhou Dongdong could swiftly extinguish him with the power of the Ziyun robe. Salvation from the saint was not forthcoming. While the belt was provided by Zhou Dongdong, the bow was meticulously tied by Yao Er herself. This reflected a fundamental difference in their philosophical approaches to cultivation. Zhou Dongdong, representing the Ziyun Immortal Palace, viewed demonic creatures as tools to be utilized or eliminated. While Yao Er, hailing from Chessboard Mountain, had a relationship with demonic beings that leaned towards companionship and taming. Of course, both children, merely 7 or 8 years old, exhibited their own extremes in childishness. For instance, Zhou Dongdong's decisive approach to slaying demons lacked any psychological burden, hardly considering the other as a being with whom one could communicate. Conversely, Yao Er failed to recognize that the demons mingling with her were not necessarily akin to her companions from Chessboard Mountain, despite superficial similarities. Could you please dedicate your time to mastering the Compendium of Beasts daily and transform sooner, rather than squandering time on tedious pursuits such as fishing or foraging for herbs? Zhou Dongdong expressed his confusion as he observed Yao Er relishing her roasted fish below. Despite possessing a storage pouch, she insisted on kindling a fire and preparing meals herself. And her joy at discovering a wild ginseng root was puzzling to him. 200 ginseng roots hardly compared to a single pill he could casually produce from his pocket. Yet, Yao Er was enamored with the ginseng, laboriously extracting it for an hour, and when Zhou Dongdong attempted to assist with his spells, she scolded him, exclaiming, "What good are your hands if you rely solely on magic?" Zhou Dongdong mused, "My hands are naturally for channeling spells. Are they meant for digging up ginseng and making pits?" Summarizing the past few days, their perspectives on both significant and trivial matters diverged. Yet they refrained from parting ways in disagreement. They both believed they had discerned the reason Tang Jin had conspired to bring them together and felt capable of fulfilling his task. Zhou Dongdong deduced that his senior brother had sent Yao Er to him to deflect blame. According to Yao Er, her senior brother had presumably acquiesced to senior sister Wu Manmin's request to impart teachings to her, but evidently, the endeavor had failed due to Yao Er's rudimentary understanding of cultivation. She was even somewhat confused about her own techniques, encountering overly fundamental issues in her practice. It was akin to consulting an unparalleled swordsman about the essence of swordplay, only to be met with vague phrases such as the swordless triumphs over the sword or the sword resides in the heart, not in the hand. Ultimately, when she inquired, "How can one sheathe a sword without pricking oneself?" the renowned swordsman did not chastise her but instead recommended her to his junior disciple, which sufficiently illustrated the precious nature of the friendship between Wu Manmin and Tang Jin. Zhou Dongdong had long grown accustomed to executing the tasks entrusted by his senior brother, convinced that upon completion, his senior brother would surely meet him. Moreover, it was not a difficult task, as long as he shared a few stories. He would eventually clarify matters. Regrettably, the moment he began to speak, Yao Er would doze off, not out of malice, but simply because she fell asleep whenever a lesson commenced. A decayed tree cannot be carved. Yao Er's perspective on this matter was far less intricate. She believed Tang Jin had sent her to look after and, incidentally, educate this younger disciple of hers. Indeed, that was her genuine belief. The reasoning was that Zhou Dongdong possessed almost no survival skills. He could not discern whether wild fruits were poisonous, nor could he catch fish. And what was more alarming was that he could not even start a fire without magic. My heavens! How could such a large child not know how to make a fire in the mountains? What if he were to find himself lost in the wilderness and starve? In her eyes, Zhou Dongdong was essentially a fool. Apart from his prowess in combat and spells, he was utterly inept in all other respects. Furthermore, his demeanor was excessively fierce, and his heart harbored a heavy inclination towards slaughter. Tang truly worried that his junior disciple, lacking the life experience he possessed, would struggle during his first descent from the mountain, which is why he took it upon himself to guide him. However, this fellow showed no inclination to learn, instead merely clutching a long sword and observing her bustling about. Indeed, he was a piece of uncarvable wood. In chapter 69, the young master asks, the lady answers. Sister Ping no longer broached the subject of them joining the sect along the mountain path. Instead, she earnestly assumed the role of a tour guide. She was indeed a fine candidate for this vocation, articulating her words clearly, her brows and eyes alight with enthusiasm. What was most commendable was her genuine love for Yuhua Mountain. Thus, whenever she spoke of joyful moments, her overflowing pride and happiness would inevitably infect both Tang and Honger, preventing their attention from being entirely consumed by the arduous, steep trail. As they traversed through the clouds, they had already covered more than half the mountain path. Here, the man-made scenery began to diminish, replaced by stone walls adorned with an array of poetry. It was evident that during the annual pilgrimage, the talented scholars of Huashan City would come to leave behind their proudest works of the year. Amusingly, while the verses were conventionally composed, the signatures at the end were remarkably extravagant, displaying a flourish of penmanship that revealed the writer's whimsical natures. Having passed this wall of literary brilliance, the grand entrance of the mountaintop temple came into view, with the final segment of stone steps unusually high and steep. This last stretch was aptly named the Path to Heaven. Those who had been carried by porters up to this point were compelled to ascend this segment on foot. Serving as a reminder that seeking enlightenment required personal effort, Sister Ping explained. However, this was merely a promotional tactic. If true effort were necessary, there would be no need for porters. Now having reached the mountain summit, the wind was slightly chilly, yet the sun offered warmth. The fatigue accumulated from their journey gradually dissipated amidst the expansive vistas, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment as if they had conquered the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Honger, a girl of 16 or 17, shouted joyfully into the mist, her voice echoing far and wide, cascading into the sea of clouds. With a radiant smile, she opened her arms, beckoning to Tang. Tang Jin smiled and imitated her by cupping her hands to form a small horn, directing it towards the sea of clouds, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hey!" After the outburst, both of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the oppressive mood that had lingered for the past 2 days due to the intense analysis of the Rashomon had lifted considerably. Tang Jin turned his head and inquired, "Sister Ping, this is the final stretch of our journey, and I shall ask you one last time, why do you truly wish for us to join this Jade Screen Mountain?" According to previous explanations, it was naturally due to Honger and Yao and Rao's innate talents. Yet by now, everyone understands that reasoning no longer holds water. For the very existence of Jade Screen Mountain was never intended to cultivate formidable cultivators. It merely serves as a bridge between the Celestial Gate Peaks and Huashan City, rendering the recruitment of gifted disciples utterly meaningless. Would it not suffice to enlist a few mediocre outer disciples with narrow horizons, content to usher visitors up and down this mountain year after year, delighting in their silver and gold dividends? Take Sister Ping herself. Does she not revel in her current role as a guide here on Jade Screen Mountain, wholly untroubled by her sluggish cultivation progress? Not all souls seek the Tao. Some practice cultivation merely to enhance their mortal existence. Sister Ping turned to gaze at Tang Jin and abruptly froze. There was something different about the youth now. How had that plain-spoken, light-drinking ordinary boy suddenly begun regarding her with such intensity? Beneath that white headband, his eyes were eerily tranquil. Unsettlingly so. Only then did she realize with a start that nothing about him was ordinary at all, his pristine white robes, that peculiar white headband. Features that now appeared strikingly distinguished. Throughout their journey, he had spoken of cultivation matters with profound insight, yet paradoxically possessed no cultivation himself. Accompanied by 2 exceptionally talented but temperamentally opposite young women, how had she ever considered him unremarkable? In that fleeting moment, it seemed the youth had merely straightened his posture and transformed into an entirely different person. Sister Ping? Honger's soft call snapped her from her reverie. Flustered by her lapse, she hurriedly offered apologies. Tang Jin waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We can talk while we climb." The reason was quite simple. He feared that their conversation would conclude before they reached the Taoist temple. Although Bing Jie spoke in a somewhat subdued tone, her expression did not reflect any despondency. This was due to the impending closure of Yuping Mountain. Tang Jin climbed in silence, uncertain whether he had been heard. Nonetheless, since he had spoken, he would divulge everything. The Tiangmen mountain range consists of 28 peaks, excluding the principal peak, along with 106 secondary peaks and over 300 miscellaneous peaks. The latter are not recorded in the Tiangmen roster. Any mountain with a few huts and a foundational level master along with several entry-level disciples could be deemed one of the sects within the Tiangmen range. However, they cannot publicly claim affiliation with the 28 peaks of Tiangmen. Sister Ping's voice flowed slowly, sharing this information with the same ease as she would describe the scenery of Yupu Mountain. This fluency did not stem from frequent discussions with others, but rather from the incessant replay of such facts in her mind. It was her inner demon. Although Yupu Mountain is modest, it stands as one of the 106 secondary peaks, entitled to claim association with the 28 peaks of Tiangmen. However, every few years, the secondary peaks undergo evaluations. Those that fall into disrepair may be demoted to miscellaneous peaks, while some miscellaneous peaks with a few remarkable figures could ascend to secondary status. This hierarchy not only involves titles and status, but also concerns the distribution of cultivation resources. Since Yupu Mountain serves as a bridge connecting the 28 peaks of Tiangmen to the mortals of Huashan City, it should hold a relatively stable position. As long as you fulfill your intended purpose, shouldn't that suffice? Tang Jin inquired. His implication was clear. Was Yupu Mountain not a direct promotional entity of the 28 peaks of Tiangmen? if it effectively served its promotional role? Should it not be unaffected by progress in cultivation or other performance metrics? Ideally, it should be so. However, in recent years, it appeared that someone from the main peak sought to detach from the mundane world, aspiring to consolidate the peaks of Tiangmen into a true sect of immortals, rendering Yupu Mountain somewhat of an eyesore. Tang Jun nodded in understanding. This notion has undoubtedly existed since the establishment of the 28 peaks of Tianmen, and it has likely grown increasingly robust in recent years. As for the reason, could it be that the Yuchan Palace has become progressively weaker in these past few years? Tang Jun was suddenly seized by a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be that this was a consequence tracing back to the time when he had stormed out of the Jade Toad Palace, vehemently cursing the practitioners of the southern Jianbu continent? No wonder. Just yesterday at noon, Sister Ping had drunkenly berated him. It seems that everything converges here. Tang Jun cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Sister Ping, yet she remained immersed in her narrative, oblivious to his discomfort. She continued, of course, this is merely the overarching situation, and it is not something we at Yuping Mountain can rectify. The immediate challenge lies in the necessity for the Vice Peak to ensure the presence of one primary and one secondary mountain lord, along with at least 2 offerings. At a minimum, there must be 1 individual at the foundation establishment stage and several disciples at the entry to Dao stage, no less than 1. These are the barest requirements. Merely meeting them may not suffice. However, over the years, we at Yuping Mountain have cultivated some connections. Someone from the main peak informed me that as long as we surpass this threshold, we can at least maintain the status of the Vice Peak for 3 years. How far are we from this? Tang Jun inquired, intrigued. Isn't this requirement rather modest? 1 at the refining spirit stage and several at the entry to Dao stage, what? Tang Jun was at a loss for words. The so-called minimum standard demanded 1 mountain lord at the refining spirit stage, 3 at the foundation establishment stage, along with a few at the entry to Dao stage. Yet, it turned out that the most critical refining spirit presence was absent. The simplest entry to Dao disciples were lacking, leaving only 3 at the foundation establishment stage, 1 of whom was herself. This was rather disheartening, to say the least. Truthfully, the disbandment was not unjustified. Observing Tang Jun's expression, Sister Ping discerned his thoughts, but merely smiled, feeling no offense. Instead, a subtle trace of sorrow flickered across her face. In fact, there had originally been 2 individuals at the refining spirit stage within the mountain, but 2 years prior, both had met with misfortune while on a mission. Tang Jun keenly realized that this unexpected event was perhaps not so unexpected after all. It appeared that the internal discord within the 28 peaks of Tiangu had become somewhat uncontrollable. Observing the expression on Sister Ping's face, he deduced that the individual who had met with misfortune must have shared a close relationship with her. Thus, he gently reassured her, stating that the current situation at Yuping Mountain was not her fault. It was merely the consequence of conflicts among prominent figures. He encouraged her, asserting that she had done her utmost and need not worry excessively. Even if the mountain had become a chaotic place, she would still serve as a guide. It was not her burden to bear. At that moment, the final stretch of the mountain path was nearing its end. The red-walled wooden door bore a plaque inscribed with the 3 prominent characters Yuping Guan. Sister Ping stepped forward, striking a pose with her hands on her hips, her garments billowing in the strong winds at the summit, exuding a sense of grace. This simply would not do. Have I not yet introduced myself to everyone? The sorrow and lamentation had vanished from her countenance, replaced by an exuberance and joy. She boldly proclaimed to the only 2 individuals atop the peak, my surname is Wang, and my given name is Yuping. This Yuping Mountain was named by my father after my birth. I humbly declare that I am the mistress of this modest Yuping Mountain. Dressed in masculine attire, tall and strong, she identified herself as a woman, carrying the weight of the mountain. Chapter 70, perhaps knowing too little, but insisting on taking matters into her own hands, Wang Yuping expressed her pride. However, Tang Jun could not help but feel a pang of melancholy for her. It seemed pitiable that a mere foundation-level cultivator was made the master of a mountain gate. No matter how much joy she derived from it, it was hard not to feel sympathy. The more one smiles in the face of adversity, the more others find it difficult to bear witness. Since it was too painful to observe, they decided to enter the temple. Upon entering Yuping Guan, they were greeted by 2 small buildings adorned with red paint. Within them rested a bell and a drum, and above the bell and drum tower hung a pair of couplets. Morning bells linger, flowers and grass envy youthful faces. Evening drums resound, winds and rains cannot dampen the grace of Yuping. These words had been personally inscribed by her father years ago. Sister Ping gazed at the couplets and softly spoke. Tang Jun observed closely and nodded, acknowledging the impressive craftsmanship. His admiration was not directed towards the couplets' characters or literary elegance, but rather the ingenious design of the mountain protection formation, which was grounded in the resounding echoes of the morning bell and evening drum. Standing before the bell and drum tower, he could faintly sense the shift in the wind. The mountain breeze softened, and the sun's harsh rays transformed into a gentle warmth. This was a formation of human-level prowess that simultaneously catered to both spirit-gathering and defensive functions, more than sufficient to complement the couplet. Sister Ping, delighted by his remarks, continued to guide the 2 into the temple. Passing the bell and drum tower marked their official entry into Yuping Temple. Before them stood an enormous ancient banyan tree, seemingly aged for several centuries, with numerous aerial roots cascading down, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire front courtyard. creating an impression akin to a forest from a single tree, strolling through the shade. They soon encountered the main and side halls, where the deities worshipped were commonly seen Taoist immortals from the southern continent. For instance, Tangjin spotted a stone statue of a toad cradling the moon at the leftmost position in the main hall, its plaque reading Great Marvel of Longevity. White Jade Toad Ancestor. Sister Ping briefly led them around, as cultivators typically showed little concern for the deity's ability to ensure safety or progeny, often merely inquiring about their realms during their lifetimes. Since the mountain was closed at this time, there were no pilgrims present, rendering the temple exceedingly quiet, save for the sound of their footsteps. Under the watchful gaze of the towering deities, they instinctively lowered their voices. This was the outer hall, which would only be tidied up during the annual mountain opening rituals, with the statues simply dusted monthly. The rear hall served as the actual cultivation space of Yuping Temple. Wang Yuping led them around the main hall. The notion of cultivation was, in essence, simply a way of life. The rear hall was considerably larger than the front but lacked grandiose halls and squares. Instead, it was segmented into small courtyards that followed the irregular elevations of the mountain, creating an intriguing layout. Evidence of human habitation was already apparent, such as a half-filled water tank in front of a guest room, clothes drying on a bamboo pole, and a few small green onions tilting precariously beneath a window. Let us first head to the conference hall, where we usually receive guests. Miss Yu should have arrived by now, Wang Yuping suggested. After winding through several small courtyards, they finally arrived at a slightly larger conference hall. The wooden doors stood wide open, yet no voices could be heard from within. As the three entered, they found three individuals inside. Seated in the main position was a slender man dressed as a Taoist priest, his face pale and serious, lacking notable features, giving him a rather dull first impression. On the right guest seat sat a plump man in ordinary attire, with a kind face, who was busy wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yao and Reo sat quietly in the left guest seat, sipping tea with a serene expression, with Wang Yuping leading Tangjin and Hong Er into the room. The atmosphere began to shift. The pale-faced man in the main seat abruptly stood up. He was not only thin but also quite tall, his Taoist robe hanging straight like a slender plank. His expression soured. Junior Brother Wu, please take our guests to the guest rooms for a rest. I have matters to discuss with the Mountain Master. His tone did not convey a warm welcome to Tangjin and the others. The plump man quickly nodded and stood up, smiling as he gestured for Tangjin and the others to follow him. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I speak with Senior Brother Gua, and then we shall share a simple meal here at the temple at noon. Wang Yuping offered an apologetic smile to the three. Come, esteemed guests, after such a long journey up the mountain, allow me to escort you to the guest room for some tea and rest. The plump man smiled warmly, his demeanor friendly and approachable, exuding a charming simplicity despite his slight pudginess. Tangjin found no reason to hesitate, after climbing for half a day. It was time to pause for a refreshing sip of tea. You are all quite slow, she remarked. Yao and Reo stretched lazily and exited the council hall, having already enjoyed 2 cups of tea. Did you offend that Brother Gua? Tangjin inquired. I certainly did not. He wore that expression when I arrived, came the response. No, dear sir, you misunderstand. It has nothing to do with this young lady. It's my senior brother, who the plump man hastily explained. But before he could finish, a cacophony of voices erupted from the council hall behind them. Nonsense! Why bring mortals up the mountain? Is it not chaotic enough in the temple? This was the voice of Brother Gua. Of course, it is to seek 2 talented disciples of the Daoentry realm, retorted Ping Jia, her voice raised. Do you expect to sit here in the temple every day and rely on the assistance of Unipeak? Without the spirit refinement realm, what purpose do disciples of the Daoentry serve? Have you not realized this after these past few months? As the voices gradually faded into the distance, the chubby man surnamed Wu led the 3 into a relatively clean side room. With a slight bow and a hint of a wry smile, he said, I apologize for the ruckus. My brother Gua can be rather stubborn and his words may have offended you. I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Brother Wu, do not take it to heart. If the temple is inconvenient, we can rest and descend the mountain at once. It is our misfortune to arrive at such a time. Ping Jie has informed us of the temple's circumstances, and you must attend to pressing matters, Tangjin expressed with understanding. Please, do not call me Brother Wu. Just refer to me as Little Fatty. You cannot leave just like that. Otherwise, the Mountain Lord will be furious, the plump man laughed, relieved that Tangjin bore no resentment. In truth, there is nothing inconvenient about it. Given the current situation on the mountain, we are at a loss as to what to do. We can merely stand by and watch. Instead, why not entertain some guests and enjoy a little food and drink together? Oh, from what I gathered from Ping Jia, you are likely busy seeking offerings for the spirit refinement realm and disciples of the Daoentry realm. She has gone to great lengths to find us, Tangjin noted, sensing a discrepancy in his words compared to what Ping Jie had relayed. Waving his hand, the plump man settled down, adopting a more serious demeanor to engage Tangjin in conversation. What you may not know, esteemed sir, is that our Mountain Lord is actually the younger sister of both myself and Brother Gua. After our master passed away, she inherited Yupu Mountain. However, as you might understand, while she is intelligent, her talent for cultivation is rather lacking. Managing the temple's affairs and the interactions with the various peaks of the Heavenly Gate is undoubtedly a burden for her, often leading to hardships and disdain. with little reward to be gained. Tang Jin nodded, acknowledging that most practitioners do not necessarily look down upon those of lower realms, as everyone has traversed that path. However, they often disdain those with lesser talents, as individuals naturally seek a sense of superiority. Thus, our initial agreement was for Senior Brother Gui to oversee matters related to cultivation in the Observation Pavilion and the peaks of Tianmen, while Junior Sister would handle the social arrangements with the mortals of Huashan City, a task she excels in. Little Fatty gestured towards the Tianmen mountain range and then towards Huashan City, elucidating why Sister Ping exuded an air of worldly experience. With a heavy sigh, Little Fatty's corpulence seemed to deflate slightly, resembling a deflated balloon. Since Master S's departure, she has only been vaguely aware of the happenings at the main peak of Tianmen. There are certain matters we prefer not to burden her with, so we only mention inconsequential details. This has led her to harbor an overly optimistic view of the current situation at Yuping Mountain. At this point, he glanced out the window, confirming that the assembly hall was still embroiled in argument, and continued, I hope that the following words remain confidential and not be conveyed to that little junior sister. Tang Jin nodded, while Yaoan appeared lost in thought, and Hong Er focused intently on brewing tea. Although there were those on the main peak of Tianmen who wished to protect our Yuping Mountain, the forces intent on dismantling it were far more formidable, and their methods had escalated beyond mere pressure within the confines of the sect's rules. The stout man gestured towards the courtyard outside, even at our lowest point. Yuping Mountain had once boasted a dozen or so miscellaneous workers and disciples, some of whom had already embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet, look at our current situation within this temple. Intimidation? Coercion? Tang Jin inquired. Indeed, the stout man replied with indignation. Most of the cultivators on Tianmen Mountain hail from the surrounding Tianmen Mountain range, and these newly initiated disciples have family residing in Huashan City. Initially, farewells were made one by one, but soon it became groups of 3 or 5. Senior Brother Gui, not wishing for them to be implicated, allowed them all to leave. Just yesterday, the last 4 were also sent down the mountain together, escorted by our junior sister. Tang Jin recalled the 4 individuals of varying ages he encountered at the restaurant yesterday afternoon. No wonder they hesitated to ask Sister Ping to rise. They were disciples from Yupu Mountain. Not only did Sister Ping escort them down the mountain, but she also treated them to a farewell meal, displaying great generosity. In Chapter 71, Mortal Wine, Celestial Laughter, Yupu Mountain holds significant importance to the junior sister. If she were to discover this, it was likely she would cause a commotion at the main peak. Thus, my senior brother Gui and I decided to inform those choosing to leave to tell the junior sister that they descended due to a lack of talent. Unable to establish a foundation in this lifetime, and could no longer endure the hardship. Little Fatty appeared somewhat melancholic. In truth, some were threatened by their families. Others feared retaliation, and a few were concerned about their future. Ultimately, Sister Ping genuinely believed this narrative and began searching for talented disciples to ascend the mountain, believing that this would not only assist Yupu Mountain in passing the main peak's assessment, but also prevent such farewells in the future. In reality, anyone who ascended would face threats. Yupu Mountain could not retain individuals. Tang Jin couldn't help but shake his head when it came to matters of cultivation. Wang Yuping was remarkably naive. One should not mock her. My master had not allowed her to interact much with cultivators during his lifetime. She was raised in Huashan City under the guidance of her master's wife, only visiting Yupu Temple for a few days each spring festival. My master believed that since she lacked talent, it would be better for her to live a life of wealth and joy as an ordinary person. Tang Jin grew increasingly curious about the deceased former mountain master. While his cultivation was not to be questioned, one would ponder how such an individual met his demise. Alas, let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters. The stout man rose to his feet, expressing his gratitude. I am quite chatty, and I appreciate your willingness to listen to my grievances. I must now prepare lunch for everyone, otherwise, I shall run out of time. You may explore the temple at your leisure, for there are no prohibitions, though I advise you to keep a safe distance from the precipice. Additionally, please refrain from eating in the presence of the troop of monkeys on the mountain. Should any small belongings be pilfered, do not fret, for I shall assist you in retrieving them afterward. Tang Jin was somewhat astonished. You personally cook? In the realm of foundation establishment, whether large or small, one is akin to a celestial being. This rotund fellow merely claimed that his cultivation level was comparable to that of the esteemed Yunhua Taoist, who resides in Beiyang City. Yet here he was reduced to the humble task of starting a fire and preparing a meal. Perhaps Yuping Mountain should be renamed to Fallen Mountain. Apologies. I forgot that Fallen Mountain is not indeed fallen. In our temple, it is just the 3 of us. Brother Gui can only make porridge, and junior sister can only eat, which leaves me as the sole cook. Given my appearance, one might easily surmise what I did before embarking on the path of cultivation. The chubby fellow patted his belly, which jiggled in response. No wonder he was clad in everyday clothing rather than a Taoist robe. A chef? Indeed. The plump man beamed with pride, proclaiming, I was once the head chef at the Heavenly Gate Tavern in Huashan City. This afternoon, you shall be in for a treat. His proud demeanor mirrored that of Sister Ping when she introduced Yuping Mountain. The decline of Yuping Mountain is not without reason. 3 in the realm of foundation establishment, one aspiring to be a tour guide for tourism development, and another enthusiastic about cooking. It is no wonder Brother Gui wore such a grim expression. However, This chubby fellow was not boasting. The lunch he prepared was indeed a feast for the senses. Particularly the fish head soup, a milky broth that was sweet on the palate and left a delightful aftertaste, warming the stomach with each sip. The dining area was set within the assembly hall. Despite his grim demeanor, Brother Guo took a seat and even offered chopsticks to Tangjin. Sister Ping was equally proactive, attending to guests, arranging dishes, and pouring wine. Tangjin felt as though he had returned to his previous life, celebrating the new year in northeast China, where there was always someone to enliven the family atmosphere, making it bustling and lively. Once the wine and dishes were prepared, everyone took their seats, and naturally, the Mountain Lord, Wang Yuping, took the floor to speak. She appeared unaffected by the earlier quarrel with Brother Gui, her face radiant with joy as she raised her wine cup and addressed the three of them. Although we may not share the same sect for cultivation, the chance to dine together is a serendipitous connection. As the saying goes, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat, and 1,000 years of seeking to share a pillow. By dining at the same table, we have already cultivated for 500 years, so let us cherish this moment. Though the words were cliché and commonplace for a banquet, Sister Ping spoke with utmost sincerity. Tangjin had no choice but to rise, holding up his wine cup, and said, Sister Ping, you jest. Once we have entered the heavenly gate of the 28 peaks, how can we not be considered as cultivating within the same sect? Tangjin's words were not without grace, and he also took the opportunity to wish for Yuping Mountain to overcome its current predicament. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Even the stern-faced Brother Gui offered a subtle nod to Tangjin. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Sister Ping's face illuminated with a joyful smile. She truly adored laughter, as if even the slightest happiness could dissolve all her sorrow and worries. Yet, for reasons unknown, her complexion deepened in hue. Sister Ping, why is your face so flushed? Tangjin inquired. What's wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine, she replied. However, no sooner had she spoken than her head thudded onto the table. Tangjin was convinced that he had witnessed this scene before. Just yesterday at noon, on the second floor of the tavern, she had slammed down on her own table in precisely this manner. Alas, had she forgotten to take her medication again? Xiao Peng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What medication? Tangjin inquired. Yuping has a poor tolerance for alcohol and often attends banquets in Huashan City. So she always carries a vial of detoxification pills, which she takes before drinking with outsiders, explained Senior Brother Gui, his tone calm yet thorough. However, she invariably forgets to take them when dining with familiar faces. Detoxification pills? Tangjin seemed to have grasped something. Should we give her one now? Honger asked. Senior Brother Gui shook his head gently. They must be taken in advance to be effective. Consuming them after becoming inebriated is futile. In advance. Tangjin couldn't help but chuckle. Gazing at the intoxicated Bing Jie, he suddenly found her intelligence amusingly foolish, and her foolishness endearingly charming. It appears you are no longer the one with the worst tolerance for alcohol, Yao and Reo remarked, having come to a realization, and teased Tangjin. Both the stout fellow and Senior Brother Gui were perplexed, prompting Tangjin to recount the events of the previous night. I suspect that when Bing Jie found our lodging, she did not immediately knock on the door. Instead, she first bribed the innkeeper and then ingested the detoxification pill before knocking. While in the room, she was glancing around anxiously. We thought she was merely nervous, but in reality, she was waiting for the innkeeper to inquire. The banquet had already been arranged by her. And though she was not adept at negotiating with cultivators, she excelled at conversing with mortals at the table. Thus, she cleverly maneuvered us to her familiar drinking setting, utilizing the detoxification pill to create the illusion that her tolerance for alcohol was inferior. Tangjin raised his wine glass, pondering why she had gotten drunk after just a few sips of local liquor at noon yesterday, yet remained sober after countless cups last night. The timing of the waiter's knock and the speed at which the dishes arrived, everything seemed too coincidental. Just as he mentioned this, Ping Jie, who had been lying down, suddenly lifted her head and exclaimed loudly, that waiter was late. He was supposed to knock right after I went in. I thought he wants tea coming at all. She still seemed a little annoyed at the waiter. After speaking, her head dropped heavily again. Had it not been for Brother Gui's quick reflexes in catching her, she would have hit the table once more. It seems this talent of being drunk yet still able to hear others is innate, Yao and Reo remarked, watching her. Finally, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter together. Even Brother Gui curled the corners of his lips slightly, gazing tenderly at his junior sister. Tangjin laughed heartily. Not only because his capacity for alcohol proved to be more commendable than anticipated, but also because the scene before him evoked cherished memories of gatherings with friends, where they indulged in food and laughter, oblivious to the tempest and tumult outside. Suffering, after all, should not be a burden carried at every moment. The luncheon at Yuping Temple was a delightful affair, filled with joy and camaraderie. After the meal, the rotund companion urged Tangjin to refrain from descending the mountain too hastily after consuming alcohol, suggesting they linger for a few more hours to enjoy tea and sober up. Consequently, when they finally decided to leave, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. The little chubby friend naturally proposed, let us stay the night. We have ample and pristine guest rooms here, so please do not hesitate. Why rush back to Huashan City in the dark? Our accommodations are far more comfortable than any inn you might find there. We shall depart in the morning, and I will procure some local specialties that can only be found in the mountains. Tangjin had no objections. and Hong Er was indifferent as well. Only Yao and Reo insisted on taking a bath after sweating profusely, claiming he would be unable to sleep otherwise. Thus, Brother Guo and the chubby one fetched a considerable amount of water from the mountain spring. The three men toiled to boil 3 or 4 vats of hot water, allowing Hong Er, Yao and Reo, and Sister Ping to bathe first. Subsequently, the 3 gentlemen rinsed off with the remaining warm water. The chubby one, however, insisted on venturing into the mountains to collect some mountain snails, asserting that they could only be found at night and were a specialty of Tianmen Mountain. He explained that the water quality had to be exceptionally good for them to thrive. If he caught some tonight and let them sit overnight to expel the sand, they would be perfectly prepared for Tangjin and the others to take down the mountain the following morning. Tangjin felt a sense of guilt for causing him to toil for her, so she decided to accompany him. Meanwhile, Brother Guo, concerned about the reliability of the chubby fellow, brought along a lantern as well. Consequently, only 3 young ladies remained in the Taoist temple. The nighttime mountain breeze was slightly cool, and the moonlight shone brightly, casting a frosty sheen upon the temple's tiles. In Chapter 72, if one seeks death, even a warm tiger's mouth may yet be saved. To fantasize about life, though the smile may be beautiful, the bones are cold. Hong Er and Yao and Reo shared a chamber. Originally, separate rooms had been prepared for them, but Yao and Reo insisted on squeezing in, claiming it had been too long since she had spent time alone with her sister. And Hong Er had no choice but to acquiesce. At this moment, the two were in front of the mirror, removing their makeup. Yao and Reo was meticulous in her efforts, while Hong Er simply removed the red hairpin that adorned her hair. Instantly, her vibrant red gown transformed into a flickering flame, leaving only her undergarments. This hairpin was a spiritual treasure of the phoenix, though it was not truly Hong Er's. Its sole function was to conjure a red dress when worn in her hair, presumably. Jiang Yu had noticed the tattered state of her skirt and, feeling sympathy akin to that of Nan Hongji, had arranged for this. It proved to be quite convenient. Yao and Reo sat there, casually combing her hair and offering remarks. Hong Er gazed silently at the hairpin in her hand. She genuinely did not desire it, yet had no choice. As soon as the pin left her hair, it would not release its grip upon her palm. Even if Hong Er were to let go, it would cling gently yet firmly to her skin, akin to a magnet. It seemed as though it were destined to become a ghost that would inexorably entwine itself around her. Tangjin attempted to remove the hairpin from Hong Er's hair, and to his surprise, the pin was obedient. However, as soon as he released his grip, it transformed into a flicker of flame, returning to rest atop Hong Er's head. Yao and Reo tried with all her strength to yank it free, but her hand emitted a sizzling sound, as if the pin had suddenly been tempered by fire, nearly searing into her skin like a hot iron. Yet, Hong Er remained utterly unaffected. The pin appeared to possess an uncanny ability to recognize its owner. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Jiang Yu, yet both Tangjin and Hong Er chose to refrain from discussing the implications of her actions. For, upon closer examination, Jiang Yu's intentions could be construed as quite sinister, and they preferred to believe that she acted solely out of a desire to ensure their safety. However, Yao and Reo was not one to shy away from darker thoughts. Her own disposition leaned towards the shadowy, and she did not hesitate to regard Jiang Yu as a person of dubious character. Do you think her clinginess is a means to prevent you from being unfaithful to her senior brother? Yao and Reo mused in front of the mirror. Hong Er offered no response, instead lightly pressing the tip of the pin against her fingertip, allowing only the smallest point of contact. It appeared as if it were embedded in her skin. Tell me, if you were to tempt your dog in, would it burn you before it incinerated Tangjin? Yao and Reo continued. Hong Er chuckled softly. Perhaps it would burn you. Why would it burn me? I have no interest in her senior brother. Yao and Reo scoffed, feigning casual conversation. In this day and age, who forbids a man from remarrying after losing his wife? I wonder what kind of antiquated place that Ziyunstian Palace is. This statement was bound to incite an argument. Hong Er, wishing to avoid conflict, recognized that Yao and Reo had been holding back far more vicious comments. But for the past 2 months, as Tangjin had been nearby, she opted to keep silent, not out of fear of Tangjin, but because she felt discussing such matters with him would be an exercise in futility. Hong Er lay back on the bed, raising a hand as the red pin spun gently on her fingertip, refusing to fall no matter how she moved. Yao and Reo climbed onto the bed beside her, nudging closer. Don't pretend you can't hear me. If we don't talk about anything, there's nothing left to discuss. Her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze brushing against Hong Er's ear. Hong Er smiled helplessly. If she remained silent, the next person to appear would likely not be Yao and Reo. After all, they were not married, and her opposition was not rooted in moral conventions. Perhaps the pin was left behind merely for their protection. That girl was proud and would not harbor such darkness. Yao and Reo curiously reached out to touch the pin. What is the reason for the opposition? Because that girl died because of him. The guilt and affection she felt are the true reasons for the opposition, Hong Er replied, though her answer lacked flair. But she is already dead, Yao and Reo remarked. Do these departed souls wish to see that fellow wallow in despair like a beggar for the rest of his days, hoping he never remarries? Ultimately, they only wish to preserve the image of Tangjin as the idealized version in their hearts, to craft a timeless tale of love. This conclusion was a fallacy, relying on false premises and subjective reasoning, yet none of that mattered. No one was present to debate Yao and Reo. She had no audience to persuade, let alone supporters. Hong Er slowly closed her eyes, seemingly prepared to drift into slumber. All right, I understand. At this point, what others say matters little to you. After all, only the three of you have the right to make decisions. One has died, another has made her choice, leaving only the one who intends to hesitate for a lifetime. Yao and Reo felt a surge of irritation, deciding to ignore her. Sleep, sleep. We must rise early tomorrow to descend the mountain. Hong'er gently lowered her eyelids. Her murmurs barely audible, a response that remained unheard. Hesitation itself is a form of decision. At that moment, laughter echoed from outside the chamber, suggesting that the chubby Tangjin and his companions had enjoyed considerable success and were now deliberating on the best methods for preservation. Listening to their chatter, Hong'er's breathing gradually steadied, her lips curling into a faint smile. The following day, the sun blazed brightly atop the peak, piercing through the window paper and illuminating the entire room with a fierce light. Tangjin stretched, feeling that this was the most restful sleep he had experienced in 2 months. With only himself in the room, he felt considerably more relaxed, especially waking to the sounds of birdsong and sunlight. He dressed and pushed open the door to the chamber, only to draw in a sharp breath. It must be a dream. He had never imagined witnessing such a scene. In the courtyard before him stood a handsome young monk clad in a robe embroidered with golden threads, engaged in light-hearted banter with a beautiful girl. To be precise, the monk was speaking animatedly, while the girl merely smiled, her laughter warm as a spring breeze, her eyes squinting in delight. The monk, whom Tangjin did not recognize, nonetheless inspired a sense of admiration within him. The girl, however, was familiar. Her surname was Yao, and her name was Reo. Is everyone so eager for excitement these days? If you truly seek an adrenaline rush, why not try tugging on a tiger's whiskers instead? To approach Yao and Reo is sheer folly. Just as Tangjin prepared to intervene and rescue the unfortunate monk, a female voice rang out. Jin Hui. Step away. Keep your distance from my guest. Wang Yuping burst forth like a gust of wind, positioning herself squarely between the handsome monk and Yao and Reo. Jin Hui, the young monk, immediately furrowed his brow. He was quite striking, especially in his golden embroidered robe, exuding an air of nobility, yet his close-set eyes gave him a somewhat petty appearance, making him less appealing at that moment. Wang Yuping, what has gotten into you? Can't you see I'm discussing cultivation with this young lady? If you have nothing better to do, go entertain yourself among the mortals. Don't stand out among us cultivators. It was evident that he and Wang Yuping were acquainted, though their relationship appeared to be quite strained. Wang Yuping raised an eyebrow, pointing to the ground beneath them. This is Yupu Mountain. You are not welcome here. You think you can just declare me unwelcome? The entire Tianmen mountain range belongs to the 28 main peaks of Tianmen, and you, a soon-to-be-removed sub-peak, dare speak to me like this? Jin Hui's voice grew louder, emphasizing the name Jin Tong Peak as he cast a glance at Yao and Reo, seemingly hoping for a change in her expression. Unfortunately, she continued to smile sweetly, showing no signs of surprise. Jin Tong Peak ranked 6th among the main peaks. It was not the top peak, and thus, his words held little weight on Yupu Mountain. Brother Gua, drawn by the commotion, arrived dressed in a black robe, his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing Jin Hui. Upon noticing Brother Gua, Jin Hui appeared somewhat apprehensive, but in an effort to impress the beauty, he gritted his teeth and declared, Gua Erlang, don't be so arrogant. Do you truly believe your talents can secure your position on Yupu Mountain? Brother Gua remained silent, slowly extending his palm toward Jin Hui, a faint glimmer of cold light emanating from his arm. Are you leaving, or are you not? Tangjin raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that not the celestial embryo? Chapter 73, Superfluous Words, each with their thoughts transforming spirit into immortality, consuming immortals within oneself, nurturing with the essence of the Tao, utilizing it for spiritual cultivation. This process is akin to how mortals nurture an embryo, hence the term celestial embryo. From the formidable aura emanating from senior brother Gua at this moment, it appears his true essence in both quantity and purity surpasses that of his senior sister. Coupled with the conspicuously aggressive celestial embryo concealed within his flowing robe, one could assert that his combat prowess ranks among the top within the Foundation establishment realm. Of course, this assessment does not take into account combat experience or situational dynamics. It is worth recalling that during the incident in Chaoyang City, senior sister was besieged by a dozen Foundation establishment practitioners yet managed to turn the tide and slay one of them. Such is the nature of combat strength, at times. One's demeanor can provide a more accurate gauge than mere cultivation level. Tangjin gazed at Brother Gua's arm with a sense of satisfaction. This was the cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm he was familiar with. One either devoted oneself entirely to the path of cultivation or sought power. In any case, one should certainly not assume the role of a tour guide, nor that of a chef. How does the celestial embryo compare to that of the master of the Cloud Fire Temple? Hong'er inquired softly as she approached him from behind. The master of the Cloud Fire pales in comparison to Brother Gua, Tangjin asserted with conviction. Celestial embryos vary in quality, aside from those with unique effects. Their essence generally relates to the transformation of spiritual materials. For instance, a stone, even when transformed into a spiritual object, merely serves as a means to strike others. Much like the master of the Cloud Fire's fiery clouds, which are ultimately just enhanced fire attacks. Truly superior celestial embryos are exceedingly rare, often resulting from a combination of natural pliability and a touch of human refinement, such as the concealed iron sword within Brother Gua's sleeve. This sword is likely a piece of gold-colored stone resembling a sword, which, once infused with spiritual energy, was slightly polished by an adept, sharpening its edge. Thus transformed into a celestial embryo, its offensive power far surpasses that of other spiritual metals by several magnitudes. In a single strike, the defenses of an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner would be as fragile as tofu pierced by chopsticks. Jinhui sneered, "Good air. Do you truly believe your meager skills are invincible? In the end, you are merely a Foundation establishment cultivator." Brother Guo ceased to reply. Having previously asked if the other party would retreat, and receiving no such response, he resolved to take action. The iron sword emitted a resonant hum, ready to emerge from his sleeve. "Ah, Guaji." A voice, laced with both mirth and mild reproach, rang out. "Why resort to violence before finishing your conversation? Look at this. How detrimental to our camaraderie." A middle-aged Taoist, sporting a goat-like beard and a broad smile, appeared somewhat flustered and hurried, standing behind Jinhui. His presence seemed rushed, as if he had made a great effort to arrive. Yet no one could ascertain whether he had been there all along or had just recently appeared. Tang Jin scratched his forehead, realizing that he was on the verge of mastering the spirit refinement realm. His abilities were commendable, yet he found the theatrics excessive. Upon encountering Master Chanfeng, he inquired about the purpose of Jin Tong Peak's visit to Yuping Mountain. Brother Guo's sword remained unsheathed, lingering gently within his sleeve. "We have heard that Yuping Mountain has accepted new disciples, and we came to take a look," the old man with a goat beard said with a warm smile. Jinhui translated his words with precision. "You are about to be expelled from Yuping Mountain. Why delay their cultivation?" He continued, disregarding the dignity of my Tianmen's 28 peaks. "I, Jin Tong Peak, must intervene. We have come today to escort someone away. This junior sister shall henceforth belong to Jin Tong Peak." As Jinhui spoke, he reached out to grasp Yuan Reo's hand, his gesture seemingly natural. However, he grasped at empty air. "Remove your filthy paw." Sister Ping promptly pulled Yuan Reo back a step. Jinhui cast a cold glance at Sister Ping, bemused by her inability to recognize her own standing. Nevertheless, recalling the purpose of their visit, he sneered, "Wang Yuping, one wonders who the real dog is. The future of this individual is bright. There is no need to rot away in this wretched mountain like you. Do you believe that seizing her will compel her to stay? Ask her if she wishes to remain." Brother Guo's sword began to hum ominously, evidently provoked by Jin Hui's words. "Who are you trying to intimidate? Your Yuping Mountain cannot match even my master alone," he challenged, eager to see if they could thwart him today, emboldened by Chanfeng's presence. The response came in the form of a resounding bell toll from the bell tower at the mountain gate. The morning bell and evening drum resonated as dawn broke. The bell rang not merely to mark the hour, but to rally support. Sister Ping held a command token with Yuping inscribed prominently, a symbol of Yuping Mountain's protective formation. A gentle breeze began to stir within the courtyard, subtly pressuring Jinhui and Chanfeng, though the morning bell and evening drum were not lethal formations. They could indeed disrupt those in the spirit refinement realm if fully activated. The atmosphere grew quiet, the earlier bell toll still echoing in the courtyard. Who was causing a ruckus? Wu Pongzi finally arrived, having heard the bell. Dressed in an apron, wielding a kitchen knife in one hand and a ladle in the other, he had clearly been preparing breakfast. He burst in, hands waving, resembling a character from a theatrical performance. It was quite the embarrassing display. Noticing the situation was relatively stable, Wu Pongzi shot a fierce glare at Jinhui and Chanfeng before striding over to Tang Jin, completely disregarding Tang Jin's attempt to feign ignorance. "What is going on?" the chubby man whispered. "I was about to ask you the same thing. What is happening? Didn't you say last night it was just some petty tricks? Yet here they are, directly confronting us," Tang Jin replied quietly. Wu Pongzi paused, realization dawning. "Ah, I see. Didn't we send off the last batch of disciples and laborers the day before yesterday? Now, they must be targeting the three of us. Our fates are tied to this Yuping Mountain. Those small tricks won't suffice. Today, it seems they intend to make a grand uproar."